It's flowing from Miami, and they have got a massive lead.
Oh, man. Draza for 3. Full ace and 6 in a row for Draza.
Are we witnessing the most unbelievable round of control?
Your Major 1 champions, Atlanta
Your Major
fans.
2 champions, Atlanta fans.
Your Major 3 champions, the LA Thieves.
One final shot to prove you belong. Major 4 starts now.
What's up, boys and girls? Welcome one and all to DreamHack Dallas. It is host of Major 4, the 4th and final major of the 2025 Call of Duty League season. We're live in the Key Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, downtown Dallas. I'm the one and only Chris Bucket, joined at the desk. We got Rosalie Parker, we got Anthony Wheeler, and a very special guest to start the day. Technical Rab is in the building alongside the green wall. How we feeling, bud?
It's a pleasure to be back at an event like this, Pucker, because it's been a while since we've had a convention center like this. The energy in here is electric. It's not just COD, there's so much else going on, and we have a weekend on our hands.
Allie, you turned into Angelina Jolie. The hair grew an extra 16 inches. The games are getting to another level. What are you excited about here in Texas?
I'm hoping for some long days. I'm hoping for some game 5s. There is so much on the line for so many teams today. I'm hoping it ends in a bang.
And then, of course, at the end of the desk, we have our very own DreamHack champion. He goes by the name of Anthony Wheeler. He did it under the name of Nameless. But, Ant, you weren't invited to the most recent DreamHack event.
That's crazy.
The final event we saw for Call of Duty at a DreamHack was also in AW, and it was the EU invite.
Yeah, you know, DreamHack, it's had a couple of Call of Duty events in the past. I went to Sweden for one. DreamHack, it's just a great time. And here, you know, it's going to feel like that. Once again, so many gamers here. And the last time you see, we had some legends up there. Swanee, an absolute legend.
Joe Kennington.
Yeah, I mean, these are some of the greatest European players of all time.
So where do you think you would rather be right now in life? Swanee, of course, went on to become a male model.
Yeah.
We see Tommy is still crushing it, and Warzone is one of the top earners over there. Mad Cat's killing it out in the UK, I assume. And Joe, currently working, is he on Toronto?
He's on Toronto's coaching staff.
Listen, I think I'd want to be Mad Cat. That guy's a vibe.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Mad Cat, man. But yeah, DreamHack, it's been 10 years. Man, we're
You
old.
really wanted to say that? I was 15.
What was going down when Allie was 15? Well, Bruno Mars was crushing Uptown Funk. We saw the blue or gold dress meme start. And Steve Harvey, one of the greatest talent moments in the history of television, announced the wrong Miss Universe. If he can do that 10 years ago, imagine the stuff we can get away with in 2025.
Absolutely right, Pucker.
It's going to be great. We've got a big day of Call of Duty. Why? Well, we've condensed our 4-day event into 3, which means we're bringing you the Alpha and Bravo stream tonight. All of your winners bracket round matches happening in the first 3 hours, and then we start sending teams packing. How many are we eliminating? 5 teams are being sent home tonight.
7 teams remain only, Pucker, at the end of today. This is going to be a wild one, Alpha and Bravo. I don't think this bracket could look any better if we tried in terms of the storylines here. We've got some banger games from top to bottom, and the World Championship race is very much still alive too.
And we, of course, stolen Tactical Rab from the Breaking Point crew, but they are here in full force, as well as all of our watch parties. Allie, we need a lot of help for all of this coverage.
We do need a lot of help, and they've got setups galore. We have the flank here. Of course, we're going to have the Scump watch party, and of course, Breaking Point is going to be set up as well.
Yes.
So all over the venue, we've got different angles. We've got different thoughts, feelings, and opinions. It is a huge, old-school layout. I literally feel like I got thrown back to Anaheim 2018.
Yeah, it's going to be a great time. We need the watch parties here as well, man. We got 2 streams. First time we've had 2 stages in so many years. I'm super excited to see just multiple teams playing at the same time. Great content. You can see all the booths we have as well. I think I'm going to stop in the monster booth, get myself a white monster.
Ooh, time to get cracked. Let's jump into the games today, because we've got so much coming your way. Here's a look at the bracket. 8 teams start in that winner's bracket. That's 2 lives in this tournament. Everyone else in the elimination, where once you fall, you are done. Allie, Optic has the pressure. They are holding the gate to champs at 8th place, but right behind them are Minnesota and Cloud9.
There's so much pressure, not only on Optic, but the fact that Minnesota and Cloud9 somehow, some way during this stage also snuck into winners. There is so much going on. They are all battling it out for a chance to make it to champs, and it has been unbelievable.
Here is that standings list, and we saw Optic with giving themselves a little bit of help. They got 10 points on the final day of the qualifier, but Minnesota and Cloud9 failed to do so. So they have a 40 or 50 point advantage over everyone else.
Yeah, it's a tall task. I mean, if you're Minnesota or Cloud9, you definitely need like a top 3, and you also need some good fortune. You need Optic to lose off rip. And, you know, good news for them is like Optic and Toronto, they've played a lot this year. Obviously, Optic getting the best of them in the most recent matchup, but prior to that, Toronto had 3-0'd them a couple times in a row. So if you're Minnesota and you're Cloud9, you got to focus on the task at hand, but you need some good luck.
It's a spicy weekend, and it's all starting in just a few moments, but it's not just the CDL in action. Challengers is also in full force. Shout out to all of our players. They were here at the doors 9 a.m. ready to go. Their matches are kicking off in just a moment. And Ali, if you win this weekend, you're going to champs for challengers, and not just there.
Oh, yeah.
You're getting a trip to Riyadh for EWC in Saudi Arabia.
You're going to EWC too. This is the biggest event if you are a challengers player, and we have seen so many of them brought up this year and completely changed so many of these camps, so many of these teams. So big opportunities here in the pit, and we're really lucky we get to sit right in the middle of it and try to keep you guys updated throughout the weekend.
I remember seeing all 3 of those faces that you're seeing right now in challengers, making their way up, playing in tournaments like this. And you know, there's got to be another one out there. Hydra doesn't think so. I think there's another Simp, another Hydra, another BZ in challengers. So.
While we head to break, get your tickets to champs. We're heading up to Canada in just a month. For now, though, all eyes are on to the competition live in Dallas. This is DreamHack. This is Major 4. We're breaking down the bracket after this.
The Scuffed Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years, and enables you to play like a pro.
Welcome back to your mother's favorite broadcast. It's the Call of Duty League, and we are about to kick things off here on the main stage. Shout out to Mama Cat, Papa Cat, and everyone watching from home. But more importantly, the folks who have made it out here on Friday of DreamHack. They're in store for some fantastic matchups, and we've got some great hosts to break it all down. You can see LA Thieves taking their spot on the stage, and Rab, last time they were on the stage, they were raising a trophy.
And guess who they did it against? It was against the Vancouver Surge. And who are they playing in the very first round today? It doesn't get too much better of a first round game than this to kick off our Championship Friday.
Now, while we wait for the players to get set up on stage, we're going to play a little game of our own. Allie, can you guess which one it is today?
It is my favorite game. We're going to play some Hidden Heroes.
That's right, Hidden Heroes, where we have found 4 players with 3 stats each. What is our key this time around? Stage 4 standouts. I'm looking at the top 4 performers across all of our 12 teams.
Hands up, Allie. What are you?
Wait, this has got to be easy.
Which one?
Bottom left, Celium.
Bottom left with a 1.23, a 1.09 in S&D.
I totally thought I had that one in the bag, bro. Cody's got to be top left.
So confident.
I really was
I'm
confident.
going to go top left. I'm going to go.
Wait,
well,
what kind of
this stage.
A 1-2-7 with a 1-7-9.
I want to say super.
Yeah, but which one is super?
No, bottom right. Bottom right.
Selim's got a 1.8 in S&D. Dude, he's
Bottom
truly
right,
good.
super.
Bottom right is super there, right?
So
I'm
my
taking that one.
full-time analysts suck at their job. Can you nail one of these?
I mean, I gotta go bottom right super. There's surely
the
no one who has a
1.7.
search KD
Surely.
like that.
Yeah. It was a
I can't believe
50-50.
you guys said that so
Respawn 1.19, S&D of a 1.22, Slayer rating 9.6. It's got to be an LA Thief.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with Hydra.
I was gonna say that.
I'll say scrap.
I was gonna say that. Oh,
So we're just going 2 optic
That's
guys.
crazy.
Wow. Optic bias is crazy.
Young man,
I didn't think we'd
5
have a
matches
repeat team.
in, and we got Hook and Mercury's already smiling for Optic and our hidden heroes. It's going to get a spicy weekend here, Nameless.
It is, yeah. And also, Mercury's has been insane in control, so the guy's balling out in all 3 game modes.
Now, why is Mercury such a fun player to watch? He didn't exist in the CDL before Major 3. 48 hours before that, he gets the call up. Today, he is playing for Optic Texas against the Toronto squad that gave him his first shot.
The Mercules Bowl, man. This is what it's all about. Beans versus Mercules is a major talking point following Major 3, whether Toronto should have blown it up and put him straight in the roster. They didn't do it. They gave Optic the chance to go and get him, and the rest is history since then. They beat them online a few days ago, but now they've got to do it online again when it really matters, Pucker.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you take a look at some of these highlights, what I think everybody has appreciated, the wall banks. They're putting in the time behind the scenes. But when it's in-game, Hook was telling us sometimes we're kind of missing that leadership.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to start stepping up in that role.
And you can definitely see it in their gameplay, right? Because that's what happens when they get super inconsistent, beating teams that they shouldn't be beating and then losing to teams that they shouldn't. But the shining light for the side of the green wall is that their control has been unreal. And for me, that's been the difference maker throughout the entirety of the season between the good teams and the bad.
Optic needs to outpace Minnesota and Cloud9 to secure their spot at champs, and they can look at this guy to put up numbers consistently.
God.
He has done a fantastic job.
How about
Yeah, as we
Carolina?
know, control is extremely important. As Ali mentioned, most of the top teams dominate that. And for them, they went undefeated in that game mode throughout the split, even in the matches they've lost. And Mercules, you can see that's his best game mode. So a great addition there, locking up a map in each series. Optic have a great chance to not only make it to champs, but like take a championship down.
Toronto Ultra is coming off of 2 back-to-back top 3 placements. They got bronze with Beans and with Mercules, and they decided, you know what? We're going to stick with the core going forward. With 2 events left, they're locked for champs. What is Toronto playing for this weekend?
It's a big weekend for them because the finish of their qualifiers was far from ideal, and Toronto really need to prove that they made the right call, sticking with Beans over Mercules. They went into Major 3 saying that they thought they would have won it if Beans was there. Well, here we go. Beans is back in the building today. Mercules is on the other side. Now's your chance to prove it.
So I've been hearing this chatter. Everybody talking about it, like, oh, maybe they made the wrong choice, this and that. Beans has been playing well, especially in Search. He's got a 1.2 this split. They are 7-12 in S&D in the last 60 days. Like, it's literally Search and Destroy that's costing them. And even when they had Mercules in the lineup, they weren't winning those S&Ds. Does he make a massive impact there over Beans? Probably not in that specific game mode, right? So for Ultra, I really think it's like a preparation thing. And like, you look at Joe Deceives, he's just not finding the success in Search and Destroy like he is in Respawn. It's different than stage 1 and 2. So that is the primary focus for them to win a chip.
True or false? Joe Deceives was once a top 5 player in Search.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
He was
first couple splits, yeah.
unbelievable. He was putting them on his back for the longest time.
He agrees as well.
You just got to get back to it.
That's 3 truths. Joe, I believe. Just get back to it. It's happening this week. Right now, though, we got to talk about the real matchup because it's happening at the start with Miami coming in with the #1 seed. Why is this one important? They're taking on Minnesota, who actually snuck into that winner's bracket with the 8th seed. So Minnesota, if you can get this upset over Miami, you are paving your path to potentially outplace Optic.
Every single win in the winner's bracket starting from round 1 is a 30-point guarantee on the board. If you take down Miami Heretics, and look, they could well be beatable. I think Rocker have got to be happy with their draw here. That's 30 points on the board. You win the second round, that's another 30 points on the board. That's overtaken Optic if they don't get any points this weekend. So Rocker have done well getting to the winner's bracket. That's all they could do at the end of the day, and the challenge is now ahead. But Heretics, 5-0, what can you say about that?
Kenny posted up a record. 0 deaths. The first time all season in a Search and Destroy. They won that game, but they lost all the others.
The thing about Minnesota Rocker is, again, I talk about the statistics, like they're doing fine statistically, it's just no ice, right? But their biggest issue right now is hardpoint has not been great. And the problem is, if Minnesota likes to go to game 5 so often, they're putting themselves in a terrible spot going 0-1 early in these series. And their road to champs, it hasn't been easy. They need to outplace every single placing that they have had for even a sliver of a chance to hope to make that chance.
So you need your best placing of the year, and you need to outplace Optic by 3 rounds.
I mean, dude, listen, you make the bed you lay in, and you look at these guys, they've lost so many game 5s, and even in this split recently lost the game 5 to the Vegas Falcons, right? So they're going to need a heroic effort to make it, an ice that we just have not seen from this team all year. It would be a Cinderella story.
Wait for the Nero tweak game. We don't know when it's going to happen.
But it's happening.
We just know it's going to happen. They're hoping it happens in match number 1 because you're playing against Miami Heretics with the number 1 seed, the Spaniards, breaking CDL history here, a new record as we have an all-European lineup with a top seed coming into a major.
The question with these guys has always been, okay, can they do it on LAN? Historically, that's been the talking point. But this season, they've had 3 events. They've made 2 championship Sundays.
Yep.
Top 3 at the start of the season, 4th last major, whichever way around it was. This is potentially the event they could go even further because they've been looking unbelievable online. They had their qualifier run. They had some easier matches, but they still took down a top dog against the Thieves in the first round.
The thing that makes Miami so terrifying is the pace that they play in Respawn, which catches a lot of the teams below them off guard, but also 16-3 in Search and Destroy in the last 60 days. They have been unbelievable in that game mode since adding Super. He has a 1.38 right now in that game mode alone, and across the board, it's just freed up so much pressure for Real and for Metals to hit his ceiling more often than not, because that was the conversation. Metals had a very high ceiling, but unfortunately his average was sitting at below. So for him to have this consistency of Super in the roster, it has made Miami unbelievable, 5-0, undefeated, number 1 seed heading into the stage.
And there's a bit of a curse here in CDL history. If you have gone perfect in a qualifier, you will not raise the trophy. But top 3, I think Miami would be happy to join these guys on that list.
100%, Chris. And you look at this also, though. Those are 7 matches. This was 5, right? So the Thunder hasn't left them yet. But yeah, I mean, Miami, they're electric. I love their game. You know, they play like no other team, super aggressive in the retakes and search. And in the respawn, they're willing to give up the backspin. They don't care. They're going to fly at you, and it makes for electricity again.
Ali, we've had a lot of fun this season, and unlike last year, I am in the lead when it comes to our Scuff pick'ems. Would you like to start the party today with a little bit of Bravo pick'ems?
Ooh.
Or do you want me to go first here? Because I'm happy to show you.
I got it. I'm going to go Miami Heretics. You're going to copy my homework. It's cool.
I think people remember Rancor and Super on the team, but they forget that Real was an original member of this Miami Heretics. I got Miami getting it done in 4.
I got to take Miami as well. I'm expecting Super to finally put together on LAN in the Search and Destroy, which has been a question. Heretics in 4.
Nameless, do you love Kenny as much as Maven does?
I do love Kenny, but Miami have just been lights out, man. I believe in this team. I got Miami taking this.
Miami taking it. That is the desk prediction. That is going down on the Bravo stream. Keep in mind, we have 2 streams going live. Shout out to Enigma joining us for the first time here on the CDL scene. He'll be over there with Brycey and friends. And of course, on the main stage, it's the casters you're used to. Nameless, if they're just joining the stream, why is everyone tuned into DreamHack right now?
Because we got 2 matches going on at the same time. It's all these teams' last chance to make it to champs. This is Major 4. It's electric. We're going to learn a lot about these teams headed into the big one at the end of the year. I can't wait to kick things off.
Now, 2 teams that are locked in for champs. Well, at least one of them is Atlanta FaZe. Yep. Another team on that bubble is Cloud9. And that is a huge matchup in the opening round because historically you'd look at this and say, oh, FaZe has got it. A first-round matchup. They've got the higher seed. They're the easy favorites. But FaZe has had some bumps recently. They have fallen victim to teams that they should cleanly beat, and Cloud9 has the potential to play spoiler.
This is one of the teams that beat Atlanta FaZe, right? Cloud9, and you know, in specific, it was Kremp who took over in that series like a 1.2. For Cloud9, though, the hardpoint's been great. They're starting off series phenomenal, Chris. They're 4-1 in their map 1s, right? So they're getting that momentum, but they're not able to keep that momentum going forward because search has been an issue. When I looked at this team, though, on paper, I thought they'd be one of the better search teams in the world. They've just needed time. They've had that time now. If they can combo their map 1 success into search, they can make the run.
I think it would be a total different story if they were able to beat Miami following that phase win. Instead, they lose to Miami, they lose to LA Thieves. It's a bitter taste in everyone's mouth coming into the major, but this team is definitely a threat. On the other side, though, you have a squad that is proven. They won 3 straight lands starting at EWC, into Major 1, into Major 2. They fell off at Major 3. They got bopped a little bit early by Vancouver. Is FaZe a favorite to wear gold at the end of this week?
Every time FaZe don't make the grand finals of the tournament, 99% of the time, they're in the grand finals of the next tournament. This is what Atlanta FaZe do. According to my sources, their scrims are going pretty well behind the scenes yesterday. Their wild scrims on the Wednesday. And that's hardpoint. You've got to remember, scrims are hardpoint, right? That's the key talking point. It's not been their search and destroy that's been an issue. They've been great in that all year, as with the control as well. It's the hardpoint which has been causing them issues as of late. And if that's getting better, then they're back to form.
Dude, they're 29-7 in search and control the last 2 months. Like, that's ridiculous. But, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention how bad their hardpoint has truly been. Right? Like, it's not been great. It's been one of the worst in the league that we've had, 12 and 15 there. Like, this is a star-studded lineup. They have been able to figure out, like, on rotation, how they want to play those situations. And they've been losing the hardpoints to top teams. So for Atlanta, I don't think they can win a chip here unless they figure that out somewhere in the bracket. But they can do that, right? This is Atlanta FaZe. They can literally do anything. You saw they won the first 2 majors, so can never count them out.
$150,000 and 100 more CDL points on the line here at Major 4. It's all going down live at DreamHack, and it begins in just a few moments. If you missed the schedule, screenshot it right now, because on the main stage, we're bringing you the bangers. LA Thieves, Vancouver Surge, the Major 3 championship match is happening in the opening round, and then Optic putting their champs run on the line as they take on Toronto to open things up. Don't go anywhere. This is day 1. This is DreamHack. This is Major 4. We'll be right back.
Major 4 is your last chance to win the Scuff Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs. Visit scuff.co/CDL to sign up now. The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now. The 2025 LA Thieves Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray, which is perfect. So get it, meow. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Their side. Okay, load him. He catch up. No, God! That's what the fuck about. What the fuck are you doing? Hey, I hope you clowns. You will never be in a finals ever again, you bum.
You will never play me on LAN finals, by the way. I hope you know that. Never!
The champs are here, ladies and gentlemen. LA Thieves getting fired up. We got Scrap, Hydra, and the rest of the star starter lineup ready to take the stage. On the other side, we've got their opponent who has been quite the familiar foe in Vancouver Surge. Let's start with the Thieves, though. Why were they the better squad last time around?
These guys just dominated in the respawn modes. I mean, Vancouver Surge couldn't keep up at the end of the day, but Hydra and Scrap, these two guys, as expected at the start of the season, have been out of control. You look at the numbers for these fellas. Ghosty and Envoy are just filling the gaps, getting the hill type, getting the first bloods, whatever. Scrap and Hydra, the best duo in the game, and they proved it last major.
And of course, Dan Ghosty finally raising his first trophy. It's been eluding him, Ali. He entered as a rookie, went all the way to a grand final. Now he is a champion here in the CDL. What has he shown you as the second AR?
Just a lot of calmness. I feel like with such a crazy team that is LA Thieves, what's funny about Dan is we saw it at the last major in the finals, right? He was double neg while the rest of his team was slaying out. We were like, Dan's getting carried through a chip. He locked in at no other. He went on a 6-3 to close it out. So he's just been, I feel like, a light for them in this team. He's just been a veteran, a calming voice for the craziness that can be Scrap and Hydra at times.
Now we all know it was a 4-0, but people forget this was a round 11. It was a 22-point hard point. It was very close in the opening half of this series, but Vancouver let it get away from them. How do they come out hot today against LA Thieves?
Yeah, I mean, you got to think they've made a little bit of improvement in control. That's been the massive difference in these series that they've had against them. They have not won a control against the LA Thieves. And then Search also. LA Thieves have been a solid Search team, but they've been beatable by other squads there. Vancouver have not had success in Search up against Thieves. So in those two game modes, I think they need to find a success.
04 was brought in from last year. He's alongside Nasty, Abuza, but most importantly, they found Neptune from Challengers, a guy who's been in the CDL, floating around in the amateur level, gets called back up. As soon as he does, it turns the tides up in Vancouver. What has the Surge shown you lately?
Neptune's been a complete difference maker, but Nasty has been maybe the standout for me this season in many respects. The AR duo, I think, has been flying under the radar big time. Nasty in Game 4 is a guaranteed 1.4 KD if they can get there, and Abuza's been out of control as well this year.
Yeah, Abuza, is he in the MVP discussion? Who are you guys liking as the stars of Vancouver?
I'd say he's definitely in the conversation, but when you think about what Neptune's done, yeah, it's hard because you lay out Neptune is the reason this team has gone from getting close to beating to actually contending for grand final.
I'm just
Any surprises here?
I mean, I know that they cooked them on Dealership in that match, but when you look at this split for Vancouver, Dealership and Rewind were the only two Search and Destroys that they were able to win in this split, right? So Thieves just kind of squaring up with them on this one. Thieves just feel comfortable.
They're feeling confident, feeling comfortable. Remember, the two times they've gone to a Game 5 between these two squads, Vancouver struck first. They need a Game 1 to open things up, but we're out of time to talk about it. Let's lock in our Scuff pick'ems. Tactical Rab, I will do the honors first. I will go with the Major 3 champions, the LA Thieves, for a 6-win over Surge this year.
I've been a big LA Thieves supporter before the start of the season. I expected this team to win the World Championship before the year even started. I can't change my mind here in a first-round game. I think they've got this whole tourney. They're taking
Ice Crew rolling deep so far in Dallas. How are we feeling?
Oh, this one might be tough. Do I go for my first upset of the day? You're trying to mess with my vibe right now. I'm actually genuinely going Vancouver Surge. I think they finally stopped the 5-0.
To Allie's credit, if there's a time to catch Thieves, it's this round.
It's right now.
Boston
I
did it
love
last
this map set for Vancouver Surge. I think this will be good.
I mean, we've seen Boston take them down in the same spot, but that being said, I'm still going with LA Thieves. I think they get it done. It's just a matchup thing, man. It's been tough.
All right, I got to hear from the crowd before we go to the stage. Is this your first DreamHack? If so, make some noise, crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Major 4, back at DreamHack. We are live in Dallas. This is match number 1 as we go to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Thank you so much, Puckett. Wow, what a crowd do we have. DreamHack, make some noise for yourself. Time to get this series started. And what an awesome rematch it's about to be. The first squad coming to the stage, looking to drown out their opponents. Get ready, DreamHack, because here comes the Surge.
This has been a mismatch all season long for the Vancouver Surge, but if I'll sell you any light of hope for this team, they are the only ones to take LA Thieves to a Game 5 in their last 10 series. Listen, that Grand Finals definitely sat home with them. It might be giving them nightmares, and if there is any time to get their lick back, it's gonna be here at DreamHack. You gotta believe in drowning them out. Let's get the other team out, Blaze.
You definitely gotta believe in the alley, and they have been having nightmares. So without further ado, it's time to bring out the boogeyman. Here come the defending champions.
Make sure we're counting names, listening to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
DreamHack, show some love to the LA Thieves. Scrap, Hydra, Envoy, and Ghosty. The Major 3 champions in the building and ready to go back to back.
You heard guys saying they're ready to go back to back, and they get to play a team they've dominated all year long. This team is looking to win this event. They're looking to win champs. They're trying to win everything. You heard Envoy. This team is truly disgusting, but can they start early? Guy, let's get this match going.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if they can start early, but before we do that, I want to see if this crowd can start early, because we're going to be the loudest crowd in this venue in DreamHack. So one time, everybody, you guys ready to go? Miles Chance, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Blaze. Hello, DreamHack. Let's get this tournament underway. First match of the day, it's a good one, a rematch of our finals from Boca Raton back in Major 3. And it's going to be, is it going to be the same thing, Chance? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Almost certainly, that is the expectation. Again, a 5-0 record, completely dominant in the one game mode that they have just been, well, Thieves have been teeing off of Vancouver control. Surge have made improvements, but LA Thieves is still at the top of the world. That being said, they do have the occasional slow start in Surge. If there's a time you want to play them, you get it out of the way early.
Nice and early here in Dallas. That's what you want to play first and foremost. Bravo taking place as well just over here. If you're in the venue, you can catch those matches as well. Bravo stream here on Alpha. It's going to be an absolute banger. Big old rematch. We'll see who walks forward in our tournament. The last chance for all of our teams here to get points before champs. Don't have to worry about it, though. These two teams, they're going to be going to Kitchener, are going to be fighting for an opportunity in the ring and the greatest prize in Call of Duty World Champs. I can't wait, mate. But until then, map number 1, let's get it.
Yeah, got it. Some out to the, or get out to the jump as quick as you can, come out hot, and really just make amends. LA Thieves, it feels like they've settled into themselves, right? They've got their tournament win, they've figured things out, and they understood earlier in the year that they have started slow. Well, here we are, first match of a 3-day tournament, and we're kicking off with the Skyline, a map where if you start slow, you will get obliterated.
It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt real bad, but we're gonna get warmed up fast. One of the smaller maps we have in Black Ops 6 and play Hardpoint on it. Both our teams perfectly adept. Let's put their records to the test. Let's get this tournament underway. Map number 1, here we go.
And you heard the desk touch on it. If Vancouver Surge want this series to go the distance, they are gonna need this map 1, and Ghosty isn't gonna give it to him. A 3-piece in the Dolphin dives. How about the movement?
That would have hurt real bad. That man had to put his shoulder back into his socket after that 3-piece to start things off. Great work there from Ghosty. The rest of the squad now making their way across towards that P2 side. So left-hand side of the minimap, that's where the Thieves are going to be for as long as they can. No strangers to a Skyline.
Oh, this is perfect, too. I mean, you might have got Ghosty out the hill, and, well, maybe you get Envoy out the hill, too, but they have not flipped those spawns, and Ghosty shooting his gun. This is a new champion in this CDL, Ghosty, and he is looking mighty fine.
Oh, dear. now. 4 to his name in a row. 7-1 overall. And look at this man, trying to get himself back into the highlight reel with another big dive play. Over to P2 we go. Thieves in control.
They do not have top control, so you have all those players running it down. Scraps, great tag coming in through everybody. However, they still get the pierce. They've made it to white steps, but Envoy drops them, and that is all 4 dead. LA Thieves cold, calculated, and killing them on this P2.
And look at the pressure. Envoy straight off the damage, straight off the 3 down, in towards the front line. On the goes D. They're lining up for him as Dan gets a couple more tags in. 2-piece on time, and he is hounded for these kills.
I mean, double digits. This man is locked in. Even in the player cams you see, he is the man making sure no slow starts from this team. Not anymore.
Oh, merciless attack here. 25 seconds to go on P2. P3's up for grabs any second now, but what an opener here from the Thieves.
And look at the set they have on the minimap. Scrap is just posted over towards bottom. You have 2 players like what, taking up top routes again. You've had to chalk up so much of this P2 time in Vancouver. Finally get the break. It's for final 10 seconds. It doesn't matter, and they lost the spawns long term to make that happen. This is triage decisions being made by Vancouver. It's a painful start.
Well, they've got the numbers here towards time. Can they get into it? Abuza, he and Neptune find their respective kills. Oh, but no more. Scrap finds a way through. Trades are good for the Thieves. Can Nasty hold it down? Another dive there, but a 2-piece to his name. That's going to be the hard point going to Vancouver.
I mean, finally doing something. A couple players getting at least small sprees out. The ARs as well for Vancouver, heating up. Abuza on a 4 in the meantime. So good lockdown at P3. AR shooting their guns is nice because obviously contending with Ghosty early on was a problem.
Left-hand side of the minimap now is Surge. That's where they're coming from. They're going to lose control of the hard point now. It's going to come down to a man-on-man 1v1 fight that 04 walks away from. Spawn's flipped as well. So Surge, a good opportunity to get right back into this.
You just love the restabilization, a nice little balance back. You're able to take a breath and try to get the ball rolling. That is another destructive kill feed from LA Thieves, but every single player for Vancouver, at least the first 3 are going to spawn towards the new time, but they're losing the pressure. You win a massive gunfight there on Hydra, but nonetheless, the back spawns are blocked. Vancouver have problems to solve.
Sneaky Nasty on step might help out. The trade's going to be there. And Surge from up high. Find a couple more. Now looking towards that time. Get yourselves into the bathroom, boys, and wash off how bad the start of this hard point was. Surge, alive and kicking.
Yeah, and see the man that's suffering as well. 04 is 5 in 12, and that's going to continue. That is Scrap sliding in with an AR and bodying a sub player. Instantaneous break on P4, and a moment right now where the AR players of LA, they just continue to roll through.
Getting caught. Neptune, can he start to catch fire? No, another 3 dead Thieves. 25 seconds to go here in the bathroom, and they're going to go back over to P1 as well. Nasty, you've got to finish that kill! Scrap wins an insane fight.
Yeah, and that is a confidence boost for Scrap, and it is confidence that that young man does not need. But you give it to him, he'll take it. 04 slides in and takes a little bit of time right back, but ultimately, the story of the first set of rotation, Ghosty and Scrap are piecing him up.
Yeah, big work. Back to P1 we go. Gosh, time flies, doesn't it? You're absolutely gunning. Thieves, great start. Boozer here in our second set, finding himself a nice 2-piece to open time and get his boys in there.
I mean, I love when Abuza shoots his gun. Fun name to say. And now Neptune in sort of prime position on the P1. It's a much sort of slower setup right now rolling for Vancouver, and LA Thieves able to take their time to work the map, but you don't want to waste too much. This has been a good chunk of P1.
We're holding on. A lot of teams find great success here on P1, but Hydra now on the hunt. Nasty down as well. Can he get 3? Sure can. Back spawns now secured. Not for the Thieves. They've got a couple more players to kill. 3 to be precise.
Oh, and Hydra didn't read that at all, so he was on the exact same page as you. And so he's going to be chasing a Ghost. That's a small little mishap. And how about that? By the time he figures it out, just the clean movement delivers him the kills. And now the spawn out commences. LA Thieves took him a little longer too than they wanted, but they still got it done.
Hey, look, don't miss, don't lose. He does that for a moment, but Nasty winning a couple of nice fights. Now, a sweet spot to be in for Envoy's 2-piece. Back spawns should be good for the Thieves, but you've got bodies now on time for Vancouver. Abuza taking down as many of these players as he can on the approach to time. His teammates are nowhere to be found. Thieves are in.
And there's no routes to go through. 04, at least he has a little bit of help to make it towards the back line, so that's good teamwork from him and Abuza. And now you're getting the extra kills. Envoy last man standing. 04 heads up and aware. Doesn't mean you win the gunfight. Envoy still behind you, still picking up pieces. And LA Thieves, they're making it mixy.
Sweet snaps from Neptune. 2-man attack now from Surge towards time. Now all down to Nasty. A sub in hand and great movement. 19 and 14. He's doing what he can to battle into this one.
Still got a Semtex to work with there. Hold those members of the Thieves back now to the next avenue. Down low left. Can he get anything? No! Envoy again! What a run onto time against Thieves.
LA Thieves, yeah, they are just battling. That was like a very well orchestrated effort by Vancouver to actually make it towards the time, the teamwork on point, and then just somebody on LA Thieves always gives you something extra and just make it annoying. So even a clean rotation isn't ideal, and now for LA Thieves, it's the clean rotation of P3.
Clean indeed. They're going to be passing all kinds of health and safety standards in that kitchen. Oh my word. Envoy with another ridiculous kill. Neptune on the approach finds one alongside a Boozer. Can you keep this going? No, you cannot. Envoy, backline again. The Thieves in control.
Yeah, and they might not have wanted to flip the spawns, but they read it instantly anyway. So a clean 4 down, the clean 4 down, and Vancouver Surge run into the ghosty blender.
Oh no, 24 and 15. Great work out of Ghosty. A 6-3 now for Envoy, looking to find his 7th. As what a run from the LA Thieves. This map 1 has been another 3 dead. Looking for the 4th man. A Boozer though. He doesn't go down without a fight.
Yeah, but that fight isn't going to matter. Those are just kills that you're still spawning out across the map. So look at how LA Thieves perfectly handling these spawns. Every single hill in another clean rotation. That is a P3 that they just virtually got a full 60 on, and they're set up for new.
Through the top. Here comes Surge. Break attempt number 1. They've got plenty of damage in, but Scrap will live to fight another day. A trophy to his name as well, and now a hail of gunfire from the LA Thieves. Going to keep the hard point in their hands. Last man left alive, Neptune. Can he make anything happen?
Yo, someone come to time. Someone come to time.
Left of me. Weak left.
I'll get your left. I'll get your left.
Peon nerd. Deep left.
Could be patio, spawn. Could be patio. Go forward, that peon.
Patio.
Left, Tobacco, left.
Go to the back, Sugar. Go to the back.
I got something. Stay alive. I got him.
Dead.
Nice.
Yo, in bed.
I bet the front. I need a bet.
One off a streak here. Everyone go. Patio in the back.
Patio. One shot. Absolute. Nice.
They have to bang this.
Rocks on me.
Rocks one shot. Absolute. Yo, come top mid. I'm already
top hole. Leave that guy top hole. Let's go left and mid. On new top T.
Listen, there are 2 top mid.
On new weak. All full.
On new. One shot. Yo, listen, I flip.
I'm pitching. I'm not.
I'll kill Piano. Yo, there's 2 top mid still. One time. Piano dead. Child
In between.
I'm blocking.
I have it.
Spawning stone.
Yeah, stone, boss.
They're spawning on the stone steps. I blocked it right there. Ivy Rugs. Look, you're better.
Top mid. No, 2 top mid.
We've found ourselves here a few times before, ladies and gentlemen. Hydra with another spree to close out the map, the LA Thieves. An incredibly dominant display on Skyline to start their tournament.
I mean, damn, our bad, Vancouver. We didn't mean to hit you like that for the listening where y'all just got disrespected immediately. That's painful. I mean, you saw Troy Center, by the way, when we were doing the walkouts, right before his team sat down, he belted out a Warriors roar just to hype his squad up. And they're keeping the energy flowing. LA Thieves have acknowledged it. One of the biggest problems they have had this year, Major 1, Major 2, slow starts. We are on a Friday. We are having a quicker tournament. You cannot afford a slow start. And by God, LA Thieves did not let that happen. I don't know what that experience is like for Vancouver. You've lost to this team 5 times. They have your number. You're preparing for this for the past week since qualifiers ended. This is all you're thinking about on the travel days, on the plane, in scrims. You're building yourself up to get beat down like that.
And that's a tough one. 250, 103, a quick skyline there. A tough stat line for the Vancouver Surge players, and maybe an even tougher one for the fans. Your old rivals, the Thieves, you have yet to get a lick in. Highlights, folks, as we look across this one, and it is going to be a very red affair.
Yeah, and it is Ghosty, quite literally ripping and roaring off the jump. I mean, double-digit kills by P2 is clinically absurd. It's like he's shooting bots in a 5v5, but now he's just able to sort of roll through, and then everybody else started picking up. We have Scrap unkillable over towards P1, Envoy, multiple pieces. You had Hydra spawn killing so effectively, he didn't realize they would just keep spawning there. I mean, yeah, that is a well-oiled machine. And look at the score here, 129 to 91. It was a close game until it absolutely wasn't.
Even with a minor mishap of Hydra, maybe messing the spawns a little too much, the team still managed to bounce back so quickly. You had one wave of players to deal with from Surge, and they couldn't get anything going whatsoever. 1v1 fights being won in a dramatic fashion. The Thieves seemingly unkillable as these final moments from Hydra again The awareness was not there on point. That was essentially the whole team taken out by Hydra alone.
Yeah, and I mean, we're watching like different players sort of get hot as time goes on. Started with Ghosty, Scraps there for the follow-up, then Envoy starts picking up pieces, and now Hydra gets to wake up before we go into map 2. Yeah, that is as painful gets. The only time Vancouver Surge against LA Thieves have gone the distance is when they win the map 1s. I think LA Thieves might have been the team that put in a little bit of extra work to make sure that does not happen.
Yeah, Skyline, a wicked start for the Thieves. We'll see how the rest of this matchup goes here in the winners round 1. But if you're Vancouver Surge right now, you're thinking about that search and destroy, because again, when we get to Hacienda, as the way of things have played out throughout the league since this year started, the LA Thieves seemingly unbeatable in the mode. That middle of the map is going to be a tough one. Sending out, get the boys ready for that search and destroy.
Yep, one of the best coaches we have in the CDL without question. And again, no lack of passion, no lack of hype. And it is an interesting dynamic. Sender's had a few different rosters he's working with. He's brought the wall bangs to this team. The nerdy S&D strats, he has been the purveyor of them. And yes, perma-turnt Troy. The man is ready to go, but while he's off the stage, well, his players certainly ripping and ready to go. A dealership to try to bounce back. But a very small, tight-knit, close-quarters map. Vancouver Surge have looked phenomenal on it, but both of their SMG players in map 1 went a combined double negative. They got to figure things out quick.
Well, search and destroy a place they can figure things out. We've seen them have great success here, but again, against the Thieves, round 11 in Major 3 Grand Finals, a very, very difficult spot to be in. You test their sort of resolve and their composure, and this is only winners round 1, so what you don't want for the rest of the tournament is the Vancouver Surge flying through the lower bracket. That is seriously going to hurt. And again, down there, a couple of teams still with champs on their mind.
I think you do want Vancouver Surge because you don't want LA Thieves in the loser bracket. Like, you know, it's a pick your poison. Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna die at some point. But while we, you know, memento mori ourselves in the CDL for dealership, we know it's gonna be an explosive time.
Quite literally, folks. Scrap, the little animal, here on Search and Destroy, 1.26 overall. Just shy of halfway winning all of his opening duels, but that's not going to slow him down whatsoever.
And I've seen a little bit of chatter about Scrap, about how he doesn't get enough gas, about talking about how good he is, how consistent this and that, because he is having a meteoric season, extremely consistent. And I feel like the reason he doesn't get the gas is that everybody in the league just accepts, yes, he's absolutely that good.
In about 2, we fly, and Abuza's going to make his way over towards the A-bomb site, where he will be met with trouble. Envoy, another first blood. The bomb now identified. Neptune's going to keep that place well and alive, and that bomb will be recovered, and we will be on the move once again. Thieves moving in for the kill.
Everywhere you go, you die. And Abuza, we know, is the lethal threat over towards A. For him to get eliminated is a massive tool Surge no longer have, and now they're reading the setup. They've cleared out the B site. You got Scrap rotating over to cover mid, and they know the only thing open is A. Vancouver Surge, that's exactly where they are.
And Scrap has multiple options how he wants to attack this A site. He's on the inside of the vent for now. That's a problem. You do not look both ways. Nasty slide. Nobody get a second though. Thieves start fast. Close out quick.
And again, mentioned Vancouver Surge, love dealership, Abuza, the prime guy over towards A. On the offensive and defensive end, he has been ridiculously consistent on the map. He gets eliminated 5 seconds into the round, and then we jump over to the action on the flip side. Envoy shuts it down over towards B. Everybody for LA Thieves right now delivering.
Yeah, and it feels like the Thieves individual fights. It's not a huge amount of contest in them. It's more like catching these members of Surge unaware on the rotation, out of the threshold, maybe from a bad angle. If they slow their game down a tiny bit, they might be able to catch up, but so far, so good for the LA Thieves.
See if they have something cooked up for Abuza. You know what spot he's going to be playing. And here come the nades. We'll see if they connect. I don't see any trophies. It looks like they just missed, and that'll give Neptune the first blood.
That's a nice first blood, but it's not going to stop the bomb plant. Envoy getting that one down. Pop checks there, enough to pass the intel for Scrap to find the kill on the Nasty. The trade's now flying over. Ghosty finds himself in a great spot, but Envoy plants the bomb, finds the final kill. Thieves, 2 in a row.
Yeah, and a round that took less than 30 seconds. These are blink and you miss it. And once again, I mean, Abuza, lethal threat on that section of the map. The pre-nades don't connect with them. Ghosty still gets the drop. So even when you dodge the initial strat rolling through from LA Thieves and you get the first blood, for Vancouver, the round collapses either way.
Nervous tension starting to kick in here for
the Vancouver Surge players, because again, you've had a tough run of this matchup so far, unable to find any success in this search and destroy so far. Back over towards A we go. Not a huge amount of force shown here from the LA Thieves, but plenty of time yet for that. Here come the nades.
Still got to worry about the vent though. Hydra, he is prowling, waiting in position. The bomb does get planted, and he is peeking his head out for the first blood. A dangerous game, but he finds it.
Oh, and he's going to get away with his life as well. The back pedal safely away, the health regen, a man advantage, and now a perfect flank. A literally perfect flank. Another round where Surge have fallen prey to the vent hit. Thieves are speed running the search and destroy.
Yes, we are at exactly 2 minutes of in-game time right now for the dealership, and we might be halfway to completion. This is as quick gets, and every single round for LA Thieves dialed in, calculated, and a moment for Hydra in the vent where you feel like if you're Vancouver, you have to trade him out. There was no hope of it. Ghosty had him covered. Got the kill on 04 over by the vehicles, and I mean, this is everything going right.
Yeah, you pulled all the attention as well, so no one is even there. You lost a man in the initial gunfight, and then you don't have anyone to help watch that. So much noise coming from the spawn. Vancouver have yet to get themselves any kind of footing here. Can we get a little bit of purchase here in round 4? The Thieves, Ghosty is yet to die. I mean, he had a great map 1, and he is sending it all the way into this. And there is his 4th in a row.
Good try. I mean, that was the strat LA Thieves use against you. You try to steal a play out of their book, and you get cooked.
Hydra on the dance, still roaming around. And there isn't going to be a whole lot shown here. Again, Vancouver Surge. Retreat back over towards B. The lone man on A. We'll see where the fight takes place. 04 gets the trades through. Nasty now maneuvering in a position, but Hydra, are we winding up for the haymaker? The bomb planted now. Vancouver Surge, 3 members to take down and the defuse.
And they're so trapped in. Scrap is taking all the space. They're just in a kill box, and there they go. Demoralizing and devastating is this map in this series right now for Vancouver. If you lose in this kind of fashion, it might be hopeless in the matchup for the rest of the year.
Well, this is as good as it could possibly get right now for the LA Thieves, folks. They certainly had a good sleep last night. They've woken up on the right side of the bed. Vancouver Surge, we might see their tournament start in losers round 1.
I mean, yeah, by the looks of it, this is not remotely close. This is just testing LA Thieves' ability to play perfect Call of Duty. And honestly, even on the skyline, so far so good.
It's pretty perfect. Go back to Old Faithful. 4-man hit towards A. We're going to get anything here. The cars are popping. We've got a little bit of intel from our stuns. Hydra. Go, 4 just holds it down. A trade. Oh, and a team kill. Wait a minute. A gift from the COD gods. Envoy left alone. Welcome back, Vancouver Surge.
There we go, baby. Fight back. Love to see it. And all what it took was a teammate rolling through from LA Thieves. Just help them out a little bit. There you go. Be good friends.
Yeah, Ghosty a little too voracious towards that A-bomb site. A little bit of friendly fire in the form of a grenade. Again, all those cars explode for the new viewers at home. Yeah, very, very dangerous indeed. And now, with that 1 round under your belt, can you get another?
And just in case, you know, COD fans, we exist in a sort of different speed than the rest of the world at times. I feel like this has only been 3 minutes and 12 seconds of in-game time. We're 5 rounds deep. So this has been blink and you miss it. And LA Thieves not wasting any time. Back to attacking the A site. Neptune and Abuza here for defense.
One of the fastest rounds of games of Search and Destroy we may see, but right now, Surge have yet to be blooded. This is typically what happens. It's a lot quicker than this prior, so you've already got yourself a little moment for the Thieves to possibly make a mistake. And we'll put their resolve to the test. Here come the Surge reinforcements through the middle of the map. Hydra watching the flank.
And they're forcing it through, and they're getting it. Another first blood for LA.
And that is still Envoy holding this position. I mean, he could go for it. Yeah, now he's got the numbers advantage, he's got the hit point advantage, and he's got the kill. A trade in position. Oh, and the movement is there. The camaraderie from the Thieves. They get it done. It's all onto Nasty. Can he clutch the 1v2?
What do you think? No, he cannot. He gets caught immediately. LA Thieves do not waste any time. There's no point of even watching the attempt. The teamwork there too clean. Abuja was able to give you 2 in that round, or maybe him and Nasty got to pick a piece with the ARs, but they still get throttled. They are still struggling to find a first blood. That is now 5 out of the 6 first bloods in favor of LA in the only round they have lost. They had a team kill in the middle of it.
Well, Thieves, map point to go 2-0 up in the series. Everyone in position for this one. Going into the half, not what you want to see. The Thieves, this is one of the most decisive and dominant victories. A perfect read on the B hit. The opening gunfights are not going the way of Surge. Backed up, all sorts being thrown at them. The kitchen sink might have just hit 0-4.
I mean, they're trying to square though. Vancouver Surge are here. And funnily enough, it's LA Thieves that actually back down and sort of re-give up the space. Now, Scrap is still shooting. He's got Envoy to work with, but Vancouver Surge could 3v2 to try to take over the site, but they feel the fear. They're backing down.
Can they get a pick? Can they get a kill without being traded? RC making his way down the 8th Street. What a win from 0-4. Finally tags Hydra back. Man advantage.
Hey, first blood, you have to deliver in these rounds.
Envoy waiting for Nasty here. His teammates waiting forward now. 2 1v1s separately, but Surge, they've got the advantage here with the man. Numbers, Neptune in and out like a light. Envoy can't pick up the back line. Surge finally finds some success. And that B-bomb site has got their name all over it. Ghosty 1v3. 1v2. And here we go. The plot armor donned by the LA Thieves. Let's see if it's a real thing or not.
Ghosty is good for maybe 2 or 3 ridiculous clutches per year.
Great read here from 0-4. Shoulders being thrown. Whoa! The chances of getting away from that fight are slim to none with 0-4 that close. But a worthy attempt.
That's ridiculous. That's how good cameraing is in Call of Duty. The fact that Ghosty pre-fired that, had the perfect aim on the shots as well, but yeah, just nasty with the movement, able to pop up over that little ledge, at least from a distance. A nice bailout round there. 0-4, ton of credit, gets the clean first blood, respecting the presence on the B side of LA Thieves, making the adjustment and just hard reading the corner. A fun round to get, but for Vancouver, gonna need 4 more.
Also really liked what I saw there from Vancouver in general. A lot of patient play, lovely trades, lovely teamwork. Bait switching, here we go. Trades are there, but you're gonna be winning it if you're coming out as the Thieves. And Envoy wins another insane 1v1. Abuza, the hopes of the team here in the map lie on your shoulders.
And Abuza was absurdly clutch in MW3. This game has not been as kind.
That is it. A slaughter, a crushing victory from the LA Thieves. It did not look anything like the grand final at Major 3. Thieves come out and clean dispatch in the first 2 maps.
There is not even a way to pretend that that was remotely close. That is as good as it gets, and now this is the situation. Obviously, LA Thieves, they're good in every game mode, great in hardpoint, clearly good in search and destroy, but control is their bread and butter, where they have one of the best, mode records of all time. Like an 83% win rate in this game mode. If you're down 2-0 to LA, I mean, you're playing that third map just because you have to.
It's a guarantee. It's the rules. Win. It's the rules. I mean, that's the way it's played out all year long. Statistically, nothing insane there from the LA Thieves. Nice work out of Ghosty. The non-traded is 7, aka every kill he got. Beautiful work from them in their first bloods. Nearly perfect. So 6-2, the final score on Search and Destroy. 2-0. And the LA Thieves have absolutely ripped Vancouver a new one.
And we're tipping it to Ghosty again, a brand new champion to this scene. He finally got over that hump, and 5 assists as well. So he gets to see the 12-3 with the EKA at the end of the scoreboard. He has been completely dominant in this series, as has the team. Quite literally all 4 players on their best.
Absolutely disgusting work going into the half. Thieves 2-0. If you just joined us, you can scrub back through YouTube pretty quick. That was a fast one. Now it's quick over the desk.
They're throwing us off our game.
What a great start to this show. Ali, I was like, what is the Vancouver pick? You're getting slopped around on dealership so far.
Yeah, no, honestly, I was hoping more for a Skyline steal from the side of Vancouver Surge. These are 2 very strong map 1 teams, and Surge has found a lot of success when it comes to Skyline, but that dealership certainly was clinical.
Now, Joe, you said that this is kind of familiar footage because you witnessed it back at the last championship matchup. So why does this team have Vancouver's number? What is it about Thieves' playstyle, or is it an issue for Vancouver's playstyle against Thieves?
I think it's a map pool thing, right?
Okay.
With how strong their Skyline is. It's just so tough to take that hard point versus LA Thieves. You're going back and forth. Do we play Vault? Do we play Skyline? Aussie, right? They just don't have a choice. And what is Surge's strength? It is the hard point.
Okay.
And then a dealership Search and Destroy. I mean, we've seen a round 11 between these two, but we've also seen some dominance out of LA Thieves. Another one right here.
I think also, like, the sub-duo 04 Neptune just gets shut down against this team. I mean, you look at the historical matchups as well. Like, Neptune hasn't had the same amount of success that he's had versus the rest of the league. And you look at the map one there, both of them double negative, right? And on the flip side of that, Hydra has dominated this matchup, like a 1.25 in the 5 times they've squared away. So yeah, the sub-duo needs to get going on the side of Vancouver if they're to come back. But the problem that you face is you're headed into Control.
Yep.
Who's the best Control team in the world, Chris?
I think it might be that team there wearing the red-black jerseys with the handshakes and stuff and all the good vibes.
It's one of the red or black teams.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah. Taking a look at our maps moving forward, we got Hacienda, and Rewind. If we get to a game 5, Tack Grab, by the way, said if they get to a game 4, Neptune is good for a 1.4. Allie, I don't know if you're getting that far.
I mean, that's tough because you go back to the first respawn, and this is where I thought Vancouver Surge might be able to keep it a little bit scrappy, but Dan opens 10-2, right? And that's the situation where Dan doesn't do this very often, so obviously it catches Vancouver Surge off guard. They get a little bit behind, and LA Thieves are just running with the momentum when it comes to this map #1. So they're set for success here. Looking forward to that control. I will say for the side of Vancouver Surge, their control has gotten better. That has been their main focus since after like stage 2 is control has been their biggest pain point, adding Hossie and Proto into their map pool. So opportunity for Surge to maybe switch momentum in this map #3, but you're talking about LA Thieves' best control team in the game.
Yeah, and even if we were to go to a game 5, LA Thieves 5-1 on Rewind S&D. On the flip side of that, Vancouver have struggled on Rewind, haven't been able to add it to the map pool yet. So yeah, truly gonna have to do the impossible if you're Surge.
Joe, I just saw the score 120-95, and then it jumped about an hour forward
They got 8 points.
220-95.
Just 8 points. I mean, this is just LA Thieves.
Wow.
They play so fundamentally correct. We saw at the major in the last map, right? That 4-0. Like, once they get going, they are so hard to stop.
Championship caliber footage being displayed on the main stage right now, but that's not the only stage in action. We have 2 streams going on, and over on the side stage, Minnesota and Miami are in a slobber knocker. I'm told it was a pretty good map #1. Let's take a look at the numbers. 250 to 210, a 40-point difference. But guess how many kills Nero dropped for Minnesota?
So many. He tried.
40 for the L. He goes plus
tried.
11. On the other side, Real was 35 and 25, the positive 10 from the SMGs.
And I'm sure you guys talked about it, but like, this is it for Mini. Like, they drop down, and you are going to be having such a tough match on the top side of the losers bracket.
That is the first Minnesota Search and Destroy round win. We are joining live, I'm told by our producer. So here we go. Round 5 of S&D. Talk to me about these 2 teams vaguely, because I don't know if they can hear us.
Yeah, I mean, Miami Heretics have been ridiculous in Search and Destroy, and particularly on this map, on Dealership, right? Many have been playing better in that game, although recently Kenny, we all saw his flawless search, but this is a massive map. If they're able to take this, it will give them like a decent edge in the series, because when we get to game 4, we're going to red card, and we've seen Mini on red card. They're pretty solid there.
Yeah,
Rancor and Real, by the way, 5-1 at this point. They're super with another first blood.
Yeah, Super didn't even need to be carrying them in this one when you got Rancor and Real putting up numbers like that. The big thing for Mini right now is it relies so heavily on their SMGs finding control in the middle of this map for them to be good at Dealership, and it just doesn't seem like that's been panning out. Obviously, in the flip side, Real is having a time, but it's going to be Geo with 2. We're going to get it evened out when Super catches another one. For Minnesota Rocker, they need something to get the momentum going, because right now I'm not seeing anything on the right side of my screen.
Rancor ripping the vet right there as Kenny gets busted. You got to think Nero is dead. 1v3, Minnesota now down 1-4 in Search and Destroy after dropping map 1. This is their tournament, Joe.
I mean, it's a huge concern, the fact they've already lost Skyline, right? Like, that is how they sort of started with this new roster. Dominating is through the hard point, especially on Skyline hard point. If you're going to beat Miami, I feel like you probably have to take both, right, with how good their search has been. So I'm already very concerned for
Reverse sweep is not off the cards, though. The control's winnable against Miami, and then that red card.
How many times, though, have we seen them
as fun as that match is, you got to go to Bravo to keep the conversation rolling. Right now here on Alpha, we're jumping back into the main stage game. We're on match point. LA Thieves about to score 1 for the home team, Allie. Or is it a reverse sweep from Vancouver?
It might be a score and 1 for the home team, LA Thieves. 1.2 of LA Thieves. They're crazy.
Nate Shot's here to watch them in person. They can't choke here, right, Miles?
Oh, they absolutely could, Chris, but they probably won't. And the good news, though, for the folks who really want to watch that Bravo match, this one might be over kind of quick.
I mean, this is like an old school COD event in the sense of like day one, multiple streams going, red zone-esque sort of style on the desk. And as is typical for multiple events on a Friday, it is beatdowns of matchups we have. Typically, it's against a 1 seed versus like a 16 seed is what we're used to on this style. This is like #1 versus #2 right now, and LA Thieves are just walking straight through them.
It's such a tough matchup as well, Des talking about it. I mean, there is a mental block element there. There is just something about, hey man, when they've got your number, they get you every time. And the Thieves and Surge this year alone has been, and they have nightmares about that intro where the boys are dropping in. This year we take everything. Yeah, they basically did take every series against them, no question asked.
Taking the souls from Vancouver. Like, I mean, the way that this has been going, it is the type that just solidifies it, right? Like, you're down 0-5, but there's like things you're working on. Like, Vancouver Surge has not been a really good control team throughout the year. In this stage, they've been making improvements. They have taken strides as a team. Just to be on the receiving end of a beatdown like this. Hacienda, though, very interesting map pick. LA Thieves, it was a consistent veto from these guys throughout the stage, and maybe that's the type of thing gonna psych Neptune out. Maybe if you just need to figure out the right class or whatever it was, we can figure it out maybe long term, but Abuza still shooting his gun, looking to get any type of kills.
It does look like there might be something going with Neptune right now. He's number 8 on the minimap, but that weapon has now been discharged, and he's got a kill on a Hydra. So might have been a timing play. Might have been something they've been cooking up, and what shots from Abuza as he cooks up a great one there on a scrap.
200 IQ or something weird. We're never going to find out, at least not until after that, I suppose. Either way, though, you're trying to force it through the B zone, and you're going to have no opportunities to do so. You're getting cut down, tagged up, tattered everywhere you go. This is still pre-patch spawns for those of us who play in ranked play. Well, you see Vancouver spawning in absolute depths. You got the stranglehold on the map. 0-4 is out, but he's the only one.
Yeah, it's a nice sign of life here from Surge. The individual fights will be back in play, and they're getting a couple of kills here or there, but you have to get out of your spawn. Hydra going to be an issue. 0-4 could be a hero right now for the boys. Get them that sign of life. Get them out into spawn, and now get them into B.
Yeah, it's such a tough moment for 0-4. How much do you want to go back and help your teammates out, or do you need to force it through the zone? 21 seconds paused on the clock, and it's a single capture, and 0-4 is completely surrounded. Dead to rights, he can't get any degree of help because Vancouver Surge can't make it through their spawn.
He was all alone, but the rest of the boys now show up. A slight disconnect there, and 13 seconds. Oh boy, oh, what in the wall hack? He saw it. He saw the barrel. That's not a problem. Neptune finds a big one there, but you got to go on time. Not going to happen, folks. This round is done. Shout out the LA Thieves for a real solid grip there on defense.
I mean, this is an impeccable series right now from LA Thieves. Nearly flawless. They had one round in S&D they wish they could have gotten back. Maybe a single hill that they could tune up stuff a little bit on the skyline, but ultimately, I mean, this is a perfect Call of Duty. This team right now, it is as good as it gets.
Goes to 8-2. He is having a brilliant series so far. Hardpoint, spectacular work. Search and Destroy really going his way as well, and now in control. Off to a dangerous, dangerous start. He joined Scrap in the high damage dealers in that first round.
In my mind, the theme for this series has just been how quickly LA Thieves have been running them over. Round one, also as quick as you could realistically get it. Now we try their hand on an attack.
Okay, not a great start, but good work in the trades at the very least. You get one on the board. On board with Neptune on the other side here is he's going to find it, but again, it's the trade. And that was the capture on towards Ace. The LA Thieves are doing everything right so far. Ghosty opens up the avenue now to push spawns real bad. 3 dead.
Yep, and who gets the joy? Hydra, the one that is able to spawn kill. Everybody else going to move towards his zone.
We're on board. Hydra once again, 3 spree. Could be a 4, but nice work. He's got a frag grenade to play slowly there in office, but picks his corner, stays alive. Oh no, anyone there to get it? Yeah, sure, trades are done. Ghosty now through 10. You're keeping this pressure up on B halfway through the capture. The second segment is yours.
And if Hydra dies, that means now it is Ghosty's turn to spawn kill. Jackal up top, and those two players down low.
Yeah, it's 4 spree, 12-3. Ghosty, he hoists a trophy last month and already looks like a champion here at 12-3. What a run.
Killer confidence in Vancouver Surge, having to take routes through spawn, and as Nasty, every time we see him, is having there's someone just sliding into guaranteed death.
Yep.
That's all 4 down, and Scrap, well, he wants his dope. He was looking for some spawners. He doesn't get them.
Nope, not a chance. Well, Hydra is still going to get the capture here. Second segment at 8 gone. Anyone here stack it up. Almost going to slow down the attack. Only for a moment, but what a nade on a Ghosty. Oh, Nasty turns and finds the defensive play. Vancouver, they're alive.
Yeah, problem is there's 2 minutes on the clock and they got 12 lives left. And you got 04 is 2 and 9. He was 13 and 31 on map 1.
Uh-oh.
I mean, this is just, make it stop.
Again, hurt real bad, folks. Vancouver, let's get some CPR going. Get that tourniquet applied. Let's move over towards A if we can. It's a one-man capture. Ghosty now fighting forward under the coverage of Scrap's pistol from way up high. Beautiful shots. Trey's done, and that should be the round. Ladies and gentlemen, last hits here from Neptune. Gunned up, taking care of business. We are 1 round away from one of the fastest series in the CDL history.
At 4 minutes of in-game time for the control, and I feel like, I mean, Vancouver, Abuza, there's nothing he can do but laugh. And this is an interesting moment. You know, Miles, we could just pretend we're the desk for a second.
Yep.
Assuming Vancouver loses this series, do you doubt their ability to make a loser's bracket run?
Who am I? Am I
does this change your mind? You're you. You're just you.
Oh, okay. No.
Yeah, same. I feel like Vancouver still are going to be in like a good team in this tournament.
Yeah.
They've been great in stage 4, making improvements. LA Thieves, they are just that team. This is final form.
It's a really incredible, an unfortunate variable. You know, it's a concoction that the Thieves have just put together that the Vancouver Surge can't digest. Man, they just struggle so hard against them. 2-2 off the rip. They've lost every gunfight. That's what I'm talking about. It's almost as if it's scripted, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you, if it was, it'd be more engaging than that round was. My good God. Well, force free for Hydra as he fights his way forward. That comes to an end. Neptune now battling in, and the 3-man hit through Lambo. Look at the guns up at the ready, though. Thieves, you gave up. Is there a knife? There is a hip fire. Neptune trying to drag the boys forward.
This is just such a slow crawl out of your spawn, though. Like, these are great reads and plays from Neptune.
Ooh.
But the way Thieves are playing it, they're still just controlling the pace. Half of the round's game clock has been burnt out. Vancouver Surge have just now made it past the 50-yard line.
Being perfectly read in nearly every situation. And you are having to win some ridiculous gunfights. And again, Nasty with a submachine gun in hand, trying to change the fate. They're being read like some sort of evil AI from a Mission Impossible film. And now Neptune and 04 get their respective kills and at least get on a B.
Or evil AI from current real-world time. Like, it's just...
Well, we're getting a segment. We're getting a segment, Vancouver. This is not over yet, boys. Here comes the counterattack Envoy. Oh, red, but dealt with. Instant trade.
In a moment for LA Thieves where we see how good their comms are. Envoy's full sending it because he gets the one-shot comm, kills the right guy. They are completely dialed in. Listen, when we were sort of at the start of the year talking about super team pushing that narrative, you go to a Game 7 round 11 phase like your first tournament and we go, yeah, this is the type of thing we meant. This team's looking great. Bottom out of stage 2 and we go, okay, maybe the narrative was too far. This is what we meant when we were describing super team. This is all 4 players completely dialed in. And this might be the most perfect series we have had all year. And it's against Vancouver Surge, who have been back-to-back in grand finals, obliterated.
Perfect. Is one way to describe that series from the LA Thieves. They're walking around too, feeling pretty good about themselves, but I would wager that the next opponent they face, they might not have as perfect a game plan against. A mental block. A little bit of just bad aura. What is it? This matchup continues to be so one-sided here in the league.
I mean, that genuinely has to be, in terms of like 2 top teams in any given game, one of the hardest blowouts we have ever seen in Call. I mean, that is ridiculous. What did they do wrong?
Honestly, you could see Vancouver Surge make it all the way through low bracket to get back to a grand final.
For sure,
That could absolutely happen.
They've been an elite team, yes.
You've just got the most unbelievable hold upon this matchup, making Vancouver Surge back-to-back grand finalists go down in 5 minutes and 57 seconds in a game of control. I mean, honestly, I think there are people still waiting for their food in like a line outside. You could have gone to the restroom, come back, and it's already round 2. Insane work. Insane work from the team.
Yeah, 6 minutes or underneath that in the control. It was one of the fastest S&Ds we've seen that I think was underneath 5 minutes. And then Skyline is not a map that takes very long, and it was a near 100-point club. I mean, listen, We can let everybody else talk with that, but this is LA Thieves. If they're starting their tournament like this, they are hungry for another championship trophy. They're actually coming for everything.
Absolutely, folks. Well, that is how this series went. And if you just joined us, you did miss an incredibly impressive display. Vancouver Surge, we'll be seeing them later on in the lower bracket. Their tournament is not quite done here at DreamHack Major 4, but for the Thieves, how great are you feeling? Pretty good? Let's find out from Ghosty himself on stage, please.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. DreamHack, make some noise for the LA Thieves. I got Ghosty with me on the main stage, and man, what a quick hit that was, okay? How you feeling with that 3-0?
We're feeling good. That was obviously a bit quicker than expected, but we came out and handled business.
Definitely did handle business in and out for the Thieves today, okay? You know, picking up where you left off in those last grand finals, like, you know that these guys were trying to take you guys down, get a lick. So did you prepare any differently against them coming to this matchup?
I wouldn't say we prepared any differently, just making sure that we're keeping that same level of intensity for anyone that we play.
Okay, love that, love that. Now, you know, to talk about one of the maps in this series, the dealership, okay? Like last time you played them, it was 6-1 in their favor, okay? What was something that you guys changed on that map? Because lately, you look way more consistent than some of the last few reps on there.
Just making sure that we're actually watching VOD of what they're doing, making sure we design some good strats to counter them, and then also just make sure we're playing our own game.
Hey, there you go. That'll get it done right there, okay? And, you know, lastly, let me ask you this, though, okay? You know, your last two matches, you guys are looking real good, real hot, most dominant team here. How do you guys not get complacent there, knowing that everybody want to take your heads off?
Just making sure that we come in every day with the same intensity, even if you feel a little tired, a little lethargic, making sure you drink some caffeine, get turned. Make sure you're just trying every day, 110%.
Hey, caffeine to get it done, but more important, stay hydrated, everybody, okay? Because water will do it too. What do you want to say to these fans out there who's been cheering for you guys and supporting you so far?
Oh, yeah. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are the GOATs. Y'all are so damn loud. We appreciate it. And please check out the 100T booth down yonder over there. Please. Thank you.
You heard it here from Ghosty. Check out the booth, and that's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
That's right. If you want your signed Dan Ghosty gear, come see me. $100 per pop. I'll get you signed whatever you need. We got a legend here at the desk, a winner of our very first $1 million tournament in Call of Duty. He goes by the name of Merc, and Merc, you saw this one coming.
Mental battle. I think, honestly, on two sides. For one, we're seeing a much, more confident Ghosty. I think getting that first win under his belt is just going to smooth it out for him, right? That pressure Saturday, Sunday, he's going to only get better. And then on the other side for Surge, I just think you see these names in the lobby, who they're going against, and it's just over. If they don't win the first hard point, it just feels like they know they're going to lose.
Allie, I know you were trying to catch up. It was a bold pick on Vancouver, but history repeats itself. 7 maps in a row for LA Thieves. Let's take a look at their scuff play of the game, because this one came from map number 1. How many multi-kills, Nameless? All of them.
I mean, yeah, Ghosty kicked things off with this play right here. I mean, the kid was unbelievable. And to Joe's point, sometimes when you get that first championship, you just get this extra confidence, and it just validates everything that you've been doing and the way that you play Call of Duty. And you could see it for Ghosty, like, he's just free out there now finally, just making huge plays. And when he plays like that, they're going to thunderously beat anybody that's in front of them, and that's the result in this series. Surge is one of the better teams that we have in this league. They have been competing at a high level, and they just got cooked all 3 maps.
So now that Surge, they've been to back-to-back grand finals, right? They've done it through the winner's bracket both times. With them now starting in elimination round 1, what are expectations for this squad? Do they bounce back? Do they have enough in the tank to make it to a championship Sunday?
Yeah, I think no doubt. They're going to go down. I think they play Falcons. Like, they should be able to take care of that. Like, I think there's some teams they should absolutely beat. It will get, tougher around, like, losers round 3, but this is a team, I think there aren't many in our league that can beat them, especially that way.
We got a lot to talk about today, but the games keep rolling, so we're jumping in. This is B-Stream Live, game number 3. We are into control with Miami up 2-0. Let's take a look here at some of the big moments. Miami Heretics on match point. Minnesota, they are playing for their life at champs, Allie.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, on the bright side of things, Minnesota Rocker, you get Vault. You know, this is going to be one of your better maps, but unfortunately, doesn't look like it's going to pay on the series right now because it looks like Miami Heretics is doing a great job of defense. It's going to be A capture. They have 2 lives to work with outside of Minnesota Rocker, but they genuinely going to need more firepower. You're already looking at Super. He's sitting at 6 and 4 right now. You go to the flip side, the closest is going to be Kenny. Maybe it's going to be a takeover series for the Kylo Ken.
All right, so break it down for me, Merc. You're looking in, you're a Minnesota fan. It's Control, you're playing on Vault. Which of those 4 players?
Well, you already had like a insane map number 1 from Nero, so I think you just look elsewhere. I think you need a team effort here to really get going. And again, they know the desperation. Like, here's the problem. They go down, they play a tough round 1 versus Boston, and then you probably have to play Surge, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is, you have to win this if you're Rocker.
Now, this series is literally everything. And, you know, if you're able to muster up enough strength and win this map, you go into a red card. They have been sensational on the map. How many times have you seen Geo just popping off on a red card hard point? So, I mean, this map is truly everything. And, you know, to Joe's point, like, you got to outplace Optic by like 2 places. And then some, maybe. Like, what are they down? 40 points? So, yeah, Minnesota.
3 places.
Yeah, 3 places. Yeah, so they're in an extremely tough spot. And to me, this match is everything. Could be this round.
Reverb City, ladies and gentlemen. This is game 3 in a best of 5. Minnesota needs the reverse sweep to stay alive in that winner's bracket. Make sure you check it out over on Bravo. And a reminder, here on the opening day of action, we have 5 matches each stream, Alpha and Bravo, youtube.com/COD League. Open up 2 windows.
Yeah, I mean, this is the story of Minnesota's year right here. It's like, you have a life lead, you're in a good situation, and it just gets away from you so quick.
Miami is so good at defense on Vault, dude, especially like even in a hard point when it comes down to this P4. You get them on this side of the map, dude, it is so hard to work through it.
All right, Minnesota is looking 2 rounds away from dropping down. Where would they face off? Well, it would be against Boston, as Joe mentioned at the top of that elimination bracket. Surge knows they will be playing Falcons in elimination bracket later tonight. For now, we go to a break. We come back. The battles continue. Is Optic locking up their spot at champs? Stay tuned to find out.
The Scuffed Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Can you even believe this place? slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself.
Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
It's the Emmy-nominated Esports Engine Crew.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
Here come the Thieves, they cannot allow this to slip now! And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1, and it's Clayster looking for the last, and they put it out! 10 seconds, 10 points! The comeback of the CDL year! Can they do it? The Thieves are moving, but they are moving into the kill feed, and Legion have just made the greatest comeback in halfway you will ever see!
The 2025 Optic Texas Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this vinyl proving your membership in the Alien Task Force. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
The World Series of Warzone!
It has been months of just competition building. What team is the best in the world?
World Series of Warzone is back in 2025, ladies and gentlemen, with $1 million on the line. You can expect the competition to reach all new heights. Joining us here on the desk to break down the brand new announcement, we have Merc and Maven, legendary Warzone casters, and one of the greatest hosts and casters of all time, Alex the Ross Boss. What are you going to do on World Series of Warzone?
I don't know yet, Chris. I'll see and I'll have a think about it, and then overnight I'll decide the morning before. How about that?
I like that call. I'm hoping to be there with you guys as well. Let's take a look, though, at what went down last year, Joe, because it was insane. Some very exciting moments, some pop-off performances went down.
Absolutely, yeah, in Vegas. It looks like a great time. Yeah, I wasn't there, but it looked awesome. It looked awesome. Is this the one Falcons won? Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're winning everything,
Dominated.
bro. I mean, you get another $1 million up. You talk about EWC, like, these guys are going to be retiring real young. If Soka, Shifty, Biffle can keep it rolling. We just casted them recently, obviously, in an event, and I think they got second in that, but they're insane, especially when it comes to customs. They're stacking dollars at this point.
Yeah, they won EWC. They're the fan favorites right now. They are the final boss with some of the best in-game leaders. work done there by Hisoka, and then of course, Biffle and Shifty doing the slang. They raised the trophy at the end of World Series of Warzone 2024. Who will battle them this year? There's been some fresh competition, and I know you guys just casted one for Nade Shot. Any stars to look out for, Merc?
Maybe it's a lot of the same names,
Same
right?
guys.
Yeah, a lot of the same guys. Like, you know, Aiden and the boys ended up winning it, but we got the in-game open. It's starting June 20th to 22nd, so ample opportunity to get involved. And yeah, who can take down the final bosses? Because those guys, honestly, their consistency defies all logic when you talk about a BR. It's absurd.
So Miles, if we were trying to put together the best talent Warzone squad, it's you.
It's not Study.
It's me.
It's not Study.
Who are we putting in that third spot? Chance, right?
I mean, Chance is fine. I would put Clint in there.
Yeah.
I'm just,
Dude,
I'm
on the
saying there,
snipe, bro.
between the three of us, full plates all the time. We're going to be stocked up on ammo. We're going to have tons of cash. We're doing all of the
We're going to set up
objectives.
Joe to drop 40.
But at the same time, I feel like there's enough ADHD on that team to get lost at any given moment.
All right, Warzone, if you need some talent, I know the four of us would love to join you at the World Series of Warzone. For now, though, we've got to turn your attention back to the CDL because we've got matches galore, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Friday over on Bravo. Miami was up 2-0. It was a Game 3. I have a feeling Minnesota might be entering this elimination bracket sooner than they planned.
Well, that's worst case scenario, because like if Optic are able to win this next series, bro, like what? That's a guaranteed top 6. Rocker would have to make a run all the way to a 3rd place finish. That's assuming Optic didn't get double bop. So like this is looking like a 3-0 to Heretics, and Rocker are in trouble. It was already a difficult run. It's not impossible, but it is certainly improbable.
And Merc, this is the first time we've had 2 streams all season. So break it down for the fans at home. What are they missing out here if they don't have 2 windows open?
Yeah, it's just today. It's just Friday. But you know what? Open up the Alpha stream, click on the Call of Duty League. There should be another one that says Bravo. Pop that open. You can watch both games at the same time. We'll do our best here on main to keep you updated. But yeah, today we got a whole bunch of games going on. We have 5 on main, 4 on Bravo.
All right, Real dropped positive 10 to win them the first game of Respawn. That was Hardpoint. Now back on Vault. He's about to drop 30 and 18, a minute 20 to go. This one is looking all but over, Miles.
This is a heartbreaker, man, for Minnesota Rocker. We really needed to see them find that sort of special run towards champs, just like we saw the subliners do in Vanguard. I mean, there is a specific scenario where they can catch up to Optic. They can take that 8th place spot, but it ain't happening here, man. This just makes everything so much harder for them.
As soon as they lost the map 1, they were in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, that is where Rocker were going to win this matchup. Heretics have not been the strongest hardpoint team. Rocker had been a very good hardpoint team. Once they lost that, it was done. It was done.
And in this guy, I mean, he talked about it like at Major 3, he didn't love his, his personal gameplay.
He's back on his bullshit.
He's back to just dominating.
Real, one of the best sophomore seasons we have seen in the CDL, as he and the Heretics are holding strong with the #1 seed. Their reward, you get LA Thieves, some Major 3 champs and winners bracket round 2. This is a spicy bracket, and we are getting in to our lower half of that winners bracket. It's Optic versus Ultra on the main stage next.
Yeah, it should be a great one, right? Obviously, the Optic fans are fired up. Merc is in the lineup, right? Sort of the young talent that he is, and then Ultra. I don't know. We've had this question mark all year. Can they finally break into like the top 2, top 3?
You can't be calling him Merc. It's got to be Mercury.
Yeah, it has to be. It felt weird. It felt weird.
Yeah.
It felt really weird. I almost threw up. Yeah.
That sounded so awful.
Merc with a C, disgusting.
Yeah, you should fight him here for the name right now, like on main stage.
Well,
one-on-one gladiator battle.
Did that against the coach of Miami,
And
lost it, and then never changed his name.
Hey,
So
he's
you can just call Methods for that. Let's take a look here at Optic Texas, though, because they have had their ups, they've had their downs. They have not had a top 6 finish here in 2025. What's going on?
Well, that's just that. Ups and downs, right? Just feels like, well, fundamentally, first of all, the roster, lots of in and outs, right? Just really having a set 4 and then comfortable 4 in their positions. Now you finally have that with Mercury's at flex.
On the other side, you got Toronto Ultra, who's been to back-to-back podium placements. They're wearing bronze twice with Mercury's as a fill-in. Some of the best comms in the game, that was highlighted down in Miami.
And crazy enough to talk about, the roster moves, Joe. Weirdly enough, this like strange incestuous situation that Mercury's finds himself in because of an unfortunate spot. All of a sudden, Mercury's becomes the hottest free agent on the market, and then Toronto have to let him go. He goes to Optic. Now you get a chance to go back against them. The last time they played 3-0 online, it wasn't pretty. It was not nice. Ultra still, they typically turn up on LAN. This is a squad that have proven they can make solid runs, and they got the fire, baby.
I'm really surprised Toronto didn't just throw the bag at Mercury's to keep him off of Optic.
I don't think they
Make your
needed the bag.
competition a little bit easier.
I don't think they needed the bag at all. I think they probably could have offered him the spot, but they trust in Beans and Insight, and they're just hoping to turn it into a win.
Well, and let's not overreact yet. Like, yes, Optic beat them online. Can they do it here 100%? But this is the match that matters. Like, this is what matters. If they're able to beat them here, yeah, you're second guessing stuff 100%. That might be interesting if Ultra go down early in the series. You go down 0-1, you go down 0-2. Maybe the guys start thinking a little bit, but I think you have a mentally tough team. This should be a different matchup than it was online. It should.
It's going to be a great matchup, and we got our maps and modes locked and loaded. Let's dive into this best of 5 as we are here on Winners Bracket Round 1. First to 3 moves into your guaranteed top 8 finish.
Yeah, same exact set. The only difference is that Hacienda Search and Destroy is out, Dealership is in, which I think you're happy with if you're Optic, because I mean Ultra's Dealerships are 1-5 on the year, and well, with Mercury's in the lineup, I think they're 2-0.
And these hard points will be interesting because there's been 7 hard points that have gone to time on the year. Ultra and Optic are part of like 5 of them. You're playing the 2 maps that it happens on, Vault and Red Guard, so I wouldn't be shocked if you're coming down to the play clock.
Again, and it's Vault as well, every single time. Ultra have got like 3 Vaults in a row now where they have had those like photo finishes, and it's going to be the same case today, no doubt about it. This series is going to roll.
All right, it's time for your Scuff Pick'ems. Rosalie is not on the table. Do we have her answer? She's my threat when it comes to the race. I'm going to go ahead and lock in the team that has the higher seed, Toronto Ultra. They've been to back-to-back championship Sundays. You do it through the winners bracket. I think they start there with a win today.
I want to have a fun event, you know. Let's just switch it up a little bit. Let's see Optic FaZe in winners round 2. I'm going to go with Optic today.
Going Optic Texas is Merc.
I picked Optic on Sunday. They'll beat them 3-0. I'm sticking with Optic. Let's see if they can make a run.
Optic Texas.
I want a dramatic finish for 8th seed. I want Toronto.
Storyline guy.
Storyline guy.
Storylines, keep them alive. Remember, Cloud9 got to get through FaZe, but right now, Optic trying to get through the Ultra. We go to the stage with Guy Blaze.
Oh, man, Chris, this is going to be a banger. DreamHack, you guys ready to go? Got a lot of great matchups today and plenty of storylines, but this next series is about to be insane. So arise, Green Wall, because here comes the hometown heroes, Optic Texas. Who? Shanti, Mercules, and Dashy. Ready to do it for the Green Wall. Optic Texas is here.
Perform in front of the green wall. They don't necessarily need a top performance in Texas, but a win here makes their champ's life a whole lot easier. It's time for a breather. Can they get the 3-0?
It's time to find out if they can get it done. So without further ado, let's bring out the boys from the north. DreamHack, show some love to the Toronto Ultra! Beans, Joe Disease, Insight, and Kleenex at full force again for the strength of the North. Ultra ready to get it done.
A team that so sorely want to win to get one back against their green opponents. Ultra, will they be full of beans or will they be empty stomachs going into this matchup? Will they play spoiler to that run towards champs for Optic? We'll find out. Let's get it on, Blaze!
You know that those boys want to play Villain Miles, and I am so ready to see how the story turns out. But Texas, let's get this one going. Merc, Maven, let's go.
Let's talk about the story. We've got storylines all over the place, whether it is the battle for 8th place, when you talk about champs, whether it is Mercules versus former roster with Toronto Ultra, All sorts of stuff going on this weekend. It is going to be a blast. Excited to see how this plays out. I mean, we just had it Sunday.
Yeah, it should be great, but it was a 4-point hard point, right? The Hacienda Search and Destroy isn't in, it's out now. The control is a big one because that is where Optic's probably biggest improvement has been. They're undefeated throughout this stage at 5-0, and when you look at the head-to-head, that is the map and mode that Ultra have dominated. They're 4-1 on the year versus Optics. So, like, if you start to lose that, then that is where the problems will get going.
Well, this Optic Texas roster has struggled on land this year, really just struggled, I mean, outside of really your opening qualifier stretch of matches. It has been all over the place. Looking to find some consistency. You find great improvements with Hercules. Yes, a couple of tough Game 5 losses, but your control gameplay has been fantastic. He's been terrific there. Can he be the backbone of this team? Because, I mean, the question is, I mean, especially with players like Hook in the roster, like, he'll put up insane performances online. He can be a great LAN player, but will he match what he had? Like, for instance, map 1 in that playoff drops 41. Can he replicate that? Now, does he need to? No, but, like, the game plays differently when you're not getting 41 out of it.
No, that's just it. Yeah, that's been the question, right? You have your SMGs, a couple of good online splits, but bringing it here now to the majors. Seen them do it before in their career, but not much this year.
Let's get it going. Chance starting in the venue. It is early here at Major 4 at DreamHack. It is the final stretch of the 2025 CDL season. Teams trying to make some noise, but Optic just trying to make this year maybe end on a positive note. It has been catastrophic when you compare it to last year, but is there time to turn it around? I mean, you could get a win here, somehow maybe a win at Champs, somehow at EWC, something positive out of this. That's a win, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a hope, right, with Hercules in the lineup. They see the potential. It's just, yeah, is there enough time to bring it all together? Maybe they'll be looking at Champs for that moment.
Well, they got to qualify.
But it starts here.
They got to qualify, but a win here would be huge. So much pressure on Rocker and Cloud9. They could already be guaranteed top 6 with a victory in this round 1, but right into the fray on Bulk. They just played this on Sunday. Goes down to the clock. Well, like a 20-point game. It's an insane one, but off the rip, it is all Optic Texas. P1 control early.
And this has been the problem with Ultra, right? They've had some maps that have slipped this stage. 0-2 on Vault Hardpoint throughout this stage. Been a good one for them throughout the year. Yeah, it hasn't been the same Ultra that we really started to see in Stage 3 qualifiers.
No, I know. I mean, before what went down with like Beans and the Beast, I know they made a run to top 3, but they were one of our favorites going into Major, if not like the favorite. The form they were playing at, they would have been, what, 1 or 2 for you, probably going into Major 3. Still, you'll take a 3rd place finish with Hercules, but they're trying to get back to what they are able to do, show that they are a top contender to maybe win an event, and not just be looking at a bronze.
Yeah, on this rotation now, both teams, you had 16 for Optic, 13 for Ultra, but on rotation towards first P2, you had that close spawn if you are CleanX, but a couple of players around the hill are ready for Optic. Dashy gonna get traded out, and there's one player towards the back. That is Hercules just playing his life, but Joe deceives with a big trade.
The trades are on point for Ultra. They've got numbers here for a moment. Hook, though, a chance to play spoiler. Gets it done with a pistol, a little slide and dive in. The Omni movement's on, and Optic Texas are in. Lead change looming if they can hold. They'll lose a player on the next push that comes in from Ultra. Hercules just trying to play his life. Trophy out for coverage, utility to use, and relying on his teammates to buy him some space. Shotzzy doing exactly that. Taking fights deeper out palm side. But you lose your player inside of the point, so it's where you see the play clock starting to tick. But a spawn out now for Optic Texas.
And this is what they want. There's only 15 seconds left, so they're going to take these free P3 and P4 spawns all day. You have to find Beans, though. He's starting to lurch up the road. Shotzzy going to play his life. So you'll take this if you are Optic. Now you're in a great position on our next 2 hills.
In a great spot, but can they hold? I mean, this is a long P3 where you have to be focused on multiple things. You don't want Ultra to just, you know, put up 50 seconds on the P3. A split spawn is going to come in for Optic Texas. Now everybody forward for Ultra. Are they going to pick this up? They've got no idea. Insight going to be shot in the back. Maybe a little too forward for Ultra. Or if you know, I mean, that's what you're trying to get done, but you want to push off of that. If you can find an opening to get the kills and spawn everybody out, but instead might end up falling apart. You're going to lose the time at P3, and Optic are still holding.
Yeah, I just don't even know if they were like ready for that, right?
No, not at all. Not at all.
The splits come in, and they just don't know. They were soaking up a lot of time. But you see on the mini map, down low, Beans, Joe Deceive starting to make some plays, but it's all Dashy and Hook. All the ARs are out, and well, this is what we were talking about if you are Optic, setting up this P4.
The split spawn breaks up the P3, and now can you get a great hold at the P4? Hook wins a massive one-on-one to get out at 9 and 5. Remember, he dropped 41 in the Vault Hardpoint map 1 last time they faced off. He'll be super soaking inside. He's got the help there, and still cutting it out through mid will be Dashy. And he's got a chance to disrupt this. We'll see how it influences spawns for now. There's a one-on-one going to be at the hard point, though. It's going to be on Hook to clutch up again if he's able to do it. Battling against Kleenex. We hop over to him, Hook, able to win another big one as he gets out for 3 straight.
And I like this, right? Pulling out the 4th AR. I mean, we see that often, but especially him, right? I feel like that'll just naturally slow him down. Allow the game to come to him. That's why he's sitting at 11 and 5. Well, we saw the spawn out at the end of P2. We know that's where the payoff could happen. You're able to cash in here, and that's exactly what Optic are doing. Now their biggest lead.
The lead just keeps on growing. You have absolutely won it through the first set of hard points. This doesn't look to be one that's going to be going to the clay block. It's been a lot cleaner. Shotzzy now on 6 straight. Close to maybe earning a Hellstorm. We'll see if he's able to lock that in just behind the objective points, or if he'll need to get one more kill as he battles towards the P1. Still spawning out old will be Optic. Now Ultra have got to hit another gear. They're down 60, time to fight back.
And you see Joe Deceives a slow start. You know, when you saw stage 3 qualifiers, really what it was the sub-duo that was setting them up, that was putting them on, but you haven't had that same success throughout this stage from Kleenex and Joe. So can they continue to bring it while you're looking at Joe Deceives to step up here?
Well, Hook already invests 1 Hellstorm, and you earn another now on Shotzzy. Streak to 7. Optic are streaking and dominating. Hoping we have some fights here early today, like the last series. Well, the first 2 series at Alpha and Bravo, absolute blowouts. Optic looking to blow them out, but a break back in for Toronto Ultra. Can they be better this time at the P2? But there's still 20 seconds remaining. Most of Optic coming off the spawn and trying to fight back, but it's going to be a triple on the feed, maybe a quad. Now for Hook, has to pop the reload, but buying his teammates time to battle back at the point and fight for spawns.
Yeah, staying very patient. Merciless is going on a route. He's going to find one with this sub. There is a quick trade. Ultra need this to be a clean P2, but it might not be. You're going to have early pressure here and maybe some spawn outs. One's going to spawn back team P2. Joe Deceives is going to be out towards Palms, so he's going to fly to his team.
Here we go. Big moment into P2. Shotzzy looking to open things up. Maybe it's a dead slide. Might be a little bit awkward, but he's got help there. Him and Mercury's able to pinch. They have the back spawn, and it is perfect once again for Optic Texas. 60 points up. Have the advantage. They just need... Ultra got to avoid what happened last time. Like a late break in that spawn out for Texas, and they run away with the game. This is a crucial moment. Ultra have got to get something positive going here early.
Yeah, they got to bring up some of this time, right? Because that lead is just continuing to grow. And slaying-wise, they are just getting fried on the Ultra side. And well, Hook 20 and 8, also making the heads-up play, going on this long route. Now can set his team up, spawn out Ultra. Beans is going to spawn deep, though, so still in play, but the rest of Ultra already out of this.
We were wondering if Hook could replicate his online performance. He's doing just that. Put up 41, already on 21, up 50 is Optic Texas, and dominating. They're in control of the P3, and they're trying to hold. Let's go to listen him with Optic Texas.
What was middle also?
You guys too. Top art in time. Top art in time. He's versatile. He's weak. Watch your mid. They can be mid. No, we're not. I have a trophy on myself. Get my mid.
Come on, going you. First guy, Joe. Joe's going you.
Top art beats.
Top art, one shot. Dead.
Behind us.
I killed the guy.
Yeah, top ammo inside. He's going to time.
Just keep going.
Wait, one
guy should be art though. One guy should be art.
Let me con, guy.
I'm watching Con. Con didn't push you. Yay.
Nothing top art. I killed top art.
Roll single. 1 HP. Absolute art.
Time. One shot time. Beans.
Lower art on me. Lower art.
Alright, Beans really weak on time.
Hold
Make sure you hold these spawns. Yo, we're missing 2. They're out. They're through. Alright, last guy inside.
He's gonna be
here. Sir, somewhere. Inside, sir, somewhere.
Yeah, he's deep art. Just don't even challenge. Deep art.
I got him.
Stay down. I have your right cross. Okay, get time. I have right cross.
Yo, he's already out. Front art.
Okay, I'm helping you. You could cross right.
He's really weak. Bottom art. Luna's van.
Right, so he's trying to cross right, I think. Crossing right inside. I'm one shot.
I have it.
I'm staying down here. Top art was one shot. Just leave him.
I'll see the top art.
Yo, on the right.
Back.
That's one cat.
He's gonna kill me.
I've started.
Out of problems on me, dead.
Watch out, back there. Just 2 back there. 1.
Okay, I have your help.
I'm back there.
Yo, side door,
front, front.
Side
door in front, side door in front.
Beans dead.
Team kill.
Back door. Yo, that's two. Further. He's third
He's
door.
He's showing off front door.
They're coming cheap, by the way. They're coming cheap.
Take your time here.
Oh, okay, top P4 as well. Top P4. Yo, inside's trying to get out left. Inside's trying to get out left.
I have right.
Huge first kill.
Make sure we block
It's
him.
probably like, yeah. Yo, he's outer T1, T2.
Yo, I have all of our.
Yo, he's P2, T1 on P2. Just leave that kid, leave that kid.
He's on you, 100%. Yo, which guy? Top guy right now.
Comms are on point, and it's another solid P4 for Optic Texas. Great stuff there. Pushed the lead out to, what, 60, 70 points, in control. But no, the listening was solid.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, who putting up the numbers he is, plus kind of being the vocal one. You love seeing that from him. But yeah, obviously it's working out. They have this 60-point lead. They control both P4s. And I'm just going to be honest, if you are Ultra and you're just getting kind of out-fundamentaled right in your gameplay, you're going to just lose to this team because the talent didn't shine on through. That's exactly what is happening here.
100%. They have to be absolutely on point in the fundamentals. You are not wrong there. And you think about a map 2 dealership that's going to be upcoming, which is 1 in 5 for Ultra. This is a very important map for Ultra. Otherwise, you might be seeing the same thing that happened online. They might be getting 3-0 bopped right down to the loser's bracket, but they're starting to make a little bit of a rally, try to chip away at this lead. Some solid P2 time. If you get a nice hold here, if you can get 30, 40 seconds, limit what Optic's able to do, you're right back in the fight. You can make a late run. And, well, that's kind of been the recipe for Ultra or Optic wins on this particular map.
Yeah, much better setup here early. You still have the streak, though, I believe, on Shotzi. So probably going to have a missile trying to land on your face. And, yeah, laptop was out. Here we go. Everybody have to dodge the Hellstorm. He's going to connect with one. You get some trades in the feed. Mercury's the first player forward, and Hoop with the shots, again with the AR. And that's all Optic wanted to do, make this as messy as possible.
Yeah, just stop that comeback, that crazy run from happening for Ultra. Optic getting fired up. The streak leads to the hold. Hook is still piecing. He's on 31 in 21. Magnificent map out of him, but really you're getting an effort out of everybody on Optic Texas. Dashi trying to hold the line. It's a late effort now from Ultra.
You have to break.
You got to break. You also are worried about spawns. I mean, you got 220 up now for Optic Texas, 30 for the victory. They are in the driver's seat by a wide margin.
Well, and that's just what the streaks do, right? Allow you this situation to happen. And yeah, you're going to be 20 points away. What are you going to do here if you are Ultra? You have to try to get this P3 time, try to flip spawns. It's possible, but it's just so difficult to do, especially with Shotzi and top art.
So hard to do. It was the Hook show for most of it, but Shotzi behind his 7 or 8 spree. He's in on the action too, about to push through that 30 kill mark. 15 needed for the win. We're out here from Dashi as he is beaming. Some nice tags in from Beans, and Nade might finish off Dashi, but he's able to avoid that, and his teammates are picking up the kills. Any seconds they get here at P3, this is incredible. You've got spawns for next. You're making sure Ultra can't get in. A triple from Insight. Could it possibly be the difference? But they've got to get the time and get the flip. Optic just giving them nothing.
Yeah, giving them nothing right now. Yeah, staying very patient, making sure you always have one player hard side. There is some forward pressure now. That's going to be Kleenex. AR out. Keep it inside on the hill. He's going to make a play. Wow, he actually gets a spawn. Dashi, I think he spawned out. Orjo's on a route. And so he's going to influence this. This could get a little messy. You still have Shotzi. Play in safety, but a chance here for Ultra.
This is your chance. 9 seconds needed for Optic Texas.
They have to find
Shotzi. They've got to deal with Shotzi. He's the guy missing. He gets 1 kill, and now they're trying to isolate him. Shotzi doing what he does best, just trying to finesse, buy time for his teammates to get back in.
And Hook's gonna get around as well. Yeah, Hook's gonna get a kill on Beans. Well, Shotzi plays his life, finds one, continues to finesse around. Every second is money. The pistol is hitting. And well, Shotzi gonna secure map 1 for Optic.
Brilliant play there from Optic. Shotzi, the lone man, gets some help from his teammates at the P4, but they're able to close it out. You saw on the minimap, it's starting to maybe build for Ultra, their chance to maybe make a run. But it feels like every opportunity, every golden opportunity for Ultra, whether it was a streak that shut it down, a crazy individual play from Optic, you never saw Ultra get into their prime setups, really. Like, that was really well played from Optic Texas.
One time when we did, they had a Hellstorm to deal with, right? That final P2. Felt like finally you got something going if you were Ultra, but honestly, this is just going to be an individual stats difference, right? You just get outslayed so heavily if you are Ultra. Inside's the only player positive, -9 for Kleenex. Again, almost another 40 bomb.
It's almost a miracle as close as it was. You have Hoop plus 16, plus 13 for Shotzi, and the other guy's right flirting around even. Are you wondering if Hoop would be able to replicate maybe what he did in the online series? He does it here. Hoop the Nuke popping off on the main stage, and if you're getting performances like that out of him, it makes hardpoint a whole hell of a lot easier. Yeah, got a little sketchy there.
Well, and this was early, right, like stage 1 when they had Hook on the lineup with Denny, why a lot of teams were getting rid of Vault versus this team, right, just due to him and Shotzi's potential on this map.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We'll see if they continue to see this, right, as the vetoes come on in throughout the different rounds. But what I'd love to see out of Optic is, like, both of these guys are pulling out ARs and slowing down. I feel like these two, when they got to land at times, they would overchow, try to play a little bit too quick. Just seeing them, let the game come to them, not make any mistakes.
And I feel like some of the really unreal wins from Ultra here, like Joe Deceives has had monster performances. A lot of times, like a Subinustan, I think just all the AR presence and like a lot of the early setups and rotations you had for Optic Texas, like it was probably a nightmare for him. Just not finding openings, difficult gunfights.
If you don't have P4 spawns and you're a sub, like you know what you're running into. It's hell.
Yeah,
like just over and over and over again. But yeah, it just they got smoked.
Absolutely smoked. I think Shotzi's face there at the end tells you everything. He's feeling himself. He had several Hellstorms earned throughout it for Optic. And this is, I mean, this is the potential of this Optic team. Like, we know that the talent can be there. Can they start to click? And you hope a player like Mercules, who seems to be really disciplined, good vocally in the comms, the skill ceiling is there. What a piece this has been for him. Yeah, I mean, it has been such a blessing.
Yeah, and I don't know if like him filling in for Ultra and like getting a T3 just gives him that confidence, or that's just the way he is.
It can't hurt.
But like in terms of joining an Optic lineup, right, there's immediate pressure, but it just feels like he is not worried about that at all, right? He's playing his game. This is what they want him to do, and he has made such a big impact.
100%. Now you think maybe if it would get to him a little bit, like, how you come in, you get like what, a tough map 5 loss to Breach right away. Well, you lose to LAG, but he seems to be, I don't know what word would you use for like such a young player. Just seems to be unfazed. Like
unfazed, yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of uncommon.
No, it is. Again, I think this is why.
Well, especially when you play for Optic. Like,
yeah, exactly. And that's why they don't normally go with a lot of the young talent.
Yeah. No, it is an insane amount of pressure. And yeah, I heard an interview with Scump where he's like trying to give advice, and listen, a litany of players there that can talk to him about ways to approach this mentally. Just can't let fans get to you. Prove it on land. So far, so good as they get the map 1 victory. And now you go to one of Ultra's worst search and destroys. I mean, they can be a very good search and destroy team at times, but like Dealership, not a good one for them.
Yeah, well, this is all because they played Hacienda online. Hacienda, that was another go-to for Optic, has been all year. Yeah. So you're like, maybe let's
That was
not
like a
do
6-4?
this. Yeah, 6-4. So you don't opt for the Hasi, you go for Dealership. And one thing we've talked about Ultra in the past, really throughout all of the CDL, was sort of their land preparation. And the big thing is search and destroy. We'll see if they can prep today.
They got to be prepped. They got to be dialed, because you were trying to bounce it back and tie this one up at 1-1, but you see the Lanimal, Shotzi, even though you haven't had the results for the team, when you talk about S&D on land, he has been terrific. We'll see if he can have that impact here for them. Because you can't take too much from this stat in the sense, like, you haven't really made any runs at tournaments. You've been playing, not maybe not the stiffest competitions, you've only made it, what, like, you're losing round 1, or there hasn't been like tough matchups really against like some of the top teams. So that needs to be shown here in this matchup, and as you get deeper into a tournament.
Yeah, but it just shows the type of player that he is, right? When he finds an opening, if you are Ultra, you can't allow him to find that. On Dealership, a little bit tough to do. But what we've seen from
Optic,
Optic,
be that mid-map Reaper.
No,
dude.
that's what I was gonna say, right? We've seen a lot of creativity out of Optic on this map, with their wall-based spots, and really setting up shots even through the middle of the map.
Yeah, no, he was definitely teaching in some of those search rounds.
Him and Hook, yeah.
Map 2 now is Optic Texas on offense, look to increase their advantage in this series. Throwing some utility out mid-map, trying to keep Ultra honest, showing a presence over here towards A, just hoping to maybe over-rotate Ultra and then capitalize on B. Nades hit though, Hoop tagged up and weak, so they'll wait a second here. And for the most part, you've kind of held your ground if you're Ultra. No big rotations coming in yet. Insight going to be a key player over towards A as he's playing kind of back courtyard, and well, that is the exact thing that can happen. You see players like Insight, Abuza, find angles there, Celium, and just line you up.
Well, now you have Mercules able to push on up. Number 4, though, and Kleenex should be there to help him. But the time, you don't expect 2 to try to solo push up the street. But as I said, Kleenex was right there isn't gonna find the last bullet to take him down, and now on rotation, Optic's starting to move towards A. And well, Mercules versus Beans, the shots were right there.
He is shooting. Beans is really pushed forward here. And he's gonna get dropped. Thought maybe find an opener. Kleenex though back into the vent. Able to get one. Finesse for now. Hook on the bomb. He's got cover here from Hercules. You're gonna spot it though if you are Kleenex. Down to a 1 versus 1. Able to get out. Bomb planted. Kleenex. Hook for the round 1.
They just thought he was gonna run away, right? Like Mercules is sort of shouldering that. He ends up getting caught. 30 seconds to go.
Why are there so many insane plays from the vent, bro?
Always.
Seems to be the easiest spot to deal with. And sometimes it is just not. Hook though, hitting the shots, winning the 1v1 off the monster map number 1. Hook dialed.
And I don't know if it's just a timing thing, if he hears a slide, whatever it is, but Hook just pops up right as soon as Kleenex gets near that bomb, able to win the shots. But that is all, just Mercules finding that on the insight, and them, well, being able to play his life. Beans gets nothing in that corner. Dashy was able to spot him. So good stuff there from Optic, down in a 3 versus 4.
Yeah, incredible play for you. You're right, because like, Insight's just not expecting that at all. Just laced from behind after getting a fantastic first blood for Ultra. Ultra just want to hit it. They're not showing anything towards B. They're just flying out towards this A site, trying to catch one early. Mercules, though, able to get away. We'll see if the vert nades are going to connect. Big gunfight win there from Kleenex, not allowing any funny business from the vent, and he's just going to slide on through. Wrecking ball is Kleenex. Last up is Mercules, who scurried away early in the round. Best of luck in this 1v4.
Yeah, it's just Joe Deceives right next to him, right next to Kleenex, but you love to see the confidence out of the SMGs of Ultra sticking to their game plan. And yeah, maybe just deal with Kleenex inside of the vent, man. Don't let him get there.
Apparently, he is the vent reaper. Poor Mercules, like just trying to get back to full HP and maybe have an actual chance to chow, but every time he tried to wiggle away, took more damage, never actually got to 100 HP to give himself a square one-on-one. Would have been so difficult to do, period, but incredible round there behind the aggressive play from Ultra. I'll see how things change now. If there's any early adaptations with Optic back to their offense.
Well, let's say it's just going to be an A hit, so it should just be on inside, just playing his life. You do have Kleenex vent again. Shotzi gonna open that up. He's just gonna go for it with the slide, but doesn't matter. The Vent Reaper wins it again.
Yeah. Oh, that is Kleenex's vent. Oh, well, that's gonna be painful for the Optic push. The team kill comes in as nade hits car hits human. Human goes bye-bye. 2 versus 2 though, down to a 1 versus 2. Dashy, the man with the ice, not going to give opportunity to make the play. Gets shut down. That's back-to-back rounds for Ultra.
Yeah, you lose forward progress, and then obviously the car blowing up doesn't help you at all.
It certainly does not.
Dashy almost brings it back with the shots, but yeah, the first blood there from Kleenex on a Shotzi gives them everything that they need to secure the round.
So how do you improve your vent play on both sides?
Maybe just avoid it. Maybe try the other side of the map, I guess.
No, I'm sure they'll deal with him at some point. But 5-2 start for Kleenex. He has 2 first bloods through 3 rounds. It is Ultra with all 3 first bloods. They lead this 2-1. Optic need to try and improve in the opening. Granted, they got a round, bring it back into 3 versus 4, which will always be possible. But they need to stop this trend, find some early kills.
Yeah, we might have, put a little stats curse there for Shotzi, right? 0-3 right now, just trying to get going after showing off that graphic and what he's been doing on land.
Oh, hello there. Well, there you go. You talked him right back into it, Joe. Shotzi does get traded out. Same can be said for Kleenex after he gets that trade. So numbers stay with Optic Texas. Bomb planted though. Insight and Beans. Yuri Hours trying to hold this off in the 2v3. Optic Texas flying together.
I say they're clearing this, so they're going to have an idea of what Optic are doing. They're not going to retake from their side. It's just that they go from middle, so they go all the way through here. And well, Hook and Mercules and Dash, they're pretty split. So it's a 2-1 split right now here for Optic.
Yeah, I mean, Insight should have got a ton of info. That shot's in from Beans. He's actually able to get a kill after the tags into Hook. Hook sends it, Beans gets another one. That is ludicrous from Beans, but it's a 1 versus 1. Mercules, Beans, 10 seconds to go. Beans plays it beautifully. Beans takes the round. What a magnificent play from Beans at the back shack. He's enjoying that one.
Yeah, now you're getting individual moments from Kleenex. Now you're getting it from Beans. Hopefully some momentum to keep it going here for Ultra. But yeah, beautiful stuff in the 2 versus 3. And I just think the fact that they take the risk and push on forward gives them so much info on what Optic are doing. And then they just have to try to find you. And well, not able to get the trade onto Beans, right? You have sort of a 2-1 split. It turns into 2 one-on-ones. That is not what you want if you're Optic.
And Beans has had some brilliant, like doubles, triples lately in Search and Destroy. What's been here, well, not here as much, but Rewind. Even some moments here where they've lost, he's had some terrific plays. He's on 5 straight after dying first. It's been nothing but glory for Beans. See if he can work forward for a streak. Shotzi's either been caught early or finding the first blood in the last round. Car in play. And he'll just basically stop this push towards B. This looks similar to the round 1. Out of Optic, Texas, where he had a bit of a 2-2 split.
Well, they're just in the middle, right? They were trying to figure out where they wanted to go. Kleenex is going to spot that.
I'm out of here.
Yeah. Going to play his life. But that does back up Ultra. Now, do they want to take a risk up the A street? Could have early pressure towards Shotzi.
We'll see how it develops for Ultra on the A side, but it will be B side control for Optic Texas. Plant getting in, looking like a 4-on-4 retake, but yeah, Shotzi is going to be crucial.
All the way back.
He's
there.
so far deep.
Can we see where he is right now? Well, he's going to get a first blood. Insight trying to trade, and well, it's so difficult to trade that man. Not to expect a second though. 3 versus 3. You still have to retake if you're Ultra.
Yeah, not a ton of time. It is ticking here quickly. Under 30 seconds to go. Joe Deceives, get some info, get some tags. That's going to be the go for Beans to fly on board. He's going to lose that fight though. Dashi not able to change to a second. Trade is in now. 2 versus 2. Time ticking, 15 seconds now to work with. Now to another 1 versus 1. Info on the player. Joe Deceives trying to dance. How fast can he dance? Chasing it down. No time to get back to it. Hook. Shoulders for the win.
Again, just another great play out of Hook. Very disciplined from him. Just takes his time, plays his life. His teammates are letting him know 1 more second. Gets very close if you are Joe Deceives, but just not able to find him. Shoulders on point.
Yeah, and you thought it might come to time when you think about it, like that first engagement, with Shotzi on the flank goes down. There's like, 30 seconds left really at that point, or 22.5 to actually work with for Ultra. And they still had a lot of map to actually cover. Honestly, a great retake, just needed a few more seconds.
Yeah, and I think, the first one from Dashi on a Bean just really slows things down, right? Because you're hoping Beans can help out Joe Deceives, but that never happens.
And after Shotzi struggles, or he is 2-5, but he's gotten back-to-back first bloods for Optic and starting to maybe be the difference in some of these rounds. Aggressive from Ultra towards A, but now quickly wrapping it out, and while Bomb has been this side. Mercules will be the first to get an angle here from the back shack where we saw Beans make the incredible play.
Well, if they wrap back towards A, and that's going to be the play call. This could be down to Hook. You see him. They had a lot of early A aggression from Optic, but they left Hook inside of office. You have to find him quickly, and well, you do not. Where is the trade?
No,
not there. The man is locking it down himself.
You got to trade that out. 16 HP, and he turns that into 2. Unbelievable. From Hook the Nuke. The clutch in the last round calls game here early in the next. Hell of a series out of him so far.
Yeah, a couple rounds in a row now for Optic, but that was all off the early A aggression. Then you leave him in there. We've seen a little bit for time, from teams from time to time, but then you have to find that player. But as you said, he's 16 HP. You just get caught sprinting on the slide here if you're inside.
And it's just, he repositions. You think he's in the corner. It's a great play from Hook, but that has to be traded. It's just got to be traded. I know you die quickly in Call of Duty, but
no,
he's a bull. It's got to be traded. And I'm sure
he was done up.
The timing was probably just sick for him. He just is trying to slide and catch him in the corner. Not trying to discredit the play from Hook, but it's just got to be a trade. 3-3 now. Lone man on the offsite is Dashi for now. Insight looking real active. He's trying to get back to courtyard. He got a pick early in this game, but Mercules able to get forward.
Now you gotta dodge all these nades.
Yeah, best of luck. Insight gets back in the courtyard. The nades hit. Mercules going to get caught. That's one where you're hoping to get a clean kill and maybe get away with your life. Just not able to find the kill, well, or extend his life. So blood to Ultra.
Still gonna have to retake though. Bomb being planted.
I'm not sure what you have left utility-wise.
Yeah, maybe some stuns, because I think you threw all your nades to find that 1 kill.
Hook finding an opening. Shotzi gets one as well. Suddenly you've got numbers. Pressure on Insight. Bean's gonna try to make the play in through Vent. He's gonna get caught. It's all gonna be on Insight. And Shotzzy shuts it down. They bring it back again in the 3 versus 4. That is what, 3 straight rounds advantage. Now to Optic.
And yeah, you have the numbers, but again, you threw all your nades so early in that round to find the first blood. If you have nothing left, these are still tough gunfights on these cars. You can see that right there from Shotzi's POV, but these are kind of the rounds we're talking about with Ultra right now, man. Just some of the fundamentals. This is something they normally thrive in.
They do. And definition of a team effort right now for Optic. Every single player 5 and 5. First blood-wise, they brought it back after going down early in that regard. 3-4 advantage still to Ultra, but round count advantage to Optic Texas. Can they extend this? Well, looking difficult now as Beans is able to get that opening pick onto Hook. And where did he get caught?
Yeah, right on the B-bomb. I don't know what sort of angle Beans had. But you got the wall bang, you're able to find the kill. And yeah, now you have a minute 10 to work with man advantage.
And this is one of those rounds that Ultra typically can be good at closing out, but maybe has not been the case so far in this map too.
And they have so much time. I think they're just hoping to catch someone maybe overstepping on the Optic side, someone trying to flank.
Not get caught.
Yeah, not get caught. But the problem is, the timing is right here for Optic. They might be able to take this into a 3 versus 3. Well, there's a team kill, quick trade. You check the vent, of course he does. CleanX once again.
Dashy 1 versus 3. Can he add another clutch to his name? Bombia plan to make this a little trickier. Trying to get the timing in through the garage. Thought he had it won, but can't quite win it. Beans and company slow down the momentum from Optic Texas. Beans now out to 9 and 4. Having himself a hell of a map. 1,100, nearly 1,200 damage to go with that. Beans is everything right now for this Ultra roster, and they're going to need him late as we're tied up 4-4.
Yeah, I mean, we're hyping up Hoop, but somehow he gets caught there on that B-bomb just 10 seconds into the round.
I wasn't even thinking about gunfights at that point. Honestly, when I was looking at the map, like, it wasn't even crossing my mind.
Well, he's like, disguised into the B-bomb on the mini-map, so you don't even see where the gunfight is.
Optic. Back to this kind of 2-2 setup, but not really that 2-2 setup where they're getting aggressive over towards A. You just have Shotzi and Mercules kind of playing deep, watching the push through, watching mid-map, and they're kind of grouped up mid, maybe trying to isolate CleanX if they can find an opening there. Or, yeah, that's exactly what they were trying to do, but CleanX gets the angle and nearly takes out Shotzi, so not able to find anything up the gut.
Yeah, maybe that allows, though, Bomb to cross to B, right, just to deal with that player mid-window, but they don't opt to plan it. So who's just going to watch his own cross, just continue to find this info. Then you have Shotzi lurking deep in spawn, and, well, I think the call is just to be wrapped back towards A.
It'll be on inside early. If he can find that opening blood, or does he get isolated and caught? Look at eyes in his position. They're going to try and chow him with utility, chow him with a couple of ARs, but it's sort of the subs in position so far. Haven't been able to get an AR on it. Shotzi going to get some info and back down for now. Plant is going down and nearly secured. There it is, Plant in. 4-on-4 retake now for Ultra, the first blood. Going to be through for who? CleanX going to get slammed as he opens the garage. Can they make a play through the vent? Chodesive's trying to find it. Be able to find one and back up and play his life. Goes to reach out and drops. Now just to Insight, 1 versus 2. Plenty of time to work with, but heavy tags from Dashy from deep. Shotzi gets across. Beautiful from Insight. Hold up now.
Just time.
Yeah.
And where did he go? Where did this guy go? He is so fast on his feet. Gonna have to shoulder it. Are you going to read this? If you're Insight, but it doesn't matter. The SMG wins it. Woo. Almost an insane clutch out of Insight, but Shotzi takes the round.
Yeah, just enough time passed that he's thinking, Shotzi. He probably took a route, but you got the advantage here with the SMG when you get to a position like this. Garage opens. CleanX will see you later. Allow him to stop making plays from vent, from garage door, and then just catches it. That nearly is real awkward. He gets hit down to 31. Insight has a sub there, probably wins it, but you got the sub advantage. You put him down. Big clutch there from Shotzi. Match point now.
I mean,
in the game too.
We're talking, this Optic team, they have not lost their control in a long time. So this is a almost must win here for Ultra.
It's feeling that way. Made to maybe back it up and work the plant. Hoping he's got coverage here. He's got to be one of the more terrifying spots to work in search and destroy.
Especially
with
if you
the
have
window
nobody
there.
mid.
Yeah, absolutely horrifying. Trying to work the plan now. Does Shotzi get the peek, or does the plank it in? Kanjo just seems to get away with his life. He's okay for now. Just tucked in. He's got help. I think it's Insight that sort of got the angle, trying to put tags in through the window, and he's able to back out. So brilliant plan in. First blood, though, again to Optic. It's Dashi that's able to find one deep with the shots. They got numbers. Huge win for Kleenex, but he is traded out. Hercules, enough damage in that he sets up Hoop. All on Joe Deceives, now to clutch up. Damage into Hoop, then takes some from Dashi. Trying to reposition to get back to full, but they are chasing. Optic sending it back to the head. He goes Joe Deceives, and he wins it. Down to a one-on-one. Hoop chows. Hoop wins it. Map 2 to Optic Texas, and they're up 2-0.
And again, every single fight, though, is a 2 versus 1 for Optic, right? They're not giving up any 1 versus 1s. If they are, they're putting some shots in for the trades. Just great stuff from them fundamentally. We saw in map 1. You're seeing again here in map number 2. They have a great read on Kleenex as soon as they get that first blood. Now for Ultra, it is panic mode.
And yeah, I mean, for Optic Texas, like, listen, it was going to take me a little time to be a believer just because the year that it's been, right? And, well, you know, you lost to an LG. You lost to Breach when you first had Hercules get in, but I started to sort of believe with that victory over Ultra Online. I just wanted to see it here on LAN, and slowly but surely, it's feeling like this is the team that can make a run of the tournament. That aren't going to be a dark horse. They're going to be an actual contender to at least get into a top 4. Who knows, make a run to a final. Brilliant stuff, despite the fact that you get double digits out of Beans, and you win the first blood margin early on. Ultra come up short.
I mean, yeah, 2 players. You have 1 player 5 and 8, another 7 and 8. Like, and you're winning these rounds, right? Yeah. Just some great stuff over on the A Street where they're winning 3 versus 4s. If you're Ultra, your A retakes have to be better. It felt like if it wasn't for Kleenex through the vent, they had nothing else.
Well, we thought that was going to be a tough one when you just talk about how they've been. Like, Ultra, what, 1-5 on that particular map? You didn't feel great about it. They really wanted to get that Vault 1 win, weren't able to do it. They're down 0-2. They've got to pull off the reverse sweep against who's been maybe the best control team as of late. Optic Texas will look to put it away, but before we get to the map 3, yes, break down the first map 1 and 2.
That was fun. A little faster than I wanted.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, my Toronto pick and Miles' Toronto pick is down 0-2 right now.
Yeah?
Allie's all smiles over here.
Why is that, Allie?
Because our producer came and asked me for my prediction, and I went, Optic Texas.
Yeah, mine was instant Optic.
You guys are welcome that Hook is taking over right now, but we still have a second half. Before we get to everything that we saw though in games 1 and 2, we got to give a shout out to Hook's former teammate, a world champion from Dallas Empire, is hanging up the controller. Nameless, walk me through this.
Yeah, I mean, a world champion, obviously won a championship in his time on Optic as well. One of the greatest search and destroy players of all time and beloved by the community. I mean, Illy came up from the search community, man, and you know, is one of the players that when he came in, you knew he was going to be a beast. Instantly translated that into success in the league. So shout out to Illy, and I hope he has good fortune whatever comes next.
Yeah, if you're here in DreamHack, we'll buy you a beer after the show. Great stuff from you, great highlights throughout your career. To take a look at some of the highlights from this series, though, there is a throbbing poner on Optic Texas. He goes by the name of Hook, and he is just bobbing, weaving, popping. He's doing it all, Miles.
Oh, Ali, you're too young to understand what that even means.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. It's a classic here at DreamHack, but PWN, Ali, get a grip.
I know the culture of pwn.
It's like my if you were doing good, you were pwning somebody.
Yeah, I think it's born of a typo. It's born of a typo, but no mistakes made, though, from Optic Texas. I mean, when Hook is frying, when Hook is making great plays, when the crowd goes, ooh, everything just feels right in the world. I am such a fan. He's got such an exciting POV, and when he gets it going, man, it's just such a treat.
Now, who closes out this game? Beans had some good moments for Toronto. Talk to me purely about the search and destroy. What was the difference here in the final 2 rounds?
Well, I mean, in the final couple rounds, Dashi had some huge plays. I mean, in the very last round, he finds the first kill, follows that up with another one right after to give them the edge, and then it's Hoop with the final strike. It's just Optic playing more as a team, right? And, you know, this is a team throughout this split. They went 3-2. You know, it was a little bit of turmoil in some of the matches with the Game 5 losses, but every series that they won map 1, they 3-0 in all 3 of their wins.
Wow.
So complete and utter momentum-based team, and you're seeing it once again. You win that vault hardpoint, a map Toronto was hoping to win, and now Optic up 2-0 in a situation where they've been lights out.
Speaking of that vault on hardpoint, Ali, I know you have all of the numbers. Do you have an early MVP picked out from the first half?
Ooh, for the first half, I have to say Hook, only because there was the longest time where Hook was known as like an onliner, essentially, and to see him go on main stage, put up numbers like that, like this is the extra momentum I feel like Optic needed when it came to a day 1, right? Because it's been so wishy-washy of what Optic we're gonna get, what version we're gonna get. If Hook's putting on performances like that, we're in for a good weekend.
All right, we're going to get back to that Optic match in a bit, but remember, it is a crazy Friday. We have 2 stages, and this one is live right now. We jump into Atlanta FaZe versus Cloud9. Atlanta 25 points away from putting away game 1.
Pick Arthur.
Yeah, Rewind going their way. No huge surprises there, but Sim, 27 and 15, that's a delightful stat line to see there out of the Phelon. Yeah, the minutes and time as well. So FaZe, good looks here in map number 1. Again, C9 New York, they've had a really nice look ever since adding, of course, Spartan capsule on the roster.
Over 2 minutes for Sim.
Hill.
He's soaking. Yeah, he's pruny, baby. He's been soaking away.
With the most kills, I mean, 28 to end that one. I mean, Simpson, absolute beast. And, you know, the Tiny Terrors in hardpoint have been struggling compared to what they usually do. I mean, a couple of .9s, it's really been Celium taking over when they've won that game mode. So that's a good sign if you're an Atlanta fan.
Ali, so that is 251-42. They still have plenty of games to go, but Cloud9 very behind. They lose by over 100 points. If you're an Optic fan, this is the perfect start to your weekend, right? Minnesota just got bopped, taken care of by Miami.
Right.
Now you have the other threat in Cloud9 getting put in their place by Atlanta FaZe, a top dog squad, and Optic is up 2-0 against a bronze team.
Whoa, I don't know. I think we're ahead of ourselves. I mean, it is only map 1 when it comes to Cloud9 and Atlanta series, and Atlanta should be good at Rewind. It doesn't fit Cloud9's play style, but should they get to that Hacienda control, it's the only control map that they have found success in. We could look at a Game 4 series, considering.
All right, hold off on popping those bottles if you're an Optic fan for now, but you can't pop the monster as we head back over with 2 of our favorites. It's Maven and Merc.
Oh, hey guys, thank you. It's awesome popping around the different matches that we've got going on. Yeah, FaZe looks to be off to a good start, but let's focus back here. It is looking like Optic 3-0 time. I mean, they just won this Proto Control. Mercules and this squad have been fantastic in control since he's joined. Can they close it out? Ultra Team, you definitely don't want to give some life.
No, not at all, right? But you can see here, just control stage 4. It's all 4 of them.
Holy hell!
Your last player is a 1.29. Mercules is leading.
Wow.
The league right there with a 1.73, and yeah, this is what they are 5-0 in this stage.
And that's the thing that I know we talk about it a lot, bro. Usually top teams are good in control. Is that one thing that just seeing them be so strong in that mode, is it too small a sample size, or is that enough where you're this team's a real threat?
I think they're a real threat to most in the league. The big question is probably going to be FaZe and LA Thieves.
Yeah, sure.
Right,
sure.
in control, those 2 just stand out so much further than the rest. But it is I think a good sign.
No, 100%. In a year where you haven't had a lot of that. Maybe peaking at the right time as we get closer and closer to champs at the end of the year, and your big paydays, the champs in EWC. Can they hit form late? Or can they make a run here at Major 4? I'll look at their last 5 controls, but the big thing here, last time they played it, they won it 3-1. Looking to close out Ultra right now. Can they stay hot? Terrific performances really out of everybody in that opening hardpoint, but Hook especially. 39, some icy situations in the search and destroy. He's feeling good.
And he just continues to make those heads-up plays, sets his team up. Well, you're going to have some early pressure here for Optic to have 1 player on it in Dashy, but Beans should be able to find that kill. Yeah, he was there for that cleanup. So throughout the middle of the map, 30 seconds already off. I mean, you take this. You haven't found much here if you're Optic.
Looking for those early openings. Beans does get the kill before. I thought they were going to have a nice little timing there to work it out, but then Hook slams the second. So great stuff out of him. Maybe an opening, but Joe Deceive's double kind of repays the double out of Hook. But you get bodies now onto the point. Fantastic shot there out of Mercules. He wins a big one-on-one to at least get this first tick, get a trophy in for coverage, continue to do damage and try to find kills. Just repositioning towards the heady and then finding a headshot. This guy is so talented. Second tick through.
Yeah, trophies now are down and protected. You pick up the flank. That was Joe Deceives. He gets taken down. So you had 1 really good push over towards A. And well, that is all it takes. Now you have a life advantage, almost 2 minutes. You have Ultra pretty much trapped. Dashy's gonna find two. And well, you can see they are going to fly.
It is go time, but once again, Joe Deceives answers a double with a double, turns it into three actually, as he just flies on forward. A moment that maybe saves your round. Well, not maybe, that saves your round. He drops there, that's three dead, more than likely the end of the round one. Mercules, though, as he's able to find two, that's gonna be layering the map time for Optic Texas as they push forward. A big answer, though, again, from Toronto Ultra. That'll be all four dead and back to the drawing board for Optic Texas.
Yeah, and again, it's the SMGs for Ultra, just finding those multi-kills, but you really haven't had middle of the map. If you are Ultra, you've had B control, and that is about it. And then again, Joe Deceives, he's trying to get lost in the flank, but they're able to find him. That's gonna be Dashy. You see on your minimap, Shotzi's getting pushed up. I think Beans was able to spot him. Maybe Insight. He's gonna get lost, and well, he's gonna turn that into a clean double.
40 seconds to go. Live's interesting now. One life advantage for Optic Texas. Every gunfight so crucial this deep in it. CleanX gets the information. That'll be a grapple up and away for Optic. Another big one-on-one. Shotzi able to take that. Numbers to Optic, but still trying to find the opening. Joe Deceives, multiple moments where he shuts down the push from Optic and trying to do it again. You get a body on the point to stop the clock. That body is going to get clotheslines. It's Shotzi that gets shut down. Finding position forward is CleanX. No opening for Optic Texas late in this round. You got your 3 ticks. That might be all you walk away with. It's an S&D round now, though. 4 versus 4. Body on the point. Clock stopped at 7.4. Waiting for some help is Ultra. Mercules trying to play forward. The help comes in the way of Beans. It's traded out, though, by Dashy. Still life, 3 versus 3.
I would say Beans just flies. He just goes by himself, tries to take that gunfight, able to. Now 2 versus 3. Insight's able to find 1, but you are staying alive. Now all down to Shotzi. Almost comes down to a 1 versus 1, but you stay up if you are Toronto. It really just felt like you didn't have a ton of map control, but they didn't allow Optic to the B point. Every single time they got there, there was someone from Ultra waiting. Joe Deceives is able to find a big double. As you said, turns it into a triple. Then it was CleanX's turn. So good stuff by Ultra to slow the map down.
Yeah, I mean, a 12-7 performance there from Joe Deceives. A terrific defensive round, but sometimes in offense, man, you're just looking for a couple of moments where you've got a chance to take it. Really, I mean, you'll take your 4 ticks. Opportunity to take that round if you're Optic. Now you just have to flip the script and get it done on defense. We'll see if they can do that. Hook, who's been so strong, not the greatest of round 1, 6 and 10, but now we get to the defense where he's got a chance to maybe get forward and find more openers. The break's so crucial. We'll see how it plays out.
And well, yeah, now can Hook get lost sort of in the spawn? Change that scoreboard around as well. A great start here for Optic. They're able to find 3. Beans the last player alive. That is all 4 dead, and now you're in the trap.
Yeah, this is where Optic live and thrive. Toronto Ultra in hell immediately. How clean can they get out of this? You've gotten so far pushed up. You've got all the map control in the world. Just creating chaos. A great play there from Joe Deceives.
I mean, just baits him in, has the knife ready. Able to get his teammates out. He's just trying to pause this clock. Already 45 seconds off, and you have nothing. Even when you finally get out of your base in the middle of the map, the AR is starting to find some kills for Optic. So it's really just down to Joe. And well, he's going to get taken out. You were just so staggered here if you're Ultra.
They just got the mid-map height and position. The subs in hell, just no openings whatsoever. Sub 30 seconds now to work with. You get 2 dead, now it's time to go. 1 player remains, going to be Shotzi. What can he walk away with? It's only going to be 1. Now you try to get body stacking the point. Trophy there for coverage. Joe Deceives gets loose, but, well, not loose for too long. Down in lives, so what can you do in the ticks department?
Well, you might have 1 chance here if you are Optic. Shotzi's going to find 1 on the flank. Does that allow his team to go, though? None of the nades are going to connect. The trophy is in it. Well, you just give it up. So minute extension is there. So Optic, they were just playing for map control.
Yeah. I mean, they're a team, I think, on this map that's been guilty of letting things kind of get away from them. Take 1 last crack at a point, then things fall apart. They've been far more disciplined over this qualifier stretch. They play for map control here, and now can they turn this into a round win? CleanX's double, though. This could be an opening on the point. Optic trying to go huge. Dashy not able to find it. Everybody coming off the spawn and trying to battle back. First tick is going to be done. Optic trying to fight back, but Toronto, like a lightning strike, might walk away with this round 2. It is close and it is done. That is textbook out of Toronto Ultra.
I mean, you didn't find a kill there.
No, like that's why I don't hate how Optic Texas play. Like, all right, let's give it up and set up for the kills. They just didn't get the kills.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they probably go back to
probably take one more crack at
I think you go one more time
after
at that.
Shotzi's kill.
Yeah,
maybe
because Kleenex died, Shotzi got another one. You know, there's only 2 on that point. At least try to put a body on it. But maybe with Shotzi dying, they didn't want to. But as you said, that transition over to B was just so perfect for Ultra. You didn't get on the board at all.
I mean, the spiral or transition you were trying to avoid is exactly what happened. Like that, I think that's what they feared would happen if they took another crack at it, and just it happened regardless. So props to Ultra with a couple gunfight wins, get a 2 and 3 dead scenario, and able to take advantage onto the objective at B. Might be a 2-0 advantage for Optic Texas in the series, but it's Ultra up 2-0 in the control. Optic gonna have to rip 3 straight. They're gonna start this with B pressure. How much are they able to turn this into? Hook in trouble. Has a little bit of help, but his help is going to drop. It's all going to be on him now to make the play. He's just trying to get away with his life, and I don't hate that. I mean, there's not much you could have done on the objective. Take your 1 tick. Play your life. Reposition. What a beautiful sequence out of Hook. Just getting absolutely lost.
Well, and this is exactly what I mean. How many times in the past would he just chow that down on zip? And we would be like, what in the world is that? But he makes the heads-up play, repositions, then turns it into something. And, well, that is a B point done. A minute extension. Lead continues to go on up. Now up to 5 here for Optic.
Yeah, they just think he goes down to bottom computer. Not going to be the case at all. Finds a beautiful timing. Some key kills from his teammates. Really put that one onto Hook. Now the easier of the points to work, and you've still got position on the map. Forward will be Joe Deceives for Ultra. Maybe he can walk away with a couple of kills, slow this down. Only able to get 1 and then trade it out. But you've got a foothold at mid-map. If Ultra are going to bring this back, you've got the position on the map. What's your biggest fear? Like, this isn't a scenario we have all that often where it's like an early B capture.
Well, they're so focused on Shotzi. This might be your biggest fear. Now you don't really have middle of the map control. He's winning gunfights. You have to worry about him flying at you.
No.
So there was one player trying to flame Shotzi. He gets away and out is 3 dead. This is your nightmare if you are Ultra.
Well, I asked you your fear, and then we saw it instantaneously. Shotzi, Hook, finding openings, taking names, just shutting it down. He'll finish the double there, 6 straight, and that is a quick one. All Optic as Shotzi picks them apart late.
Yeah, there was one player that drops bottom middle, puts some shots in, but you have nobody in top. Grandma is there for Ultra, so they couldn't trade that kill, and he gets lost. And, well, that is just this guy on your screen. You have to figure out where he goes and deal with him quickly, or this happens. The 6 spree comes into play. The round win for Optic. They stay alive here in control.
Yeah, and this is where maybe we're starting to feel a little bit of momentum for Ultra after going up 2-0, but a round like that happens, Shotzi gets going, crowd gets going, and maybe things unravel. Can they pull off a little reverse sweep here in the control and close out this series 3-0? Ultra desperately just looking for a lifeline. Because even though red card will be like the Optic pick, like it's a winnable map for Ultra. They get to a proto, which is one of their better searches. Like, this is one that feels to me like it could be a 3-0 here for Optic, or we're going the whole way to map 5. We'll see. Round by round, Optic try to bring it back.
But he's still on that streak if you are Shotzi, so we'll see if he is able to find that Hellstorm. But the AR is beaming. And well, already in your base was Shotzi, but trade it out. But the fact is you're taking these fights spiral on offense, not where you want to be.
That's how offense started last time, though, right? That's how it started last time. And then they dealt with it.
Oh, you should deal with it.
Yeah, they're dealing with it beautifully, but now they want to deal with the objective. They'll get 2 bodies on it, and Kleenex is still trying to find openings. Just a beautiful timing there from him. Or Hook looking right, not checking left, and Kleenex able to make him pay. He's on 4 straight. Second bit of progress about to be done. Beans wins his one-on-one against Mercules on that outer A street. Trying to stack it here for a second. Shotzi just comes in, finds the opening, and picks this apart. They're able to shut it down late, which they weren't able to do last time on A.
Yeah, he just finds the timing through spiral and then just goes front door. Doesn't worry about top windows, deals with the players on the objective, gives his team the lifeline. So yeah, you were looking at the minute extension. You still have Insight pushed on up, but 40 seconds on the clock here for Ultra.
Still very doable, especially with Insight's position. He's got a sub in hand, and while trying to just keep moving, keep frying, Dashy wins his. Beans and Kleenex, the lifeline right now for Toronto Ultra onto the point. Coverage there, just holding the window. Dashy just trying to maybe stagger the reinforcements, not worry about the point, just give this up and see if he finds kills. He's actually gonna wrap it the whole way back around because they cut it outer. There's the minute extension, live still really, really close. On one side, you have Kleenex trying to make a play. On the other, you've kind of got Dashy.
Yeah, remember, this is what Optic did last time, but in the transition afterwards, they didn't find a kill. It was 10 in a row for Ultra. You found the first 2 after A is done. Mercules gets involved, but you're gonna know where all 4 are and have mid-map control.
4 life advantage, minute to go. Pook looks like Superman, but Joe Deceives is gonna get the kill.
He's a kryptonite, yeah.
Dashy tagged and backed up. Trophy over the top to help Joe Deceives. Still gonna take some damage here. Kleenex though, finding the timing, pushing through. Everybody down outside of Hook. That's gonna be everybody down, and that should be the map. 3 are on it. It is cruising. Players trying to fly in. Mercules trying to win a fight, able to do it. Will he extend it? Can they go nuts? Insight's double will seal it. That's the map to Ultra, and now we've got ourselves a series. Ooh, now things look a little bit different. A little bit different after that control win. The one little group of Ultra fans trying to get hyped as the venue is silenced with a big Ultra win.
Yeah, well, I was just saying, we don't have music, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
There's the music. I was like, where's the map music at?
Series. Going a little bit deeper now. Ultra showing signs of life, trying to extend this as deep as they can, looking to get it to a red card, and now pressure to Optic. Joe Deceives, the man of the map, goes 26 and 18. So many multi-kills in crucial positions for them.
This is just a different team when your sub-duo is playing at this level, right? I mean, this has been sort of their lifeline throughout the year. When Joe Deceives and Kleenex are playing like this, difficult to beat. When they have average maps like map number 1, yeah, it's what it's been. It's been average. So can now this be what they needed?
I don't know what these guys are yapping about, but they're chatting through the map 3. Looking forward to the red card. We'll take a look at some highlights from this map 3. Some big plays really on both sides of it, but it's Ultra that get the last laugh. Joe Deceives just getting up close and personal with the SMG. Cheeky little play here to tuck into a corner. Be the Reaper there with the knife.
And that's on the shots. Normally he's the one doing plays like that in those sort of situations, getting creative.
And I think the single most impressive thing probably for Ultra, on both your offensive round wins, you were in hell early. Like, you lost the break, and Optic Texas had 2 or 3 people forward, like in your house, applying pressure. Both times, you deal with it well enough that you have what, like, I don't know, 45 seconds or so left to get out. From then on forward, it was really efficient. It did look good early.
No, and then I think what's even more impressive is once they got A, like Optic were giving up that transition.
Yeah.
Both times, like Optic were just like, let's just play from their base, play with map control, but Ultra hunted them down.
Yeah, no, they really
had like they were finding 3 to 4 at a time, and well, that just leads to a 3-1 map win.
3-1 map win, and now we get a little bit deeper. A red card, hard point coming up. Talk to me about the red card, Joe.
Well, I mean, for Ultra, this is, normally one you veto or you don't play. It's not one they play very often, only 5 times on the year, but I think they realize, like, we have to start entering this into the map pool a little bit more, so you've played it a couple of times throughout this. If you are Ultra, on the other side for Optic, 1-1, but it's been pretty ugly on the year, as we know. For Optic on red card, a lot of just, I don't know, it's not the greatest hard point to watch.
Yeah, listen, it's like when red card is ugly, it is ugly, and there have been some of those, and yeah, Optic's been involved in some of them, but this is where, yes, as much as you look at Hook and Shotzi and they're brilliant map 1s, maybe this is where Mercules really helps you. If you don't have some fundamental plays, if the comms aren't on point, you're in position, if you overstep and don't really hold like an anchor type position, spawns can get crazy really quickly on like every hard point, honestly. Like, you need to be structured. If you're not, you can win this not being structured. Don't get me wrong, it could be one of those messy ones that goes to time, like you can, but like, I think it's where Mercules maybe makes it so that's not the case.
Well, I think it's just sort of like, if they aren't playing up to their talent level, then they're in trouble. But if they are and it gets messy, then they will be fine.
Yeah.
But I will say, from what we're seeing, especially from Hook, just how sound he is playing, might see a better red card here for Optic.
Oh, just got an update that the Bravo match is now tied up 1-1. Cloud9 able to take the search and destroy against FaZe. So hopefully you got both tabs open, or if you're in venue or at home, maybe just watching the main stream. We'll try to keep you updated as much as we can. But this series, 2-1 advantage to Optic, 1-1 on Bravo with FaZe and Cloud9. There's the red card, hardpoint story. But not the best of maps for either side, not a ton of reps for either side.
And I don't know, if you're an Optic fan, this is probably like your next biggest question, right? You've had a couple of good vault hardpoints online. You've had some great dealership search and destroys online. Map pool will be tested this weekend. Can they have a great red card?
Tons of questions answering. Yeah, this is certainly one of them. Shotzzy and Hoop, the heroes of the map one, looking to take over as we get into our second hard point. Opening so far, so good for Ultra. They'll find every single kill outside of Hook and a car onto Joe Deceives. This is early time to Ultra. Whew. Nice shots there from Dashi, not the easiest win.
No, I don't think for either player, but he was hit down sub 50 HP. Able to reconnect, just takes his time. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, it's Joe Deceives on the hill. P2 controlled right now here for Ultra. You gotta worry about Hook though, and the rest of the Optic starting to work the middle of the stairs, and Joe Deceives does just that.
They're working the stairs, he's working them. 4-1 start, little help from inside, a lot of help from inside. Joe Deceives POV, but it's the fire over the top from inside that's gonna set up early time. Now at this P2. Spawn's pretty close though for Optic Texas. Chance to maybe fly over the top and flood this with the inside pick mid-map. Well, Joe Deceives to deal with next. Nearly turns that into a second. I think the great grenade from Beans actually finishes the weak player, so we continue to go 1-for-1. Spawn's close for both teams, and they're just trying to fight back into position inside the hard point. Texas just trying to look for some time. They've only had 2 points so far.
Yeah, no, it's actually massive from Beans to get out of the hill, slide forward, and get that kill, because he influences team spawns and gives them the stage spawn that they want. Hook is still out though hunting, trying to take a route. Are they gonna find them? 2 players spawn right up. Weak is the rest of Optic gonna find some kills. That's gonna be a 3. Dead insight, last player alive. Still spawning stage though. Is some of his teammates, they just have to hunt him down.
Yeah, finally they'll deal with Hook. Just lost in the back line for a while. This is, I mean, everything you want if you're Optic Texas in the sense of like how that point started, right? You get the final 15 or so seconds, you'll then spawn out, get it on rotation, in now with the P3 and trying to mount the comeback after going down early.
Yeah, well, Shotzzy, he gets a split, so he's gonna have a freebie through the middle of the map. Now Garage spawns here for Ultra. Mercules, Hook locked in down street side alongside Dashi. But now they have to deal with this, man. Tobias just pulling out the sub, trying to get on the hill. Well, him and Beans will trade it out.
Him and Beans, little 2-man game here is beautiful. Now he's just shouldering, trying to get eyes forward. Just get damage into these ARs that are trying to find an opening, not make it clean for them to get angles. Shotzi's, though, the one finding angles. It's a sub in the hand of Mercules that'll take down the 3rd and the 4th. Beautiful break there from Optic Texas. 4 down, spot into the point. 3 straight for Mercules.
And well, now you have them spawning where you want. You have stage control. See number 8 and Dashi. He's gonna back up, make sure to block that spawn alongside who Joe Deceives is trying to get out and do what he can, but it might be a little bit too late. Well, Shotzzy finds Beans are going 1-for-1, but Optic players are already set up at new.
Joe Deceives, though, as he pushes through, he's going to lead to a split zone for his teammates. So a chance to collapse on this, a big pickup there by Mercules. He gets both on the other side of it, makes this way easier for his teammates. Heads up play there for Mercules.
Yeah, now one player going to spawn up so they know where Ultra is coming from. And as you said, just very disciplined is this man on your screen. Now 3 in a row, leading the lobby with 13. Just playing his life, making sure he's got the crossfire, and well, crossfire on point with some great shots.
Whew. Now for the railing there, maybe he takes that one, but gets a kill, damage in, sets up his teammates to close it out, and so far they're perfect at stage, and now in front by 20, with 20 more to earn inside of the point. But yeah, that sequence, I mean, what, Joe Deceives gets 1 mid, gets 1 pushing out steps. He has the chance to disrupt that, has a chance to break this early, but it is all Mercules early in the point. He's leading the lobby at 14 and 9. And they'll win that first rotation, up 30.
And well, Dashi, I mean, he earned so much time on that. He actually has a Hellstorm behind 3 kills. So Hellstorm to use for Optic. And well, he's gonna use it right away at this P5. So we get a lot of discipline. This was a hill, that stage hill where, I mean, they would let some spawn slip on through, screw it up. That time, much cleaner. And well, they're gonna find a 4 dead behind the Hellstorm. Now Mercules on the point.
The best we have seen this Optic team playing all year. This hardpoint looking so good. We still got a lot of time to go, but they're ripping and roaring here at camera, and Dashy is piecing. The streak will hit for the break, and he's locking down Ticket until he's not. Finally will drop, busting back in. There's Ultra now for some late time.
Well, who was it? It was Joe Deceives his multi. That's been the key to the success. The small amount that they have had throughout this match. It's been Kleenex and Joe. If they find some doubles, that's our opportunity to get going. But the way this started, you're thinking Ultra is going to be very much in control, but a great P4, and just like that, Optic are up around 30.
I mean, they went up like 40-1 or whatever it was. Since then, you're outscored like 120 to 30, 40, whatever it is. And in control early in this second set of hard points. Shotzi, AR in hand, locking it down from Hedges, holding the angle, winning the gunfight. Beautiful there on to Beans. 5 HP and just trying to play his life.
Hey, did you see that? He cooked an 8. Maybe he was listening to you.
Yeah, I swear, it's rare you see him do it. He's just tossing those things, I swear. Nobody in the point for now, and Hook will be tagged up and backed up to reposition.
Well, all of Ultra, they are just flying stage side. Just trying to get in that spot for P2. Well, it's still 20 seconds left. In the middle of the map is Beans and Kleenex. They're going to find that timer, at least try to. A lot of pressure to deal with, but that's going to be all 4 dead here for Optic. One player does split out, but Mercules reads it. Great stuff from him, and now you're up 60. You have P2 control. Optic Texas looking to close this out.
Mercules, some key spots where he's picking up spawns. It's been incredible to see. It's going to be a split again, and they're picking it up on both sides of it. Tracking back into the point will be Mercules. Extending this lead. 3 gonna spawn close in the back. Ultra trying to fight back into the point. They need some time, and they need it badly. It just seems like it's been this lull, this dead spot over the last several hard points. As Dashy gets incredible damage in, I think it's Joe Deceives barely staying alive in the back, but it's still gonna be Optic Texas in the point. Winning it from the front, everything you could want on rotation. This is textbook from Optic Texas. Lead, growing and growing. They're doing everything right. This is what the Greenwall fans have wanted to see all year.
I mean, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but like this is legitimately the cleanest hardpoint we have seen from them. I don't know. Just a lot of the time, it is so chaotic.
You mean on red cards?
Well, in general, it just feels like they're finally putting it all together.
Putting it together, but trying to put down Joe Deceives. Able to do that. 100-point advantage, so close to walking away with a round 1 win and get them into the top 6. They'll continue to fight on this weekend. Dashy continuing to put the pressure forward, just trying to deal with insight in the back, able to shoot off his toes as the pistol connects under the Jeep. They'll get 3 through on the feed. Only 1 player really fighting up forward. It'll be Joe Deceives again. He's going to get slammed. Hardpoint control again to Optic Texas, and they are just firing.
Here, maybe your one last chance if you are Ultra. You have to get P4. They're going to find 3 kills. There will be some split spawns. Hook and Dashy are trying to lock down this position. They knew where Hook is. I don't know if they know that Dashy's out. Okay, they do. Beans just trying to get to the double. Great shots from him. He's on 4 in a row, trying to do what he can, trying to will his team onto this map 5. You see Joe and Insight starting to play stage. So can they find a full 60?
Yeah, I mean, a perfect hold here, and we've got a conversation now for this map. A break from Optic, and well, that might just be the map. Hook dealing with Beans, that old. Kleenex, just a sliver HP, trying to stay up. He's gonna get dropped, and now here comes the green wall. They're flying out swarming. They are absolutely swarming. Pressure Joe Deceives to make the play. He's gonna get dropped. That's gonna be an early break in, and that might decide it. They can't win it here on this hard point, but what a beautiful break from Optic Texas, dominating here in the map.
What am I watching here? Just such clean hard point from these guys. Where has this been all year? This is what JP and Karma are talking about in the scrims. And now the individual skill is showing. Shotzi on 5 in a row, but what a break. That is so difficult to do. They took their time, they win it as 4. They found the opening picks, and now they are 20 points away from moving on.
I mean, out fundamentaling Mr. Fundamental in Toronto Ultra. This has been just class from Optic Texas. One more break to close it out, and while it's a camera hard point that could be all about the breaks. First kill through for Shotzi. The writing is on the wall. The round 1 win is just moments away with a break here. It's the last stand for Toronto Ultra. Dashi nearly gets through over the top, but the ARs do hit for Ultra. Extending this one for now. Okay.
It's Gus Britton. I think he just wants to work on up, maybe find 2. Tries to get greedy, and Kleenex slams the door.
Yeah, but it's Optic Texas that can slam the door on this series. It's a hell of a fight, a hell of a hold here at camera for this Toronto Ultra team. Still enough time on this for Optic Texas to win until there's not. Now no longer can get it done here. An excellent hard point from Ultra, but they've got to be perfect now. 6 straight for Kleenex. Maybe he can tack on a streak to give them a little added firepower as we get back now to the P1.
Just is it too late? Is it too late? You would love a Hellstorm, something extra to work with. Well, his AR is hit. Great gunfight win there. Just trying to slow the game down, and well, Optic just trying to find an opening. Who's gonna pull out the sub? Dashi, Mercules follow it up. Starting to lead towards a time for the victory.
Inside hopes to find a timing, doesn't find anything. Up over the 240 mark now is Optic, 10 for the win. Still got a body inside of the hard point until you don't. Mercules trying to reposition, he's gonna get caught. You break back about as well as you can if you're Ultra. You just give up 4 seconds there. Still fighting, still holding. Maybe the most insane comeback we'll see on the year if they somehow do this.
Just such a scrappy map, right? Like, it's so hard to do on red card. That's why we haven't really seen it. But well, I don't think that is gonna happen. Optic take map 4, they take the series.
The best they have looked all year, making a wild red card look clean. Fantastic hard point and gameplay out of Optic Texas. It's what we've been begging for all year. And as you said, JP and Karma talking about the scrims, how much better it is. Look, maybe this is what we are finally seeing. These guys showing up on land, already guaranteeing themselves the top 6. And on the other side for Ultra, I mean, you're not that unfamiliar with round 1 losses and having to make a run through losers. They're going to have to do it again.
Yeah, well, probably most importantly here for Optic is sort of, getting top 6 for champs, right? I assume now it's pretty much done with that conversation. It's going to be so tough for Minnesota, but especially after them losing.
They'd have to pull like an Ultra or a Thieves, they'd have to make a run to a top 3.
Well, you have to hope they don't
and
lose.
Just to hope Optic basically double opt out of it. So yeah, it's not done yet for Optic, but it's feeling like it might be. Hoop, sensational in both hard points, puts up, what, 39 or whatever it was in the map 1, 32 and 23 here. I know you're impressed. Just not just with Hoop, but with this Optic Texas team.
No, legitimately, this is one of the better matches they have on here. Just like, in terms of the way they're actually approaching the game, do we have an idea of what we're doing? Nobody's over-challenging. We're not trying to make these spectacular plays, and in the meantime, sort of like ruining the map, allowing, I don't know, both vaults, they control all the P4s. Right there, I mean, they win the early stage and they find a break at stage. It's just these little things that you kind of look for, and sort of, you're seeing that here from Optic.
Yeah, like you've seen like a moment in a map sometimes, like in the online stages of it.
Yeah, but then they do something dumb.
Yes, you'll see a moment, but like as far as like a cohesive bit of gameplay or a map or a series, however you want to state it, yes, just phenomenal. And I can't understate the fact that that's usually what we're saying from Toronto Ultra. We're talking about their fundamentals. We're talking about how they're ahead on so many rotations. Optic just outdoing them at what they're best at. Plus you have maybe the talent gap when you're firing. And this is what the series looks like.
And again, like stage 3, I felt was a little bit more SMG centric, and that allowed Joe DeCease and Kleenex to kind of do whatever the hell they want. If we're going to sort of a 3-4 AR on some of these maps, they might be in trouble, because you see, if it is not Joe DeCease and Kleenex, they are not getting much in respawn from the ARs. It's not like those two are leading the way.
No, absolutely the case. And even when listen, it's a different Optic roster, but you talk about the game last year when it came a little more AR heavy. That's when they start to take over and be phenomenal. But listen, Hoop, he did it online. He's doing it on land. Hoop the Nuke is dominant right now, leading the way for Optic and hoping to make a run. Let's hear what he has to say about that match 1.
DreamHack makes some noise for Hoop and Optic Texas as they continue on in this tournament, the hometown heroes. Hoop, we watched you guys 3-0 them online this past weekend. You come to land. They was trying to have y'all number, but y'all do it again in a 3-1 fashion. How does that feel to be able to get this win right now?
We stuck to our game plan, and yeah, it feels great.
Definitely does feel great, okay? Green Wall, you guys feeling great out there? Hey, feeling good, looking good out there. Now, you know about the newest teammate you guys got, Mercules. The last event, he was over there playing on an Ultra. Now, having him on your team, did he bring over some secrets? Did he bring over those fundamentals we heard so much about with the Ultra that they have seemed to lost playing up against you guys now without him?
Oh, yeah, he had some cheese info for us. So
okay. The info definitely does work out in these big matches. And now, when it comes down to big matches, we heard you talking to the desk saying that you guys need to have resiliency to make it on far in a tournament, but also you guys needed a leader, more leadership and a leader to emerge. Do you feel like here in this first match coming to this weekend, has a leader emerged here on this roster, making some more big calls?
I think we've all been taking baby steps towards that. So especially me and Brandon.
Okay.
So.
All right, definitely. And it is paying off and it's working out. We have seen you guys really hit that form, okay? And in hitting that form, you have had this be one of the loudest venues throughout the entire DreamHack convention. Got these Greenwall fans on their feet. What you want to say to them, Hoop?
Appreciate everyone here, and shout out the Green Wall, man.
Yeah, you heard it here from me and Hoop. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
I knew it was Optic all along. The Toronto pick was bait. Why? Toronto has lost in the opening round of Major 2, Major 3, and now Major 4. Now at Major 2 and 3, they went on to finish on the podium. But this is a weird run. On the other side, Optic took their time to figure out how to play as well as they just did. Can we break down what happened in that hard point? Nameless, you were quite impressed with the teamwork that was being shown.
Yeah, I mean, just clean on the side of Optic Texas. I mean, even the map 1, right? When you talk about the money hills, good prioritization on those. We saw it back-to-back, and then amazing breaks as well. You're getting individual performances, obviously, from Hoop. Mercury starts to shine in this game 4. But everything that you have wanted to see from Optic all year long, you just saw in this series. Just clean from top to bottom. This team looks like a force.
I completely agree with you. I mean, you talk about red card hardpoint specifically, that's not really in their wheelhouse.
Not
it's
at all.
One of the maps that they prefer to get rid of in a series. So the way that they won this as well is red card's a very teamwork heavy team. You have to be on the same page at all times, and that's something we're not used to seeing from the side of Optic Texas. And a big shout from the side of Mercules. Not that slaying has ever been an issue for Optic Texas, but the damage he was laying down consistently through the entirety of this map allows Hoop to put up numbers like he does, allows him to drop the damage that he does. So clearly, some stuff gelling from the side of Optic Texas when it comes to respawn.
For me, it's the 3 C's, Chris. It's cohesion, confidence, and chemistry right now for
It was
Texas.
chemistry, the third one.
And it's all 3 of those things, man. I mean, really, right now, everything's going great for them. Really, really great spot to be in. And I think they know that their history will look very poorly on them if they don't make champs. So it's pull your socks up now, boys, or get a real egg on your face.
It's not fair to call out one player, but in the first half, we said Hoop was in the early running for MVP. Was there a standout in the second half going into that control and then the fourth hard point?
I mean, Hoop played well the entire series, even to close it out in that hard point. Obviously, Mercules had an amazing start to the game 4, but I mean, everybody was performing. And, you saw Optic, even when Toronto found 2-3 kills or multi-kill or setup, Optic was just confident and calm and just regained control. That's what the world-class teams do. We haven't seen that from Optic since last year.
Yeah. And the other C word there.
Calm.
Yeah, I mean, we've also go with camaraderie because they're all bros. Honestly,
Chill?
really impressive.
What about chill?
Chill's a nice one.
Chill's nice.
It wasn't very chill. It was negative chill up there. That
Miles,
was really great.
who earned the scuff play of the game? There's 4 players on Optic. One of them got it. Who was it?
I could have given it to any of them at that moment.
It's Shotzi! Let's jump in. Please stop shaking the stage, Joe Brady. I'm just kidding. That's a photographer. He's the best in the business. Let's take a look at the scuff play of the game. It was never Joe, but Shotzi caused him problems. He's tickling the belly button, opening doors and shooting you in yours.
Yeah.
I don't think those are comparable at all.
Bars, Chris Bucket.
I mean, how many dealerships have you seen now where Shots is just making huge plays? Whether it's shooting people through walls, whether it's finding kills, looping the map right here. This is actually Insight almost clutching a 1v2, by the way. But Shots with the SMG knows, I just need to close the distance, and I'll be able to win this gunfight regardless if he gets first shot. Shots is an absolute beast. What is happening?
My God.
We got a very special guest. I said bring him in right now. It's the one and only Coach Karma. The legend is joining us. Ali is going to let JP jump in here because we got the Optic Coaches crew joining us live. It's all about watch parties, and we're creating our own. Karma, congratulations. You can have a little sigh of relief now after that win.
Yeah, you could say that.
Not your first matchup against Toronto. What was the game plan coming in this time?
I mean, the game plan was, well, one, get a win. I don't think we've been in this position since last year. I think the biggest thing going into it was, like I emphasized in our scrim before, treat the match like a scrim. This scrim is our match. You need to call out. You need to play how we're going to play in 30 minutes. I think this is the first time all year we've really translated that. It wasn't frantic. I'm not sure if there was listen-ins, but they knew everything that was going on. They knew where people were. Everything was just, I bet, as good as it could have been.
I could see the passion coming off you guys. That's a huge win for you.
Yeah, it really is.
Right? It probably secures champs. But I want to ask you guys, it's a balance. I don't think a lot of the fans realize how hard it is to balance individually talented players like you have on your roster and also playing the right way, right?
Yeah.
So how has that been kind of balancing that over the last couple of weeks since you've brought in Mercules?
Yeah, I mean, it's really big with a rookie coming into that, but we had a lot of good VOD to watch. The LAG match was something that obviously we didn't want to happen, but it was a big learning experience, for Mason and for the whole team in general, because that was the first time we were in a situation where we were actually, dominating in some of these maps, like the Skyline and the Rewind. And it was big VOD for us to watch because we needed to keep those situations as controlled as possible. We can't let those mistakes happen in these matches when it's crunch time. So it was making sure that we literally translated what we were going to do in scrims to the matches, like Damon said, and it paid off in this first match.
JP, I've known you for over a decade now. I can normally get a read on you. Are you happy? You just got it done, bro.
Happy. Hey, job not finished though.
Okay.
I mean, we came here to win the tournament, not to make champs.
Stone cold killers when they walked up on this set. By the way,
they're locked. Damon, I want to ask another follow-up to that. Who stepped up to be the leader? We've heard, with you guys, somebody's had to step up. In the Hook interview, he said, we were lacking that at times. So who's it been?
Kyler.
Yeah,
really?
I mean, I'd say it's Kyler, and I mean, as a whole, it's just a really big team effort right now. It's a work in progress. I mean,
everyone knows the goal.
You saw us a few months ago.
I think Kyler's speaking up a little bit more.
A couple weeks ago was not good. It looks a whole hell of a lot better now.
We're working on it. But it's a good first step, and I'm as happy as you could be so
Comp
far.
Ops is telling me that your players are waiting on you, so I'm going to let you get back to them. But first, can you walk me through this bracket? What does the crystal ball tell us for the Optic fans at home? How is this weekend going to play out? Do we have an expectation of who we're playing in the next round? Because Cloud9 has taken the search and destroy going into that game 3.
Well, I mean, that's not great for FaZe. That's pretty good for Cloud9. Because, FaZe have had struggles in the respawns, and search and control has been their bread and butter. So.
Bro, put us up against anyone, man. Our map pool right now, I think we can play any map. We're looking really confident. As long as we can actually, translate into these matches like we just did right there, we'll play anyone.
Every team's going to be tough, though. It's just one by one. We'll see where we go.
Optic fans are already smiling here in Texas. We get you guys around for the next 3 days. Real quick, though, Karma, you have been around since the beginning of competitive Call of Duty, going all the way back to that Black Ops 2 championship. You were there in the AW days. Last time we were at a DreamHack was in AW.
Oh, wow.
What has happened since then in the last decade? What have you seen here on the floor? Because Call of Duty is just one of 100 events.
A lot, man. Dude, this is crazy. Seeing an event like this, there's so many people you can run into here that we haven't experienced that in, 8 years maybe. I could be a little off with that, but
Damon, this is like how
nice
used
to be back.
When we were competing. This is true electricity. Multiple matches going on. Yeah, it's definitely a treat for all of us.
Gentlemen, we're going to jump in live real quick. You're welcome to bounce or hang out with us because this is your next opponent. It's either Atlanta FaZe or Cloud9. This is Game 3, Round 5. We are in control of this swing game. Nameless, how crucial is this?
This is massive. And I believe Cloud9, when they beat Atlanta, they were able to take the control, which was a huge surprise to everybody. So if they're able to win this round, it gives them a great chance to take the series, as Atlanta have been struggling in Hardpoint. They just truly have.
JB, for Cloud9, who is dangerous from that squad? Because they've had their ups, but a whole lot more downs this season.
I think Krem. I think old Volans is an S&D guy, but he's stepped up and respawns for them a lot. Honestly, this is a really good match. I didn't realize it was 1-1. So this is a this is going to be a burner.
Kremp and Dante have been doing really well this year, and obviously they haven't had a lot of time with 2 new guys, but they're making it work so far.
Well, you guys are making it work so far as well. Congratulations to Optic. Best of luck to your opponents in the competition. We're going to break. When we come back, we keep it rolling, starting with the elimination round. Boston, Are you sending Minnesota package, or is it the Rocker fighting for their lives? Stay tuned.
Major 4 is your last chance to win the Scuff Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs. Visit scuff.co/CDL to sign up now. The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself.
Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Plate.
You don't trust me, fine. But you cannot trust her.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years, and enables you to play like a pro.
Nice, good shit. We went up this. I have it. Dead. Nice. Dead.
Let's go, guys! Let's go! Let's go, Bruce!
Nice, 2-1-2-1. I'm backing up. Here, 1v1 is Dashy. He's slow as fuck. Yeah, bomb down on these coasts for sure. He's slow.
Yep, got that shit.
Laying down behind the boot. He's laying down behind the boot right here.
Let's go, baby, go! Let's go, boys. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Come on, Eric. Let's go. Come on, Eric.
That's right. That's it.
Oh my God, here we go. They got the stack. Second tick is done. FaZe trying to go. It's moving so quickly. Can they get in and contest? They're soaring through. It's just about done. The contest is in. Shotzi kills everybody in front of him, but FaZe are able to get in. Getting the point, man. Here we go. Gotta hold with no respawns. They're holding for now. They win one. Nobody left. FaZe hold with no respawns remaining.
The 2025 Boston Breach Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to help you blend the competition. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
It's Maven Friday, ladies
Dude,
and gentlemen. Welcome back to Major 4. We are live at DreamHack Dallas. We just got done talking with Karma and JP, coaches of Optic Texas. They're wondering who are they going to play in the next round. Will it either be FaZe or Cloud9? Word is FaZe did take that game 3. They're on match point to go into round 2.
Sheesh, close one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Optic FaZe, the storyline many years. It hasn't really been one this year, but why not? In the final major, just got done casting that Optic series. That was awesome. The best they've looked. I saw Shotzi, I saw Karma, I saw all those guys. I'm like, finally, thank you. It makes the weekend so much more interesting if they're lit.
Well, with this just being a 3-day event, we are crunching the games in, and we are already into the elimination bracket. So Minnesota, you want to go to champs, you got to play perfect from here on out because you're going up against the Breach, the perennial 6th place team in the league. They're good for an opening round in the losers bracket every single major.
Yeah, the thing is, they've started in winners, right? The last couple of majors, right? So this is a different situation, and this is the worst Boston have looked. You can see Breach, they've knocked Rocker out of champ. They knocked them out of champs with the win here. Obviously, Rocker backs against the wall. A lot of pressure for them, but it's also a lot of pressure on Boston. Like, what is this team going to be come the final 2 big events? Can the AR duo step it up? Because this split so far, Wake and Cammy have not been performing. They've been 0.8s in respawn, not putting up the numbers. And, it's sad because you look at Snoopy, he's starting to hit his stride again, looking like stage 1 Snoop.
Unfortunately for you, Nameless, the day you are out on Sunday, the final Maven Sunday, Gigawake took over.
He did.
Awakening pops off when you're not in the venue. Are you the Giga Curse?
Listen, I've been waiting for you to bring this up. All right, I might be the Giga Curse, so I got Mini in this series.
That's crazy. We're doing pickups right now.
On the other side, Maven, are you the Kenny Curse? Let's take a look at the Minnesota Rocker. We have been hyping the squad up, their potential, but the ice, well, everyone's fallen through it so far.
Yeah, God, it feels like the ceiling is incredible for this team, but they fall apart in so many moments over maps, so many winnable situations. Brains turn off. Sometimes you can't fix stupid.
Let me sell the story, though, okay? Minnesota Rocker has had no ice, but they have matched up against Boston twice this year. What happened in those series? Game 5, Minnesota Rocker 2-0 in this series. So this is their best pick as a round number 1 if they're going to make the run towards champs. They have dominated when it comes to those hard points. Search and destroy controls where it gets a little wonky, but if there's any clutch, it's been versus Boston Breach for some reason.
They won by over 100 in the Major 2 qualifier when they played each other. Minnesota beat them by over 100 in both the hard points, which is a massive edge because that's typically where Boston win their series.
I'm all giggly, having great vibes today. This is your season on the line, Minnesota Rocker. Let's take a look at what could be your final best of 5. Do they have the numbers on their side through hardpoint, search and destroy, and control? We have your best of 5 brought to you by Scuff Gaming.
I look at this rewind. This is Boston's best breaking map. Their top 2 hold in rotation. So this is going to be their comfort at the start of this series on side Minnesota Rocker. No major standout when it comes to these search and destroys. I think that vault control is going to be everything. It's Boston's best control historically, but since stage 4, their control has dropped off terribly, and Rocker's a top 3 defense team when it comes to vault. So looking like another long one with the Minnesota Rocker team.
It feels like Rocker is still in a form they have to win hardpoints. Like that's the one thing they can rely on. They have to win hardpoints. They have to.
Ali, would you like me to go first or second in our Scuff Pick'ems tonight? I am still in the lead, but you just narrowed the gap with the correct pick of Optic Texas.
I evened it out because I got wrong the first one of the day, 1 for 1. I am going to go with Boston Breach. I think they do better on land here, and I think they close out.
I, too, was going to go with Purge and Gigawake after their most recent performance on Sunday.
I just screamed Purge, but I'm going to go Rocker, just for storylines.
And Kenny.
They literally have to make a run to like a top 3, maybe a top 2. Bro. Yeah, they have to win the event soon. So the storyline's dead, but I'm going to, is my last time to believe.
CPR it. Thank you, Maven.
Yeah, exactly.
You know my pick. I got Minnesota Rocker. They got to win this, bro. Kenny's got to go crazy.
Nero drops 40 in game 1, 3, or 4.
No, Gio goes crazy this series.
It's a Gio series.
I think it's Snoopy's turn.
DreamHack, we're done yet, but it's time to get to the stage with Kai Blaze.
Thank you so much, Chris. And you guys got some spicy analysis there on the desk, but here in this elimination matchup, it's time to get the stage set. We're flying through these matchups here on day number 1, and it's time to send a team home. So without further ado, coming to the stage first, into the breach we go.
I was wide awake and laughing. The doctor didn't even have to slap me. Cut the cord 10 years later, I'm a prodigy. Got more letters on my name than the Ivy League. Now I'm an MVP, CEO, VIP. All the youngest want to be like me, cause I walk like a champion. Double helix, twist pedigree. Call me Red One, everybody gaga. For me, fame monster. Sand squat posture. Big footsteps to follow, so use caution. Never duplicated, imitated so often. Feast on opposition, that's why I stay flossing. If you want the noise, I can bring it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Boston Breach. Purge, Candy, Awakening, and Snoop. The Boston Breach ready to hit full form and send their opponents home.
I think it's obvious what side of this stage has a lot more riding on this match, but for the Boston Breach, I mean, you are a proper dark horse team. You take out LA Thieves in one of our last majors in day number 1, so the expectation is incredibly high, as well as the momentum needed from a team sliding just slightly as we head into champs. It's time for Into the Breach to take on the Minnesota Rocker Blaze.
And I'm ready to bring those boys out, coming out to rock the stage. Get ready, because here comes Minnesota.
Stack it up.
Oh, this could be huge. Kenny on the flank. Kenny gets the pass.
Keep a back roll with me. Stack it up. Big bang.
That trio is still not missing. Oh, he's looking real solid at the moment.
Stack it up. Big bang. Break it up.
Not enough to win the gunfight. Shield, the reach on the next one, able to win the 1v2.
Break it up. Big bang. Only hunters know.
Me too. Can do it. 1v1. 1v1. The Emperor.
Nothing changed but the change.
DreamHack, give a warm welcome to the Minnesota Rocker! Kenny, Astro, Nero, and Gio. Ready to leave it all out on the stage. It's the Minnesota Rocker.
Man, this team is just so talented. I feel like everybody can see their ceiling, but can they reach it? This is their last opportunity. They have to have a historic run to make it into champs. But can they just make a run in a tournament? They got to go through Boston. Guy, let's get it going.
They're going to have to jump. They're going to have to fly, do whatever they can to break through that ceiling on this stage. And it's do or die for them. And it's time to get this series started. So, Miles, Chance, let's go.
Oh, once more we go. And for one of these teams, potentially the last time this CDL season chance. Minnesota Rocker, what a mountain you've got to climb here, fellas. You've got to win this and win the next 2, probably get top 2, and obviously have to also get knocked out. What a day it's going to be.
And maybe more than 2, might have to win like the next 4. It is going to be a very difficult run, of course. Maybe EWC in the back pocket. Like, there is still a lot to play for the team, including just pride at this point. So this is where we find out who the real competitors are, who can come to play. And as Nameless is touching on for Boston, they've had a decent year, but a string of top 6s. They're looking to eclipse this, and of course, from the stage, they haven't shown off the goods just yet. Maybe a fear of a slight decline, or maybe the rest of the league catching up and surpassing them, but you prove yourself at the major, and obviously, this is a team with a ton of potential.
Potential, and that's the tough thing this season. We've been looking at their highs and lows and how wonderfully exciting it's been to watch them. Arguably, both of these squads, highest of highs, lowest of lows. Last chance, here we go, folks. Oh, we have just received an update from Bravo. For the folks who cannot see what's going on, Atlanta FaZe have taken care of business. They have taken down C9 in New York. More on that later. back over to Alpha, and it's going to be, again, Minnesota Rocker, Boston Breach in the rewind.
And obviously that means the Bravo station is active. That's where Rocker have already taken a loss to Miami. That is where that Skyline loss was rolling through earlier. So at least Minnesota Rocker sort of, you know, you get the land jitters out of the way. You got a series under your belt. Obviously, though, you are on the bounce back in Boston, a ferocious opponent. This is map though for Rewind. This is where the ARs can absolutely thrive. The P2s, the P4s, you can lock you down. I know Nameless is talking about how Gio's gonna be his guy. Well, shooters in the lobby awakening the hot hand at the end of the last series. And well, it's Minnesota. Let's start the map off right.
Gio did have a fantastic time against the Miami Heretics. Getting finally a little bit of success here against the Boston Boys on board with Awakening. Roaming and finding what you can of it was P1 is such a mixy hard point. So many ways in, and Cammy already on the snap. Snoopy finds 2 in the back end, and trades on trades on trades. Rocker on top.
And Rocker have the spawn, so as far as the opening break goes, they're going to be incredibly happy for the situation they have. Purge, though, hyper-intelligent player, already taking long routes to break it down. So you're exchanging a lot of P1 time to take the route, but if you get the kills, you already see guys like Kenny spawning out.
And this is a hot attack. Purge finding 3 in this life. The wallbang's going to be there, not enough cover or even concealment on the inside there of the Rewind video store, and already Kenny and Nero bounding the way forwards to P2. Boston Breach will have spawns. Boston will be in control.
Yeah, shout out to Purge for getting them these spawns. We'll see what the team can do with it. 20-point deficit they are making up from. And Purge right now, Mr. Doodle, he's hanging out in time. You got Snoopy in the back line and Cammy, each of them winning a single gunfight on the flank, but Minnesota Rockers sent 3 players to attempt to block these spawns. Everyone's turtled up in square.
But they do block them. Snoopy might be bringing names to this fight. He's got a long line of sight to work with. Cammy on the contest. Nice work there, the in and out. Be getting Gio as well. No, Nero, he finds his kills also. So the numbers are starting to work out, but there we go. Boston Breach still close on the spawns, still on time.
Yeah, very nice hold as well. Minnesota Rocker making some good plays, but Boston able to sort of stave off that pressure. And now there's no time to take the long routes. You're going to have to force yourself through the front, and that means easy cleanup kills from Cammy, already taking routes over to New. And the question is, does he want to try to blow his way past? He's sliding, he's trying to find the route, and the concussion's landing on top of him. Not enough to take him down.
Yeah, he might know where he is. He's still got to kill him. There we go. Finally, Gio gets into it. Or Kenny rather in the feed. So now, hard point over we go. Through the middle of the map. A couple of members here of Minnesota Rockers should have control, but Snoopy's on this wide route. He's the player on your screen to watch.
And he just needs to live. You're waiting for your teammate to get the kills, and well, Purge is already doing so. Nero's gonna spawn out. Kenny is gonna join him. Minnesota Rocker, all that work to take care of Cammy. Well, they let a hole open on the map. Boston capitalized, and again, Boston just making the smarter plays right now.
Yeah, that's a gap in the armor of Minnesota Rocker here. That's gonna be a solid lead developing now from Boston Breach. Perfect position to be in. We're gonna see a counter flank here from Nero. He's on the right-hand side of the minimap. He's gone all the way around, and what do you know? The same hole in the armor for Boston Breach right now. Nero
main stage. They'd rather be back on Rewind.
And we're alive and kicking. We might have had a bit of a power outage there. We can hear the game taking place in the background, folks, so we can assure you it's still going on, even if we're not getting coverage here in-house.
I mean, hey, we snap out of the hiccup, and all of a sudden Boston, yeah, they capitalize on the lead. They don't actually have the rotation over towards P4, and once again, Boston are just overwhelming in these moments. Kenny right now, the last man standing for his team, and it lasts but a half of a second. Seemingly every single important sequence we have had on this map, Boston have just had the extra edge.
And they've still got the edge, they've still got the lead now. So back over to Beepers, and it is a real good hold here for Boston. Purge goes down. Gio and Nero now on the attack. You've got 2 players through the back door, but Cammy lines them up, can't get the kills. On board with Snoopy, brought down through the window, and that is going to be that. Solid break. Rocker are in with 20 to go.
Yeah, and Rocker are going to have to continue playing bully ball if they're being out-rotated like this, so their slaying is going to have to kick up. It's Gio that does so in this sequence going on the 4 spree, but I feel like the Boston game is just much more consistent. Purge taking the long route, Snoopy there to join them. They're just making the more heads-up plays. An opportunity, though, for Rocker to stabilize on new time, and look at the long routes again being taken. Boston happy to play the heads-up game, and well, they're going to have a pinch on the new time.
Oh, it pays dividends, but you still have to win the fights. Trades are there still. And this battle, 3 in a row now for Snoop. but this battle for gens is about to burst wide open. Snoopy on the dance, managing to get at least one. Now eyes towards the dumpster. Here comes the next wave of Rocker players. Kenny now through side door. Nero puts Snoopy on his back.
Yeah, but he's just going to get traded out instantly. That's Awakening able to pick up the big two-piece. And once again, Boston just staying ahead of the game. Another long route. Snoopy doing a fantastic job of playing his life. And Estriel hops straight over top of the player, and Awakening just guns him down. So even when the smart routes are being taken by Rocker, well, in that moment, they just get outskilled.
Everything right. Cammy finds the corner. The last man to be traded there for Boston. Still on time. The trophy's not working out. It's not going to be a stick. It's a little bit of damage. Cam brought down. Trades. Oh, friendly fire. Absolute pandemonium. Still on Awakening. Boston still win the trades and hold time.
Yeah, and that is just a P1 where Minnesota Rocker off the opening break get 26 seconds, and they get 40 on the next 4 hills. So they have been getting done to bed for the moment, but it's only the first set. They're back to their home inside of P1 and maybe happy to collect. Snoopy behind enemy lines. You trade him out, you're a bit more comfortable. And by God, does he make you work for it.
It's such a gunfight. Gio, he might have waved the white flag at that point in time, like, I'm empty, man, let me just die here. And it does. Well, Rocker, though, didn't get 3 dead, now 4 dead. A single man there for Boston Breach on the attack, going to be purged. He might catch that nade, catch a couple of proms now as Kenny looking to reinforcement. Kenny gets eaten alive, wow. Rocker still with time, and Gio down, so now both flanks wide open. That time is gonna fall.
Yeah, and Kenny couldn't even get a bullet off in that engagement, and now he's spawning out across the map. Number 2, Estriel, he needs to live. He has to be here to block these spawns, and he is getting overwhelmed. The teamwork on point, and Purge just toying with his food. Let Snoopy get the kill in another perfect rotation for Boston Breach.
Boston Breach, whether it's the rotations, whether it's the breaks, man, they're doing it all right here in our hardcore. 14 and 17 for Purge. It may not be that special, but these kills are fantastic. This P2 has been theirs since the rip. Solid effort here on the counter-attack. Kenny and the boys now making their way through. Snoopy's gonna man in there on time. The next one to fall. And this is it. Purge finds the 3. That's your point.
Yeah, they're getting stuffed out and slaughtered. The SMGs for Boston right now playing an incredibly well orchestrated game. Snoopy's been doing a great job of playing his life, and that is the setup for guys like Awakening to slam you to bed. The awareness and comms clearly on point. Boston hyper aware, and this is not even a game. Minnesota Rocker looking like a collapse.
Yeah, 100 point plus now, you're starting to walk away with it. Final 15 on 2, go towards 3. Rocker in position this time round. We'll see one of those classic Boston Breach long routes taking place as Purge, the man who typically gets it done, under fire right now, not able to get things moving. But Cammy and Snoopy find their kills through the middle of the map. So now, oh, the opportunity is on. It might not be a wide flout rank, it might be an absolute headbutt.
Yeah, and that's a ridiculous rotation. That is 3 different kills Boston players got, where Minnesota Rocker are fighting 2 at every single situation. The teamwork on point, it is not remotely close. Purge on a 6, and he's got the middle of the map. And this is worst case scenario on a P3 to have to funnel straight through the front. They managed to get towards the time, but they got a long way to go.
Oh, once again, back spawns right now for Breach. Close enough to the time. Purge still on that spree. The 6 is there for it. 7 denied by Kenny. 30 seconds to go here as Rocker have done a great job on garbage, but bad news, Cammy on a pinch now through Diner. He's going to cause the problems, at least getting the boys off the time, and that's 20 seconds. You sorely do not want to lose.
Yeah, Cammy's got everybody turning their heads. Snoopy, he just gets to be the cleanup crew, the damage rolling through. Gio, last man standing on the time, gets dropped, and for Minnesota, nobody is able to get out. Kenny's the one now trying to take a long grab at Snoopy. For him, this is easy reads.
That's a tragic mini-map as well for Minnesota Rocker. The long, cold walk of shame across Rewind, trying to get in towards beepers. You have 20 seconds before the game comes to a close, and map 1 goes to Boston.
Well, I mean, an interesting spawn for Gio. This might be just a small sign of life for Minnesota players to get in the back line, but the back line's one thing, time is another, and they're just not here.
Awakening, a brick wall of defense, final 5 seconds, here we go. Demon Joe finding his, Cammy in the feed as well. That is gonna be that, ladies and gentlemen, map 1. Boston Breach from start to finish.
Dialed in, and Purge looks turned there on the main stage. I feel like we have seen the development throughout Black Ops 6 of the different sort of like angles of direction teams are going to be going on. Some teams are figuring things out as time goes on. And Boston, they're one of the teams, they're just playing a very smart game through and through. Minnesota have had nothing to offer on this Friday.
1-0 lead for Boston Breach, Minnesota Rocker. Your dreams of CDL champs starting to fade.
Oh, they faded a long time ago.
I'm still selling it, brother, because this series ain't over yet. Rocker still, that was a tough look from them. 3 players there in the 2,000 damage department. Actually, the same for Boston. The match didn't really go on long enough. And with plays like Purge making these great long routes, these great flanks, giving his boys spawns, giving his boys great opportunities to get solid chunks of time together, there wasn't that much quote-unquote action in that regard.
Well, I feel like the situation for Minnesota Rocker is like after the opening break, they're in control of the game. Purge takes that single wrong route, picks up 2 kills, flips the spawns on their head, and then Minnesota, quite literally for the rest of the game, never got any semblance of control back. They are constantly fighting this uphill battle. And Minnesota trying to do the right things. Like that's a moment for Camby where he's getting stunned, he gets caught. Well, Snoopy's there right behind him to break it down, but just a situation for Minnesota where they were never able to truly get set up on the minimap in any situation at all. And I mean, hey, if Boston are able to play with their feet up, they're gonna thrive. Awakening, that is a quiet 27 kills he was just able to drop in at the stress.
Yeah, not at all. No problem, no stress, no issues there for Boston Breach. We know they've had their struggles there throughout this season. Even in the most recent weeks, they've not looked that decisive or that dominant in any of their matches. But regardless for Rocket, you have to pull some special stuff out now. The Search and Destroy has got to be absolutely pristine. The team morale is going to be wavering. The ability to see the victory starting to dwindle. As Boston, a raging finish there in map number 1. We put Rocker, we put everything, their warrior spirit to the test here in this series.
It just feels to me, again, like the sort of skill gap has been solidified. We're seeing teams at the top look stronger and stronger as time goes on and really set themselves apart. And just like the fine details of the game really just getting tuned into play, because it's not like Rocker wasn't trying to fight back on both the P2s. They're making the correct plays. They're sending 3 players around Deep Street, trying to coordinate and have the teamwork. And even when they were getting close, you see on the first P2, still getting stuffed out, and they didn't really prevent a substantial amount of time. And the second go around, well, they get absolutely stuffed in easy reads for Boston. So they keep control of the game. They're good to go. That's the rewind. Now we go over towards the red card, another map where Boston Breach, they're going to be happy to see it.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they ban out rewind when it comes to Search and Destroy. Hacienda gets banned out there by Minnesota Rocker. And now Coach Sean passing on final few moments, final words of advice for the lads going in the S&D as we're going to get into this one a lot faster. The boys will be feeling confident as well. You fought hard this season to find yourself here at this moment. Can you keep it going in this incredibly decisive final tournament of the year, final major, and only 3 days to prove your worth here in the league?
Yeah, and falling flat again is going to be a painful situation. EWC might be around the corner, but that is still, you know, a month and some change away. Actually, maybe just 2 months straight up. So if you fall short at Major 4, you're going to have to sit with that pain for a long time.
Also, don't forget about team changes going in EWC. I'm sure there's opportunities for players to shuffle things about a little bit, maybe make some crazy moves. That's where we did get to see this very Boston Breach roster come. Of course, Snoopy, the only surviving member of the roster from the MW3 season, but the very team we are looking at now, they were formed there in Saudi Arabia.
An interesting comparison between these 2 players, because neither of these stats are particularly electric. 0.8 KD, not great. 0.77 right next to it. In my mind, the difference between these 2 players is I know that Purge, even when he's suffering in the kills column, we saw this on his Vegas Legion squad from last year. His comms, especially in S&D, play calls are on point, and he is already motor mouth getting ready. In Boston, we know their style of search. They have sort of solidified a unique place in the league. Hyperactive in the play calls. They're going to be swinging back and forth across the map endlessly, and they jump on everything together. Some teams are able to break them down, but Boston, make no mistake, one of the better search squads we have in the game. Overall, the record in 5th, and again, they have a player on their team. Consistent 0.7 he has been in this stage in the game mode, and still they managed to be strong.
Here we go, map number 2, red card, S&D. Breach will be an attack first. 3-1 split here from Minnesota Rocker over towards A. Heavy pressure from Breach towards B, and if they get moving fast, they should overwhelm the site.
I mean, hey, you got to call there's a man on the bomb. That's 1 shot. They waste no time. Doors kicked open, corners cleared out, and now you know you have backed them out of the site successfully. Don't want to plant just yet. You don't have trophies. You got to dodge some nades, but once you count them out, you can safely get the bomb down.
Yeah, this nade's going to help. Might get a little bit of damage. Oh, there we go. That could be a moment for Subi to push, but he's going to choose the right player. Not necessarily worried about the rest of the boys there. Estrel finds his first blood. Oh, finds another. So what do you know, folks? It's all down to Cammy, not in the play by B.
Great breakdown, Cammy, for a 1v4. A little bit of time to work with, but this is a nightmare situation, and Estriel shuts the door instantaneously. good round on defense, and that's the Boston we're used to. Making plays, getting aggressive, following up on the comms, but as soon as Gio gets that first blood, Boston knows we have to find a way to even the odds. Snoopy gets aggressive, tries to peek the corner. His teammate does the exact same thing. Minnesota play the safe and comfortable game. It's a good round one defense.
Start of the season, the story really was that the B-bomb site was way harder to retake. This time around, no trophy system certainly helped get all those throwables through the windows, through those tiny little doorways, eliminate those players in those close corners, those hard to reach areas, man. It's like a back scratcher. It really gets the job done. First contact, Nero. Trying to play this as slow and as sensibly as possible. His teammates now watching over him. The flank by A also covered, waiting for anyone to show face.
Well, the setup Boston have on the minimap right now, if Awakening starts calling out, hey, we're going to be a little bit overwhelmed, it's going to be aggression, and yeah, if Estriel gets bit off, Boston just stacked up so much aggression on this pinch. Cammy gets the next one. Nero trying to even out the odds, but this would be a 2 versus 4 clutch. And Boston, they have all the positioning they need.
Nero deep now behind enemy lines, bad timing on the play.
Bomb down.
Snoopy's going to be there, that drops, yeah. Giro, he's going to get 1 kill out of this with 9 HP. So good luck, mate. This is such a tough spot to be in. And Breach a lot on his heels. Good shots, but Killer Cam closes out.
And just a breakdown of a round, we saw the setup on the minimap for Boston. 2 players, aggressive, over towards the bleachers side of the map. They had a third AR as the backup man over towards Ticket. So they stacked up there on the defensive end, and it's a great setup. That is trusting Awakening over towards the A site just to not die. He's just there for information. And of course, once there's a slight overcommitment, the trades are easy. Boston breaking out some good strats.
You can't take it with you into the next game. Last thing you want to do is give anything here to Minnesota Rocket. They're a sort of team that once they get the spark, once they get that big play moment, it's hard for them to look back. They catch fire, and they burn real bright. Snoopy, our bomb carrier, over towards B we go.
And Estriel, the lone defender of the site, he's going to be very one shy. And Snoopy, he knows that's the go button. Open the doors, and a difference in this round, they will have trophies, so maybe able to get the bomb down just a little bit quicker. So many stuns just landed in their face.
A lot of maybes though, yeah, you've got to worry about all those players above you. Purge, watching flank. Oh, don't say a word. Don't even check it. Wow, Nero, what a first blood.
Unbelievable. Maybe the door just didn't open up all the way and it sort of tipped the hand. But the reason Boston lost round 1 is because Purge got blooded. He does so again, and they get aggressive. Works out better this time. Minnesota completely unprepared. Nero needs an ace.
He can still get it. The gunshots are there. Awakening. Oh my Nero! What an ace! The double back on the escalator. I cannot believe he made that call.
Yeah, that's former teammate too that he just took down. Nero and Awakening. Well, they've been around the block together, and Nero just took them on a tour. You needed a Nero snap round, and he gives it to you. That is a top 5 play of the week. Make no mistake. That is an unbelievable round.
The pistol kill onto the third player was impressive enough, but the immediate read, he knew what Awakening was going to do. He knows he's an aggressive player. A little bit of magic, but you still have to get the gunfight. Wow, great stuff, Nero there. Gives Rocket the lead.
Yeah, hey, he's trying to pick his team up. They need to make sure they follow suit. 3 players right now on the attack, and they are running straight into the Boston defense.
Oh, hello, chaps. All out the outdoors we go. Estriel starts things off with a good kill. Snoopy finds 2. The third not going to be there. It's Gio into the feed. And now Awakening finds himself alone by the plat. Big moment here for Gio to fight his way forward. He had a tough first series. Awakening pinned down, but that's 2 red dots on the minimap to play with.
It's a pure AR battle, and Gio's checking the pinch because they have never seen Cammy. They have no idea where he is on the map. They know Awakening is in depths. And they're not playing for the isolation, not looking for the gunfight. They're going to play for the bomb down. Awakening and Cammy have them in a pinch.
I wonder if they're still going to commit, though. Yeah, you've got no intel whatsoever. Fight your way forward. What a win. Gio, that is magnificent. Cammy has still yet to play his hand. And surprise, surprise, he's got a Jackal. Now he's been identified. Heavy pockets, though. Opportunity to maybe catch a player, but no, Rocker. Close ranks, take care of business.
That's interesting. I don't know if Cammy picked up the Jackal off the ground or if he had that from the jump, but he had that weapon in hand and still takes the world route to try to help his friend out, but he just gets there way too late. And again, for Minnesota, I don't know if they just wanted to hunt down Awakening before the bomb plant, but they were still afforded so much time to play with, and they make the correct call. I know if I'm looking at things for Boston, Purge has been blooded 3 out of the 4 rounds. He just needs to stay alive.
It's easier said than done, but we'll see the difference he can make. And he isn't the first player to be taken care of there for Boston Breach. A big playmaker when it comes to search. Sitting there at 0-4. On the other side, Kenny 0-2.
Yeah, and you got Nero driving a car this round, so he's going to be able to give you a little bit of free information over towards the A site. You see Snoopy already having to pump the brakes, and they're looking to take it down.
Wait.
Beat by nade or by bullets. You don't want to be near a car. At least the RC's out of the picture. That's also 30 seconds now burned from this round. Boston gonna have to, you know, speed things up just a touch.
It really was a solo play. It really was a one-man army there with that RC card. Don't want to follow up whatsoever with any nade stuns or anything in between. So now over we go. The foot race is on. Here come the Minnesota Rocker reinforcements. The bomb planted. Nero up close and personal. Snoopy's gonna strike first.
Saw that red dot, wanted that kill, ends up falling. And now 2 AR players trying to break into this site. Not ideal. Estriel, he'll be leading the charge.
He's the first man back over towards site. Kenny gets himself his first. Awkward gunfight to make his way into this one. And Kenny overwhelms the bomb site now. Boston show a tremendous amount of numbers. They're positioning wide open. Estriel finds a huge kill. Geo's flank done. 1v1, 15 seconds. Cammy is set up to win the round for Breach.
Yeah, there's just no time. You're going to have to shred him with the Jackal in this moment, but not a hope, not a prayer. Cammy gets it done, and they get the first blood, and they execute. Boston battle back. You got Purge and Awakening combined 2 and 10. All things considered, they might be happy they're only down a round.
Yeah, not bad at all. 3-2 now, Rocket in the lead. RCXD's come to play. Been and gone. And 2 sprees, all that Rocket taken in this next round.
Yeah, and obviously mentioning Awakening at 1 and 5, but you know, angle responsibility, a big topic of conversation in the competitive Call of Duty world. But how about just your angle knowledge from Awakening? Kenny can't kill him from that angle. He's going to have to slide out, and he knows his teammates have him covered. So at least on a positioning front, Awakening on point.
Awakening, whether it's his angles or his demons, he is something. Another classic RC spot. They start Nero though. Perfect nade. He read that one a mile away. Perfect cook, perfect nade. Gets the job done. No RC, no intel.
Slow round though, and now look at number 2 on the mini map, by the way. Estriel is having to check every single corner over towards bleachers because of the previous setup. So Minnesota Rocker, they've been slowed down just because of the different presence that Boston has shown on the map.
Boston, I thought, once they get going, it's going to be solid. Cammy and Awakening are shooting quite hard so far. The damage they should be able to output over those players like Nero up through street might be enough to deter the whole Rocket play. No one showing anything yet.
Well, Minnesota Rocker right back. Estriel's here now on the pinch. He's getting control of the top window, and that's the go button for Nero. Everybody in position, but Nero doesn't have the timing just yet. 30 seconds on the round, and yeah, a double pinch rolling through. Minnesota Rocker so slow. Boston, they're everywhere in the right positions. Gio on the back line, him and Kenny looking for the clutch.
They managed to open a lane now to flood through the bomb site, maybe get the plant down, but the time's ticking. Here comes Boston. They're looking for the counterattack. Oh, but the time is ticking. Boston cover themselves up. No one's going to die just yet. The round will end if you don't kill these players.
And Kenny just doesn't have any help by the site. It's a 1v2, but you kill him off bomb. Now he's gone, and now Snoopy just has to dance.
Wait for it. Oh, no hope. Boston run the clock down. Find the equalizer in a tense moment, but a veteran play from young Snoopy.
Yeah, and this is one of the, this is the type of round you expect in stage 1. It is stage 4. This is the most important time of the year, and Minnesota Rocker just not able to solve this puzzle in too much time expended before they make the play, and then again, just a double flank rolling through. 2 different rounds on the defensive end. Boston, the pressure they have through bleachers has been winning them these rounds.
Yeah, it's all fire superiority. You're not losing these gunfights, but you're not necessarily winning them. You're just getting more damage into the enemy team right now. That is showing statistically. Keep them at bay. Find your way into the play on your terms. That is the name of the game right now, and Rocker have had enough of this. They're going straight towards the B bomb site, or rather Boston are. Rocker on the swarm.
Yeah, notice how Purge is with him now. He's gotten blooded in these situations in ticket every single time. So he says, you know what, I'll let someone else worry about the pinch. I'll just be here with the team. So Purge making the adjustments on the fly, and now you're successfully able to get the bomb down. Minnesota Rocker also adjusting. They're sending Gio on the deepest pinch you can. Other 3 players squaring up.
See his timing wins out. It looks like Gio's timing a little bit better. Wait, Cammy's here as well. So the battle on the flank is still going down. The site is a bloodbath as well. Cammy opens up this lane. Back over towards site we go. All down to Estriel.
He's got to get the kills quick. Has to get the kills quick. Doesn't have any time to waste. He's got Kenny back down, and the gunny is good. 20 seconds, but you just can't make it happen. Boston Breach again, always have time on their side.
Ezra trying to make something happen. It's just such a difficult spot to be in. Breacher eliminating your chances, not just of the clutch, but of making any kind of solid like entries on the bomb sites without taking casualties, without taking a man down, or at least running out of trophies, you name it. They are bleeding you dry in every department.
And again, as noted, Purge, 0.77 KD throughout the stage, not ideal, but the team overall strong in S&D. First couple rounds, he was just getting blooded. 2 times on the attack, working the B site, he just gets picked, the rounds get broken down. He mixes things up, and he's there for the final kills. The Purge might be 3 and 6, but you appreciate the S&D prowess. He knows when he has to adjust.
That's another mid-map push, now another show towards A. Rocker are going for it. They actually managed to get way past steps, so this time round, it looks like we might be able to get this bomb planted, get rid of Awakening, and yeah, that's it. That might be the turning point here in the moment in the round.
You know, huge first blood on the pinch, though, is going to be number 8, Snoopy, so an opportunity for Boston. The bomb gets planted, so at least Minnesota Rocker this time playing quick, and their bodies are here.
Whoa, okay, Nero. The dance is on, and Purge, if he throws shoulder, he's gonna get eaten alive. Nero looking to catch the last man out. His teammates are there for the trade as well.
Look, yeah, I wonder if Snoopy could have hopped the bomb there if Minnesota Rocker would have had it covered, because he was taking a deep route, but either way it works out. Giving credit to Purge for the adjustments. Well, there's Minnesota Rocker realizing we're just losing rounds because we haven't had enough time. And Nero, not a player with fear in his heart. You want him to get aggressive. You unleash that man, he will take full advantage. Rocker fighting back.
I love the equalizer, 4-4. You walk away with 3 of your men up. And Nero again on a 3 spree of his own. I'm looking at another RC car, his second here of the map. And again, it has been a useful addition to Black Ops 6, mostly for intelligence. We've seen some shenanigans, a lot of team kills. But when it does work out, a thing of beauty. Here we go.
They've conditioned him. So many B hits on the attacking round. Minnesota Rocker triple stack it up. Cam even makes noise that direction, but it's all a ruse. Little fake strat coming through, and now you get the bomb down in 20 seconds. They make it there. There'll be a pure 4 versus 4 for the retake. Minnesota Rocker grouping together for the hit.
No nades either. Oh, there's the nade. It's a little late to Snoopy. Right through the line of Rocker he goes. And look at the dance. You're drawing attention. You're drawing aggression. He's got a teammate to back him up. Wow, Snoopy, what a win. Traded immediately. Down to Purge, who's banged up as well. He doesn't have the hit points here, but he's buying the time for his team.
24 seconds, 2v2.
Holding together, Awakening now. Just try to watch over that ball. Cammy with a perfect angle. There's the team player. That's Awakening for the 2-piece. That's Boston Breach, map point.
And this is what we're talking about, the evolution of Snoopy's game, and Purge right there for the follow-up. It is just the dance inside of those pillars, and it's just the information Snoopy's able to feed. One guy on sidewalk, one guy by back hedges, and he doesn't take the gunfight until he knows he has Kenny dead to rights with the Jackal. Perfectly played, and Purge does the same thing. You waste as much time as you possibly can. A 2v2 with 24 seconds left. It feels miserable to try to defuse that bomb.
A tough game of search and destroy for Rocket so far. Their attacking rounds have been a little bit better though. If they can get an aggressive plant, take that space as soon as possible. Don't let Boston work around you. Fortunate stun there from Nero, but yeah, go for B aggressively now together as one.
I appreciate that they're doing something. Snoopy here, cheeky spot. We'll see how it pays off.
It might do, but here comes the fast reinforcement. There's the cavalry on its way. Snoopy down, but the cavalry, oh, it's made itself known. Kenny! 1 of 3! Can't get the ace. Kenny now fighting for his life in the search.
Nero gave you a bailout round. Kenny, it's your turn.
1v1. Kenneth Williams versus Purge.
And Purge again, last alive. Happy to play a little bit slower. Purge, second year in the CDL. Kenny, he's got 2 world championships.
So 2 brains working overtime. Try to solve this ever-changing Rubik's Cube. Kenny! Damn! What a win!
Dude, when he chows, he has some unbelievable snaps. And by the way, we mentioned how Nero had the ace bailout round. That made it look like an ace from Kenny as well. Only at 6 and 6 right now, but hey, he got him to the round 11.
Is that 2 top plays of the week from the same map?
Yeah, possibly.
It possibly is. Wow.
And people forget, Kenny is an absolute shooter. Yeah, Kenny gives you 3, he loses the round, and looks and goes, boys, what are we doing? Round 11? Okay, lock in.
You can't ask for more. RC from at least Nero, Estrio second, or Estrio there, pulls out his RC class. So you've got one for Kenny as well, just in case you need it, but you're going to be throwing everything you've got in this round, folks. Trophy in play.
And this is great news because the car should be controlling the A site at least for a little bit, like a moment. So this is time for the Rocker players to work. Estrio gives you the comm, and now it's just a plank, and look at the angle. It's the spot to Nero again.
Wait.
The corner checker.
Awakening, so damaged. Nero gets away with his life.
This man's built different.
Purge on the wrap now, trying to pick up these players. Man advantage Rocker.
Well, bomb down for the 2v3, and if you get Purge perched up in the window, and the timing on Nero is honestly incredible. Purge might be in prime spot again, unless the master of the corners, Nero's built different.
Estrio now, the dance against Snoopy cuts him down. The bomb will be defused.
Brother.
Minnesota Rocker. The grit returns in search and destroy.
Dude, I hope we get to see that from Nero's point of view. I don't know if we've seen a single kill from that spot all year in S&D. Not that it's the craziest spot in the world, but that to me looked like a free double kill rolling through. We jump cut to Nero slamming. He gives you a bailout round with an ace. Kenny, a bailout round with an ace. Minnesota Rocker. That's the grit that we want to see.
Yeah, round 10 ace to force that final moment. And then you hit a big one, Nero. Unbelievable. From one corner to another, he races Purge to that top spot. And that's the position you need to be in for Boston to defend the bomb. That is the insurance policy. Fantastic work.
Yeah, and Cammy and Snoopy have to look around. Snoopy's like, guys, I give you 11 kills. I planted the bomb 4 times and gave you 4 first bloods. Cammy's like, boys, I give you a 3-piece in a round of S&D. What do we got to do? Well, shut down guys like Nero. 13 and 7, 4 of them, or 4 of 6, excuse me. So 17 EKIA, not too shabby, and 4 first bloods as well. Nero, that is a game where he can see through walls.
Tough stuff from Minnesota. Well, at the half, 1-1, exactly where you want to be if you are a Minnesota Rocker fan. First map wasn't ideal. Rewind, an absolute beatdown there. We're going to go to Vault now for a double dose of both Control and Hardpoint. I have no idea how this is going to go down. This is it. Something in the air. There's something magical happening here in DreamHack. Desk, can you feel it too?
Oh, we're feeling it. Wheeler, are you feeling it with us?
I'm feeling it,
He's
baby.
feeling it, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's start with you down at the end. The DreamHack champion.
Yes.
Search and Destroy wins championships. Minnesota in the running for a championship after winning one Search and Destroy round 11.
They got to see one go through the hoop, Chris. All right, we'll start there. I will say that round 11 play call was beautiful. I mean, we're calling in the RC car. We know as we push it up the street, they're going to naturally think about rotating over towards the other bomb site. Well, what are we doing? We're also pushing towards that rapid playing court, like hook, reel, and sinker, checking the corners. Nero was electric this map in the final round and the 1v2 he had right here.
I think this is why I kept thinking this Rocker team could be solid, is because the hard point was good, and then Nero has these search and destroys. Those dropped like 15 plus. I mean 13 here, but like he has these takeover search and destroys. But I don't know, that round 10 from Kenny, he was 2 and 6 to that point and had an ace. And that felt like one of those moments when we talked about last year with Optic and him, like he was like a give me to someday guy. Get me to that big moment. Like that was his moment. 1v3. That snap on the Purge was disgusting.
And that's the situation here, right? Like backs against the wall. Like I have to win this or you pretty much lost down 0-2, and Ali Kenny delivered when they needed him most.
Yeah, that was insane. I literally made the comment, like it said, looked like he had aimbot. They were watching it entire time. Insane snap onto that kill to force that round 11. And then just the decision making to push all the way through that B side once they realized there was no pressure. Like Cammy technically in that spot is in a great, maybe get 1, maybe get 2, but they check their corners, they clear him out, and suddenly you lost all of mid-map control inside of Boston Breach. Good stuff at Search and Destroy out of Minnesota Rocker, a little bit of ice, a little bit of round 11, and now we got to see what they can do with the roll.
Cammy leads the lobby, 1,600 damage, 8 kills. Let's take a look though at game number 1, because Purge was off to a very slow start when he caught fire in the second half alley. Boston takes the lead in our first respawn.
I think you explained it really well there. It just felt like a slower start from the side of Boston Breach, at least on the side of slaying, but once you hit like that 100-point mark, the structure just really came through. Minnesota Rocker, they were not playing their breaks well at all. They were not waiting for each other. There was a lot of solo chalice, and from the side of Boston Breach, you're allowing Cammy to get 2s and 3 pieces, which we do not see often. So that's going to mess with you, especially for the side of Boston.
Yeah, Gigawig is in this lobby today. Nate, are you a little bummed you didn't pick him?
No, I mean, we're in a 1-1 situation right now, and, you know, that's a pretty crushing defeat that they just had on that Search and Destroy. It's really anybody's game. And, you know, on this rewind, this map, you can snowball hills back to back, and we just kind of saw Boston finding their hardpoint game once again. But this is now 2 series in a row where it's like, if you're getting that performance from Awakening, they're going to find success. But can he do it consistently? It's been the question we've asked all year long, but right now, looks good.
I'm just thinking if I'm Cammy, dude, in that round 10, I get 3. I'm like,
oh, bro.
Game. And then you have to watch your team drop. She's like, ah.
Like, dude, my teammates are ass. That's literally what I'm saying.
100%.
This day is already halfway over, but we have 2 stages to make sure you're staying up to date on all of the action. Open up a second stream or just stay here because we got the update live right now. Let's go to it, shall we?
Oh, do we? Okay.
Let's take a look. This is live action. I'm told. Vancouver, Vegas. This is early hardpoint game number 1. We are sending 5 teams packing at the night. Will it be Vancouver or will it be Vegas?
If Surge lose this,
I don't know what to tell you.
I will say,
I mean, call that, but I don't see that happening.
Vegas, I mean, this is their last match of the regular season, right? So they're just, well, potentially. So they're just playing with nothing to lose. These guys going out there.
They just lost spawns.
Could play spoiler. Vancouver, I do think is a world-class team. It's just up against Thieves. They've just had 0 success, right? So
does no one see X did? The man's +5 again on ball. He's the best ball player in the game.
He's doing what he can, dude.
I don't know about all that. Best ball player in the game?
Number 1, Ask Easy Mac. We got to show you some of the stats that are coming up in just a moment. In the meantime, we also have our current main stage match loading up with a Game 3. Vault Rewind, Hacienda Rewind Dealership are over on Bravo. Open up that second tab. Allie, do we say goodbye to Vegas tonight?
I think we say goodbye to Vegas, but I think they might be able to steal that map number 2 rewind. I think we've seen what that roster is capable of doing in the chaos, so maybe an interesting matchup.
All right, that is in game number 1 over on Bravo, but here on Alpha, we're jumping into a game 3 with the casters. You know them, you love them. It's Miles and Chance.
It is. I'm Miles, and he's Chance. And
nice to meet you. Hey, guys.
Are about to watch a game of Control. Bit of Vault, Chance, a little bit of Vault. We go from hardpoint in that Bravo matchup to Control here on Alpha. How do you think this one's going to go?
Honestly, I have no idea. Genuinely.
Yeah,
I mean, this is 2 teams with a pretty good battle, and obviously, like, listen, if the round 11 or like the round 10 doesn't go Minnesota Rockers' way, it's like, all right, what are the final call going to be? The end of their year, regular season doesn't go great. They fought back. 2 phenomenal rounds coming out of individual players on Minnesota Rocker, and for the round 11, Nameless touched on it. Great play call as the entire team. So Nero's on one right now, and Boston certainly have their work cut out for him, but I think honestly, I'm going to keep gassing him, so I completely agree with the analysis. Wait and keep shooting his gun. Vault, absolutely an AR map, and well, defense side of things, they have not been particularly good. And by not great, I mean towards the bottom of the league. So need to make the adjustments. It has been a consistent thorn in the Boston Breach side, has the Control game mode been, and I mean, for Minnesota Rocker, you have to capitalize.
Well, capitalize with a capital C. We've talked about the C's of the CDL today on the desk, and right now we're missing quite a few of them in this series. So it's time to get things going, lads. We'll say goodbye to the coaches on stage. We'll say hello to map number 3. Before that, though, again, we are battling for champs still. Minnesota Rocker. It has got to be something particularly magical. They've got to take down Breach, take down the winner of Surge and Falcons, and hope that Optic get double bopped by FaZe and whoever else.
Well, what would be interesting is Optic actually where they would drop down in the bracket would be exactly where Minnesota's sort of running up to. Of course, the problem with Minnesota, even after that, they would have to win a few more series. So they're looking for a meteoric run, and of course, well, they're playing for money, they're playing for pride. You want to place as high as you can anyway. It's how it works. But we're here, tied up 1-1 against Boston Breach, and the flip side, instead of settling the champ story, Boston Breach, they just want to eclipse top 6. Control, it has been a pain point for them, but it's not exactly a shining light for Minnesota.
No. And we'll talk about the idea of, playing for your spot in the league next season, or how things are looking there. After this matchup, for now it's certainly eyes on Control, eyes on this series, eyes on the next one after that. A round 11 piece of magic from Minnesota gets you this far. Can you ride that momentum? All aboard the carpet. We'll show you a whole new world, folks. 3-1 split off the rip here for Breach on the attack. And what a bang that was.
Yeah, these are the deep depth series where you want to dig The deepest well you possibly can. See who's the real competitor in Purge. Great moves, and Gio just a little bit better on the gunny. Not too shabby there on the defensive end, but Snoopy gives you 2, and that means Boston Breach have space purchased over towards A.
Yeah, they space purchased, but they weren't able to actually do too much. So they got themselves into A, they don't manage to overshoot. Snoopy, the furthest man forward, gets at least 1 out of that life. Nero's going to get the trade and Purge right back to it. Up doors. Oh, Gio finds his home. Another there would have been ridiculous. The good slides out of Cam. Unable to grab that aim assist, and he gets taken care of. A single segment is all you get away with there, Rocker.
I mean, I'll say it every single time it is relevant. Gio in a close-range gunfight with the AR, I swear he levels up. Just slides into a pregame. He has the technical worst gun for the job, and it just does not matter for him. So, in spite of the fact that Boston get the early kills, Minnesota in control, plenty of bodies over towards A. It's not the spawn trap blender, but it's about to be.
We'll see if that works in the next game. Woohoo! Shots from Snoopy. No trades there as Kenny gets involved. Kenny looking for the 2-piece there. Purge down to 31. A worthy attempt. But at this point in time, Rocker feeling good. 30 seconds left in the clock. Going to get in towards A, and there's a man or 2, maybe 3 in there.
Yeah, good stack rolling through. And just to remind the viewers at home, if you're playing ranked, well, this is old patch. The current one is broken, so can't use that. So it'll still be the old spawns. And while the A zone does not get captured, Kenny there for 2. Minnesota clean house. Now Boston down 5 lives. Got to reposition. A desperation effort to win this round.
Yeah, they dot the I's, they cross the T's, they get rid of that segment that was being worked there by A. Snoopy finds a kill out of spawn, but again, at this point in time, the round should go to Rocker. You've got them pinned in. There's no way they surely get towards A, stop that clock and keep this one going. But a worthy attempt, Purge. He could make something happen here. A close corner from Estriel. Wait a minute, gets the kill. But 1.7 on the B.
Dance battle by Estriel wins it. And well, everybody in the right positions for Minnesota Rocker. No cheeky B hit rolling through. And Nero in the middle of just an MVP caliber series, at least for this individual one. 9 kills he was able to collect in round 1.
Not bad at all. Round 3. Good look there on the defense. We'll hit the O in a moment. As the pit's popping. Here in DreamHack.
Had a fun one watching Vortex's team play earlier. Team across the way from him, just talking crazy amounts of smack. Those not familiar with Vortex, he's been the Reaper in EU Challengers for years. Former pro, has some great placements under his belt. He's getting chirped like crazy. They've been 250 to 40. I was like, oh, that other team just here to have fun. That's so sweet.
That's the name of the game here at DreamHack, man. Fun. Who's having fun right
Nero.
now? Yeah, Nero. Absolutely Nero. Gio not far behind him in the fun department. Estriel. He might crack a smile if he can crack in towards B, and that's where we're going now. Purge has got a corner. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, gets it. Now we're capping the point.
That's the Purge special. Lying in wait, makes the heads-up play. Easy reads, but he ends up falling. And then, again, the Purge special. Doesn't matter. He falls. He's in the right spots. So his teammates end up getting all of the kills in the B hit. Instantly shut down Boston. That is a strong defensive showing early in the round.
Yeah, nice work. Push forward, though. That's what you want. Space here on Vault. The spawn traps. We've seen how they work. The formula is an effective one. Nice nade there, forces Cammy out of the perch, and that top window, but Kenny's in trouble now. Cammy, oh dear, you didn't finish the job, and he's still alive.
And we showed you the Boston Breach stats on defense. They have not been good right now, looking like they are dialed in. Awakening on a 5 spree to kick off this round. Cammy pushed out over towards P2, and 2 players for Boston inside of P1, so if they were playing hard point, they'd be all over it, and even in control, well, they certainly have it.
Still fighting out your spawn. Rocker suffocated so far. Very, very little showed on offense. Gio with a big win. Again, up close. Looking for a few more. Awakening is spotting him out. And again, perfect lineup here from Boston. The teamwork was great, but you lose the man down low. Awakening's now the only player on the inside of the A side. Find him, take care of that. And what an awkward run, but up close and personal is where Gio wants to be. Shame he gets traded, otherwise we could have seen a capture.
I mean, yeah, this has been dominance on the defensive end. I mean, you had the one idea coming out from Minnesota off the break to just attempt to go towards the B zone. And again, for Boston, easy reads, they shut it down, and the round collapses. We talk about how like the skill gap right now is being developed. Teams really dialing things in. And like defense on this map has nearly been solved. A painful opening break often can spell out misery. It is extraordinarily difficult to break through on the A site the way teams play it now.
These little changes, these minor adjustments throughout the season. This is a great 2-piece here. Great 2-piece from Awakening. He's shooting like that. It does make the map a whole lot easier for Boston Breach.
Yeah, he points at you and you just dissipate in front of his eyes. The back-to-back defensive rounds, solid stuff coming through, and while Nero popped off in round 1, the entire team just gets stuffed out in round number 2. Potential defensive shootout we have. But the way teams are looking at that just means your opening breaks. You cannot afford to get bullied out on the attack. You have to get a degree of progress.
Back to school we go, and Orze, no lineup there. Nero and Kenny find the kills for Rocker. Yeah, Purge is going to be pinned down here. Suppressed, not able to make anything really happen from the top. Oh, finds a window, traded out immediately though, but still, Rocker, they still have the advantage in the middle of the map on defense.
Yeah, and that's 20 seconds now, just sort of burned on the round, and a long way to go. You're swinging out towards me, and a good snap there from Cammy. At range with the AR is going to pay off, and at least Boston now an opportunity to make moves towards A. Estriel gets dropped as well. Now you can begin to stack.
Ciao. Kenny's down low, and he's just being annoying. Every time he hops up, he contests that point. So now Snoopy's got to play aggression. Nice work on the first, and the second man was a ghost.
Oh, this is just unlucky. Well, they're keeping the progress going. You had Awakening bounce a trophy off his teammate's forehead and gave you the kill, but they're maintaining a little bit of pressure and presence. Minnesota Rocker, you trade out the kills, you win the round. Boston, they need every single trade here.
Yeah, still doing it. I mean, still playing the hops from down low. Awakening, it just lines up the whole team. The whole team down. Boston, that's going to be A captured, and the immediate transition to B.
Well, he didn't get art control, but at least you got presence on time. You got a man over outer art as well, so you got everything covered. It's going to be a long round.
Yeah, it's the first man in. He's trying to do as much damage as he can, and the damage is dealt to him. Estriel there on the kill. Purge, gets right through. Unable to stop any more out of that, but Purge, great play. 2 kills to his name. The boys are still on B.
I mean, he was stuck in war. Well, Kenny's going to be taking a long route. Gio wins a gunfight, but he gets traded. Kenny just got insane timing through the middle of the map. I don't know who it's going to benefit more. A single tick of progress has gone through, so Boston happy for the round so far. An opportunity to make something happy, but Kenny on the pinch makes the big play. Minnesota Rocker have stabilized the round.
He starts to bleed quickly there in the life count. Boston pump the brakes. El Rapido. Ain't no way, Snoop, not at that range. Come on. Well, he knows Gio's weakness, even with the names.
Nero's got an important gunfight. He gets one. Minnesota Rocker trying to keep pressure over towards Art. Good trades rolling through, but once again, Nero on the minimap, as long as he's behind you, a massive problem for Boston. Snoopy trying to do the exact same thing from the other side.
Yeah, they pulled 2 players now to deal with Nero. Snoop guarantees himself 1. Gio, the slow buy. And Snoopy, he's not going to make anything slow about it at all. Stun connects.
And Nero's dead. So Nero's out of the picture. Well, and so is Snoopy. A battle right now in this round in an 8v6 advantage Boston.
Yeah, Cammy's still trying to be that Snoopy player right now. So get forward, try to get as much as you can out of this. With the close art control, Gio and Nero take care of business. 6 either side.
Everything matters. And you see on the mini-map, Kenny, the veteran, he is taking a long route, and he's going to be common to his teammates. Post up, L trigger, every single kill matters.
Yeah, Boston, they know. I mean, Cammy's pulled back a little bit. He hasn't yet committed fully over Cat. He knows something's up. Can we get the second segment? Yes. Third on its way, and here comes the Kenny moment. Is this what you needed? Can he get enough damage in? He pulls players forward, but his teammates get taken care of.
This is the round. I mean, this is the round. Yeah, Kenny just out of the picture, and his head snaps back because Boston found the time. A long route is great if your teammates get the kills, but Minnesota Rocker, in effect, end up turtling towards Art, and they're forced to play towards time. So the idea was absolutely there. The execution was not. Now it's Cammy's turn for the best play, and the best play has been absolutely on point. This is the setup for the B-zone cap.
Well, a perfect lineup there. Oh, man, what a moment of discourse for Rocker. It was looking good. But that's the way the control goes, mate. This is map point for Boston Breach. Great work in the kills department in the damage as well as Breach. They are bringing the thunder here. They're taking their chances aggressively, and they're getting the stacks. They're managing to get themselves on towards time together, get those zones completed ASAP.
And Boston certainly looking to clutch up on the defensive end. It's been a problem for them, and that is an example as to why Estriel, too easy cleanup kills. Going to be a double stack on the A zone, and Kenny right now just trying to be the facilitator for the team. Coming out 3 players on the cross, trying to slow him down just a little bit, but he only slowed him down for a moment. And now Kenny again out of the picture near the zone. Gio trying to bail out, but he gets overwhelmed. You have lost your progress on the A zone.
Yeah, you have indeed. You haven't lost the foothold you have though, so you're able to get the kills, you're able to get back in towards the middle of the map. So this is not over yet. Ezreal is going to go all the way towards B. Might pull some of the defenders, but you've got Awakening in the top R position. He's going to be an issue. Cammy, caught. Unfortunate, but great news for Ezreal. Now there's a man in either perch. Awakening still gets his, but I love this. The double back from Rocker, secure A.
Yeah, an insane route to end up on the A zone, but Ezreal trying to make it work. Ready for the gunfight. Well, Snoopy actually gets one before he falls. I don't know how Snoopy pulls something like that off, but now Kenny, he's just gonna be in the middle of the entire team. He's there from the trades. He has to give you something extra.
Oh, I can't. Cammy's there for it. His teammate's sharp though in the nick of time, and they're gonna get onto it as well. Slow capture. Purge though finds a couple. Ezreal a third here would be helpful indeed. That's a big wipe, and that should be A captured.
Oh, and Awakening actually is playing very slow over towards the B zone. So yeah, A is gone indeed. Boston 15 lives remaining, certainly a good chunk. They just want to play slow, but by play slow, you still have to keep them off the time. That is so many trophies.
That's all the trophies you boys have got. Nero, good work in the kills. Can he get his? No, Awakening slow crawl. Gets another fight. Nero traded out immediately. Oh, Ezreal, you've got to go huge. Last man for Rocker here, dealt with. Defensive positions now secure for Boston Breach.
Yeah, it seems like Awakening just has his spots. He lived on that advantage because he gave you the 2 beasts when he needed to on the defensive end, but Boston still turtled. Minnesota Rocker, a really good opportunity here to make something happen. The teamwork has to be on point.
Oh, worry though, Boston are playing this so tight. As long as they get their kills, like they are right now, it should work out. Ezreal, great shots, 2-piece delivered as Snoopy and Purge. The Jackals now fighting their way forward. Kenny on the cap.
Is he going to stay on this zone, or is he going to make a break for Art? He's staying on it. He needs a little bit of help. He's got Gio watching the outer lane. He's got Nero with a little bit of coverage over top. 11v9 in the life count as well, and Kenny backing him down from time, but no one there to watch the vault. Well, Nero picks it up, and there's Kenny for 3. Back-to-back attacking rounds. 1. We're going to a round 5.
And Kenny just dives on towards the zone. He just takes all that heat alone, waits for the boys to show up, and Boston overcommit. They leave those positions of power. They leave the cover, and they get picked by those members of Rocker from spawn. What a turn. And that's the first time we've seen a zone get captured in that effect. Everyone tries to do the usual affair, get into arc, play from there, wait for the conveyor belt system, but no one is able to effectively do that.
No, not at all. And you had Ezreal as well, the best play. That was to help capture the A zone. He got the 2-piece by line to kick off the capture towards the B zone as well, but I think Kenny making the adjustments. He's trying to be that facilitator man, playing on the wings, taking all these routes, feeding his team the comms, but the execution has been struggling, so Kenny says, you know what, I'll just be on the zone. I'll let my shooter shoot over the top of me.
It's a weird thing. It's like, keep it simple. Doesn't have to be too flashy. Just get the job done. And absolutely space. Rocker with a nice bit of work. Once again, just find those kills. Dive on the zone. Nice and simple. Easy does it.
Getting active. Triple stack. It's going to go quick. And Boston Breach, oh, they get the first 2 kills, and they're going to be able to dive out from Cat and get the trades. Another moment of a snap. Minnesota Rocker back in spawn.
Save A. Very close to the finish line. What a win from Nero. Thank me later, boys. That means this side of the map is all clear. Cammy now alone. What looks like a 1v2 situation, and Nero has decided to no longer miss a bullet.
The sniper with the Jackal in hand. Those shots are not easy to hit. He's making it work, and Kenny hoping for the trade to be there in the background. He was sliding straight in, and well, Gio, close range, can't get it done. Awakening with the leg up, and Awakening the dance moves is the bailout. The A-zone defense right now for Boston remains on point.
Yeah, this is great. Life count still relatively even. Oh no, Snoopy's gone. He's still at large now, making his way around the backside of your spawns. Nero's trying to commit to this fight, and an awkward fight it is, and that's the submachine gun that you want on the front lines. You want him to get towards A, but Snoopy still pulls those aggression. There we go.
Finally, he dies, but Snoopy again, his movement and ability to stay alive is such a massive problem. Now the clock is ticking down. Minnesota Rocker, a little bit desperate. Good coverage on the mini-map, and they're at least able to get to the A zone. And Awakening, once again, he's happy to be posted up B Street. I don't know if the A defense is going to be here in time.
Right, the stun helps push Awakening back, and right where you wanted it, Gio wins a big one up close. Now eyes towards Cat. Can he get the next man in? Front door is about to see some problems, folks, and problems, his name is Purge. Are we going to see the play? Still,
over to B. What a moment right now from Rocker.
Kenny's going to be able to get through. He has at least made it to Art safely, and he's playing the aggressive route, and for good reason. There for the teamwork and the bailout, but Kenny shot in the toes under the car, eventually overwhelmed. Maybe 2 good pushes left for Minnesota.
So many players everywhere there. The guns were absolutely smoking hot from breach out of spawn. Slow and steady approach, Snoopy on the flank. This is going to shut the entire play from Rocker down. He is hot on their heels. Snoopy gets them. Traded out. Still on towards the B zone we go, and this is it. A big capture. 1 of 2 attempts.
They got the trophy, and they got a little bit of help. 3 players looking over, but Camden wins the intro. Gunfight, you're a man down. Trade rolling through. Boston the extra edge, and Nero desperate for some help that he is not going to get in time. Boston alive for the moment.
Junior gets 2. You've still got the front line now. You've got 1 life separation. Estriel, can he cut down the reinforcements? Play with confidence and play with absolute precision. Great shots. The second man upstairs is going to be a problem, and now from spawn, he's keeping these players at bay. No one able to get through the front street, though, onto the zone.
And Snoopy just route all the way from the B zone back there just to kill him. Might be a high-impact play. We'll see if they can deliver.
Snoopy has been identified. He's been spotted, but there's no one there to deal with just yet. Kenny's trying to spin all these plates. He's trying to deal with everything. Back towards the zone on the cap.
I mean, they're leaving the right things for the right guys, and Kenny just gets caught. The trades are there. Gio's good for it. 3's free on time.
3's free on time. Purge in. Purge gets the kills. Purge, he's trying to find them all. Estriel trying to keep the capture going. The last 2 members, the last man for Rocker. It all comes down to Estriel. The lineup, the stun, it's done. Vault, part 1 of 2, goes to Boston Breach.
And a bitter and crushing defeat on the vault as well. How close Minnesota Rocker was and how hard they fall. A painful moment there is Boston Breach on the defensive end, able to clutch up, and I mean, the map with a little bit of insanity. Snoopy just taking ridiculous routes. I don't know how many times we've seen a player go from near line or like towards the B zone, wrapping back through R, back through his own P4 to shoot a player in the back, hit the down low route. And I mean, Minnesota, as you comp, tracking the entire way, still finding the kills, but ultimately I think a couple players just getting caught, like the first bloods on these types of engagements, Awakening picking Kenny on that van, and then the series of trades that happen after the fact. I mean, they're just on point. Boston Breach, I mean, listen, it is nail biter. They get outslayed by maybe, what, 2 kills combined overall, so an absolute nail biter. They had the extra edge.
It really was the edge, and the tiniest of edges that give them the win. Highlights, awesome map. And another devastating moment here from Rocker. They managed to walk away with the clutch in the round 11. The round 5 in control goes the other way, which does give us another opportunity to play a hard point. So hard point here on Vault as well. Your hearts are in your throat, Rocker fans. This is the first of many steps towards champs that you have got. The final march towards Kitchener.
And it really does feel like on the side of Minnesota Rocker, this entire stage has been plagued just by situations of like, you have to win this map. Like, if you don't win this, it's going to be so much where every single series, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. Here they are at the final major, facing elimination on their 2nd series on a Friday. Even through the winner's bracket, a situation where they have to win this map. There is no choice.
It's so tough. I mean, you have to win this match. You have to get this point. You have to get this kill. You have to get that rotation. You have to block that spawn. They're going to run out of chances. They're going to run out of lives sooner or later. But for now, we find out if it's on Vault. Breach, again, a squad who have seen the highest of highs of the organization at the very least here in Black Ops 6, and some brutal runs. Still a relatively young squad finding themselves here in the league, finding themselves in the professional Call of Duty world. Plenty to grow, plenty to learn from one another. And Kenny, a player who has helped transform this Rocker team. Still, their shortcomings though, terrible in the game 5. A lack of, we call it the clutch factor, the ability to close out a series. They're far and few between those big wins.
I mean, transform. That is a loaded word in this moment. They've been a little bit better, and they've showed like improvements over time, right? They end up in the winner's bracket. They actually do start to clutch up. They lost 9 game 5s in a row, finally able to get 2 under their belt throughout the stage. And in the round 11, the clutch is there, but these are micro improvements and maybe too little too late. Now I know going into a vault, it is very much a map where not as extreme as Rewind, but at least the P4, you have to stay ahead of the game. You need to win these rotational gunfights, and Boston Breach were so far ahead of the game in the first respawn. I mean, someone on the side of Minnesota Rocker has to be the route man to sort of pick things up. Kenny, time to time, has attempted to be that guy, but I just know for Boston, if we're talking about their successes instead of the lack of that from Minnesota Rocker, they've had a really good series. We have taken turns where we've seen all the goods. Purge making the adjustments in S&D, even if the KD's not there. Snoopy's had some phenomenal moments of great routes, ability to stay alive, fantastic timing of certain gunfights, and Awakening Cammy, they've had their moments to shine as well. Want to deliver here on the Vault, a map Boston have loved all year long, and Snoopy on this map, when he's at his best, is one of the best on this map.
An explosive and very dynamic player to watch. One of the crazier perspectives we have in the league when he's on fire. Can be said for a few of the players here in this matchup. Nero has had some astonishing moments of gameplay throughout this year. Estriel as well, a favorite of analysts the world over in the COD scene. An Awakening who made a very big splash back in the NW19 year. Can he help fight his boys towards a win today?
Well, I just like your acknowledgement of Nero when he has those moments of slamming. That's when Minnesota Rocker are barely winning games, when they have these pop-off moments. For Boston, they haven't needed that to have that success, but this is the interesting moment, right? On the rotational front, both of these teams on the year have been on point. Maybe even the extra edge towards Minnesota Rocker, but it is two nail-biter squads. My favorite stat, though, is as good as Minnesota Rocker those stats look, the plus-minus is still only +11. The number of games, especially at the start of the year, they're winning 250 to 248, 250 to 244. They've had to squeak some wins through.
Right, no squeaking this time, please, lads. You don't necessarily need that. Opening salvo. It's good. In terms of the 3 dead there for Boston Breach, you're going to get a second out of it. But Rocker now back in towards time. A gunfight's going either way, but it's a mosh pit on P1.
Hey, mosh pit, well, Snoopy will be the wall of death for this one, right? You're going to have to get past him to get towards the time. He's letting Cammy be the collector, and he's just roaming. Great instincts, great timing, even better gunny. Estriel going to fall, and gets a couple tags in before he drops. Minnesota Rocker, nice little punch back, and talking about the rotations, right now Minnesota Rocker, right side spawns, final 10 seconds of the hill. They just have to not overcommit, and they'll be good for the rotation.
Good luck, boys. Rocker, right-hand side of the minimap, all good. Purge on the quick attack. He's going to find his player in the middle in a second, but I think eyes straight towards P2. Under the coverage of Awakening, and now Snoopy, you're up close and personal. Estriel, good luck, mate. Oh, luck had nothing to do with it. What a win.
And then win the first 2. Estriel does get traded out, and that's just to play keep away from the time. That is gee whiz, that man. Awakening wins some crazy ones. Well, Geo picks it up with a 2-piece of his own. Good hold so far from Minnesota Rocker. Purge trying to play keep away, but as many gunfights as Minnesota won, they've just now started collecting time.
Right. Nice bit of fast teamwork there for the Rocket Boys. Good. Cam up close and personal, not willing to give away team fights, not giving away a lot of friendly fire. And that is it. The car, my goodness, a double for Purge. That's a caster curse if ever I've seen one.
But look at the number of things for Boston Breach that just went wrong. Teammate rolled through. You got Geo picking up 2 pieces. They didn't win the rotation. So many problems. And Minnesota Rocker, it's a decent amount of time. Happy for the lead, but all things considered, could have been so much worse. But these are the gunfights for the actual rotation. You got Nero spotted on the cross, and well, Cammy, you expect to get traded out eventually. And Nero actually pumps the brakes. Cammy, right now, the hero for his team.
Oh, that was a tombstone pile driver for Cammy. Don't do it. He's in there on the right, Nero, if you can hear me, which you can't. We're going around the world here, but you know Cammy is still in play. Purge was looking for a 3-piece there. This is going to pull Cammy into action. But Nero is playing it 50-50 here on the doors. The snap on Awakening. And here comes Kenny to fill the position up immediately. Kenny in the 2-piece there on a Cam who has locked down Art for what feels like a lifetime.
Well, yeah, now he should die, right? He's getting the comp for 1 shot. Now Nero's able to just fly on in. So that is extraordinarily patient game. Nero making high IQ plays. Kenny there for the follow-up. And just like that, the ever-important rotation of P4. That was a 40-second battle to get those spawns. And Minnesota, for maybe a moment, should be all 4 players, yes, set up and ready for new.
Oh, here we go, Rocky. You're at the ATM. It's time to withdraw cash from this hard point. Kenny, again, it just feels like he's having to worry about so much. He's trying to do it all. He gets a couple of tags in a purge, and it would get into Geo. Can he find this kill? Yeah, sure. 1 to his name. Nero picks up the long line, and over against Awakening, who, woohoo, they trade. You love to see it. Rock a hole.
Yeah, former teammates having an absolute battle. Now Geo, a lot of pressure on the outer edges, knows the front door is open. He's trying to cover the right side, and he gets overwhelmed, and Purge makes it into the time. So Purge threads that needle. Unfortunately for him, all of his teammates die, but at least he made it up top.
Shots here from Nero, but again, Cammy, who has just been a demon this whole vault long. Purge up close and personal, that's exactly where you want it. So, Boston, you've managed to slow down the money hill as much as you could here for Minnesota. Transition this into a tight little P1, and we're already looking at a tie game.
I feel like Purge is deserving of a delicious cookie. An Oreo is what you earn for a moment like that, because again, Boston having to battle from such a painful type of position, and at least they make it mixy, but ultimately Minnesota Rocker still have been ahead of the game.
Man, not bad at all. Well, this is what you wanted for Rocker. The chips are down, their backs are against the wall, and like a wounded animal, they are flailing in this feral attack towards P1 again. Snoopy put down by Estriel. Good time to be had here for the Rocker boys.
And well, you acknowledged it, right? Talking about Nero, the series, he's had MVP of the team for sure. 17 kills right now, so he's doing his thing. He is keeping it consistent, trying to make sure you stay up on it. The Boston Breach, this is the type of moment where they're just trying to make sure they stabilize. They have not had for any moment of this game, really, any degree of real control. Nero pumping the brakes at the right time, and he has been making some super heads-up plays this match.
As far as we call him one of the most aggressive players of all time, I mean, the man knows how to hit 5th gear. Shots from Estriel as well, who is quickly becoming one of my favorite 1v1 fights. Another here in the feed, another to P2, and Rocker's second in a row they've managed to grab.
He didn't get any help. Both Geo and Kenny were looking more towards carpet, and the route gets found, so Estriel, all that work is for nothing. Boston Breach in the top.
Yeah, we cursed the shit out of that one. Boston, this is your chance to take the lead back. P2's usually quite well-treated players. Great push now from Rocker, but Purge, you don't account for the corner. Can he get kill number 5 in a row on a Kenny? Wins a big one. So now we go towards time. That could be the break. Last man in Awakening, and he's tagged up, boys. Somebody send it. Can you get in there without exposing yourself to the reinforcements? You can't. Contest is on, and Kenny and Estriel, the duo, get it done.
Yeah, it's great teamwork for a little bit of extra damage. Now the man going up top, Army Truck, at least gets spotted out by Geo. He's ready for the carpet pressure, but again, poor Estriel just gets left alone and isolated on time. Of course, though, it's only for the final 10 seconds. He'll absolutely take that. You have the rotation in P4 long-term. Right now, Boston, what do they want to go for? Do you try to soak up the B3 time? Do you want to play for the break? Well, at least one player trying to slip through. He gets caught. Cammy tries to take the round through secret. He gets caught. Now Purge is doing the exact same thing. He gets dropped as well. Minnesota Rocker, very stable on this map.
At the very least, though, you do take your pound of flesh if you Purge. But Estriel, here we go. What a pinch that could have been. Causing a lot of noise. Nero loses his fight as well. So, oh, man. This P3, not terribly productive from either team. But Rocker, you've committed hard to this one. If you don't let this player Purge get through, that could have been a death knell for you there. So Rocker, eyes back on the prize. They tunnel vision there a little hard.
And the wild thing about this lobby, like if you're the type of player that loves the chow, right now this is the lobby for you. It's actually Nero that I feel like has been the guy to play his life the most. And even then, he's already got 44 engagements, so he's in the mix. Kenny, though, final 10 seconds on the old time means that death is perfect. He'll spawn up over towards new, where again, Minnesota Rocker have been on top of the P4 rotation, and it has been a necessity for them in this game.
They're in control. They've got all the powered positions. Let's go for a listen in.
Volt, you play for me, Volt, Cammy.
He's all Volt, man. He's already on your
There's two bottom up there. Back door, Purge. Okay, trigger time. I'll look at me. I'll tap you for it. I'll tap you for it. You're good. Tap you for it. He's a child. He's a child. He's a child. I'm here right there. Okay, and Cam I get there. Are we front of Purge? Top stairs. We do need top. They all spawn up. You ain't jump that right. We top. We good. Give me that. It's Snoopy. Wait for you. I'm backing up. Wait, yes, Snoopy got me. Snoopy got me. I'm there. I'm all up there. That's fine. I got one. Snoopy, my you. On the right. I'll pick up right. Jump back left. Waking it dead. Came in, Snoopy. Came in. That's fine. I'll block. Actually, I peeked it. He's pumpy too. He's pumpy too. Another one. 100%. Watch out for you. Watch out you. Nice job. I'll block off one. One shot. Very weak. He didn't tell me. Could you picture? I'll pitch it. I got him. Nice shot, bro. Nice, G. Last guy could be right. Okay, that's fine. I'm blocking. Hard blocking. He's one shot 20. I can't play the guy top right here. I'm holding. Alright, nothing came bigger. They went full, I think. We played it or what we doing? Yeah, we should go. Alright, came me. He went line. Line came me. Alright, line came me. Play back goal. I came his line. I'm playing it back safe, bro. Then go short, that's it. I'm trying to T1. I'll call you back, bro. I'm one. I'm blocking. I'm mid right now. Spawn at the middle in front then. I'm holding mid. Make sure no one has my pool. Make sure I'm on pool. That's fine. Does someone have it? I'm right. Who go. I'm holding. I'm T0, one shot, both one. Last guy I'm getting big. Look at hold your charge. I'm sure. Think up front, that's it. Something bigger. I know, we hold. No. I'll see you mid. Shoot. I got one. Nice. 3. Last guy first. He's cool. Nice job. I'm into the fast. 1 or 2 small gold then at least. I'm gonna go missing one maybe. I'm sashing. I think 1 should be on you. I think it's weak. I'll see the art. I think we're good. I think they'll flip. I'll see the art.
Fantastic listening there from Minnesota Rocker, a 40-point lead, and finally a good hold, and finally a clean rotation. Kenny makes it a hard, he gives it a clean 2-piece, and for Nero, these kills are just free.
Yeah, free is hail. He's got himself 6, looking for 7, and looking for the Hellstorm as well. Haven't seen too many of those here at the tournament. I'll be adding one to the pile. Here we go. Nero fighting forward. That is not going to be it, but still, he gets himself a lot of kills. His teammates are so close to that 200-point mark. 30 seconds to go, and Rocker still, without time, have mapped.
And Rocker, no, they don't even need this time. If you get it, it's great, but they just need to control the rest of the map. Estral at least gives you 1. And as acknowledged, Miles, 52 seconds left on the game clock. Any white time could be a massive problem for Boston Breach. If you're down by 50, you have to be soaking.
It's a dangerous gamble, though. Oh, Gio, getting your kills. Good snaps on the cam. You're going to wait for the push here. You've got at least 1 man in the new time. A pinch now on those players trying to get forward. Kenny got to go big, and he cannot. Crushed by Purge on the approach to new. Here we go.
I'm thinking Kenny wants to play up top and sort of be the safety net for the team, but he is challenged. This is a lobby built for it, and Gio gets insane COD timing. You do it with the pinch on the time, though. Kenny's being a distraction. Gio able to sort of pierce this setup, but the man up top, Snoopy, is a problem.
He's still up top, though. He's still up top. Kenny now through the side door. Can't get anyone now. The Chow is there and Awakening, happy for it. Snoopy wins a big kill on the stairs, and this 35-second game clock just got dangerous.
And it's just another moment for Minnesota Rocker where they had the P4 rotation and they just get bullied out and die at the worst possible time. Nero has 44, and it's going to be a close game.
It's going to be real close. 20 seconds to go. Contest. Snoopy from behind, trying to clear point. Oh my word, they're shoulder to shoulder on the inside. No friendly fire. Nero involved. Over the top. Rocker down. Rocker out. Over to P1.
And this is elimination game right now. You lose this, you go home. Your stage 4 is done. And for Minnesota Rocker, it would mean no champs. A 27-point gap and 27 seconds left on the game clock. Boston, they're fighting back.
The clock goes red. The hard point goes green. 6 spree now. 7 for Snoop. This counter-attack from Rocker has been identified and dealt with nearly at every possible moment. The lead change is on its way. Boston hold.
And that, dude, and you're going to go into a P2 where it is as mixy as it could possibly be, and both teams are going to have to juggle time like this. This is where your comms have to be perfect.
Oh my, Snoopy is on a run here, man. This is it. Looking for the 10, it's not going to happen. You got time for a second. You're so close to this. Minnesota getting for a second or 2. They're trying to buy a little bit more time, a little bit more space. On a purge, dealt with. Nero finds kill number 48.
In Minnesota Rocker, they're deciding to stay in the hill. They're trying to play for the 250 in this moment. They do it the rotations, but now it's back to white time. And now for Boston, you are gonna have to be scorching away to new time. And Cammy and Snoopy are in the back. Minnesota did not block.
7 seconds. 5 seconds. Purge has got to go. Can't stop the clock. His teammates do. The hard point open. Snoopy, stay alive. Stay down. Hellstorm. Here it comes.
Survival of the fittest. Boston might just get this done.
They are still holding. Once they turn the lead, they will vacate the point. Can we keep them back? Hard point changes hands. Rocker are in.
Yo.
Game 5. I'd be smiling too. I'm gonna need a replay here in DreamHack.
Oh my goodness, in the look you're seeing in Kenny's face, the effort it just took. Nero just dropped 50 to win by a single point, dude. A sloppy game of Vault where they had no interest in holding down a P4 for any substantial amount of time. Miles, I'll let you talk so I can just do the quick math on this.
All right, folks. If you've just joined us, there's something about Vault. It likes to give us these very close moments. I mean, 16 seconds here. Minnesota Rocker arguably could leave P1 and let that time run down. What don't they do, Chance?
Well, we're going to take a look at it. I mean, I think it's literally they do leave the time, and I think it's Nero that just scooches his way in the final moment. They outslayed by 22 kills, plus 22 in the kills column to win by a single second. They had every single rotation to Money Hill and P4, and they only win by a single second. Snoopy with the Hellstorm call, it is literally dialed into perfection. Every single kill in these moments are massive, and then the second they hop out of time, here's Nero. It's 50 kills that he breaks, and he makes it into the time. Absolutely perfect. Snoopy leaves, has to come back in, and decisions like that costly. It is impossible to orchestrate these moments, but plus 22 for a single point win.
There's a very interesting piece of the user interface that I don't think I've ever seen, which was next team to score a point wins appears on screen. That was a rarity, folks.
Yeah, a time extension, by the way, as well, I believe.
Unbelievable. A single second on Vault. Minnesota Rocker, you bought yourself the game 5. If it were that easy.
Yeah, this is the look of Minnesota Rocker fans. Oh, now they know they're on camp. Okay, I was about to say, just like stunned and be like, oh God, every single series is the most stressful experience you are ever gonna see. They don't make it easy. Minnesota Rocker, again, they win every single P4 rotation, and you're gonna notice for every single P4, it's actually Boston who gets more time. Like, rotations don't matter, and that means Nero just has to run it down and play bully ball. And hey, a 50 bump, pippable. Nero, he got an ace in the S&D. That might be a top 5 play of the week. Nero's gonna be every single top 5 play by the end of this series.
Oh, wow. Also, shout out to the Rocker fans who are in the Season 1 jersey. I mean, that is a true Rocker supporter. Wow. Well, game 5 chance. Here we go to dealership.
And I just know Nero wouldn't have to have every single top 5 play if they could just hold a Money Hill. Gentlemen, please.
Here we go, dealership, guys. This is game 5. This is Rocker. The last chance they have here in their season to stay alive and force that dream for champs. Still within grasp. A lot's got to go their way. We'll find out what happens after this break. Don't go too far, folks. This is Major 4 live from DreamHack.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team.
It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now. The 2025 Minnesota Rocker Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators as well as a weapon charm to keep the competition on ice. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Next time you boot up, you might not be able to suit up Minnesota Rocky if you lose this Game 5. Here we go, folks. Oh, Boston fans, you guys. The support is fantastic, but what a series. Everyone's heart's in their throats. A nervous, intense finish to an insane series. Game 5, our first in the tournament, and it is bound to be electric.
I mean, low-key one of the best series of the year, right? Like round 11, multiple aces coming through, great plays. A game like that for the Vol Hardpoint. In my understanding of the way it works, in case there's confusion, if everybody is out of the hill in a tie game, the game will end. But if someone is actually on the zone with the ability to capture the point, that's where the game extends and say, hey, the next person just live in this moment, you get the dub. Oh, Nero is like, he is put it all out on the line. They can't hold a P4, so you'd rather not have to drop 50, but hey, whatever it takes in this moment to keep the run going.
Now, what if Nero, the hero, comes into this one a little too hot? You can't be overcommitting, Nick. Game 5, but here we go. We start things off with the Minnesota Rocker, Estriel, Mr. 1v1 himself, carrying the ball. Oh, no! A two-piece off rip!
Yeah, and listen, I know he gets credit for the kills. Nero is there as well. So listen, the EKIA rolling through and yeah, Awakening overwhelmed and Rocker kicking off the map 5 right.
Cammy alone. A 1v4. Put down, dealt with. Rocker strike first.
Yeah, I mean, that is just as good as it gets. Estriel for the credit on the 2 kills, but Nero has 2 assists in the round. Gio has 2 assists in the round. Kenny has a kill and an assist in the round. Everybody involved.
A literally perfect start there from Minnesota here. Cammy finds himself there. 1 kill and a Gio. That was a decent snap. We now swap sides once again. The Minnesota Rocker forget how to feel.
8 EKIA round 1. Hashtag teamwork.
That's got to be first. Same thing again this time round though. Nobody home. Rocket know these moves. Spread there on the defense.
90 KI, sorry, even better.
2-2 split here from Boston Breach. You're trying to play the odds over towards B. There's going to be Gio there, down deep.
And they're making this a guessing game. They've made noise at both the sites, so now Minnesota Rocker, they're just going to have to be stagnant in their setup, but good news for Minnesota Rocker, it's the perfect setup for this type of moment. They also have a 2-2 split, but now Boston gearing up. B's going to be the hit. Gio on the defensive end, he's got Estriel for the help.
There we go. Snoopy, can you plant the bomb? He's got coverage. It's a bit of a stretch, and Purge, oh, wonderful first blood. This is enough to pull 2 members of Rocket forward. Oh, and here we go, Nero through the window, and he's gone. 2v4, 3v2 now as Boston lose a man.
They're just letting him make mistakes. They're not even trying to plant the bomb. They know the time is not yet going to be crucial. Just now you're under the 30-second margin, but they're not in a hurry. They're waiting to get the intel on the next 2 players. You find Gio, but now you're wanting Kenny from up top. There's 1, there's 2, and maybe they did wait too long. Cammy again, last alive.
Okay, Cammy, you plant bomb. You hold square on your control. Just get that thing down. Gio's going to check this one potentially, worrying about the close play. Or Cammy jumps off it for a second, and what? Unbelievable rocker. Let's just call out the patience to contain Breach there and not let anything happen. Breach overthinking the situation, and it cost them bad.
Well, Breach thinking about the situation perfectly, but then I don't think he actually saw Gio laying down in tin, so he was going for the aggressive bomb plant, and that was the wrong call. You clear out all the space, you hug the closed window, you're trying to do just a little too much. Everything prior to that, perfect. Boston maybe a little too smart for their own good.
A 2-round lead here in game 5. Kenny's force spree now, yet to drop. Brings a small car to a big car map, and this, nice and loud, over towards the B-bomb site, flush with players from Boston Breach. Manages to get in there for a moment and cause a bit of damage, and that's going to get you enough to get the first blood.
And perfect utilization. I don't know if the trophy's not in the right spot is going to hurt him long term. But Cammy finds a pick on Gio. Now they're waiting for Kenny to make a play. Nero in perfect position, unless it gets red. But at least you trade it out, and now Kenny again swinging through the flank.
Wait.
Gotta know.
Oh no, a big win, and we're going to send Cammy ASAP to try to pick up the trade. Fast moves. Oh, Cammy, 1v1. Kenny moves in. Slide, chow, 3 rounds in a row.
And that is fantastic work. I think Kenny, again, there's moments where he's getting involved in the mix right from the jump. There's times where he's the facilitator. RC car play, perfect. Gets the damage, Estriel there for the follow-up, and then after the fact, Kenny's cleared so much space being aggressive on the pinch that he's come to Estriel. There's nothing here. They're not even a mid. You need to turn around. Estriel heads up on that read, wins the first gunfight, and at least does enough damage that Kenny can get the final kill. Great duo ship effort there out of Cannon Nest. Real.
That was real. That was real.
Yeah. I don't know why. I mean,
it sounded cool. No, it sounded cool. Rolling on. It sounded cool. Trophies in play over here by the A-bomb site. First time we've seen this so far.
White man can't jump.
Kaboom. Cammy gets himself into the fight, but he can't throw. Here comes a nade. It's going to land. Oh dear. 3 dead. Instantly Boston Breach. They are back to life.
Just like Woody Harrelson's slam dunk at the end when he needed it in that round. Cammy has bomb in hand. Once again, Boston, yeah, I mean, listen, their brains are working overtime. They are wrapping this out over towards B, or not even. They are covering every single lane. Now they got eyes on Gio, and they're working them. They're playing the kill.
They better hurry up. There we go. Breach. Stop the run. 3-1 here in the 5th.
Yeah, Boston trying really hard to not make any mistakes, but very well played round. Cammy might not be able to jump on the dumpster, but Awakening was good for 3 in this round.
The A-bomb site fight doesn't quite work out for Minnesota. I wonder how many more times we'll see them go there in this map. As Boston show a very, very strong hand over by that side of the map. And the thing that impressed me most is the nade usage. Even with trophies in play, avoiding the sort of positions they know those trophies are to still get splash damage onto those cars to cause those chain reactions still. Old Faithful, no connection.
Yeah, you fooled me once.
Yeah, right.
You died of that again, yeah, you're just costing. But this is distant. You have Nero completely out of the picture. He's got the entire pinch on lock, so his teammates are confident to look forward, but it could potentially be a man down.
Stun connects onto Awakening. Oh, and he still stays alive. Here comes the coverage, and Purge is going in. Purge on the trade. He's been cleaned up. Estriel there for it.
An awakening through 10. He's banged up, but he's still alive.
And Minnesota Rocker, they don't have the numbers because Nero was out of the mix, and when he gets involved, he snaps.
Awakening 1v3. He's managed to cut through the middle. An impossible situation for Awakening to be in, and that is that. Nero guns him down. Unaware he was behind him. 4-1, Rocker.
And Boston are starting to do some crazy stuff. Purge full sends out the window, and he does get a kill, so sort of kick off the sequence, but Nero, he just hears so much noise, and he just, I mean, he gets on the horse, he gets active straight through the middle of the map and picking up 2. Another round where Nero making the big play.
We haven't said it yet, we won't until the map is over. 4-1 from Rocker. Really decisive work in the middle of the map towards the B bomb side. The only time they've really faltered was when they attacked A. 2-2 split now from Breach. How much noise can they make across dealership?
Stagnant setup. Boston again on the 2-2 split, but this is virtually no noise being made, so they're not faking anything out. They're wrapping over towards A, but Kenny and Estriel are here. And maybe the time works out. Yeah, Kenny leaves, and that's exactly when Boston starts to make moves, but here's the noise. Kenny's coming back. But they're playing for the retake. Nero and Gio have not reacted to the round just yet. Maybe for the moment, no reason to. Bomb yet to go down. Boston have really been taking their time. The A plant successful.
Kenny, lovely coverage. Oh, Kenny over the top. First blood. Kenny finds 2. Needs are there for it. The trades explosive. Gio makes it a 1v2. Timing. Big damage. And there it is. Nero. The hot hand continues. Minnesota Rocker. 5-1 here in Game 5.
Yeah, this is a meteoric run. And maybe Boston just falling a little bit short. The Game 5s that have been the biggest problem in the world for this team. The only reason Champs is going to be just a Herculean effort for this team at this tournament is because the Game 5s, they have faltered. At one point, a 9-loss spree in the game mode. But you did acknowledge, use the word transform, which I feel like is too far from Kenny being on the team. But now they actually have started to get some Game 5 wins. Here they are around the way, getting it done in emphatic fashion.
I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to talk about the Game 5 thing, but now we've said it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Snoopy being on a donut.
No, he's got 1 kill.
Well, he has 56 damage.
Oh, Estriel's first blood. He walks right through the dealership in the showroom. We take full control of the B-bomb site. Here comes the bomb. Express overnight delivery. Gio, oh my goodness. The last 2 members of Breach. The last member of Breach awakening. He will be suffocated here at the major and sent home. Minnesota Rocker break their Game 5 curse with a decisive victory over Boston. The Dreams champs. Still just that, a dream they fight on.
And Boston Breach, a quick trip home in a few weeks to prepare for Champs, and for Minnesota Rocker, the fans on life support. I don't remember the last time Minnesota Rocker have had a series that wasn't incredibly stressful. One of the most intense hardpoint games that we have seen this year. A 1-point difference maker on the vault hardpoint that comes down to a moment we have almost never seen even occur in the game.
We didn't know.
And Nero had to drop 50 to make it happen.
Can't say they're not trying to make it. You can't say they're not trying. Game 5 here on this Freaky Friday comes to a close. 5:59, and again, Kenny, he has had a brilliant series. A real magic maker for Minnesota. Well, there we go. Elim round 1, our first team to depart the tournament. And we got some exciting, spicy updates from the Bravo game as well. I do believe the Vegas Falcons are up over Vancouver, but more on that later.
No shot.
Yeah, Brett. 6-1, the final score there on dealership. Unbelievable. Just when you thought that red card, was it a taste of things to come? No, it was a ruse. It was a ruse. It was a bamboozle, and it fooled all of us. Dealership, the real deal right there for Rock.
That's correct. I mean, listen, even for the vault control to falter like that, Minnesota Rocker, all things considered, I think that's a pretty impressive win, right? The two different clutches they had to have, both Nero and Ken getting aced out just to make sure you get to the round 11 where they showed off the ice, and then ice in the round 5s as cool as it gets. So a very interesting moment now from Rocker. Just a question of how good can this team get in a tournament fashion. I just want to see those guys hold people. That'd make me happy.
Oh, yeah. That'd be a really good thing. That would help quite a bit. But it does sound like that we do have an interview ready on stage. Man of the moment, Kenny, forcing that round 11 in search with Blaze.
Thank you so much, Miles. DreamHack, make some noise for the Minnesota Rocker as they fought for their lives up there on the main stage. Yeah. Kenny, I tweeted out, man, like you was fighting demons up there. Bro, you guys go down to map number 1.
Yep.
And map number 2, you have to go in and you got to clutch up on a round 10 just to get it to a round 11. Quick 1v2, lose control in a devastating fashion into going into map 4, where you got to clutch up in the final few seconds. What was the craziest moment of the series you had to overcome?
Honestly, the map 2, where the 1v3 happened to go 5-5. I feel like we weren't playing our game, and like mid SD, I'm like, listen, we need to play confident, like we need to play our game, and like the 1v3 I feel like sparked a lot for our team.
Yep.
Obviously the control didn't go as planned, but I feel like the COD demons working at overtime. They trying to keep us out.
They try to keep you out of chairs, but you are not gonna let it happen as you guys are still continuing in your run, okay? You gotta come out with at least maybe, I wanna say maybe like a top 4 placement. You guys gotta do some things this weekend. Do you feel like you and the boys are prepared to give it everything you got on this stage?
Yeah, I think our mindset is obviously make a run, regardless of what the champs qualification thing is. We're here to obviously play for the tournament. So I feel like right now we're trying to like keep as less pressure off ourselves and kind of just play our game like I said.
Yep.
I feel like right now we're beating ourselves, making it a little too stressful on ourselves, I guess.
And you know, we got to talk about him one time because the man who is alleviating a lot of pressure off of you guys, Nero, dropping 50 there to really kind of keep you alive. Talk to me about how he's playing today.
Yeah, I mean, one guy that plays with a lot of confidence. I feel like we just got to keep up with his pace. Obviously, he's putting in a lot of pace.
Yep.
But when he's having a map like that, we should win. So that's why it's stressful to like have a close map because like when people are dropping 50, you should be guaranteed to win. And it's so annoying to win a map like that, but it feels good to win it.
All right, there you go. And now lastly to you know, the tournament run is continuing. You know, you still want to get into this last tournament of the year. What do you want to say to these fans who time and time again, you know, make sure that they're watching you play and they're supporting you out there?
Just want to give a shout out to you guys. Appreciate the fans and all the love as always. We're trying to make this run, and I'm hoping we can show out. So thank you guys again.
All right, everybody, that's going to do it for me and Kenny and the Minnesota Rocket here on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. And shout out to the Minnesota Bros. They drove in. A few of them met me on the first day of rehearsal. They're saying, we're so excited for this tournament. I said, why? Aren't you ready to get shouted? They're like, no, we're making it to champs. Trey, welcome to the desk. The Breaking Point crew is here as well. We got the flank, the Sculpt Watch Party, and you are joining the big show. What have you seen so far in Dallas?
Well, the event is fantastic. Let me just start off by saying that DreamHack is by far one of the best events we've had in the CDL. I think by far. Gameplay-wise, fantastic. Quick series today, let me tell you honestly. I walked up.
Yeah.
I was walking around, I went to the Scuff booth, said hi, came back, and Thieves 3-0'd their opponent. I was like, bro, we're in for a long, we're in for a short day. So it's been nice, though.
That's what went down in the winner's bracket. But here in the elimination bracket, we already have a sample of a Game 5. And I'm told the Falcons are up 2-1 over Vancouver over on Bravo. Let's take a look at some of these highlights from Search and Destroy because Kenny's crew, they win by 1 point in a Game 4 to get here. And then they put the exclamation point on this series. They sent Boston packing quick.
This was unbelievable, and I think the biggest thing is like if you're Boston Breach, you're punching the air when it comes to these hard points. On the flip side of Minnesota Rocker, thank God you finally closed out at game number 5. But I said it heading into this, like the 2 times these 2 teams have matched up, it went to a game 5. And Minnesota Rocker won both of those game 5s. So this is another case for matchup. They ice up versus the Boston Breach, and hopefully they can take this momentum throughout the rest of the weekend and what they've learned in this game 5 and play it into their series moving forward.
Yeah, I think it's like a mirror opposite of what we've seen from Rock over the last 2 months. Like losing their game 5s. Every single clutch you get in that situation, losing it. When we get down to the end of that ball hard point, they would lose it. In this series, all of those little COD moments went their way. Just a different story for them. They have to be feeling good. And it looks like all the strides that they tried to work on mentally, it was successful on that stage.
Minnesota had control all of Game 4, but Boston took us down to the wire. This is the final moment of that Game 4 that allowed for a Game 5 Minnesota win. Walk me through the finish here, because it's not often that the timer buzzes down.
Yeah, this was nuts. So, I mean, prior to this, they're up like 60 points, and they're outslaying them by 30. You're sitting here like, okay, Rocker are going to close this out, but Snoopy just gets lost, and he's finding so many kills. And in this situation, you're like, all right, Rocker, we need to figure something out. So what happens is Boston are in time. You have to break from the front if you're the Minnesota Rocker, and a streak's coming down from Snoopy. It gets so mixy. When we get to the very end, you'll see they get out of the time. If you're Boston Breeze, they're jumping out like the game is over. We have a lead, but Nero sneaks in with 0.1 seconds left on the clock. This is one of the craziest endings we've had on the year, if not the craziest that we've had.
Yeah, the priority from the side of Boston Breach is insane too, because you watch Cammy, he's like, all right, I'm going to try and play stuck in the front, but the time is awful. Nero slides in, he gets that single second, and then it's Estriel that pops the final 2 to get that last second. That is absurd.
They should have lost. Even though they outplayed by 30, they should have lost. So just a different story for Mini, man.
Fundamentally unsound Call of Duty, but I was talking to my buddy Nistic, who's been in the venue. He was a former Halo pro, Fortnite pro, and he was saying, you know, I get all the numbers and stuff, but at the end of the day, isn't it all about just walking away with the dub, Trey?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this so many times from Rocker over the past weeks or so. They're so close to winning matches.
But it goes the other team's way.
Always the other team's way. I've been rooting for Rocker since this team formed, and I have been so depressed every single match I watch for these guys. You know, they got a group of 4 guys that you just want to see win, and they just can't quite close it.
Turning your hair white, Trey.
I hope y'all like Game 5s here, Dallas, because they are flowing over on the Bravo stream. I'm told we have the finish to Game 4. Is a Game 5 coming? Let's load it up. Vancouver, driver's seat, 250-138. Falcons, despite some heroics from Exnid, phenomenal performance back on Vault. Falcons are going to a Game 5 Search and Destroy, Nameless.
Yeah, the Game 2 Search and Destroy was electric. You know, it's a map that Vancouver haven't loved, and they got exposed. A big 1v1 win by Priesta in the swing round to give them the edge there. And then the Hacienda Control. You know, Vancouver has been struggling in that game mode. It's been the difference between them, Atlanta, and LA Thieves. And you saw it once again here, right? Like a 3-0. Exton was getting lost. Pred was getting lost. Game 5 is kind of spicy. I don't know.
Do you call the Minnesota win over Boston an upset? Because by the seeds, it wasn't.
Nah, not really. Any team that's like they're fighting right now, I don't really call them, you know, upsets or anything like that. It's just pure passion, pure grit. That's all it is right now.
So, Ali, will we see an upset in our bracket here as we take a look at the elimination? We are sending 5 teams packing. Rocker just said Breach. 4 more about to join them. Any chance Falcons take down Surge here? We see Falcons versus Rocker in the next round.
I mean, you're talking about a Falcons roster that has some star-studded S&D players on it. I'm looking at Alec maybe to have a takeover series. It seems like Fred is getting going, that rewind search and destroy, so we've got a banger on our hands over there on
Dealership.
Plenty more games live in Dallas when we come back. Hashtag for Rosalie, Gorilla Mates taking the stage for the first time in Dallas.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
I'm ready to fly by now. You should know I got that crown on my mind. Top, get on your feet, feel the passion. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
Nice, I have eight. Guarantee that kill.
Oh my god!
Let's go.
They got one tick on me.
You suck, dude! Let's get it, bro. We gotta win this out.
Oh my gosh, subplay?
I mean,
you get a fucking RC car, you do not call it in, bro. Ignore the thing. Do not call that goddamn car in.
Scrap sitting back. It just doesn't feel good to be able to clean up one. Scrap is just waiting. No way.
Oh my god. All right, well.
Oh.
Chat, don't clip that. Don't fucking clip that.
Man, Wixels is just gonna have to slide up with ARs.
Oh, nice little deep shoulder coming through. Oh! Wow! No way! He gets the one through the drop, and then all.
Now, as hot as the game may seem, I know one thing that won't be that crazy, and that's the comms of Toronto Ultra.
we kill him?
Calm as ever, Toronto Ultra, now to the other side of the stage.
The 2025 LAG Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon camo to assert your royal will in the lobby. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
We already sent one team packing. Now it's time to put two more in our sights. Welcome to the elimination bracket, day one. DreamHack Dallas. It is the fourth and final major of the 2025 Black Ops 6 season. I'm your host, Chris Bucket, alongside Nameless and Rosalie. For the first time in our elimination bracket, we have the great Chance. Chance, what's up, man? How do you feel about this so far? Because we've had a game 5 after a whole day of 3-0s and 3-1s in the winners bracket.
This might be another game 5, to be honest. I think LAG, obviously, in terms of like going to champs, it's not ideal, but they've showed a little bit of fight throughout the stage 4 qualifiers, and I'd say the exact same thing from C9. Been a phenomenal, like a sort of hard point team, and they got players like that are S&D superstars. That's the one mode they haven't really brought it together, and that's the mode I expect them to fry.
LAG has missed out on 3 of the last 5 years at COD Champs. This could be a 4th if they don't win the event. They've got to be perfect here, and it's not looking good for the crew.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I will say we've seen some individual bright moments. Johnny had a couple of good series after a slower start. Kismet and Hardpoint has been sensational, and that's been their best game mode. I mean, you look back at the split, they won 2 Hardpoints versus Miami, 2 versus Texas, actually beat Texas, right? So, you know, for LAG, they're still showing fight, and they're trying to play spoiler, and who they want to spoiler here is obviously Kismet's ex-teammate in Sib. They need to make a run to make it to champs, and it has to start here versus LAG.
Kismet has been very consistent recently. I've looked at him as trying to lead the team, not just on the comms, but in game. Johnny's pop-off performance, though, won them a surprise upset throughout this qualifier. They didn't make it into the winner's bracket, so what are the goals for LAG tonight?
Treat this like your champs, obviously. Just try to go as far as you can and make some noise. And for these individual players, I mean, you talk about Kismet's been putting on some shows. Johnny's fighting for a spot back into the league, and Lunar's trying to keep his spot. Same with Fellows. So there's a lot riding on their shoulders right now, considering this might be their last event.
On the other side, you have Cloud9 that was very loyal to their roster. They ran with the same crew through 3 majors. Now they make the switch up, but is it too little too late? As soon as they put Capsule in the mix, the man helped lead them to an online win. They haven't found success after playing up against FaZe.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, right? Is like they come in and they got better at hardpoint. You know, solid hardpoint team throughout this split. They were 4-1 in map 1s, right? So they're starting series out. Everything's going well. But they have not been able to win search, and it's unfortunate because it just looks like they need time. Right? You're not gonna be able to figure out search immediately every time with a 2-man change.
100%. I mean, this is what Toronto was talking about when they had to make the swap for Beans to Merc. They were like, listen, our hardpoint's still gonna be elite, but by God, we just need more time to figure out the game mode. And we watched a little bit of progress. And again, for C9, they have the tools. Cap has had some lights out map performances in S&D. Sparks and S&D kid, like literally and through, they just haven't brought it together yet.
Well, versus FaZe they did, right? So maybe they put some work in over the week. So maybe they can figure it out here versus LAG.
I will say for EWC, we saw that Cloud9 posted those 4 players on their Twitter mentions that they're going.
It's a threatening team.
I feel like you got to perform, though. If you're on this roster, you might not make it to champs, but you want to stick together in the coming months. Ali, walk me through this series. How do you see it playing out? We got a best of 5 loading up. Cloud9 the underdog here?
No. I think Electrolytes is still the underdog. I mean, you look at series versus Atlanta, my biggest worry right now is like Hardpoint isn't looking that great, especially Rewind on side of Cloud9. You've lost 2 Rewinds in the last 5, and they were not close. So no map pool really on either side of this. I'm looking at that Hacienda, maybe some opportunities for LA Gorilla Mates because Lunars and Fellow prefer to play that one, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, they just lost like 10 controls in a row if you're LAG, right? So for them, they have to start out hot. I'm thinking back to the Rewind where Kismet, and at the end, it was one of the most miraculous comebacks that we've had versus Optic. They need that same special performance here.
It is currently a game 5 over on Bravo Nameless. We're jumping over there right now. Thank you, Danny, our producer. He asked, do you want this? I said, absolutely. Give the fans what they deserve. A 3-1 lead for Vancouver Surge as Falcons could be playing in their last map of 2025.
This is a good map for side of Vancouver Surge, especially when you got 0-4 comfy like this right now. He's already on a 5, sitting at 6-2 on the flip side. Nasty is also incredibly comfortable on a 3 spree. Their setups are just so difficult to break through when you're not nading your teammates from the side of Vancouver Surge.
All right, we're all tied up after that. Arseny's fun up. You think Falcons are coming back, right, Chance? They got to come out here. You're giving them first 2.
I'm shocked to see that they're in a game 5 against Vancouver. I would expect Surge to 3-0 walk all over.
So while you're casting that, we're watching this, you know, we got both on in the back.
Like, this is shocking.
Fred in the game 2 goes crazy. He has like 11
plus.
Gets a Hellstorm, right? Priesta with a massive 1v1. And then the control, Hacienda, it's just been a problem for Vancouver. Control in general, and Falcons able to expose them. Now in a game 5, who knows? That would be electric for Rocket.
Falcons more map wins than they are used to at the majors. They are getting it done so far. Surge was coming off a championship grand final just a few weeks ago back at Major 3. Rocker plays the winner of that one, but we are going down to the bottom half of the elimination bracket where Cloud9, Gorillas fighting for their lives. We also have Ultra and Royal Ravens loading up.
Let's jump back into Bravo, dude. Let's just sit up here and just red zone it all day.
Ant's loving it, but I think the stage is ready. Danny, are we ready to rock this one? Should we do some scuff pick'ems? I'm ready for it. Rosalie, would you like me to go first? Hashtag for Rosalie.
I'll go first because this might be the last time that we see this LA Gorilla Mates roster, and I refuse to believe that. So I'm going with LA Gorilla Mates.
Just going LAG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going with Cloud9. They're taking this one. 3-1.
I too was going to go LAG, but I like leads. To Cloud9 we go.
Yeah, Cloud9 for sure. You saw Easy Max key right there. It's like, I got to shut down Sib. That ain't going to happen.
Yeah, no way.
It's all about the Sib. Who takes this match? Who survives? Can Cloud9 make it interesting in the champs race? We go to the Blaze on the stage. There we go.
Yeah, yep. I'm right here, Chris, and it's time to see if they can make this race interesting. This is going to be a great matchup. DreamHack, you guys been awesome all day, and it's time to bring another elimination matchup to the stage. So let's get this series started. Coming out first, make some noise for Los Angeles Gorillas. Johnny, Lunars, Fellow, and Kismet. LAG, know they gotta turn up on this stage and get the job done.
Look, I know a lot of the storylines this weekend are mainly focused around teams trying to make it into champs, but for some of these teams, this is champs. This is their last chance to make some noise, to cause some upsets and solidify some spots for next year. And that's the story of LAG right now. Their backs against the wall. Can't get worse than this, Blaze.
It can't at all, but the team coming to the stage next, they are used to these big pressure matchups. So from the top of the skyscraper we go. Here comes Cloud9. DreamHack, get loud for Cloud9 New York! Crimp, Capsule, Sib, and Spark. Cloud9 know it's time to turn up and lock in some more points.
Their backs are against the wall, but man, they got some serious looks on their faces. They know that they can make this run. And there's one player that I'm looking at, and it's Sib. Champs wouldn't be the same without him. One of the best shots that we have in the league and one of the best slayers in the CDL. Can he take over and give them the extra push that they need, guys?
We'll see if he can, and I'll tell you one thing, I'm ready to see both these rosters rock out on the stage here for LAN, and it's time to get the series going. Merc, Maven, let's get through it.
Yeah, both these teams just trying to get through it. I have bad news for Nameless. I know he wants to see Sib maybe at champs, but they literally have to win the event at this point. And that's assuming that Optic were to double bounce out. It's not looking pretty. I don't want to lie to people. There's not a whole lot of storylines for this particular matchup. Both these teams
for their spots, their livelihood.
Yeah, probably it. Playing for some cash, playing for your spots, maybe hoping you're on the roster for EWC because both these teams could end up making changes before then. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but the fact is, it's a lot of doom and gloom. It is. Cloud9, yeah, maybe something how they'll pull off a run and win the event. Yeah, Sib would have to be ultimate takeover, man, if that was going to happen. But
yeah, I just look back towards stage 2, man, and how wild it is. It just felt like C9 that roster.
They finally clicked.
They were clicking, and I don't know what happened.
We were gassing Lamar, and coming in, the S&D was improving, and things were looking so good, and then you blink, and everybody else improved, and they fell flat. Yeah, that's why a lot of the team changes went down, obviously, after it. They end up making some changes that don't pay off like some of the other ones. We've had some really great team changes this year. We've had some ones that haven't worked out.
Well, yeah, they just didn't make them, right? Until they desperation time.
Yeah, true.
But I think this 4, they have a ton of potential with what they've showed. It's just, it's too late.
Too late, unless it's not, Joe. Unless you make a run to a final. I think having a slight audio issue on the stage. So we're going to check out Bravo here for a moment. That's map great. 5, which, no, I'm down.
Oh, wow.
4-4. Perfect.
It was 3-1, right?
Yep. bring us into this, and we'll see how it plays out.
And this is a game 5 for those of you who don't know it.
And I mean, for Vegas Falcons, if you can get a dub here, awesome. Been a tough year. Maybe you can make some kind of run for Surge, but you're off back-to-back finals. This is one you're absolutely expecting to win, but Pred finds the blood. Priest is tagged up in trouble, but the help is there as RC gets another. Maybe things falling apart for Surge, or is it? They start to bring it back. Down to, I think, a 1v1 at the end of it, but Falcons will take it a round away from one of the bigger upsets we've had in an elimination match this year.
No, we haven't had, we've had winners round 1 upsets.
Not really losers upsets.
Not like teams getting eliminated top 12.
Yeah, no, this would be the biggest upset on the year in the losers bracket.
Wow.
So if Surge go from back-to-back finals to potentially top 12.
Just not the time you want to do this either.
No.
I mean, the best thing for them is sort of that break in between champs if this does go wrong.
And maybe it spells an easier run for Rocker because Rocker, like Cloud9 have to win the tournament, Rocker have to make it to a final more than likely.
Yeah.
If they're somehow going to make it happen, but not done yet, as we'll focus on the round 10 before we get into our alpha match. We'll let you know as soon as that's ready to go. Again, just resolving some audio issues on the main stage. But this round for Surge's tournament hopes. And you're thinking after they lose, like this is still a team that's going to make a run through losers.
Yeah, no, I thought so for sure. But it is a little bit different here, right? Because you're playing a second match. Some people are going to be playing 3 matches today. Normally you have 1, maybe 2 a day. And if you just get over that first hump, then you have a day to reset. And it's there. You literally, they had like 45 minutes in between games. You're just going, you're playing.
It is a lot different than the rest of the year. 0-4, lurking, 0-4, doesn't get even 1. I thought he was gonna come with a couple of kills and Neptune's gonna get gunned.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
The upset about to happen. Xnit finding the timing, 1 play remaining and Nasty, and this is gonna be maybe the biggest losers bracket upset on the year.
This might be the biggest upset on the year, period.
Yeah, no, I think you could safely say that. Unreal upset there. Wow, as Vegas Falcons get it done on Bravo. We've got more matches to come there. Back to show the main stages. Hopefully we'll resolve the audio issues to get ripping into this one quickly. We got this and still one more match on the night, which I believe is gonna be what, the Rocker Falcons now, right? Rocker Vegas now? Yeah. Which is not what I expected to be the final match on the night, but what an upset it is. And for Surge, I mean, what the hell happened? You blinked and you're out. Just a bad day at COD.
Not the time you want to do that at all.
Just a bad day at COD.
A really bad day.
Yep. But like you said, usually you have a bad day, like you can rebound the next day. You can do some prep. Like you just turn around, plays a lot different than it used to be back in the day. And they get caught slipping. But now to the alpha match. Cloud9, LAG, one last stand. Trying to make a run here. At Major 4. Cloud9's hopes of champs minimal, but still technically alive. They'd have to hit some incredible run. Okay, unfortunately, a quick restart here. I'm not sure if it's still the audio issue or maybe
wrong sides.
Wrong sides. Okay.
Quick little reset.
All right, well, we didn't get too much time to talk about this because we had the audio issues, then we hopped right into Bravo. Thoughts on this? I mean, obviously, Cloud9 going to be favored. Where are they going to find the openings?
I think probably the hard point, right? But I mean, for LAG, this is where you maybe look the strongest, right? You heard the Desk talk about it with Kismet and what he's done. But I think as a squad, that has been their strength. On the other side for LAG, like, just a question of can you finally get a couple of Surge games under your belt?
Yeah, and I feel like some of their series wins, well, they haven't had many, but most recently, it's an incredible performance from Johnny. That guy seems to have the stuff it takes to be a part of the CDL long term. At least I'm hoping that's the case for him, but this bracket looks...
I mean, everybody's bracket is busted at home.
Yeah, I mean, the top side looks normal. Top side makes a whole lot of sense.
And now we're just in and out. Like Rocker or Breach, I think it's 50-50 for a lot of people.
Sure,
but
I mean, technically an upset, but not a crazy one. Yeah, Falcons over Surge. It's like tough to call it the biggest upset of the year because I guess you think about like Boston over Thieves or something like that.
But
like,
was in winners.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
This is back-to-back finalists. Vegas haven't won a match.
Oh no, you're right. I guess I just keep thinking back to how shocking that 3-0 was over Thieves, but like it's a much different story when it's knocking somebody out of a tournament like this. And Falcons have won a couple series on the entire year. They get a LAN series victory.
They just won their first LAN map today. That was their first LAN map. What are we
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. You're right.
I mean, this.
tough.
Honestly, they're thinking like, wake me up from this nightmare if I'm Surge. Like, I cannot believe this just happened.
No, I mean, thankfully, you solidified your spot of champs.
Yeah.
You're good to go with the position there, but whew. Rambo and the boys going to have a lot to talk through and some things to fix after that series. I think we're ready to load in a second here, so thanks for your patience at home and in the venue. Had a couple issues, but I think the guy's about to be ready to go. We'll see if 99 Kids takes an appearance.
Yeah, and then for C9, I mean, listen, like they already played today, had a really tough matchup versus FaZe in winners round 1, lost both hard points, able to win
They
the
won the
Surge,
right? Yeah.
But I tell you what, Capsule, who had some great series early when he was first added to this roster, really had a tough one today.
He was like negative 30 or 40 or something, right? Like
yeah.
he got smacked, yeah. So trying to bounce back. Trying to avoid what you just saw happen to Surge and just kind of get double mopped out of this thing. Looking to rebound over LAG. Absolute chance for Cloud9 to capitalize and make a little bit of a run deeper into this tournament. At least, face off that first match tomorrow, extend their tournament into Saturday. There's how the best of 5 looks. Starting off on Rewind. LAG is Ansa and the Death. They had that insane comeback versus Optic. When they were clicking, they rip off 3 straight hard points. It is so impressive, but need to avoid those holes. But sometimes, regardless of the team for LAG, I swear to God, they're like, let's just go down 80 to 100 hard points, see if we can bring it back.
Yeah, same old story with LAG. I mean, and again, like they've had some really close matches, some searches they should have won. Their year could look a lot differently, but this is a situation that they're in, so they're just trying to all put it together. Now maybe have one final tournament run, and yeah, as you said, EWC, maybe they'll have the same roster, but I doubt it.
I don't know if either of these teams will. Maybe we'll see who's got kind of the keys to the ship or the car or whatever. I don't know.
Dude, ships
have keys. I guess you have to have a motorized one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I was picturing like an old school, like 1600.
I was thinking like a submarine, because we just watched Mission Impossible.
Dude, that was crazy. That whole sub. If you haven't seen it, go see it. Tom Cruise is insane. Absolutely insane. Well, let's get to the P2 now. As LAG have got the early setup. Spart's been pinned down for now. Trying to pinch and look for an opening will be Kremp. They're waiting for Capsule to get involved off spawn. Pinch falls apart as Kremp drops. LAG continue to hold. Sib walks away with 1, but that is all you're going to find out of Capsule. He's still going to keep a presence here for a moment, but yeah, it's real staggered now.
Yeah, I like this out of Kremp. Just take your time, wait for your teammates off spawn, but even then you're going in by yourself, 1 by 1. This is just not a map that you can do this on Rewind. Plays more traditional. You have some close spawns, so you have to wait for one another, and you're just not getting that at all if you are Cloud9 New York.
Patience not there, and they're going to be at a deficit here early. Strong start from Fellow and LAG. 5 straight for Fellow. He's getting the time as well. He's probably working towards a Hellstorm, I think, just based on the objective time he's gotten here and the spree he is on. He's going to attack on a 6th as well, so Fellow in a great position. Maybe this gunfight for the Hellstorm. He's already got the Hellstorm, so he'll earn it. He'll lose that fight, but you've got a streak early on, and you're up 50.
Yeah, nice little P2 there. And then look at that spawn Fellow just got, number 3 in Sib. He backs all the way up to try to pick this up. He's hunting him. Lunars and Johnny, while that's going on one side of the map, trying to take the hill, but C9 able to win it on both sides.
C9 try to bring it back. They'll be picked out of the hard point for now. It'll be Lunars in a one-man stand, at least for a moment on one side. Then you've got Johnny battling towards the point on the other. The streak that Fellow earned early, now called into play. You've already got 2 dead, so this is going to lead to some time. You still have about 30 seconds remaining at the hard point. Maybe the streak doesn't lead to anything, but Lunar's able to line them up. Someone just got to get to the hard point and find some time.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to get forward. Maybe try to flip these spawns before this next hill pops. And well, behind that, Kiz is able to find the double. So the Hellstorm, maybe not finding a ton of kills, but it allows his teammates to be in a great position.
Kremp gonna try to survive and pick off maybe as many as he can, but not gonna really come away with much. Fellow earned the streak early. Lunar's now with a chance to do it on his 5 in a row. Still a ways to go though, but he'll be inside the point. If his teammates get the kill around, purely the objective time's gonna work him closer and closer towards it.
I mean, this has just been so good out of LAG, right? Using that Hellstorm, able to just connect this into now winning P2 and P4. This lead going to continue to grow.
And that's going to be another streak in a couple seconds here.
And yeah, I mean, we saw the big comeback, but you see LAG have a great understanding of Rewind.
There's another Hellstorm. Good job staying up inside. Repositioning, hitting shots. Lunar's on a tear. 8 spree now for him. 11-3. Nearly a minute to go in the hard point. Up 100 points. Just dominant stuff early on the other side of the Kismet. So we'll hop to his POV. He wins a big one-on-one gunfight. That's going to allow them to pinch this out and spawn out Capsule and Old. Crip will spawn out Old as well. This is just perfect from LAG. Quick break, right into the point. Spree still going for Lunars.
And on one side where you're not waiting for each other, you have a lot of patience right now if you're LAG. You're taking down trophies. You're setting up pinches. They're leading up breaks. This could be a blowout.
It is looking that way. Barring some kind of run. It was the spree from Lunars, now the spree from Kismet. He's 17-8. Wonder if we have 99 kills. Well, we sure as hell do. 18-9. Finally, a string of kills on the kill feed for Cloud9, but Lord, it feels like you've got a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, they do a pretty good job here, right? Finding a good chunk of time, getting back into the game. Sid pulls out another sub, starts to get into the mix. Still 17 seconds left, so LAG are gonna try to contest and find what they can. But maybe a great timing here for Capsule. He's able to hop the wall. His teammate's able to find the kills, though. So you fight back a bit if you are C9.
A bit, but yeah, still in a big hole. It'll be 90 as we get back into DVD. Things have got to swing their way, they got to swing them quickly. And for LAG, I mean, you know the capability of a comeback on this map because you've quite literally pulled off a 100-point comeback, trying to not allow the same thing now to happen to them. Spart, I thought tracking pretty solid, but Lunars will hit the slide and he'll win the gunfight. Still a presence inside of the hard point in the form of Kremp. He's double negative right now, but trying to get something going through the second set. And he's doing exactly that. Gets 2 inside. Ooh. Capsule running by 1, hits the dive, but hold on. That's able to pop 3. And the help comes in the form of Johnny. Great play from Kids to slow down the momentum from Cloud9.
I was literally just about to start talking about how C9, they're starting to win a couple of more gunfights, chaining some multi-kills. But then Kiz pops a play like that, flips the spawns for P2. Gonna try to break this early if you are C9, flip them out before P2 even spawns on in. And while you're able to find 3, you just have to find Lunars, the last guy alive. And you can see you're still getting the spawns if you are LAG.
Can they get out of that spawn and actually apply pressure forward? They're able to deal with 2 of the Cloud9 players. Now they have a 3-on-2 towards the point here momentarily until the help comes in. Spark gets, I think, stunned to a different planet. But his teammates get there, walk away with enough kills to at least keep the hardpoint white for now.
Yeah, but they still have, there's always been one more player. You haven't gotten the 4 dead, you haven't been able to push on forward, so the presence is still here from Gorillas. They're gonna find the 3 kills. You were so close to breaking that if you are Cloud9, maybe getting back into the game, but that one's gonna hurt.
Yeah, so close. Like you said it perfectly though, always one more body it felt like to trade it out for LAG. You got the lead down to what, 50 to 60? Somewhere in that realm, and now it's been pushed out again.
Yeah, and it's like that last player, it's not even they were getting trades, they were just alive. Like just the fact that they were alive influenced the spawns, that's all that they needed. And now you can take your time, maybe try to flip this streak, and well, at least secure the win at that B4.
Splits for Cloud9, but it gets picked up on both sides, and now that second streak you earned early in the game. You got 2 through the first rotation. This one's gonna lead to a kill. 2 though, spawn Burger. That's a lot that Johnny's gonna have to deal with. Not able to do it, and they'll fight into the point. Cloud9 again, trying to make something happen. Huge. Nice gunfight win there for Fellow. It's massive for the upcoming hard point. Gets him out to 5 straight. Just feels like somebody's streaking at all times for LAG, I swear.
And again, just chaining that Hellstorm. They did position at this P4, flip the spawns. It was a lot cleaner that time around. Fellow was ready for it. C9 trying to fight on back, but as you said, the sprees continue to go. Lunar's able to snap on a spark, but was still weak from that previous gunfight, but hanging on to that lead.
Hanging on to the spawns, hanging on to the lead. Johnny winning fights at Old is just kind of keeping the pressure from his teammates, and they're able to pick up Spart, who is kind of pinching out that next upcoming spawn. Up 70, new hard point going. All the position in the world right now for LAG. They can seal the game here.
I mean, if you're C9, you just haven't had anything. No spawns at P2s, at P4s, always having to break. And, well, I mean, it appears in the scoreboard just how difficult it is to break some of these hills. You need perfect teamwork. And even when you have that, the spawn still might hurt you. As Spark trying to do what he can.
Hold up.
He's able to find the double, but just like the previous P2, there's always one more player. So LAG gonna try to flood, but finally, maybe the break.
Yeah, there's one more, but Spart buries him as well. He kills 3. Sip comes in with a double of his own. and maybe this breathes some life into Cloud9. Can they mount the comeback within 70? They'll get the final 20 here, or they should. And they'll be down, what, 50 or so points. They're still spawning ult, though, so LAG are just going to try and sim bodies at this, maybe break up some of this time.
Well, they spawn. I have no idea how they spawn back there, but spawn right on top of the hill, still get shut down, able to read it. Now Spart's on 5 in a row. And well, the last time through, their best hill was probably this P5.
I mean, I thought that was going to end up working out great, considering the time you needed for LAG, but Cloud9 get the kills, and now you start to chain these together. Johnny, though, is chaining kills together, looking for his third. Capsule, though, able to seal it and hold on. Cloud9 making a run. LAG have been the comeback kings on rewind, but Cloud9 trying to give them a taste of their own medicine. They haven't had a lot of sprees. Sip, though, on one as he battles back to even. Can they mount the hold here? What a heroic comeback it would be for Cloud9, who have been in a bad position for what feels like the entire map until this sequence.
And every time Sip pulls out that sub, he's able to get a double. That swings momentum towards his team's way. And yeah, now you're within 30. They were picking up on the pinch. They're going to have to do it again. This time it's Lunars. He's able to find one, but numbers still going towards New York. They are very much alive in map 1.
What is it with comebacks on rewind? Down 20 now. Lead change potentially looming. We get into our third set as we fight for DVD. Cloud9 still trying to light up the feed. Johnny with a huge win, though. Get positioned by the hard point. The wall bang from Spark, though. The thing of beauty is he closes it out and tries to now finesse his life. They're in the point. Tick by tick, they look for the lead. They continue to hold. They continue to find kills. Spark going massive. They don't quite get there, though. Down 1 in hardpoint control to LAG.
Yeah, Johnny's able to find the double to give his team some momentum, some presence inside this hardpoint. Kremp gonna try to find a timing. The timing not gonna work his way. Going 2 for 2. But here's Johnny as he's able to find another one. 3 on this hill. And just second by second from closing out map 1.
20 left in the hardpoint, 10 needed for the win. Desperation for Cloud9. Talk about LAG and all the comebacks they've almost pulled off this year. It's Cloud9 now that is almost doing it, but they come up short. LAG close it out when it matters. It got scary. It got real scary as they nearly let the 100-point lead slip away. But the hold off Cloud9 in the final hardpoint and get the win.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just such an ugly start for Cloud9, right? You give up 2 streaks. I mean, you don't win either P2s or P4s. The fact that that was a 25-point game, props to them.
I mean, it was, what, 130 to 30 or something. They got to the 100-point advantage, and then I think they brought it within like 50 once, but they kept getting down, I don't know, around 80 throughout a lot of it until the final couple of hard points. Nearly a crazy one. As they try to flip the script and pull off what LAG has been able to do a few times this year. Not gonna happen. I mean, Kiz certainly slows down a bit. He had the insane start. Johnny pumping the damage despite going neg 1, but really a good all-around team effort. Great map 1 from Lunars, who was able to earn a streak early on as he ends on 27-19.
Yeah, and honestly for C9, it was a lot uglier than this. You could see all 4 players started to get a lot more involved. Sib leading the way with damage, but you can just kind of tell the kill feed started to switch up quite a bit.
Yeah.
But it's a little too late.
Yeah, I don't know what the sling advantage was at its highest for LAG, but I mean, it had to be 15 plus at some point. Maybe even 20. It gets a bit tighter, but hopefully you're having a lot of fun in the venue. It's cool just to see this environment and all the people everywhere, whether it's in the crowd or checking out the Bravo match, all the Challengers matches going on. We got the different booths with Scuff, Monster, etc. here and partying. I don't know, just feels alive and just reminds you of kind of older times.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, all the booths are here. Yeah, just everybody checking out all the different parts of the venue. Have the Challengers guys yelling right next to us. It is a great time to be back in the pit.
It certainly is. Still down 70, around 70 at this point. Just never able to get over the hump. That was the Kismet play that I thought kind of put away that little surge for Cloud9 when they finally got things going, but they make a big run late. See 205 on the board for Cloud9. They're around the 130, and this is when they start getting hot. They chain together 2 hard points, and things get a little bit stressful for LAG.
Yeah, just LAG just couldn't find a good chunk of time. They're at P5, finally here towards the P1, able to get it in the last 10 seconds. Johnny does a great job just playing his life, finding a multi-kill, staying alive with the SMG, and Fetlow getting fired up, trying to get his guys locked in.
Capsule trying to bounce back in the map 2. Had a tough series earlier today. Trying to turn things around. There's the overall game flow, and you can see like outside of the final moments and the beginning moments, where obviously it's close, there's a lot of separation throughout that hard point.
Yeah, I mean, really just that P5 and the second P1. I mean, C9 do a really good job to get themselves back into the game, only down 70. But yeah, 136 to 29 through the first 4 is not how you want to start.
Nope, can't have that happen. Is it possible to bring it back? Certainly, we've seen a few this year, but usually going down 100 early is going to be problematic in a hard point. Red card, search and destroy. The next up is Cloud9 will try to answer back, and as much as like, yeah, they're the favorite versus LAG, it's not like it's that wide of a margin. I know LAG don't have any wins on the year, but they have been very competitive in a lot of series. It would be an upset, but it wouldn't be that astounding.
No, not at all. We had the LAG fam in the crowd as well, hanging out, watching the match.
Hello.
So yeah, everybody's showing up here at DreamHack Dallas.
It's cool just walking around. I also got bought down. I don't know if I've been to a DreamHack or not. I don't think I have. Or maybe I have. I don't know, Joe. But it's been awesome to walk around, just check out the different games.
Right?
I feel like I had to have. They all blend together, bro. I've been doing this a long time, man. It's like 10 plus years. Like, that's the problem. Like in my head, like the games comps, the E3s, DreamHack, it all blends together. All the same thing. Just people everywhere.
A lot of booths and stuff.
Yeah. A whole lot of booths. Cloud9 looking to get locked in for the S&D on red card. Sib, when he is in form, it feels like it's Search, a lock for double digits. Crimp gonna be your guy, looking for the opening kills, trying to find incredible timings. They live or die by him sometimes in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it feels like he's got, like, now with Capsule, maybe a little bit less of that, or at least someone, to entry a little bit more for him. Maybe he could take some different routes, but on the other side, it's really Johnny, right? For LAG, just feels like when he has a pop-off map, a guy just like 15 per search.
Yeah, I mean, he's alleviated some of the pressure from Kiz, I think, with the earlier forms of the roster, where it felt like he had to do so much. Trust me, you'll take 99 Kiz anytime you can get it, but I mean, he was having to make insane plays in Search and Destroy for them to maybe win a map. Johnny now, definitely the takeover potential, but all right, offense to LAG to kick things off. We'll take a look at the opening look. A little 3-man game. Out towards A, and the off-site guy will be Fellow that maybe looks for the aggressive push through or a late flank, depending on how things go out towards A.
Yeah, so Nade's going to give some info over towards C9, so you're going to immediately kind of rotate Capsule through mid over towards A, so maybe that's just the call for LAG. Let's go B. They hit us with nades, maybe they over-rotate, that is the right call. This is all down to Crimp.
Crimp able to win one. Thought he was dropped, but he gets the first blood. He is traded out, but he's done his job. Now pressure to the remaining 3 to retake this. Bomb plant has not started. This bomb has still got to be picked up. Lunar's able to find another. They've got site control. They've got numbers advantage. Fellow, I thought there was life away, and he actually did. Lunar's at least able to trade out one. To a 2v1 we go. Spart last up. Good job playing their lives. LAG close it out.
You and I have talked about kind of wanting to see more of Lunar's, right? Maybe in a different situation. It feels like individually he's shown some bright moments. Did it there in the map 1, and just some excellent picks here in this map 2 in this first round to get them going.
No, and like, listen, this isn't going to be the best example of it, but like, we've seen it so many times where it's very difficult when you come into a bad team, a team that is struggling. Like, if Lunar's had the Mercules route and came in and played with Toronto, how would he have looked? I don't know. It's so tough to tell. Listen, I think Mercules is a special talent, don't get me wrong, but it's so hard to tell when a team is bad, bro. It is. It's so tough. But he has had some bright moments between the hard point, now the search and destroy.
Yeah, maybe we're gonna finally get one of those series we've been wanting to see from him.
We have. Just all the hype you heard about him, man. I didn't watch him too much in Challenge, but he's like heard how excellent he was. Just trying to find his footing in the CDL. Starts out 2-0 in this. We'll see how they can hold on the defensive side, but watching Crimp for now, the first blow will come behind Fellow. He gets a deep pick all the way from stage.
Yeah, I mean, near bus.
I
don't even know what that angle is right there, but
he hits the headshots. Yeah, he plucked somebody.
And now it's just pressure towards B. Here's the thing, though. Capsule has bomb, and he's still just watching the flank. So even if they take the site, they have to get Capsule here.
Whoa!
I'm not really sure what the play call is, but they're just going to get mowed down.
The play call is keep Capsule bomb, set him up for a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't know if he was going to try to go A and maybe win a 1 versus 2.
Or find a timing pinching mid if they find success. I don't know. Good luck. Holding the door is Fellow. Closing the door is Fellow. Got the first blood from deep in the round, LAG. We've seen these moments where they look like a strong, cohesive unit. Yeah, they've been far from in between, but...
No, there's some moments for definitely.
There are
moments.
I'm almost like, hey, they look like a pretty good roster.
But so far, so good here in the Search and Destroy. Just finding the early pick there is Fellow. And then you just see just how tough it was for C9 to even do anything in that 3 versus 4.
Oh, yeah, and like a very clean first blood versus, like, I don't know, Crimp got one, but insta-traded out, obviously, on the site. That's kind of chaos going down at B. This is just a gimme for Fellow to start the round, and they play behind that. Fellow, 3-1 now. Massive round there for him. Check out the Scuff controller cam. Sib just sends it across it. Similar, though, their first blood instantly. Well, not really traded out as Sib stays up, but you get to a 3v3 quickly, so you don't come away from it clean.
I mean, that is just a round and a half there from all of C9. Just 4 hitting mid, trying to take the gunfights. Well, you get what you want, but as you said, now it's just down to a 3 versus 3. Hoping that's a little bit cleaner, or you find multiple, and Fellow almost nades himself.
Yeah, I was about to say, that door is closed. Crimp with some lovely shots. Smart had a worse nade than the other one that we saw. Suddenly it's Crimp by himself. 1v2.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. Not really sure.
Maybe
what
the door
there.
was closed on his.
Yeah.
For him too.
Yeah, I didn't see how that one happened. Bomb getting planted down. Can Crimp pull this off? The answer quickly is no. LAG continue to cruise. 3-0, and yeah, 2 first bloods technically the Cloud9, but yeah, both kind of instantly into 3v3s.
And Fellow's asking, I mean, he's on the stage saying, well, what is happening here? What's going on the C9 side? But yeah, you had the numbers are gone from that nade.
And then you think about the last offensive round, you're kind of like, what's the game plan here?
It just feels like they are not playing as a cohesive unit.
They need to get Lamar out. Give him a control, put him in the comms. Yeah,
put him in.
Let him direct troops a little bit. At least in the search and destroys. Fellow spree continues now up to 5. Capsule in trouble, but popping and finding one. Gets the first blood, and this is the first blood that's like actual numbers, actual control. They got to turn this one into a round victory. Thought for a second it might slip away. If Sib gets caught, Capsule pushes on through, gets his second in the round. Things I thought slipping away for a second, but they stabilize. Fellow now 1 versus 2. Sib able to pop and win it. Now 3 first bloods to the count. And finally, a round on the board behind 1.
Yeah, the LAG players, you saw they were going in for the trades, but there was no one to follow them up. So every time they made it like a 3 versus 3, there was an immediate trade. There was nobody there from the LAG side to equalize numbers. You're just hoping for a 2-piece in that scenario, maybe a little like pop-up from Lunars there to find that second, but Sid was there for the gunfight and then able to snap on a Fellow.
Great play from Capsule. I thought he got caught kind of out camera.
Yeah, just staying alive.
But had some help and just stayed alive. Got a little pop and play out of Capsule. See if Cloud9 can string anything together off of that. Got a little 2-2 setup from Cloud9. And pretty passive so far out of LAG. Outside of Kiz, and Kiz nearly pays for it, but Lunars gets the pick.
I was going to say, Sib stays. He stays there, so he's looking for another gunfight.
So Kiz just the bait.
Yeah, he just baits it out there, and well, he's able to find the kill. So great first blood, nice little teamwork, and yeah, Kiz's ability to stay alive starts all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was dead to rights. I didn't even think he reacted that quickly. Like, it felt like time for the kill to happen for Sib, like, right? Like, Kiz, I thought he took a few builds. He's like, oh, I should probably move. But from his POV, maybe you see Lunars swinging. Whatever the result is, a first blood for LAG. They've not had many, but they're still up 3-1. Kiz, though, is going to get dropped, and that's one maybe those like hero plays. It's like you find an opening, you're able to call the round, you get caught, and maybe things fall apart for your team as they're happening right now.
Yeah, it's like your front man, right? I mean, bombs being planted, so Johnny's not able to help you. You give him a one singular gunfight, now another's. Johnny's gonna get paid 2 versus 3, 20 seconds off the bomb, though.
And he's just so much in front of the team. Like, he has so many things to worry about, I know, but.
Well, now it's just on the Lunars. What is this timing like? He's able to find one. Now they have to hunt him in this power position, has no idea where the other members are. And yeah, he's just trying to get forward as Kismet ends up getting caught, and I think screws his team.
Yeah, it's just tough. Like, I know, like, when you're pushed up there, so you have so many things to worry about. Like, there are so many spots, so many headies back there. you can get picked up from everywhere. I know there's like a sense of urgency sometimes, but like there's got to be a spot you can pick to just rat.
Well, I just
right?
think if Johnny's not planning, I think if he's not planning, then you're okay.
And then this wallbang too. Like Johnny thinks he's going to get out. If Johnny gets out and lives here, it's not the end of the world that Kiz throws his life away because you get some info. Yes, you lose your front man, but like you're still in a pretty good position. As much as Kiz dying hurts you, like that pick from Spart was massive.
Yeah, nice little wallbang spot there from Spart. But yeah, I mean, 4 versus 3, you probably don't need much more map control other than bomb being planted.
Yeah. Johnny finding the opener. Capsule in a world of trouble. He is.
I just looked up and I was like, how is he here?
Yeah, he is aggressive up through mid and he is in no man's land. There was no opportunity for help.
Again, just these hero plays getting caught right now by C9.
Nice shot from Sif. Can't get out though. That'll be bombed down. Pressure is Spart. 1 versus 3. Can he get anything clean? Nope. He is a bullet. Just gets back to full and able to actually find one. He turned that into something.
Yeah, he's just got to get bomb, and then maybe he has time to wrap back towards A. He's looking for another gunfight. Be able to spot Kiz, so that's going to give him the heads up. Yeah. Has to hop into the window, but now it's just a time thing. Which bomb is he to? Yo, he might actually juke them. This might work out. Nobody's going to stay B. Nobody's going to stay. What a route from Spart.
They're coming back though. Timing's going to be not good enough. Almost finds the opening and the timing. LAG though push forward, get the info.
Dude, that was
call the rapid. No,
play.
I thought so. I like it because I think logically they're thinking he goes A based on the info he's got, but
yeah, maybe they saw the doors were closed or something, turned around.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They saw something that they realized what was going on. A 4-2 now to LAG. They brought it back in the first blood department too, so we 3-3 through 6. Lunars still lead the way, got off to a pretty hot start early, and he's 8-3 now. Oh, speaking of Lunars though, we'll stop his POV for a second. Just kind of stunned up, looking for info, trying to cover his bomb carrier, who's their forward man. Kismet always wanting to get aggressive. Fellow gets one from deep again. He finds a pick on the offside at B.
And that's what I was going to say. Do you want to wrap out of this?
Oh no.
In another round where with first blood, this could get real ugly, but 2 versus 2. All down to Lunars now. Just trying to find a timing on a capsule.
Hold
and
up
he will.
now.
Another 1v1.
Lunars having himself a series. Fantastic map 1, goes on an 8 spree, now 10-3 in the map 2. We've been looking for a takeover series out of him, and maybe it's happening right now. Can he clutch up in the 1 versus 2? Lunars. Spart, 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, these players know each other very well from their time in Challengers, so know how they like to play. Well, Spart has a very good read on this. I just don't think he's going to see him from here with where he's planting.
He saw him. Advantage now to Lunars. He knows where the push is coming from. Spart going to have to world storm. The Lunars clutches up for the 1v2, now on 11. What a series for the young man so far.
Yeah, and I mean, Fellow gets that first blood, but then they just commit to the bomb site right up sidewalk, try to take the fight to C9. The problem is that all 3 players were here for C9, right? So Fellow ends up getting traded out in the middle of the map, and then everyone is here, but down to Lunars, the timings work out well, and as you said, spots him top window, then puts himself in a great position to watch across the bomb.
Yeah, I was just hoping like enough time was gonna go by that he got antsy. Like, you know, it's like 20 seconds pass and you just start to overthink things. I think he did get a little bit antsy, but thankfully he had the timing. 11 out of him, leading the map 2 by a wide margin. A round away from a 2-0 edge. You've not had many series to chalk up as W's this year, but LAG trying to get another one through. Maybe make some kind of Cinderella run this weekend. I mean, who would have thought, dude? We get a run out of like Vegas and LAG.
And LA, the last tournament of the year?
Yeah.
I'm in.
Why not? Go 1 for 1. Oh, Capsul's timing is something. Funnels him right into Sib. Capsule, I think, gonna push forward for the kill, but he's kind of chilled for now. He's last alive. 1 versus 2. Can Capsule clutch up?
Dude, these times have been so crazy for him.
Yeah, no, honestly, his POV's been absurd.
Just so close to all these players, but now
Why not?
another 1v1, and Lunar's trying to call game.
Maybe 13 and 3. Ended on a 5 spree. Just got the spot. Pressure to Capsule to get the plant. And he's thinking kill, or he's thinking wrapping through. What is going on in this one? Is he gonna get there?
He should get there just in time.
Yeah. I thought it was gonna be a little bit closer.
Oof. Hopped off there for a second as
Dude,
well.
yeah, got me sweating. Gets it in with a second to spare. Lunars plays the 50-50. He'll guess wrong, and now he's got to retake this site. Capsule's got the advantage with the SMG at close range. So for Lunars, could he just get some damage in?
Well, he just doesn't want to run through the door, give him that free info. As he has stayed, if you were Capsule now, it's just a throw in the shoulders. Now it's all about the gunfight. Lunar's able to win it. 13, a couple 1v1 clutches. What a series out of Lunars.
He is feeling himself. This is the Lunars we have wanted to see, and he is doing it on land right now. Incredible performance through the map 1 and map 2. And a couple of clutches to go with it. LAG are up. And yeah, we've seen the moments. We've seen them in form at times. Putting it together right now across modes. We'll see if they can close it out in control. That's where things have been real painful.
And then on the other side, just individual from Cloud9. Just doesn't feel like they're on the same page at all in that search and destroy. There was just a lot of moving pieces.
Dude, 13 and 3, 1,500 damage, bro. He's put up 700 damage around. That was a map from Lunars. And then Fellow, maybe not the same kills to go with it, but he had his 2 first bloods were like picks from deep. Like they were some crucial ones for him.
I'll say 700 damage around, that'd be insane.
Oh, yeah.
No, it definitely says that.
I don't know why I just said that. I read that, I was like, wow, but that doesn't make any sense. That'd be 8 times 7, that'd be a lot of damage, Joe.
Yeah, 5,600.
That
would be probably the record.
Dude, I just looked at it and saw how much it stood out from the rest. And I was like, wow, what a stat.
I was like, man, that's a lot.
No, thank you for calling me, so I don't have to get tweeted a million times.
No, I'm not calling you out. I was calling out the stat, because I don't know what that
stat
says.
makes no sense whatsoever. I just got fooled by our scoreboard that has not worked for years. Shout out Call of Duty Esports. But hey, it's 2-0 for LAG. They're looking good. Incredible play we're seeing out of Lunars. Want to see if they can close out this series. Cloud9 on the cusp of a real tough stretch. Des, take us through the beginning of this series.
You and your digital numbers, they're all analog here. Pen and paper, baby. Let's dive into what we just witnessed because LAG is about to pull Vegas Falcons. Another upset in the elimination bracket. It took 4 majors. Why not, Chance?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at the roster, and I'm just like, reimagining. I picked C9 to win, and I'm like, okay, Kismet, I'm never going to doubt on land. I think I forgot about Fellow, and he always upgrades and levels up, and apparently the young duo in Lunars is the exact same thing because he was lights out map 2.
And I was looking up the numbers. Fellow is 28 years old. Slasher is the oldest in the league at 30, so Fellow is up there.
Yeah.
What is it about his career that he's able to excel on land? And what took Lunars this long to pop off like he did here with 13 kills?
Yeah, for Fellow, I mean, he's just comfortable on land and in this environment, right? Plays with a ton of passion and just plays the correct way. And typically, on land, some players can lose their minds a little bit and give you some free kills, and Fellow feeds off of that. And you saw the early 100-point lead for them. And Lunars so far through this series has been sensational.
Yeah.
When we talk about the challengers players that come into the league, you can typically tell, even if they're on a bad team, when they have big series, that they're going to be here for a little bit, or that they have what it takes. It's just taken him some time, man. But right now, he's showing that he can contend with some of the better ARs in the world across that side of the stage from Sib.
I think you made a big point about Fellow, and we all are kind of talking about this event that is reminiscent of years past, right? It's reminiscent of CWL, and you look at the vets, they thrive in this environment. They thrive with 2 stages. They thrive with jam-packed days and upsets, so maybe we're seeing a little bit of that out of Kismet.
LAG on match point with Hacienda, red card and rewind still to go. Can we see back-to-back upsets? Let's take a look back at the first hard point, because if you're looking at the numbers, Gorilla Mates took charge. They took charge early. Allowed Cloud9 back in it in the second half.
Yeah, and that's where things got spooky. When they had a lead like this, I was like, oh, yeah. The upgrades, the land, my bad. I understand now. And then when the comeback kicked in, I was like, I get to be right in my predictions. I'm happy now. But ultimately, just a super well-played game. Lunar's got a post up in the hill the entire game. Dropped a great KD while doing it. And obviously, it might get a little bit spicy and dicey, but they play well enough on rewind, and they're able to close out, right? So that's where the veteranship rolls through. Fellows been here time and time again. Kismet world champ for good reason. They're not going to be the team to let that slip.
And why were they getting outplayed in the first half?
We talking about
Cloud9.
Talking about Cloud9 because Kismet is the best P1 player in the planet. Honestly, I'm being so serious. He just finesses inside of DVD so well, and you know, Cloud9 started to come back. I always talk about this map. You could snowball hills easily, back to back to back. Guess what happens at the very end? P1 Kismet once again able to break on in. I'm telling you, he's the best rewind P1 player.
Bulldog. All right, he's still in the fight right now. LAG trying to end the hopes of Cloud9 with the game 3 coming up, but right now we got to go over to Bravo. Why? Because we are down to Bravo's 4th match already. I'm told Toronto is in the mix, a team that notorious for losing on the opening round of a winner's bracket, then making it to Championship Sunday somehow.
Yeah, we'll find out. And Carolina, obviously, an interesting team. Maybe like not too shabby, but they've yet to really justify their change. So you want to see if that's another team. They got the vets if they can kick up on land.
All right, get the predictions in early. These are unofficial, Allie, so no stress. Are you going Toronto or Carolina here?
I'm going Toronto for sure. I think they show up. I mean, this is a team that is fighting to be in the top 4 conversation, right? Like they've been battling all year. They've been kind of left, kind of either right on that 4th spot or outside of it. So for them, this is do or die. And on the flip side, Carolina Roll Ravens, it's been a steep decline, and they need to find something special.
Quinn's +8 right now, Nameless. I know the numbers are kind of small from there, but he's crushing.
That's what I was about to say.
13-5.
My boy Gwynn's frying right now. It's a tight game, but something that I'm noticing that's just grinding my gears. Chris, can you guess what it is?
Slasher, no
Rex,
time, or Dylan Rex, no time?
It's Dylan Rex with 0
How
seconds.
about both of them? Your ARs are combining for 12 seconds.
Not
Get
good.
in the hill.
Yes.
Why even say combined? Slasher has all 12.
Well, because combined, there's 2 players.
It sounds
still
better.
14 seconds.
It sounds like they've split it, but they're not.
Good comps.
85. We're going to leave that tied. How do you find out what happens? You open up the Bravo tab because we got to get back over to A for the Alpha action. What do you got for me?
I was going to say it's a good situation. If Carolina are able to take this map 1, dealership has been a pain point for the Toronto Ultra. Maybe some life if you're a Carolina fan.
American Maven, Chaos. It's DreamHack Dallas. It's the final major. It's Cloud9 making it to champs.
No. Don't think so. But no, listen, there is some chaos. We've already had some big upsets. This has been, listen, it's been a stretch. I've done this a long time, but like these past couple majors, like just the number of 3-0s we've had, the grand finals have been ass. Like you've got back-to-back like 4-0s.
Well, after Major 1, it was tough.
Major 1 was incredible. But like I feel like we deserve some chaos and some wild stuff to go down at this one or at champs. Like it's just been some round 1 matchups that have led to like losers bracket reapers over these last couple
it's
of
setting
majors.
up that way. I mean, you know, you got Thieves FaZe Miami tomorrow. You got Optic FaZe tomorrow. So setting up to be some great games.
I feel like it's the first time like our winners round 2 looks normal.
Looks normal?
Yeah, or
someone
like
didn't slip up.
Someone didn't slip up, or you know there wasn't a weird matchup. Yeah. Well, I guess you still have that, and that's maybe Surge are the ones that end up falling. Because what was the real crazy one? Oh, it's a FaZe Surge, right? Is the round 1? Surge just had some tough round 1 matchups. They really have. But God, for LAG, can Lunars keep it hot? Fellow has been the hype man. He has been the Energizer Bunny for this team. I know he's toned it down from his old days, but you see him on stage, just he is animated, he's fired up, he's dialing it back.
Yeah, maybe it's just one of those scenarios where he feels like I got to bring a little bit more energy to these guys, right? Just bring some confidence to them, and maybe that's helping out the younger players like Lunars and Johnny. But the problem is they have not want to control this stage, so we'll see if we can turn this around.
Oh, they won many this year, Joe.
They haven't.
I haven't won many series though either, and they're on the cusp of doing it here. Trying to make one final run here at Major 4. Lunar's trying to keep the hot streak he's had in this series. I think the takeover guy that really, for the most part, it's been either Kiz or it's been Johnny. In a series that really has gone dominant. It's Lunar's time to maybe do it, but it's Johnny's POV for now as he's trying to find openings here in the control.
I mean, he's doing a great job staying alive. Plus that is still very close to being done. He's on 4 in a row. Nice. He's able to get that dig. So, I mean, he is just pulling so much, though, back towards him, allowing his teammates to get out.
Yeah, they'll trade out the kill on Sib and then get out towards the B point. Kiz tagged up on the cross, but gets back to full. Gets Katho on the out-of-the-map route there from Crimp. His teammates, I thought, going huge. They do go huge. I thought it was even cleaner, though, for a second after you lost Kiz. You only lose one more player, and you keep 2 players forward. Spawning out Rockside, though, and trying to battle back will be 2 players from LAG. The other 2 try to fight on the point, and Lunars is still going nuts. The fact he walks away with a multi, it buys time for the teammates to get here. They, unfortunately, don't come away with anything, or do they not? And that's got to be better, I think. I mean, after Lunars gets 2.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of scenarios there where your one player on balcony just has, if they get 1 kill, I think it was Fellow the first time, and then right there, I think it was Kiz. If they get that trade, there's 2 to 3 on it, and that point's probably done. But still playing well, still up 3 lives, just trying to extend the time.
Yeah, you're slaying fine on offense. Just looking for the extension, and you're able to get it. A's gonna be done. Wow. And that happens with no kills, really, so they're just able to hop on A. Cloud9 is going to post up and try to thwart things over at B. Maybe don't want to give up kills over rotating, get caught, but that's just simply too easy for LAG. They do continue to win some big fights here at Plat, though, to keep a presence. But what a round from Johnny. Talk about his takeover ability, 10-2 in an offensive round. Playing his life well, playing his timings well. Unfortunately, going to get gun close range for that one. But I mean, you'll take that gunfight 10 out of 10 times. Close range to the SMG. You just can't walk away with it.
I think if he doesn't punch the door, he probably gets first shot. He instead punches the door. So that happens and does lose that gunfight. But having such a great round, as you said, still up in lives, still a lot of time to work with. Now Kismet going to pause the clock to allow his teammates maybe to get there to help him out, but now it's just gonna be down to him to try to do it again. But Sib hits the shot.
Yeah, and that stretch, you lose your life advantage too. So a little flip of the switch there for Cloud9. Much more winnable. After that little bit of a flurry. Johnny finds one, Fellow will get another. Trying to find an opening out towards the point, pinching on one side. It's gonna be Kiz. Kiz gonna be by himself, and he's gonna get picked. Cloud9 seem to have done enough. No respawns remaining. One final effort now for LAG. Sib, what is that?
Yeah, just tries to go for a peek, and now maybe an opening. 5 seconds, though. Someone's gonna have to touch the point. Kiz is able to find one. Just trying to get there is Lunars, hits the shots. Tries to slide to the point, and well, you do hold on to that B defense.
I thought Sib threw the round. I honestly
just over peeking.
Yeah, it looked so silly from our POV. He was just like doo-da-doo-da-doo-da, like came out and just got beamed.
But I think that's a frustrating one if you're LAG, because there were probably 2 to 3 gunfights where if those go any different, even one of them, this round is probably done. But C9 clutch up and do just enough.
Yeah, I don't really understand what happened today.
No, I have no idea. They must have given it up. They just gave it up.
No, that's what it seemed like. It was just, I didn't expect it to be played like that,
no,
but
we
it worked out.
We haven't seen that.
No, we haven't. You win the round, but I was like, usually you got to get some kills to finish that point. It's not like they needed 1 tick. They still needed 2 ticks, right? But Cloud9 do hold. Now let's see what they can do here on offense. Johnny is end up with 11, leads it on the offense. Won't be a round one, but we'll see if the ticks will end up being the story. The break fight, so far edge to LAG. Spartan just dancing with death. Yeah, best of luck. He's just gonna get triangulated and dropped.
Yeah, and then Fellow right there just does an excellent job staying alive. Doesn't overpeak, try to take a gunfight, waits for his teammates to reposition, but right off a spawn, Tapsula is just running forward. He's gonna get right back down to this point. So I think LAG were thinking maybe they're gonna try to push through Rock, maybe get top halls control, and well, Cloud9 right off spawn just run towards the B point.
Just rapid defenses. You get on the objective. First bit of progress is through. You win 2 fights, you're in a good spot. You don't have plat control though, so still gonna have some stressful situations. Or are you? Second bit of progress done. Lunars finds a pick. Fellow able to go over the top and drop 1, so looks like you've held here for now if you're LAG. They have plat control and they turn it into a stop. Fellow gets the final player, I think, over at B, and then wraps out to clear the player off of B as well. Time is still a ticking, 40 seconds to go. Fellow just on a 5 spree with a quickness.
Yeah, does a great job just playing his life, taking his time, and then winning some gunfights, which did not happen for him in round number 1. They do have to react to this quickly, though. 2 players on it. Lunars with some great shots. Capsule hits the nade, and that is going to be all 4 dead. As LAG trying to hang out 25 seconds left to have the 5 life advantage.
Oh, no.
And I mean, Johnny just fries him.
You take some shots, and then you get turned and burned. Off to the races, we go towards B. Will they pick up Johnny? 2 trying to deal with him, 2 trying to win it out towards well. I'm not sure the timing's gonna be like Johnny on the flank. They are gonna pick him up. It's gonna be Sid with sub out that deals with that. Looking for the extension now onto the point. The problem is, you're running out of lives to maybe do this. You still have 12. Will you get the extension? Contest is, no, it's not gonna be there. So the minute is through. Down 5 lives.
How do you not just drop down there? I feel like someone has to drop down. And I get another scenario where if you're LAG, and now things starting to click here for Cloud9.
How does Kremp walk away with 3 in that? He's on 4 straight, and they're about to steal this round.
Very reminiscent of round number 1. Starting to fight back, though, is LAG. They at least get the 4 ticks if you are Cloud9. Kremp on that streak. Well, he is starting to heat on up. Someone take him down. Finally, it happens.
No, yeah, that stretch from Kremp was disgusting. Still, though, the lives might not be there for Cloud9. It is going to feel a little bit maybe like the round 1, as you said. Opposite sides of it when it comes to the points, but going to be a similar result here. All on Sib. He's talented, but 1v9, here we go.
Yeah, with 28 seconds left, I don't know about that talented.
All right, traded out and dropped. What was the ticks in the first one? Was it 5?
4-4.
Was it 4-4? No, they got 5, didn't they? Oh, 4, you're right. 4-4. I should have trusted you. That's on me.
I paid attention to it this time.
You know, sometimes it's one of those things where I'm real locked. It's like the easiest thing. When I'm not real locked, I'm like, I forget what they had.
Well, I thought they were going to stop them from getting that B point, but if you're C9, yeah, at least you tied up in that. Well, maybe you get Kremp going in that round.
Oh, no, that stretch was disgusting. Omni movement out the wazoo. Finding kills and making plays. Huge round from Kremp. I mean, similar as like kind of Johnny's opening round, he had a really sensational one from the LAG side. They'll get LAG now back on offense. Looking for a great break. Little 2-1-1. Off the break for LAG. And you got to think they've gotten some kills over towards B. It should set up the teammates with some openings, with some freedom in through mid, but that's not going to be the case. Capsule's going to hold it. Johnny won't find the timing. Still looking for progress here. Will the first tick finish for the contestant? Will not. Fellow taking fire from everywhere, trying to pop. Great job playing his life. He did such a brilliant job.
And now Kiz is here. Kiz gets off the 8-point. Fellow's able to play his life and get the kill. They were all swarming Fellow. All 4 were here for Cloud9. Then there's a transition, and nade is going to connect, though.
That's a huge nade, though. That's a huge nade.
Yeah, gets 1 off of it.
Yeah, that point might be done if that nade doesn't hit. Slows big time with only 1 player there, and then they're able to clear it. But yeah, I thought Fellow got hit like 13 HP or something at the very beginning.
Everyone was there for Cloud9.
Yeah, I think he got shot by every one of them to start that. Sib, though, staggering the push from LAG. The longer these fights go on, the better it seems to be for Cloud9.
And you're right. I mean, this all sort of stretches from that nade, right? It all just starts from there.
Yeah, no, I thought that was the point, and I just saw the nade hit. I'm like, okay, well, never mind. And maybe they would have got back if 2 were on it, but I don't know. It would have been close. 1 nade, 1 second could be the difference in Call of Duty, and seeming to be the case here. Still need a tick. If LAG get the extension. Starting to go down big time in the lives department. They're all backed up off spawn at the worst possible time. Gonna need a hero play. Gonna need a hero route. Kiz trying to be the hero. They're gonna get 3 dead. Like that, all 4 dead. Oh my God, from the depths. Go LAG, thought they were in hell, and now suddenly they're gonna be looking at a minute extension, and the lives are going to disappear.
Avoid the nades, that's all they're trying to do. Kiz able to hit the nade up top in office. They are down 4 though, but yeah, able to get another extension, have some time to work with.
Yeah, at least give yourself a chance in the round. That timing, not great. It can always be awkward on the stairwells. Well, last time they had a battle off spawn, they did it perfectly. Can they do it again? Cloud9 really spread out. Taking a route is going to be Crimp. Crimp could disrupt this push if he gets there in time. Lunars wins one, but the rest of his teammates going to get dropped. Crimp's going to continue to push out the spawn on one side. Lunars is doing everything to keep some sort of presence out towards mid-map and make sure they don't get locked in. Crimp, though, who's been loose on the other end, is going to find one of his own. Lunars has help now behind Johnny. Under 30 seconds to go. 4 versus 9, and I mean, it's control. You got 4 players up, you got a shot.
Yeah, I mean, they just all have to get together, and while they're able to, Johnny's going to push on up. He's going to try to take a gunfight, is able to win 1. He has to play his life. Somehow he gets 2, but there's only 3 players remaining, and they go 2 for 2, which is a win for Cloud9.
Well, looks like it's going to be the story of 4 ticks over and over again. Johnny's spree comes to an end. Cloud9 hold on. We'll see how this round plays out for who gets the defense, who gets the offense going into the final round, if that's even the case.
Yeah, much cleaner there from Cloud9. At least, like, obviously, they go 4 dead.
Well, if it wasn't for that, that would have been a dominant round, yeah.
But they did a great job with map control, just staying pushed up, playing their life, and catching LAG off spawn.
Because what Kid's got to pick, and then, it was like the other 3 died like right after that. If it wasn't for that little sequence, they would have held them to 2 clicks, and that would have been amazing. I think I said 2 clicks and clicks.
I know what you meant.
Ticks. I was going to get there eventually, I swear.
Really,
sometimes I hear the echo.
Like
I hear the echo of my own voice in the video. Sometimes it throws my brain for a bit. I'm trying my best, Joe.
No, it's weird.
I'm 100 years old.
I'm right behind you at 80.
Capsule doing pull-ups, and I thought the centering was going to be a little bit awkward, but he popped up, but he does walk away with it. I didn't think Sid was going to get away with his life, but he does.
No, yeah, sometimes
he's getting chased.
Too. Johnny able to chase him down. It deals with the 1 player on the point. He's just going to cut off the reinforcements, allow his teammates to contest this, and hopefully trade out Capsule, and that's what they will do.
Don't quite finish the first tick. Sib still forward, because Johnny ends up pushing all the way up on the other side of it. And everyone's going to wrap out like rock slides. I don't know if Johnny's going to end up... Johnny is going to end up taking 1 fight. He's going to get caught. That looked like, on the minimap, that looked like sick timing for Johnny.
And how many times have they found, that 1 player sort of lurking in the spawn has Cloud9, just doing a great job, calling out names, picking up those players lurking. Well, a number of times it has been Johnny.
Hey, progress, still working. You get 3 down. Let's continue. That second tick was nearly done. They're going to try and get on it. Fello's got to be a maniac, and Fellow is a maniac. Will that 2 be the difference? Nope, there's still 1 body here. I mean, that's going to be the reason they don't get the point. But they'll still get the second tick. A double from Lunars, a double from Fellow. Keeps the defense alive and well.
And I feel like a lot of the times that's when we see that the last couple of players today maybe transition towards B, but it doesn't happen. They try to get the A point with as much progress as possible. The issue now is 30 seconds. Don't have a lot of map control. It's just Capsule who's out.
Where do they want to go? I'm sure that's the conversation right now in the Cloud9 camp, because you have 2 ticks on A. You'd love to finish that. Can they kind of run up and close it out like you saw LAG do in that opening round 1? Well, they're not going to, no, they're going to go 4 dead, so no opening. And this is that worst case scenario. Like, you just get a little bit of progress on both points. You're just never actually able to work the extension. And now you're just getting fried on spawn. The crossfire trap is up. No opening anywhere for Cloud9. They never get out. They only get 2 ticks there, so it'll be defense again for LAG.
And again, just another respawn where you are getting heavily outslayed on the C9 side. I mean, Johnny's +10, getting a solid map out of Fellow. Well, it's really just Johnny who's positive, but it's such a large number.
And even, dude, look at Lunars, bro. He's having a series. Dude, he is 23 and 24. He has 18 assists, and he's leading the lobby in damage. Wait, 18 assists is absurd compared to everyone else, by the way.
Yeah.
He's looking at his EKA like, yeah.
Yeah. I'm cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. What the hell? He's seeing 40 plus. Like, I'm having a game. Probably no idea he's 18 assists. Could be one of those series for him. Maybe one of those weekends for him. But to round 5 we go. Cloud9's tournament hopes hinge on this round 5. They're trying to pull off the reverse sweep. They got to get a nice break off here and get some progress early. They've had opportunities on their offenses, just have not been able to close them out. Feel like Kremp, you talk about offense, he's the guy that gets these spots and dominate a place like Plat in office. If he has a big round, you think more than likely they might win it.
Yeah, well, fellow right off spawn, you run out of bullets, and he's able to take you down. But yeah, that's just kind of it. You haven't had a great break-off if you are C9, but, well, maybe this is it. 3 gonna go down. Sib, what does he want to do? Does he want to get on the point with his teammate or just leave Capsule? He's just going to leave him. Try to deal with the players off spawn.
Kiz gets one on the other side, so staggers this a bit.
It's just only one on it. It's going so slow.
And fellow just reads the corner. Sib put down.
I think he should get on that with him, right?
Yeah. In hindsight, yeah. You hope he gets some kind of progress. It's just you are waiting for your 2 players to help. It's only 2 of you. I mean, if Sib if they don't pick the corner and Sib gets a kill or 2, that's obviously very different.
Well, I think they just see it going so slow. They take their time. They check all their corners.
Yeah.
Feels like you could just play the fences with that AR. At least you go 2 for 2 or something along those lines.
We've seen so many crazy stands defenses. Like, it's not the easiest fight, but we've seen insane plays. Like, Fellows had several.
Because now it's just a question of what other opportunities do you even get to capture this? It's only Sib. Fellows had so many multi-kills throughout this map. Capsule's just trying to lock onto anybody and maybe a chance behind the team nade.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, like, he got such great damage into 2 players, but didn't get any kills, and finally he's able to close out one. I think the player he tagged up originally gets killed by the team nade. So that turns out a lot better than I thought it would for Capsule. That would be one of those situations where you use damage everyone and walk away with nothing. Second big chance here over at B. One more tick to go for the extension. Lives-wise, though, starting to get a little bit scary for Cloud9. You're still very much in the hunt,
it's
but
4 dead. It's over.
No, that might be it. That might be it. I don't know if you can get anywhere. There, just you see all the white arrows just sending it forward. No time to get there. LAG go back-to-back on defense and shut it down. Cloud9 out of the tournament. Maybe the best series we've seen from LAG.
LAG and Vegas won a series on land.
Yeah, started to say maybe the best series because they just beat Optic, obviously, but like, that's it. That went to a game 5. This was like a 3-0. Like, LAG, they don't have 3-0s. That's a great, great win out of them. Maybe the better series we've seen from Lunars on the year. We keep it moving here at DreamHack. Didn't expect that one. I don't know what's going on, bro. This is going to be the story of the Gorillas or the Falcons who makes the run. Cloud9 officially eliminated from champs. I mean, we've thought that's the case for a while. It's just now official because they literally would have had to win the tournament. That's not going to be happening. They are done for now. They'll hinge their hopes maybe on EWC. We'll see if this is even the same roster that will make it there.
Doubt it.
No, probably not. Probably
not after this result. Not at all.
No,
not at all. It's LAG, a big match win for them. For these 4 guys, it's been through a lot, right? It's been an up and down year.
Yeah.
Finally, some positive momentum.
No, and you just have to feel good about it. I mean, everyone loves like an underdog story. Listen, it's been a nightmare year for Gorillas, a nightmare year for the Falcons. Maybe they make something special happen. They're playing with nothing to lose. It's their last chance to get something done. We'll see if they can make the run any further, but there's the final scoreboard and breakdown. Yeah, so what did he end up with? 21 assists for Lunars. That number looks insane on the scoreboard.
Great
Absolutely looks
stuff from
insane.
him. Yeah, I mean, he was a beast, a monster this series.
Absolute monster mode out of Lunars. But Johnny, I mean, he sends it with the 35 in that final map, and this is how it breaks down. Listen, the series like looks pretty close.
It wasn't.
But it wasn't. It just doesn't feel like it was because, yeah, it was like a 27-point hardpoint win, but they were up 100 early, and then they were up like 70, 80 throughout most of it. Yes, there was a little run from Cloud9 there late, but like the map 1 didn't feel close when we were casting it. The map 2 wasn't close at all. And yeah, I guess you'd say the map 3 was it goes to around 5, but...
And there were just some chances for LAG where they could have probably won that cleaner. Could have been a 3-0 or a 3-1.
Way more opportunity probably on the offense to get done if you're talking about the control. Yeah, no, 100%. But incredible stuff from LAG. Let's see if they can put together a couple of series. We've seen some really bright moments. We've liked what we've seen out of some of the younger players, but can they keep it going? I don't know if that's the case, but listen, Lunars had a fantastic series. We've been waiting for a kind of explosion from this guy, whether it be online or LAN. Probably the best series he's had on the year. It was terrific to watch. Young talent. We've got him on stage. Excited to see what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. DreamHack, make some noise for the Los Angeles Gorillas as they stay in a tournament with a big win. I got the rookie with me, Lunars, on the main stage, and talk to me about how does it feel to be able to get a win in this venue, your first LAN win like this? I know it feels big.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after getting 3-0 twice on land in a quick fashion, you know, that wasn't a fun feeling. I feel like it was a quick series, so I didn't get to really experience land too much. But, I mean, I'm down to 3-0. I don't mind.
Hey, there you go. We love some good 3-0s in there. Now, when you lose like that in a series and you're coming to your first land, what are some lessons you learned in that?
I mean, honestly, for us, I just feel like sometimes we don't really like slow the game down.
Okay.
And I feel like we kind of just get like stuck in the moment of just like head bashing. I think like we really focus like scrims in this stage on just like slowing the game down.
Okay.
Letting the game come to us. I mean, honestly, just working on our comms as well. It makes the game so much easier.
There you go. Okay, great answer. And we saw how easy it looked in this series. You know, a solid 3-0. And then, you know, even with you and yourself, you dropping 21 assists. You let the whole game come to you, right? Did it feel like you dropped 21 assists there?
Nah, honestly. I don't know. I feel like I was killing everything that series, to be honest. I feel like everything was just, anything I did, like I couldn't do no wrong.
Okay, all right. Man, so your tournament is still going to continue. You still got another day to play, but, you know, I love asking everybody this. What do you want to say to the fans out there that's been supporting you, who's been cheering for you, waiting for you to be in a big moment like this on the main stage, getting a win?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone in the crowd, obviously. Without you guys, without everyone watching back at home online on the YouTube stream, this esport is nothing without you guys. I want to thank my family, front row. They always come out for me. Thank you so much. And to the Gentlemates fans, I appreciate you guys for staying by our side through all the hardship, and we're going to keep this run going.
You heard it here from Lunars. They're going to keep the run going. That does it for me and him on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Holy hell, I didn't know that kid was media trained, Ali. Lunars killed it in his first match win interview on our main stage. What's up? You called this one, Al.
I mean, unbelievable.
You also
they're not
called-
down and out yet. They're not down and out yet. And you know what? The biggest Lunars hater is sitting right there.
Yes.
Right there.
I will-
And he just shut everybody up with that series.
Lunars historically had a what coming into today?
I don't know off the top of my head.
0.8. Let's jump into other numbers that are on his favor. Let's jump into it, ladies and gentlemen, because this was the surprise. Falcons beating Vancouver, I thought was like a mind blower, but a 3-0, this is a statement piece. Cloud9 sent packet. It is blow it up mode.
I mean, this is pretty crazy. The Falcons thing, 10 times crazy.
10
just
times?
for the record.
10 times?
I mean, listen.
For Surge.
As far as this match goes, I was expecting to be competitive. I thought C9 just should have the extra edge. I forgot about the Lanimal. Fellow stepped it up. He was playing fantastic. And then Fellow Jr. in Lunars doing the exact same thing. He just had 21 assists on the final map there. So his level of production was absurd.
It also just felt like the pacing from Cloud9 was insanely slowed down from what we're used to when it comes to online matches. I wonder if that has to do with their match versus Atlanta, because those hard points in that series were not close at all. So you're talking a little bit of a mental boom off of Cloud9 coming into this one versus LAGN.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cloud9 obviously knew they had a mountain to climb, right? That wasn't the best Call of Duty that we've seen from them. But, I mean, LAG, they had glimpses of, like, this being an actual team in the hard points throughout this split, in the comeback that we saw versus Optic. And obviously they strike early with the big lead, with the momentum into the search and destroy. And then coming into this control, I was really thinking it was going to be a reverse sweep. I mean, it's set up for Cloud9. I mean, LAG had lost 10 controls in a row. Cloud9 love Hacienda, but it just doesn't matter when you have that type of energy on the stage. The AR's playing so well on the side of LAG. They performed that.
Yeah, and then the AR's on the flip side. Like, Sid was struggling. Like, I'm watching him on top plat on the Hasi. They get, like, the clean 4 down, and he's going back and forth, has no idea what direction looks, and then he puts himself in the corner. Sid's not the guy I want in the corner. He's the guy I want channeling constantly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think C9, they just got broke.
Quiet series from Kremp as well, especially in the search. I just, you know, him and Cap, it just hasn't worked out in that game mode. Tough for them. Yeah, I would love to see them continue and go to EWC, though, with a little more time.
What did work out was your scuff play of the game. And, Ali, can you guess who it came from?
I have to go with Noah Lunars 100%. I mean, my God, that map 1 was already pretty shocking enough. But when you go into Search and Destroy and he's just able to continue this dominance, I mean, this was not a strong game mode from the side of LAG. And it was just a lot of ones he was not losing.
Yeah, he had a couple of huge rounds.
Back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, back-to-back huge 1v1s. As Chris mentioned, he hadn't seen him win a 1v1. And then he wins back-to-back 1v1s to close out this game. Just excellently played. And
nice
also
played
with a lot of confidence, man.
Yeah, and when players come up from challengers, one of the first things we look at is in the CDL, do you fold in your 1v1s? Dylan Rex, he folded his first 1v1s that we caught on camera. Lunars today does not fold, and LAG is powering forward.
What is this bracket?
Continues to give us more goods, and you look here, we could see all of our blue teams eliminated on day 1. It's up to Royal Ravens to take down
Wait a
Toronto.
minute.
It's a spicy match.
Wait, the story is writing itself.
Does the drop down of Optic
That's what I was going to say.
They play Minnesota Rocker if they lose to Atlanta. And if
Oh,
Rocker
the
wins.
story couldn't be better. The script could not
But
be
then
better.
they'd still have to win like two series
Yeah,
after that.
We'll get there on Sunday. For now, we're going to a break. We got one more match. It's DreamHack. It is Friday. Dallas, you guys have been awesome. Don't go anywhere. It's the Call of Duty League.
Major 4 is your last chance to win the Scuff Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs. Visit scuff.co/CDL to sign up now. The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
Unforgettable. That's what you are. Unforgettable. Oh, near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
For Carolina. Yeah, TJ scaled the ladder and now made his play not only to be, but around it. Problem is he touched the zone, and Insight will try to keep him at bay while the rest of Ultra try Try to play forward to clear off this contest at A, but they will not get there. So extra 60 seconds comes up, and now that life lead that we were talking about becomes a major factor for this opening offensive round because Carolina are up 5.
Up 5. All the map control in their favor as well, with Dylan Rex showing a lot of presence through the top mid area. Just banking on your teammates to find openings through the spawn. TJ and Slash are already combined for 2. Now you're all around this tower side. Only 6 lives remaining for Ultra. You need to stabilize. You need to get a clean 4 dead in the feed.
Well, not happening as of yet. TJ's on with a little bit of help from Gwyn. A little bit of clearance coming out of Kleenex. He's traded. Diving on into the side is Insight, but can't do much there. So second tick done, 10v2. Should be a round win here for Carolina. It just comes down to which method do they win it by, and it will be by elimination. So 5 ticks of progress as Carolina start us off with an opening dub.
Yeah, that's so well played right there from Carolina, because I thought that they were going to be trapped into their spawn when Toronto were able to clear out every single player over here at B. But Dylan Rex is playing his life at A, keeping the game clock paused, and then his teammates off the respawn, finding every single kill. They really pay attention to the main map there, but if you're Ultra, that cannot happen. You need to basically creddy up in the corner when you stabilize on the map, force them to run into you, but when you gift them those kills, Carolina with the life lead take full advantage of it, extend the time with the 8 point, and then have the lives remaining to close out the round by kills. They secure 5 segments on the opening round, and now Ultra have a lot to make up for.
Yes, they do. Heck of a start for...
The 2025 Vegas Falcons team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to let them know who was here. It was a Falcon. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome home, everybody. It's Major 4. The night is getting near. The final match begins in just a few moments. And yes, that team on the right is accurate. That is the Vegas Falcons coming off their first ever major win. They did it over on the Bravo stream, and they did it against a team that just went to back-to-back grand finals in the Vancouver Surge. The surprise of the weekend so far.
Yeah, electric in that match, too. I mean, Pred going off in the search and destroy. You saw a phenomenal control, a 3-0 victory there. Everybody in good spirits. And now a huge matchup up against Minnesota, who, guess what? You beat 2 weeks ago.
As we welcome Merc to the desk, Merc, on the other side of this, we've got Minnesota, who's truly the only threat to Optic now. With Cloud9 losing, it's only Minnesota in the hunt for champs.
Yeah, and then, I mean, if Optic lose to FaZe, they would drop down and they would play. It would still, Minnesota would still have to get to the final. Like, it would be an insane run, but the storyline is there. It's alive.
All right, Ali, we are starting to send teams home. We just saw Boston sent packing. Cloud9 is gone. What is going to happen next? Let's break down our teams and what you expect to see from the team reigning from Minnesota.
Well, from the side of Minnesota, right? Like, you're leaning so much on Nero right now. He had to drop 50 for you to slip by with a hard point win. So you need to make those leads mean a little bit more, and those kills mean a little bit more on the side of Minnesota Rocker. But we've seen some insane ice. We've seen it from Ezreal getting the 2-piece that final hard point. You saw it in Kenny in the search and destroy. So Minnesota Rocker, maybe they found it. Maybe it's perfect the right time, but they need to find that consistency because it's the Vegas Falcons on that stage that just beat a Vancouver Surge, and it's not a team they can take lightly.
Nero showcasing his skills. You mentioned that he's dropping the numbers, but Minnesota wants to make it to champs. It's not an individual race right now for this team. So if they want to get there, what do you need to see from the Rocker tonight?
Yeah, I mean, they got to do a better job this time around of stopping Exnid. I mean, he had 14 in the game 5 they played against him last time. He was just running free, making massive plays. They have to play together here. If Nero's trying to sneak behind enemy lines, Exnid's going to be doing that to you. So, yeah, they're going to have to keep track of that.
Let's take a look here at your Vegas Falcons, because Exnid, the only player who started the season with this roster, showcased his skills at EWC. Now he's joined by 3 world champs. And Priesta, he dropped some duds in their previous series. He made up for it in the search and destroys. Arseny showcased his ice in a game 5. Ali, what makes this team dangerous? They only have 3 wins all season.
What makes them dangerous, especially against Minnesota Rockers, they're a 2-3-5 team. It's what they just did to Vancouver Surge. That is Minnesota Rockers' nightmare because they're going to keep trying to push for these Game 5s, going up against, again, a Vegas Falcons who just able to take Surge handily in both those Search and Destroys. You have players like Arcitys, like Pred, like Xnet dropping numbers of respawn. There's ample opportunity, but those S&Ds get scary.
It's chaotic here in Dallas. I love it. Let's take a look here at our maps and modes before we lock in our Scuff pick'ems. Allie, do you have the numbers for us? They have not been good for Vegas. Does Minnesota have winning records in this best of 5?
I look away to that Game 5 and already I get nervous just from the side that Vegas Falcons just won that map, but for Minnesota Rocker, they also did too. So that should be a battle. I'm looking at the vault control. I'm looking about that loss for Minnesota Rocker might be feeling it. They need to win this rewind hardpoint. It is their map pick. It is the one that they want to play. They have to be able to win their picks in this series.
It's time for our Scuff pick'ems. Would you like me to go first?
Go ahead.
You want me to log in?
Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
He's going to do it.
He's going to do it.
Vegas Falcons gets their 4th win of the season tonight. Minnesota is sent packing back north.
You're just not a storyline guy. I am.
I want to be.
I'm going Minnesota Rocker. Yeah,
Wait,
why not?
Chris is a storyline guy. Pred versus Optic.
Yeah, no, Pred's trying to do Optic a favor here. That's what he's trying to do.
One or the other.
And then the other. All right, Al.
Oh my God. I wish I could go up there and
opened the door for you.
Look in the eyes of Vegas Falcon players and be like, are you going to sell me right now? I'm going to go with Minnesota Rocker. I'm 3 behind. I swear to God.
Yeah, I'm going with Minnesota Rocker in this one. I think they take this one handedly.
Guy Blaze, it's time for the chaos. Let's get it started.
I'm so ready to get this chaos started. This is our last series of the day. We still got to send one more team home. And what storyline we're going to get? It's time to find out, because the first squad coming to the stage is ready to heat up the main stage for the first time this weekend. Get ready for Vegas. DreamHack, get loud, because here comes the Las Vegas Falcons! Priesta, Xnet, Pred, and Arcitys. These Falcons ready to get the job done and soar to tomorrow.
Some world champions and a young star. This team could have easily been checked out of the season, but I've seen them scrimming in the back going hard, and they take down a finalist in round 1. They're looking to make a run in this tournament, viewing this as their champs. Can they do it, Guy?
I'm ready to find out, and that team has been putting in so much work to be able to move it on and get towards champs. But the next squad is looking to do the same thing. Get ready for everybody, because rocking the stage yet again, here comes Minnesota.
Stack it up.
Oh, this could be huge. Kenny on the flank. Kenny gets the pass.
Keep a bank roll with me. Stack it up. Big bank.
That trio is still not missing. Oh, he's looking real solid at the moment.
Stack it up. Big bank. Break it up.
Not enough to win the gunfight. Poppy on shield. The reach on the next one, able to win the 1v2.
Break it up. Big bank. Only hunters, no 50s.
You can do it. 1v1. 1v1. The Emperor.
Nothing changed but the change.
Call of Duty fans, get loud for the Minnesota Rocker! Kenny, Astro, Nero, and Gio looking to keep the Cinderella run going and make their own fate. Minnesota Rocker is ready.
Look, Minnesota Rocker has given us some of the best stressful series, maps, moments throughout the entirety of this season. And I don't know if I'm ready to let go of that just yet. It was some of the best COD, well, maybe not best, but exciting that we saw earlier from them. And I think we should close it out with a bang, Guy.
It is going to be a big bang, Allie, because as I was saying, they control their own fate on this stage, and they're ready to give it everything in which they got. So, Miles Chance, let's get it going.
One final series here on this freaky Friday here at DreamHack, and it's going to be a fun one, brother. Honestly, I think today we really get to find out if there's any true beef between Fred and Kenny.
Listen, the listen-ins, I'm assuming they're going to be popping off. But a very interesting series for Rocker. It's the get-back. If they had just beaten Falcons in the qualifying stages, they wouldn't be in the situation they're in now, which is they might have to make top 2, assuming like everything in the bracket works out in their favor, and Falcons can just steal some hearts away. They're playing with 0 pressure. There are no more expectations from this team. They took down Vancouver Surge, who are back-to-back grand finals. Already, their tournament is a success. Of course, they want more. They want the prizing. They want the placing. They want to build some momentum going into EWC as well. So the Falcons certainly going to be ripping and roaring, but they are playing an easier game in a sense. Minnesota Rocker, a lot more pressure. I can imagine for a guy like Kenny, this is almost like an old school COD event just a little bit. We got an Alpha stream, we got a Bravo stream. He's played 3 series in a single day. What is this? It's unheard of.
What year is it? Where are we?
We get to see more COD? Is that what's
yeah.
happening?
And we thought the last series was a nail biter between it and Rocker. This one could be a wild one. Of course, Falcons coming to play, nothing to lose, everything to gain. Let's see how this one goes. For Minnesota, the dream continues. Their road to champs is not quite over yet, but a serious bump in that road in the form of that green team right there. Here we go, folks, into Rewind. Map number 1. Loser goes home. Winner, the dream of champs, Rocker. For Falcons, just happy to be here.
And happy to get some wins, steal some hearts, and ruin some people's days. And of course, on a map like this, we saw Rocker play earlier. They were out-rotated like crazy. Pred and Extend. You can play Ratty, you can try to run it down. You can maybe run into Nero. Last man standing is going to be Kenny. He gets dropped, and you have Falcons winning the opening break.
Yeah, Falcons will be the white arrows on the minimap. Minnesota Rocker, that lovely purple. On board with Priester, who honestly has had a fantastic day. A couple of moments either way, but he keeps himself rolling and alive in that play for as long as possible. Minnesota get back in time here with 25 to go on the clock, and at this moment, you're happy to find those kills, you're happy to think about B2.
And speaking of Ratty, yeah, an SMG player, L triggered on a heady inside a burger is unexpected, and he's going to slow you down just enough that Pred able to make it to the back line. They are playing depths, and I mean, that's Falcons. They had 3 players eyeing up that rotation, and they cut him down. And we watched Rocker play this map earlier. They did not win a single rotation. It felt like the entire map, and they're not winning this one. Falcons on the new time.
On board with X. He and Pred now finding kills. As Pred tags the life out of that player, but just a little too turned. Can't get the second piece there of that puzzle.
No,
Falcons. Okay. I was about to say the hold is going good, but now a single man in the back line. Arcity's hiding amongst the trash. Springs to life. 3 dead immediately.
And all a teammate is to Nero is someone to collect his time. He just got a quad feed and they get bullied out immediately. Someone help this man.
Geo can start with the kill. Uh-oh. Falcons fly. Finished him off. Yeah, next hill we'll go to that in 15.
That is dude, Nero legit might have 5 of the top 5 plays of the weekend. He's done it in 2 series, and they didn't even get the time.
Or we could do a Nero top 5 alongside the tournament top 5 just to squeeze them all in.
Holy
Content
smokes.
team, are you hearing me? It's just gas, we're cooking with it. On board with Estriel now, trying to find his way to the top side of the mini map to join Nero, who does have time. 3 dead, all down to exit for now.
Yeah, and Nero also flexing, pulling out the AR when he needs to, and they don't even block the back spawns. You don't have a kill, block the back spawns.
On board with Geo now, his kills. Oh, there we go!
There we go, baby.
They line up for Geo. He finds 3. On a 4 spree now as well, so looking to get himself towards the Hellstorm and keep that hardpoint time ticking right now for Rocker.
I mean, can we just talk about the insanity real quick? Nero's picking up quad feeds. Geo just got a triple, basically a quad feed, and they're losing. And number 5's in the back. Kenny, dude, like the conversations that have to be taking place in the background, he's gonna, I don't want to say it. It's not going to be good. Minnesota Rocker, though, they're taking the lead.
6 spree for Nero.
Oh, my God.
He got himself that Hellstorm over the Beepers. That's where the Vegas Falcons are, and you're going to get the guys out the back line at the very least, so hopefully able to cause some damage, but you're going to see number 8 as well, but Arcee's going to get these kills. That's 3 dead again. You get 1 out of that Hellstorm from Nero. A chaotic moment but nothing as chaotic as the KDs of Minnesota Rocket.
Yeah, if you love fundamental Call of Duty, you're gonna hate watch the entire series, it feels like. Nero dropped 50 in a map earlier, in case you missed it, and they won by a single second. He's got 17 and 6 in there losing. He might have to drop like 72 kills at this point.
It's provocative, and it gets the people going. Hey, I cannot lie though. I cannot take my eyes off this match, Jones. Lead change on his way here for Rocket. They've got themselves beepers, they're in control. Exton's taking a bit of a route. He might be able to find a kill or two here. Whoa! Catches a good one there. Missionary Impossible, though, is complete. The final reckoning over there. As RC's from Top Truck gets another sweet kill. And again, it's Rocket in control shot. 100 points now crossed. They're looking good going over to Gens.
I mean, I'll think, considering they lost the spawns for P4 twice in a span of 30 seconds and they have the lead, maybe they're going to be happy for it. You just need to stabilize a little bit, and they're getting rid of the trophies, so I imagine might be able to overwhelm with some nades on the entrance to this time. Well, not the best start. 2 ARs, at least in the feed, able to win some gunfights, and, well, the revenge of the trophies, the only thing helping Minnesota.
Woo, they strike back. Ezreal with smooth moves. Again, one of the cleanest POVs we have in the 1v1 fight. I'm going to ride this one until it goes out. Good shots in from Priest and Exton. That's going to be the hard point in the hands of the Falcons. 30 seconds to go on Gens.
Yeah, Nero going to be taking a long route. Minnesota accepting their fate. They got bullied out on the first couple pushes. Now you're trying to do something as a team. Well, Nero's able to pierce through Zig. He's going to find his way towards the time. Great damage, and the teamwork is there. Took a long time to orchestrate it. Minnesota do have the break.
A little bit of pinstripe feed there back and forth. You're going to get it for the next 10. Going to keep this hard point very spicy indeed. And by that, I mean the entire map. Priest's final 2 there going to clean up. P1 will be next. First set, absolute furious back and forth between these two teams. But the Falcons still, despite Nero's efforts at 22 and 11, still a close game.
That's right, he can't afford to slow down. He really can't. He's going to have to be lights out the entire time. And frankly, he's built for it. He's going to be able to do it.
Well, the Emperor still fighting those kills. Lead change now, Rocker, they've got control. Ezreal, pistol in hand, and this is a shooter's lobby. The previous one, shooter's lobby. This, next level, another 3-day.
Yeah, SMG players in this one are just going to be out of control. I mean, and maybe rotations don't matter. We're going to find out. Everybody spawning on the right side. Gio at least going to be able to combat to his teammates, and well, Nero looking the wrong way. Doesn't quite hit this snap, and in spite of all the information he received, nearly everyone dies. Kenny, last man standing, he falls as well.
And what a moment that could have been. P2 up, and we have got Rocket in position, but there's going to be a contest here. Exton working his way down street, cut down, no cover, no concealment, no nothing. And on board with Gio still looking for these players. Middle of the map is absolutely populated, and in all this madness, we're going to take a break and go for a Vegas Falcons listing.
Actually, I'm near the back card. I'm hitting top.
Nothing cop card, nothing cop card, only cop card.
Zero on top, guys. In yellow, one shot as well. In yellow, dead. Yellow, one shot. All around time, just say that. Nice, Alec.
Kenny's cop.
Kenny's cop. Yeah, hit time, person. I need time. White, he's watch out.
Kenny cop on me.
Nice.
Kenny, watch out, cop. I got Kenny.
He's back. I'm pitching yellow.
Deep press.
Take it. I'm need time, slowing down yellow. Everyone need time. I'm time zero, one shot. We get time. Night time, guys. I don't see him back left.
There's a guy blue.
I don't see him. I got stuff front. They might push me. Yeah, one could be out front somewhere. Yeah, he's front. He's out of RV. Out of RV in time. Kenny was front. I
go left. You go left?
Yeah, Kenny was left.
Yeah, dead.
Nice. Okay, I'm left. I have the right cross. One more guys. Let's start this one. They can go through. I heard you. I'm just holding right. They're playing through all guys. I don't see any guys. I'm on shot. Yeah, take your time. I can see him. Yeah, I just died.
Heat check, passion check, comms check from one side of the stage, now to the other. It's a Minnesota Rocket.
Exit on me, mid rest. Maybe. Middle. Ivy goes in. Nice job, rest. I'm in. He's there. I got it. I'm going out close to you. I have the child. They're both weak. Go. Dead. Alec deep right at 2 time. Alex front offense at 2 time, bro. Take your time. I'm so much burger. I'm pitching forward. I'm on the bench. Let's talk less. Nice, take your time. Hit it. No. I'm down. Take your time. I'm down. AG dead. Exit right. Way deeper out the play. He's deep right. He's on his Alex front. Break deep right. One deep top court wall, bro. Alright, court wall exit. Take our time. I'll look up ED bluff, G. I have help. Pick it up. One shot, pick it up. Acid, pick it up. Pick a shot, one shot. Freeze it. Acid lane behind. On the pick a shot, one shot, bro. Nice, D up. I need him. I have nade. D. You want. Oh, he's taking it, bro. Just try to stay alive. Bro.
Two right. They might push out 18. Two right.
I hate it, bro. I'm playing there.
You're gonna go for it.
I'll get. I'm playing I hate. I'm deep right 18, bro. He's actually. I'll take deep right. I got freeze that weak as fuck back. I'll take her. Quick. Exit it. I'm in right. Take it down. This good time.
We got time to do it.
He's one shot. Alright. I'm deep right. I'm just holding. I'm playing first game right, bro. I'm rapping new. You rap me freeze that weak. Exit it. Close door. Right door. I'm one shot, bro. Help. They still spawning. I'm down. One shot. He wall bait me. Oh, you got me. Oh, yeah.
Nero, I mean, the best thing that you can do is get out of his way. He's killing everything. Another 4 spree, 36 kills now, and over 200 points.
Yeah, cool moment as well. You heard Kenny say, I'm playing for the scam, and well, the scam came immediately, and you break into the P4. So ultimately a great hill for the Falcons, but Minnesota happy. They maintain the lead in Nero. This is prime position for Slang. He sees things differently than we do, and he gets the kills.
He is in the zone tonight, folks. Geo, yeah, this is the ideal engagement range for you, but oh, Exnid for 2. Estriel now fighting forward, a nice nade there. I do believe it might have been the trophy that got the kill there, and back and forth here on Gens. Rocker are trying to close it out here. You've got to get the break once again. Arcity stunned up, killed, 3 down.
And it's Geo with the AR able to get it done, and they're leaving him in the time. You could win the game here, Falcons. You got to apply the pressure.
Oh, more than pressure. Dealing with this monstrosity. 42 and 21. Looking for another break here. Looking for a potential 2-piece. No, Arceus brings the aims to the fight. We will go to another P1, and we will see if Rocker can close it out.
Operation Survival. Well, Rocker get the first 2 kills on the rotation, so they're going to be in a great position to make this happen. Geo, well, wrong gun for the job in this moment. Arceus gets the drop, but Nero by time, undeniable. Traded out. Falcons have life.
This is not over yet. Falcons, oh, there's an updraft.
Oh, look at those spawns.
And they are starting to get things going. A gentle climb right now for Vegas. Shots from Exit on towards time. Nero tagged up, but will it matter? Suppression there keeps Exit out of the play. Waiting for the reinforcements, waiting for a clean break. There's the contest.
He's going to contest, let his teammates get to work. It's a double pinch rolling through, and you can't chow him, and Pred nades his teammate. Should be enough for Rocker to break him.
Last man down. Minnesota Rocker now. It's a slight victory lap. You got to keep the last hit from the Vegas Falcons. There's the contest. Geo cleans them up, and that is it. Map number 1. A sigh of relief from Kenny Williams as they watch that 250 come across the screen.
I do not think there is a player alive right now that can beat Nero in a 1v1 gunfight. Dude, he is perma-turned. He's already dropped a 50 bomb today. He just went 47 and 23. Just get in there, and he had the most hill time. For the love of God, boys, block a spawn.
He's got 21 objective kills. He had 37 non-traded. Nero.
59 EKIA.
Nero might have his own index by the end of the day. Statistical anomaly. A phenomenal individual performance, but an indicator that there is something somewhat amiss.
I mean, bro, 21 objective kills. Estriel had 21 total. Like, this isn't shade on Estriel. This has been the Nero show today.
I'm crying. I can't lie. There's a tear. There's an actual tear in my eye. Brilliant. Well, what a performance, man. Falcons, close no cigar. Let's watch the Nero montage.
His top 5 plays coming through. They're not shooting back. I'm not
even kidding. I really do think we should just do a Nero top 5 on this Freaky Friday, because he's got like 8 of them.
It blows my mind. I remember checking it coming in. He actually does not have the most 40 bombs this year, but like in this tournament alone, nah, he might have already caught up. Like, it's just been ridiculous stuff through and through. And you know, check what he had for breakfast, the lunch order, like, get it all down. We need the sauce. It has been a ridiculous day for him. But keep in mind, for Nero wins, it's not, well, Nero.
Come on.
You love when it falls in your lap like that. Either way, they're not dominant. Like, he's giving this level of production, and they're winning like 30-point games or 1-point games.
Yeah, it's something. Well, this was a major turning point. This was the Vegas Falcons on the big comeback. they were definitely stunned here. The P1 was a good opportunity for them to get back in, but ultimately Nero said no, and it may have been a narrow margin.
I need Nero versus Hook on the main stage right now. Just let him 1v1. Just tell him for funsies. No, not even for champs. Don't put any money on the line. 0 stakes. Just let him go.
No, Minnesota Rocker take map number 1. And again, there is a tremendous, again, the sigh of relief across Kenny's face. What has been one of the biggest issues for this Minnesota Rocker lineup has been winning a game, getting to the very end, and then falling over at the finish line and collapsing. They did not do that here, and that was that sigh of relief. The deal that we've made it, we actually crossed the finish line, and we go in a search and destroy up the map.
Yeah, and Nero's going to break the kill record in the search and destroy, and it's going to be around 11 that honestly the Falcons might win. But no, red card, I'll rein it back in for a second. Very good map. Minnesota Rocker love to play it, and Vegas Falcons have had a decent amount of maps on it throughout stage 4 as well. So both teams very well oriented, and it's just about containing this man. He can do anything.
Beast.
God.
Monster.
Wolverine.
Demon.
Maybe, dude, it's it's the factor. It's like the worse their odds are to actually make champs, the better he is going to get.
Made of adamantium, or at least his will is right now. He and Rocker do a great job of cutting the Falcons up into pieces. Coach Clayster out there, one of the true living legends of the Call of Duty world, giving his voice and wisdom. A lot of rings on that stage. But that jewelry will not help you get a win here. It's going to take a little bit more than that. Young Exnid. Major day for him. Victory on LAN in a series. What a series it was against Surge. But for this side of the stage, it truly is all about one series at a time. 10 CDL points they sorely wanted in the online qualifiers. Now placement is all that matters for Rock.
And then in the meantime on Bravo, from what I understand, Carolina's up 2-1 over Toronto. So maybe the battle of the North, the teams up top, both Vancouver and Toronto, might end up faltering in the Texas heat. So it has been an absurd tournament. Falcons already have delivered a dagger. They can end the champs run here for Minnesota Rocker. Obviously for Rocker, they got 3-4 more series to go. But this, in my mind, honestly, like the old school Call of Duty vibes, 3 series in a day. It's a rare thing for that to happen in the CDL era. And by the looks of it, we've been missing out on some Nero master classes. We've let this man get warm.
I mean, what's the story? After 3 p.m., whatever time zone he's in, he starts to get going. And right now, later into the night here in Dallas, he's something. Search and Destroy, though, a very different beast to see it young Exnid.
Nero's behind him. Yeah, I mean, why are we not watching Nero? You know, like, obviously he's going to get the first blood.
Obviously, Geo picks up 2.
And this is a round 1 defense where they just ran it straight up the gut, the middle of the map. And now Priest is near the bomb, sight without the bomb, and a 1v4 and gunned down. Exactly how you expect that round to go. Nero just flying. And Gio for the backup. He's the one that actually got the 2 kills.
Yeah, the 2 kills were big.
Yeah,
that was
good job, Gio.
Really, really big deal. Chances riding high for that performance. Round 2 on its way. Minnesota Rocker certainly riding the momentum from that first win. The red card S&Ds have been, I won't say hit and miss. The rewinds have been the ones that have been heartbreakers for Rocker so far. But so far, this is all good. Attacking round now, Falcons. See what they've got on defense.
Yeah, now I've praised him too much. You're going to watch him and just get first blooded. Probably just get zapped across the map. So hopefully not jinx him in this moment, but a B hit's going to be the call. Exnid, the first man on defense. And the nades on point, already back down, but Kenny and Estriel still deliver the first blood.
Look at this. Estriel, I think you might have seen that player's name tag. So close. Priester. What a moment. Well, the bomb gets dropped on the inside of the site, and a 3v3 now develops as Minnesota Rocker. Oh, you've reinforced the side, boys. You got numbers. Here we go.
And Falcons, they are all here on defense, and this is a lot of corners you have to check in. Fred, yet in the meantime, you give the man a moment, and he'll make a montage. There for the final kill, and there for the final 3. Good stack, honestly, on the defensive end there for Falcons. The patience pays off.
See that? Yeah, big replay here. Pred. Oh, look at this, lying in wait. Perfect timing. Bit of bad luck there from Gio, but the snap onto Kenny was immaculate. Nero, easy pickings. The drama filled year for Pred, a world champion. The roster falling apart, finding himself here on the Falcons. What a story it's been. And his performance has returned, though. He's had some stellar series under the Vegas Falcons banner. Will this be another?
Well, Falcons right back through the middle of the map, in through Ticket, a quick route to get over to the B site. Estriel lying in wait. He's got Kenny for support, but the other two teammates not in the mix, and Falcons running it down.
Oh, running down indeed. 2 clean kills. Tiny bit of damage, not enough to deter this play from going down. That's going to be another bomb plant. That's going to be an RCXD guarantee, and just over halfway to the Hellstorm.
1v4 in an ace. Are you a believer? Nah, it's impossible.
I find your lack of faith instead. However, yeah, against this team, good work. Falcons take the lead.
Yeah, and again, a team with absolutely nothing to lose. Johnny on the spot with the call. Their first round also sent 2 players in through Ticket. Well, the Minnesota hit through the middle of the map, sort of there to pierce the setup, cut him down. They go back to Old Faithful, maybe throw a couple different stunts to read that pressure, and well, it is non-existent. And again, speed is the name of the game. You're never going to see a quad stack on the B site on defense. The reinforcements are always split. If you're able to overwhelm the site, you must do so quickly. And Falcons do not waste any time.
Kenny's going to take the elevator to the top floor. He'll be a little slow to this fight, but he will get a tower position to deal with at the end of it. Slow attack now towards B. Nero the bomb carrier. See if the first buzzer on the menu again. We're more towards the A side of the map right now for Rocker.
God timing at its finest. And funnily enough, Exnid only sees one guy, but number 5 right backs pretty quickly, but it looks like that's only for a moment just in case. And yeah, a little bounce back there from Priesta, catches him for the first blood. RC car out of the picture, but either way, Falcons staying on top.
The RC car was enough to move Nero though. He panicked. Exnid, you are close to this one. Estriel making his way closer to that bomb site, but he's not going to find it, and Exnid's given it up at the wrong time. The bomb is once again moving now over towards A. A single kill. Oh, wow! Geo finds 2. Something from nothing. That's going to be the trade. But what damage dealt by the one man.
Well, yeah, trapped in and still gunned down. This is going to be Exnid for a 1v2. We have seen Exnid clutch in moments like this before.
Oh, slowly, but surely. Beautiful shots from both sides. Rocker equalized.
Yeah, elite shots there to gun him down. Exnid had the perfect read, perfect play, just the wrong gun for the job. Minnesota Rocker restabilized, and again, another aggressive play call on the attacking end. You'd love to see the aggression being sort of utilized, and, you know, unfortunate for Exnid over towards B. Call of Duty timing does not pay off.
4 and 3 from Geo overall. That 2-piece in that round was unbelievable.
Close range against him.
Yeah, exactly. But how he managed to pull out the second kill. There were 3 members around him. They swarmed instantly. Still managed to make it work. Geo, a wizard in those close range engagements. Makes CQC look like his ABCs.
Middle of the map again.
Hi everyone, my name is Pred and I'm in Ticket. What are you going to do about it?
I mean, he's already in B. You got to make moves. Estriel wants to chow, but he just got triple troweled by the looks of the minimap. So once again, the B side, they're just running it over. This is not mixing up the strats. They have their game plan. They're sticking to it.
And that's the speed you're talking about. Sleight of hand there from Pred. Show them one thing and absolutely hit him with the other. Rocker are moving in a position here, but much slower. And all that speed we talked about has evaporated. Rocker are not taking the bait at all.
Yeah, well, you have Vegas Falcons just sort of calculating the numbers, making sure you spot out all the players and figure out how you want to play it. Nero, in the meantime, made it into mail. Arcides is there to back him down. We're jumping all over the place, and all of a sudden, Kenny in a 1v4.
Gonna get the kill at the very least, but here comes Pred, hyper aggressive. Listening out for any cues. The bomb plant now. Exnid runs into it. And Kenny, surely there's no way. The Falcons maneuvering forward, their damage dealt. There's no hope for him there. They take the lead. And a very interesting round, quite slow.
Well, Rocker, you know, second half, right?
Yeah.
The first half is the exact same strat that Rocker have not made the adjustment for. It is, we are banging out through Ticket, jumping through the glass, steamrolling this B site. I mean, unequivocally running it down, and Rocker yet to appropriately respond. And I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Of course, though, that many times for success, maybe Falcons want to play the mind games, but either way, Rocker just a step behind.
I mean, mind games are one thing, but if you've just got unwavering confidence and belief in your shot, you can just run that play every time. I'm not going to lose my gunfights because I am he. I am him. I'm he. Late in the night. RC. Usual spot though. Nero's got the nades for this one. It's an unfortunate waste, actually. Don't want to be burning through those lethals. They are incredibly useful against attacking these sites.
Yeah, Priest has got the RC car tech, making the noise and baiting out the nades, but keeping it alive. It has just kept Rocker a little bit slower. So much so that on the defensive end, Falcons originally triple challenged B just to clear it out, and now they're here for the pressure.
But that kind of moment, Ian, where the enemy's utility down, then they're not going to have anything to get in towards that B side with. So much harder. Now you got to dive out into the open. No stun checks, no nothing, and Pred picks up a freebie.
Yeah, you have Falcons actually playing extremely intelligent S&D. Kenny, though, finds a pick to even the odds.
Happy for that. Geo, again, he's well within the range he wants.
Oh, there's going to be a B call, too. That's actually crazy timing because Exnid is, in fact, on the pinch. You're going to have Geo being sort of the floater in this moment, looking for the cuts, but the play call on point. Falcons are reading it, but a little bit too slowly.
Any kills Geo gets are huge, but you have to kill him, Geo. Priest are picked up. Trust his teammates for the trade, they get it. 2v2.
Yeah, you'll take it. Shout out to Kenny for at least making that aggressive play. Could have been spicy, and indeed, it still might be.
This is still a day one spot for Estro. They know that it's going down. But Exton and Pred, I don't think they've got anything to throw in here, so you have to take the challenge. And then you've got to get the trades. The clock goes red. Estriel, the snaps are in. 1v1. Exnid. A roar from the green side of the stage as he hunts Kenny down from behind.
Kenny, a two-time world champion, and Exnid sprints directly at him, a 1v2. And again, he has shown his clutch ability. He had to jump on him, and he wasted absolutely no time. A massive round. That could have been Rocker tying things up at 3-3. 4-2 feels so much worse, especially with Falcons in flow state on the attack.
And again, you just coming close enough. Good decisions, great gunny from Rocker. That rotation of B was an outstanding decision. You got gifted a little bit of time, you made the most of it. You just could not account for Exnid. What a factor he has been for the Falcons. 4-3 overall, but enough to get you to 4-2 in the scoreline.
And look at this, RCDs to the bomb over towards the A site. They might make the same noise in towards Ticket. In either way, more aggression. So Kenny actually does find the first blood, and maybe if it ain't broke, shouldn't have fixed it. And the bomb guy getting caught from that type of range, I mean, that is going to stop this round in its tracks.
No recovery just yet, but they are in position to do so. But again, Exit not willing to give up this power position. Eyes on Kenny at the very least, keeping him at bay. Priest with a couple of love taps. He's a warning shot. It's not a whole lot is going to happen here just yet. B-Dog should be able to recover that bomb. Keep this play moving towards B.
Wow, and well, B is the adjustment that Nero's already made. He's playing in towards Mayo. They keep breaking through the Ticket glass, so he's a little bit more aggressive to catch these players on the cross. He does, though, get traded. Priesta unaware. Pred, I mean, he had him in his sights. 3v3.
Bomb dropped again for the second time in this round.
Kenny's finding wicked picks.
With a quick recovery, are we going to go towards A? Again, lots of noise. A Halo gunfire now tells you that these players are all around you, and the clock goes red. We are now in danger zone. And the highway seems to take us directly back over towards B. Estriel in position to hop into the fight. 14 to go. Pick your poison, boys and girls. Last man Pred dealt with. And that was just a scenario where the Vegas Falcons, they had a game plan, they knew what they wanted to do, but as soon as they hit those corners, Rocker everywhere.
In their defense, they might have gotten away with the same strat too many times because Nero did make the adjustment towards Mail. Just unfortunate that Kenny wanted to bounce back around. Lost the 1v1 there to Exnid. Exnid sprints at him. Kenny's like, I'll try to bail us out. Gives you the first blood, finds a second pick, and just for what it's worth, Kenny, 7 kills for the moment, but 5 assists. So he's been incredibly involved so far this game for his team.
The Kenny's dropped 1,000 points of damage. Not bad whatsoever. 2 of those first bloods as well. Wow. Ken's having a good map, but it's not enough to get you the lead just yet. You've got to equalize here for Rocker on attack.
And here we go again. Another RC car strat, a single RC car defending the A zone. Falcons triple chow B just to respond to the pressure. And now 2 players, as soon as they clear it out, rat back, and Pred gets to flank immediately.
You're going to be able to get the bomb down. Yeah, you have dodged the carnade. So whether that was a self-inflicted carnade from Rocker to clear that out, you've got a trophy down in position now as well. Perfect setup from Rocker. Post-plant is on.
I mean, Pred is just flying on this flank, and Exnid gives you the first blood. This mini-map looks gorgeous for Vegas Falcons.
Oh, super damage on the Kenny. Can he find this kill? No, he's managed to slip through. Exnid, 2 to his name. Priester picks up the third, and that is an unbelievable retake from the Falcons. Map point.
Yeah, and for Xnid, hard work pays off. The man has come to the States. He has been grinding. He has experience in S&D, but now he has been putting in the overtime work. Always there playing 8s when he can. Catch the stream from time to time. A rookie on the year, and here he is playing with a bunch of world champions, and he's looking good.
Yeah, my Arabic is terrible, but his COD is good. It's a lot of fun watching Priester. Joins him in the kill feed there as Xnid. That first blood, again, a fearless approach. He doesn't care who you are, what you've done. All that matters is the game that you are in right now. 7 and 4. 2 bomb diffuses already. Attacking round now for the Falcons. One more is all they need.
Yeah, Minnesota Rocker also just falling a little bit flat. Not going back to the round 1 strat, and you see on the minimap, Minnesota Rocker double stack the B zone, expecting that degree of pressure. Even Gio sort of checking out the ticket push. You're gonna have Pred, as is tradition, lying in wait over towards P1. He's picked himself a corner, belly down. And Nero is in a precarious situation. He's got a little bit of support from Gio up top, but he is more or less isolated. Ooh. But it doesn't matter with a gunny like that.
Yeah, the Jackal at that range shreds Priester. Red finds another. Okay, so here we go. You've taken care of one of the major pain points. It's now a 3v3. Now we get going. Are you kidding me? Pred. Can he find his third on the round? 10 and 4. On the prowl now. He's overextended. He's behind the entire lineup here from Rocker.
Yeah, Pred wants his former teammate. He's going to be hunting him down.
Get the body shield. Who knows? If you're going to check the escalators, you can see it through the window, but he's not. Gio's already pushed back. 20 seconds to go. Eyes on. Xnid gets the kill. Are you going to send it through the window? Again, it's Kenny. It's Kenny to stay alive. It's Kenny with 10 seconds on the clock.
You got to kill the bomb guy and survive.
Oh, and it's not enough. The Falcons with 3.4 seconds to spare. Put Kenny in the dirt and tie up the series 1-1.
And I tell you, Vegas Falcons are a very fun team to watch and search and destroy. They always have an intelligent game plan. I think Clayster probably very happy to be working with 3 world champions. This is a team that if you give them a game plan, they are extremely capable of sticking to it. And I think their play calls more or less close to perfection. Efficient work there in the S&D. They got theirs back after the map 1 and all tied up on the main stage.
They have silenced the haters for now, but it's going to get a little bit louder when we get into control the next map in this series. And Xnid again, what a great bit of work he did there. And Pred, well, it finishes on 11 kills, I think, or 12 kills, so Pred doing exactly what he has to do there in Search and Destroy. Takeover moments, a little bit slow, pumps the brakes. The comms must be fantastic as well in Search and Destroy, because the way they retook that bomb site, I think it was round 6 or 7. I'm no Jeremy said I can't do this. But that retake, RC car over by A, whole team goes B, we get the bomb plant down, and that was an immaculate retake. Not a single Falcons member drops.
And they ran that strat twice with the RC car towards A, just like on the attacking rounds, they ran the same stat 3 times, and when you got RCs playing out over towards bus, it's letting guys like Pred get to work and do what he does best, work through the middle of the map, find the credit corners, let the kills quite literally fall in front of you. So things falling into place right now for the Vegas Falcons, and they would certainly enjoy a Game 5 if they could get there. Of course, 2 more respawns coming up between these 2 teams. It's looking like it's going to be a battle.
I would love to see if we could get a very slow zoom on Pred's face right now, like a really slow, very intense zoom on the map.
I think he'll look more evil the closer you get.
Oh, absolutely. A very silent shush, as he absolutely did, close things up there. Here we go. Oh yeah, it's happening, DreamHack. Oh yeah. Give the people what they want. Can we get a really... adverse with that guy sleep. Oh, it's on, man. 11 and 4 there for Pred. Good start for the 1,200 damage. And the rest of his boys joining him as well. I mean, Arsteed did a sort of 3 kills out of him, but not a problem whatsoever. 6-3, final score. Rocker He brought the goods in the first map, smoked in the second.
Yeah, an overgassed Nero for sure. He's been lights out in the respawn. He got the very first blood and then ultimately 3 and 9. So that threat had been quelled.
I was so worried about the Boston series, but it didn't happen. Here it absolutely did. The Falcons, they sucked the wind right out of those sails. They did not let that fire get any bigger. So good stuff on them. Not an easy thing to do when the player has a hot hand like that. Nero, again, unbelievable performances from him. Good stuff either way. Well, that's 1-1 here at the half, folks. We're almost ready to get ourselves into control, but you know the drill. As do we. We're going to dance.
My show. Hey, Joe.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
My Vegas Falcons just took a game 2 after
Yeah,
your
they did.
Minnesota Rocker took a game 1. So I feel like we're even so far. Feeling good on both ends.
You own them?
100%. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, I'm very rich, Joe. And
Yes.
they're like, Pugga, would you like to own the Falcons? I said, yes, I would.
And of course you picked Vegas.
Of course I would. Yeah, it's my city. Let's take a little bit of a look at what has happened in this series, Allie, because if you're a Vegas fan, you are not expecting to win hard points. The first hard point, pretty close. The search and destroy, this is where you are expected to win. If you're going to take a series, you got to do it in a 2-3-5.
Yes, you have to do it in a 2-3-5 Nesla fashion for the side of Vegas Falcons, but I didn't hate the hard points. I didn't hate how close it was. Again, this is a roster with some star-studded veterans, some world champions. They could steal respawn if they feel like it, but focusing in on this map number 2, I just really enjoyed all the retakes from the side of Vegas Falcons. You can tell a lot of work has been put in, and a lot of S&D prowess is being shown through just like the comms and the way they approach these retakes. I would love to have a listen in to hear how those countdowns are going.
It's turning out that it's not a fluke. Pred with multiple double-digit games.
It just feels like he's finally comfortable in this game, right? It feels like he's putting in that extra work, playing a lot of 8s. It just feels like he has that confidence now. Knows the timings, knows the routes, and yeah, I mean, he's leading the way for them in search and destroy.
Yeah, we don't exactly have the longest season. He did take like a really big break and then obviously come back to a team that was struggling, had to find their way, and now Pred looks like he's, you know, prime Pred once again. And I will say, like, the difference in the way they're playing search and destroy, playing around him a little bit more. You saw in some of their B pushes, like Risa just taking space, playing aggressive, and then when somebody goes out to try to kill him, Pred will strike then and then get lost and make plays, right? So the teamwork is definitely there for them in the search and destroy right now. And so far, this is a mirror image of their online match at 2-3-5 where they lost that first hard point. Hey, Vegas, they could do it.
This elimination bracket has shown us a number of game 5s. We are in one right now on Bravo. Let's jump into it over there and see, is Toronto moving forward, or will it be Slashers Carolina Royal Ravens
Game 5
powering in?
That would be unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you win the control. They lost both hard points to Carolina,
Listen,
but they won 2 and 3. So
there was a time Carolina was the best search and destroy team.
TJ
Haley was a top 10 player.
He was a top 10 player.
This is like the ultra homeland, though.
Uh-oh. Yeah, protocol, no fun zone.
It's like the one map they just never get to play that often. I mean, it's really, search has been Toronto's issue, right? I mean, they lost the dealership in this series 6-3.
Look at Beans,
right here.
though.
Joe was trying to put up double digits, and every S&D that Toronto was spawning into, putting them on his back.
Good call out, Chris, because there's going to be a ton of people saying, like, oh, you messed up by letting Mercules walk. It's been search. That's been their issue, and Beans has been their best search player since coming back. So, yeah, for them, they just have to dial in that game mode. And right now, they got protocol. Carolina decided to challenge him there, and it's working out for Ultra so far.
Slasher leading his squad. He's on a 4
That's
streak
a
right now,
out of TJ,
Merc.
though.
Are we going to a round 10, Merc?
Sure.
Round 11?
I mean, yeah, why not?
It's getting weird.
It's getting weird.
We're down for it.
I'm down to get weird.
Yo, late night with Joe. Let's go, baby. DreamHack Dallas. If you haven't bought your ticket, that's a good reason to do so right now, as you are currently looking at round number 7. Over on the roster.
This is a free kill. That's a free 2. That's a free 2 for Gwyneth. I mean, wow. I mean, we called him an onliner for a minute, guys. What's wrong with us?
This is losers round 1.
We're faded.
Losers round 1. The fun is continuing over on Bravo. I'm told, though, we have to revert our attention back to the 2 teams on the main stage who are ready for a game 3. We have Miles. We have Chance. They have 2 microphones and a whole lot of fun. Are you guys ready?
I am now. Wow. A whole lot of fun, Chance.
A whole lot of fun.
Even on control. Here we go, into map number 3, tied up 1-1 on our series. Honestly, didn't see this coming. I thought it'd be a closeout there from Rocker, but Falcons too strong when it comes to search and destroy. Obviously the pride of the Saudi Arabian region, but now the lead through from obviously our 3 world champions on that roster in Clay and the coaching department. Actually, the whole staff. Brilliant look there on that red card. Here we go to Vault, baby. It's gonna be something.
We saw Minnesota play this map earlier. Took a tough loss to Boston. If you lose this one, you're gonna have to dance your way off the stage. Lights getting dim, getting ready to play. And a very active team. You said you were surprised. Nothing will surprise me in this series. I'm prepared for quite literally anything, including war. Nero might drop another 40 bomb again.
We've dimmed the lights. It's mood lighting because we're about to get down with Rocker and the Falcons. Where are we going, boys? We're going to B, looks like. Exnid is going to lead the charge with a nade. Again, I love that. The manners to destroy that card before it gets him. I mean, that's just intelligent play all around.
Yeah, unfortunately, no one like properly picked out double doors because Nero just ran straight through and they were sort of half watching it, but they end up getting caught in. At this level, a slight misstep, you get punished. Geo there for 2. The B hit stopped in its tracks. Now we got Kenny again taking long routes. His teammates taking their time, and Nero up close and personal drops Priesta. It's going to make this capture near impossible.
Nero impossible, am I right, Chance? Here he comes into the feed. Yeah, he's still cooking. Estro's going to be there to back him up. 3 dead instant. Rocket now should push the front line forward, and yeah, they're going to try to trap them over here by the building in B.
Yo, Geo, close range every single time. Welcome to this. Ooh, spawn trade. Yo, Geo, no, you use the AR at close range.
Oh my goodness,
We
Kenny.
talked about this.
Kenny just dealt 450 damage in a single clip. Good for him. 22 and 17. It's beautiful stuff out of Nero. There's another man on catwalk. Nero go back for the 3-piece. We can add it to the highlight reel.
Yeah, there's 15 deaths Vegas have to work with. The question is, how many of those is Nero gonna take?
8-2, round 1. Final 30. Watch out for the old friendly fire. Priesta only needed 1 and he gets it done. You managed to go towards B if you're Falcons. RCT's doing what he can to dance. Oh, and it's 3 dead. Nero's still on the move. 5 spree now. Can he catch another player out? Yeah, he's on track to do just that. Into the spawn building you go, Chance. 3 members of Rocket through the front, and it is a battle on time.
Well, Falcon's doing the smart. Yeah, Falcon's doing the smart thing in leaving him. Problem is, you're still gonna have to get past him eventually. Now you got Pred in their spawn, Nero existing in theirs. It is spawn kills central, but for Falcons, it's not the game you want to play when you're down 8 lives.
Yeah, the Falcons can't survive a battle like this. They just do not have the lives. Nero finally loses a gunfight with 4 lives remaining now for the Falcons. The damage has been done. 14 for Rocker. No one should be in a great position to actually make anything happen here. Priesta's going to get the contest, but you know exactly where he is, and it's good movement. It's great teamwork. It's Rocker for the first.
Yeah, and I love the idea of leaving Nero and just trying to get past towards the objective, but then Pred is not exactly the most objective-minded player. If their spawn kills the get, he's going to have blood in his sights, and yeah, if you're down that many lives, it is not a game you're ever going to win. Best play for Priesta.
This was the 2-piece out spawn.
This is every kill he got in this round. This is all 3 of them.
That's crazy.
It is 700 damage, though. He does have a handful of assists, so, you know, things not lucky when Nero's prowling in your spawn.
But no, you're right. Those 3 kills were instrumental in helping the boys get out, but you couldn't keep Nero at bay. Respawn and Nero go hand in hand. 12-4. Going into round number 2. Vegas Falcons on defense now. Will there be a defensive shootout? As we tend to see here in the COD League. Nero and Esra will find their opening kills, and that is going to be enough to get the boys onto the zone. And it looks like a 3-man stack for now, so the A zone is in danger of falling.
Yeah, Kenny is in facilitator mode. All of them responding are. Everyone's also gotten through, but a stack on the zone. It's going to go quick. 2 sections already through, and Falcons legitimately not even a thought to contest it. They give it away for free. And Exnid quite literally just ran a marathon around the map, and at least you get the kills.
Nero. Yeah, that would have been something. 26-25 here in the life count. And Minnesota happily marching over towards the B zone. A stalwart defense, though, so far from the Vegas Falcons. RCT's putting that old long barrel to use, fighting those long-range fights. Pred applying pressure now through the left flank. You've got a solid setup right now, and again, good comms out of the Falcons to deal with these attacks.
Oh, Pred trying to get out. He is being hunted, but yeah, just outmoves Estriel and outthinks him. And Pred getting in some extra work, and yeah, good enough to trade Nero. So Pred with the nice little movement. Now Exnid flying forward, and now Minnesota Rocker. Welcome back to their spawn.
You've got a couple of attempts left here, though, lads. It's a minute 30 and 20 lives. You can afford a few more of these waves, as long as you get them done quick, and that is not going to help, though. RCT's and Exnid snap the roster in half. Exnid on a spree now, 6 to his name.
It's an intense setup as well for the Vegas Falcons, but a little bit delicate. They're going to be spawning Art. Nero's able to make it towards the zone. You got Fred that's behind you. But he gets dealt with, and now it's all guns forward. Gio, he's found his way to front Art.
Yeah, well, they fight forward, but Gio takes too much damage. He's not going to be able to do anything here. Yeah, brought down immediately. The single man on the capture. Kenny unable to get onto the zone and help out here. The kills are going to help indeed. Unfortunate team kill with a nade, but that goes boom for now. Can Kenny stay alive? I think it's undetected. Oh, the red dot on the minimap's not going to help, but good job, Kenny. Gets the segment.
He's been here before. Good reads. Holds the iron as well. Nearly gave it up at the worst time, but still gets it done. They got all the front pressure, and they have, I mean, half the progress on B is already done.
Yeah, Kenny's also going to draw a lot of aggression here, trying to get some of the damage into those players, but now backs on up, over to Esther in time. Great shots on RC. He's not up for the kill. 2 dead. Kenny back into it, all down for Rocker. 8 lives in a minute.
Yeah, that stun just daggered that push, and all of that forward momentum lost, and RCD's decaps the progress on the B zone. 7 lives remaining. I mean, that's enough for 1 push. And of course, Falcons have all the lives in the world to sort of expend, and just like that, the round should be done.
Yeah, superb 3 dead. I mean, that would have been great from Esro to get yourselves out of this situation. But here comes Priester down the right flank, down the long street. He should be able to pick up Kenny. Excellent, keeping him bay by the pool. So the setup is here. It's not so much a trap as it is containment.
And great shots as well. Yeah, no open avenues of attack. Xnid just had a monstrous round. You had Nero on defense give you 12 in the first one. Well, Xnid attempting to match. He was able to give you 10 in this one. And 10 is how many kills Falcon just went up in that round. Nothing short of dominant.
Fantastic bounce back. 1-1 here in map 3. The chances of us going the distance here, folks, solid.
Game 5. The chances of these guys going for speed, even better. Really, Cake? And Clayster's a coach. The distance.
Round 3.
These players' engines thumping and racing in time.
3 spree out of Xnid from the previous round, carrying into this one. Love to see some streaks there. I mean, we need a decisive moment. We need a couple of 3 downs before we get these captures hitting, and I love this.
It's a B hit. They're just looking to isolate a single player and open up this B zone. Pred, if he gets the kill on Gio, that's going to be the go button. Problem is, he's a little bit late to the action, and Minnesota Rocker aggressive enough on the switch up. Round 1, Gio plays top art. This time he goes the whole way around, but Pred, he imagines this, as this is Al-Bagro Fortress. He just wants to get to your base and play for spawners.
Well, he's in it. He's got the position. Estro's taking a wrap. Oh, my God. Estro is behind nearly the entire lineup.
And now you're looking at your teammate.
Where are we going? What's going on?
Minnesota, other zone.
What's going on? What's happening? Pred is now chilling out in top art, still finding kills. That's right. Oh, wait, what's happening? The call-outs right now, frantic. And the response on the minimap, not so decisive from either team. Oh, RC's going to love the bullet more in that Jackal, brother. Onto the zone. Can we get the segment?
Well, no, first one's gone. And listen, if you do this in my rank play games, what Pred is doing, I hate you for it. He's a pro and one of the best slayers in the world, so it's only for him. And it also did not work, so.
Yeah. Slow is still on the approach now. Back to B we go. Another bite of this one. 28 seconds left in the round, and you've got to get something going because Rocker have suffocated you with these attacks, and it hasn't even been that costly a map. Kills department very low. Nero doing what he does best, flying forward and getting kills. Xnid gets his. With 27 to go, 27 seconds on this one. You just have to get them off of A. Easier said than done. Xnid throws a dead nade. Buying some time. Progress at A now.
Yeah, it's a great reposition. I mean, putting the pressure on B really does buy you some space and a quad stack rolling through. Minnesota fighting for it with the team kill. Not enough to get it. They do get all the kills on the map, but at the very least for Falcons, A zone secured. You're tied up on lives.
Good stuff. 1:15. A long time on Vol. Question is though, can you guess right? Can you get some good time? Or at least put yourself in a position to maximize your chances of keeping these players out of trouble? And the answer is maybe not.
Yeah, unlucky for the van explosion, but Esriel and Gio getting kills in the feed, bails you right out. Pred though, at least you're being able to sort of work your way through the middle of the map. Still tied on the life counts. Problem is, all the aggression towards B off the rip, it just takes a lot of time to make that happen. So 45 seconds is gonna be tough.
1 or 2 more good hits. 1 good one. And a gift from Fred. Taken happily. Now we try to find the flank, but he's going to get picked up here. Ah, the win helps. But he's now going to reevaluate the angle he takes. He's going to find Gio in the corner. Can Pred keep this nearly perfect life going? Absolutely. 4 spree, we're on the zone.
He knows every credit corner. This man is going to read every last one.
Pred the cred, corner, king. This 2-man stack here on the zone. Nero on the flank. We'll get there in a moment. I hope he has an aims in his back pocket. Exit might be an issue. Dealt with. Oh, but they get off the zone as well.
In Minnesota, when they played against Boston earlier, had a round that was the setup exactly like that. A player going on the pinch towards ammo. They were a little bit too slow. This time, the coordination, perfect.
Oh, yeah. 10 seconds. Priester wins it, stays alive. The capture is still on. We're halfway through B. Very, very slow. And we are in single-digit lives. No more chances for the Falcons. And soon to be no chances left for Minnesota. But Kenny flies in. Gets you at least 1 off time.
They can do this. They can absolutely do this. 3v3, 2v3, Jill. Front line right now for the team. He is desperate for some help that he's not going to get quick enough. A 1v1 for the Pred. Pred versus Kenny. And Pred drops him. They won a world championship together, but now it is hatred on the main stage. Pred bested him.
What a brilliant moment. Gio buys you as long as he possibly could. And this is it. Oh, no, it's not. This is Pred's final kill. Actually, maybe it is. The whole team's getting smoked here. Slides on in. Gets the kill on the Gio. We don't see the Kenny kill, but wow. What a moment. Kenny had the nade as well from spawn. Thank you, production, on the replay. Pred making it happen. 54 HP as well. Kenny sends it from window. What a kill and the pop-off. Map point, Vegas Falcons.
Whoa. See an excellent chirp like that. Yeah, we are wearing off on him. Or rubbing off on him, rather.
Falcons game of control, not been bad whatsoever. Heroic moments like that certainly help. A-zone cap on the slow progress now. With nearly finishing the first segment. Ezreal doing it alone.
Hey, you'll take a kill like that when you're stunned. But yeah, Pred wins the extra one, gets the one-on-one gunfight. Now Nero walking into a tough situation. Had the kill in his sights, and yeah, Pred bails himself out with the pistol. Nero just walks into a bad situation, doesn't walk away with the goods, and now Rocker in a painful spot. The swing mode that is control might just give Falcons the extra edge.
Clearing out the usual spots, Kenny with the nade. He has teammates above him, so Catwalk now trying to pick up those extra kills. That's not going to happen. It's a dangerous spot to be in. Yeah, perfectly worked. 3 dead. Last man up, Kenny. He's going to get some damage in, but this is a situation surely he should not get anything out of. Oh dear. Rocker have thrown caution to the wind, and they are sending it in there and burning through lives.
I mean, listen, Falcons love to run it down B just because it buys you so much space on the map. It can be costly on the time front, but now we're seeing what it looks like to try to run it down A, and it looks even worse on a strategic front. Falcons might just have the edge on Rocker.
Get this done here. One sneaky play from Ezreal is going to get the B, so at the very least, it stops the clock. Draws the attention. Priester going to get his 6th kill. Oh my, Pred. What a kill that was. Final few moments. This should be the Falcons taking the lead here in our series. Can we get one more play towards B? One more chance. Priester identifies the vulnerability, identifies the weakness. Whoa, but he's found himself a couple of kills. Another now. Gio, can he double back over the time? Can we get in there and stop the clock? No, we cannot. Vegas Falcons take the lead.
And a great map to do it in the fact that it was a 1v1 between Pred and Kenny that effectively decided the fate of that map, or at the very least, who's going to have the advantage. A masterclass there. And again, it's an interesting style that the Vegas Falcons run with. They will run it down towards B the entire time. It's the more difficult zone to capture, but a massive reason why it's more difficult to capture is because of the pressure. Well, typically you reposition to A and it's easier to get the stacks. Teams on defense love to just roam that site. Turns out it pays off. You get the segment early on, you need a little bit less later down the line. Vegas Falcons, well, that is the style and it pays off for them. Shout out to the stats as well. I mean, you had exited that first defensive round. He was an absolute monster. But by the tail end of things, everybody on the squad there to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Falcons, a mixy team that want the fight. They take the challenges. They make the challenges. Brilliant stuff from them. Highlights is going to be a lot of that. A lot of Jackal kills. not so much of a spawn trap as it is keeping those players, you know, under your control. They can make their moves, they can make their way out of spawn, but they're being damaged all that way. Geo, again, crazy moments. But that was early on. And after this, we really didn't see a whole lot out of Rocker. They really were stuffed in here on ball. Control does not go their way. Falcons with a lead now. Anything is possible.
And maybe more highlights if you get the moments to potentially see it. But another thing Falcons do incredibly well on the attacking end is just picking up like the flank pressure. Love to have players go in towards ammo. We saw Nero do that early on, but it's moments like that. If you have an AR in that position, then capturing the B zone is a nightmare. They were winning those gunfights and responding to that time and time again, but it was this 1v1 that really gives Falcons the bump. Completely on point, and now Fred, yeah, he is in his flow state when he gets to rip and roar like that. Electric in the comps.
Falcons lead now. Exnid, an electric explosion. We can even hear it across the stage there through Nero. They take the lead now. We go to Hacienda for the hard point. With a sense of purpose now for the Falcons. Bring down Rocker. You won't go to champs, and nor will we. Bravo stream update as well, folks. Oh my good God, it was around 11. We won't tell you what happened.
2v2, 12 seconds left. Wait, bomb's down. Who has to defuse? Oh, and Insight gets it. Wow, you clutch when you need him to. Insight delivers. I can only imagine how chaotic that round was, but Toronto survived by the skin of their teeth. Could have been devastation with a top 12 placing. Roster decisions haunting different teams in this league, but their run continues. They get to play against Gorillas, mate. And whoever wins that plays the loser of LAT in Miami. And of course, for our current series, Minnesota and Falcons, they play the loser of Optic and FaZe.
Wow. We're still yet to get through this Falcons Rocker series. Lots more COD to be played tomorrow here at DreamHack. What a superb Saturday that'll be.
And like, what kind of storyline do you want more? Do you want like the Falcons pulling off the upset? Do you want Minnesota to make the run to potentially make champs? Because do you want them to have to play Optic, like have that head-to-head battle?
Yes.
Do you want Optic to play Toronto and see who got the best of like the roster moves? Any number of different things falling into place potentially at DreamHack. But right now, we just enjoy Xnid's smile.
Just so happy. I don't know what you just said, but he's loving life. He's having a great time. He's going to have an even better time now as we load in the Hacienda. Map number 4 in this series. The last of the day here on Friday at DreamHack. We're loading up for a good one. And if we have to go 5, woohoo, we're a dealership. First hard point 250 to 222. You at home can see that as well. This is anyone's game. Are we going to see another Nero masterclass?
I am not going to put it past them, but I will say structurally, I think this could be a really good map for the Vegas Falcons. Rotation heavy, you have to be very on point in the communication front about who's picking up and at what times. P2 is one of those hills that bad teams look horrific at it, good teams turn it into a money hill. And I know Vegas Falcons, when they're on point, very structurally sound. Minnesota Rocker occasionally can struggle.
Player I'm looking for those big route moments. It is going to be Xnid, but Nero has done exactly what we expected off rip. Helped his teammates find those kills, and it was an early 3. Estro keeping the top side of the map safe now for his boys. A gentle and calming soak in that P1.
Can't believe Gio lost that fight. He had the right gun for it. But yeah, Kenny gets to be the cleanup crew, and he is full HP. And RC's, he wanted nothing to do with that. He knew what his fate was going to be. Kenny maybe has already accrued the best play on the map that we get to see later on. A 4 spree, a 5, and a little bit of time.
Yeah, he's shooting like Gio out there up close and personal. Slicing the Falcons now into pieces.
Well, Fred able to pick up a big 2, though. He's able to cut through lobby, and that's going to force Estriel to spawn all the way out, and number 4. So Fred, high-impact kills, and Kenny might be here for the trades, and Kenny has the good reads, but Fred gives you 3, and again, you can turn this into a money hill. Fred gives his team the opportunity.
Yeah, Fred was absolutely the kill you wanted. Oh, whoa. Gio just got a little extra. We've seen how that goes in this kind of tournament. Xnid now flies out the front door, and it's going to leave Priest now alone. to try to defend this hard point for a second longer. Can he find anywhere out this life? One on the man on the hopper. Now through the front door, Kenny, he's looking for a foot. He finds at least the body. The trades are done, and Falcons are on top.
And Gio only got one on that engagement, too. Of course, Falcons with the closer spawns. Rocker fighting uphill. But Pred, quite literally, again, the setup man goes on a spree to get his team here, and now you got to run into him. You know he's going to deliver.
He's absolutely cooking so far. 7-3, 2 points in. Trying to get the shots in there, and we've got a decent lead now developing for the Falcons. Over towards fences we go.
And now if you're Minnesota Rocker, already issues on the mini-map. Gio spawning out, number 2, Estriel spawning out. This is the type of thing for Rocker. They do not always time their deaths appropriately, and that makes things mixy. Kenny, though, keeping the coverage. Good nades as well. You're not going to have the back spawns, but for the moment, Minnesota have the time.
Oh, Nero, my Nero. 3 from inside time. Kenny now keeping that member of, what's Pred actually, keeping the member of Falcons at bay, not letting them get towards the back spawns. Pred playing this one very slowly and carefully, and Kenny, good work. That could have been ugly.
I saw him smile just a little bit. He thought he might have had to play the most patient game in the world, but while Pred is distracting, his teammates have managed to take the time.
Yeah, they get there at least. Oh, nice work there from Arsenal. The nade gets dropped. There's still a trophy on play as well, so this is going to be a very difficult hard point to get in. Yeah, you're going to have to dive on it, Nero. Exactly what you want. Good kills. Gio still applying the pressure and the damage from upstairs. It's Overwatch from above, but now he's down and out. Kenny can't get any more. At 12-6, though, he's cooking.
And look, man, the hill that Vegas Falcons rotated to first, they get a near perfect full 60. Minnesota Rocker rotate to this hill first, and they end up getting outscored. So if not for the P1, Rocker would be having problems. Now they do win the rotation again, and Gio and Nero are going to give you the initial kills. So Minnesota Rocker on P4, looking for their bounce back.
Yes, the Optic alumni right now finding the big KDs. Not a whole lot of hardpoint time between them either, though. Rocker by Rock finding some success. Kenny on the backline, bust down by Priester. That is unbelievable. Stun connects perfectly. Buys some time for his boys on the pinch. This could be an unbelievable break attempt, and we're in. Last man gone. Rocker down and out.
Unbelievable gunfight from Priester. 6 and 8, but that's the key one. You need to break down the hill. Kenny playing a decent spot, and Priester seemingly has his number.
Oh, right back at it. Wow, Nero breaks the hard point alone. Estriel throwing everything he's possibly got into this fight. Exnid down, and it's going to be another quick attack here from the Falcons. The QRF arrives. Priester down from Kenny in the threshold. Can't get his 15th. And my goodness, what a rock hard point that was. Incredibly costly for both teams.
And the only reason this game is truly close is because Minnesota had such a good P1. So maybe they're going to be back towards their home, but Exnid roots that guy out of time. And already on the minimap, you see guys like Pred. He's just taking the long routes. He's looking to flip these spawns, and his teammates are in time. He makes his presence on the flank. Last man standing is Gio. And just like that, Minnesota Rocker lose the spawns, and they don't have the hill time.
They've got nothing going right now. We need to get some wind in the sails, boys. It's time to light a fire because the Falcons here at P1 are finding some sweet time. Nero with a ridiculous kill. Not enough in the second there, but his teammates are there for it. Estriel down, out. Kenny on the trade, back at the time.
And that's a huge moment, too. Making sure Rocker grouped up together, 3 players on that hit. It could have been a dire moment if Falcons win that rotation. Rocker now an opportunity to stabilize, and, well, Estriel wins the first one over towards Well. Good little hop and a jump to take down Exnid. Devil's in the details. Estriel had the drop.
That's some sweet centering as well. Beautiful stuff. At P2 now. Can we get a solid hold out of Rocker? Get yourselves right back into this hard point. A full frontal assault right now from the Vegas Falcons. No one's taken the water out just yet. All through the front door. Here they come. Great damage from Nero. Gets himself 2. Last man exited. Cleaned up. And that's going to be your hard point.
Yeah, now Priester, trying to cut through the middle of the map. That is not coordinated with the team. The hit not quite timed as much as Vegas Falcons would want it. And now it is opportunities for the SMGs to roam, except they leave open the back spawns. So Pred's going to spawn in the back, and Gio, well, he had coverage from Kenny. How about that awareness from the veteran?
And coverage there from the team nades. The trophy won't save you from those. 20 seconds to go. That will put Rocker in the lead. On the way to Falcons fences right now. As they've made home over there, Pred finding a ridiculous 2-piece. Good old Nero trades him out on the approach towards Nuke.
Unfortunate guy timing. Didn't know when to hit the go button, and Priester ends up getting the kill to fall in his lap. But that is an insane spawn. Yeah, so number 7 spawns out. That's actually going to force Nero to spawn in the back behind Priester, and that is unreadable, and he gets the kill.
Yeah, unreadable is one thing. Oh, the kill is unbelievable, man. 50 seconds here on fences to fight for. Nero first man in. He's going to back up, allow the contestant go without a problem for now. As his teammates are finding kills all over the place. Gio again with another close range aims kill. Estriel by Plat. Beautiful stuff. 2 dead in the feed there for the Falcons. As Arceus by the outside finds a nice 2.
Yeah, that's a huge 2 as well. Nero trying to do his job, but now it's going to get just a little bit mixy. Trades getting exchanged all over the place, but Nero, the extra edge. He has been built different on the day in Minnesota Rocker, and have a decent little lead going into new. Should be able to collect those final 12 seconds, and on the foot race while Priesta once again the flanks on Rock on point.
Hey, it's a sneaky Priesta. Shoot people in the back is absolutely what you want to do. Pred though tries to shoot in the front. It's going to be Nero on the trades. Rock hard point, last go around, unbelievable. Minnesota managed to walk away with most of it, but not without a pound of flesh. Here we go again.
Minnesota just want to coordinate their hit. Number 4 is going to be working the pinch. He does not check the deep corner. Pred able to get the freebie on Gio, but Pred actually let one of his teammates die. Pred gets the kill a little bit late, and that is going to be costly. He lets him through too quickly, and now Minnesota are in.
Arceus bringing the jacket at the right time. 35 seconds to go. Once again, Rocker have managed to stabilize what is otherwise a crazy situation. Oh, it's all purple. Kenny on a 5 spree from inside time. It's come to a close, but it might be the death knell already.
Unbelievable that like, again, the smallest things going wrong. If Pred is a bit more aggressive on the kill, what could have been. Now you're trying to flood through the front, and you are unsuccessful. Gio, L-Trigger lines him up, guns him down, and Minnesota Rocker, they're going to build themselves a 45-point lead.
That's a perfect end to the second set of hard points right now for Rocker. Game 5 looming over us. It's in the stars. As Gio finds his 5th kill in a row. 6th round the corner. Priesta holds his nerve and holds his iron. Gets the kill. As back to P1 we go. Both teams have been perfectly adept at getting time here.
And how about the main slayers in this lobby? It's Kenny with 27 and it's Pred with 26. So former Optic members getting after it now. More trades being exchanged in the kill feed. Estriel, unfortunate caught. Too many windows to check. The Vegas Falcons, full hallway control, and they'll be in time.
Unfortunate stun. I mean, that's just going to give a little bit of opening now for the Falcons players to get some top control, but it doesn't really matter too much for them. Kenny there, roaming the halls the jolliest way he possibly can, finding kills all over the place. Last 20 seconds, we go to new, and there's only a single member really in position to get this. Kenny could go big here on the inside of P2, gets the kill, they clean up lobby. Rocker in an opportunity now.
And what you actually had on time, getting soaked up pretty well on that P1. So yeah, a 50-point game in their setup. They could win it here, but as long as they get 20 or 30, Rocker will be extremely happy.
Yeah, Kenny got down. On forward, Pred now trying to make the attempt through front. Exit on his left flank. Can he get the trade? No one there through Zig just yet. So again, not a lot of Falcons members here, and they know that throwing individual kills is not going to work out. They need the reinforcements.
Yeah, exited well. He's got Pred to watch over him. He's going to be making his move, slide in. He's pierced it, but just gone down. Too many corners to check, and Rocker looking clean here on P2.
Rocker looking good. Rocker looking towards the game 5. Priesta trying to contest. It's Kenny with 2. Over to Estriel now. Exit through the front is going to be an attempt on the pinch, but it has to get hit sooner rather than later. 10 to go.
Listen, man, we know what it's going to be. Death taxes in a Minnesota Rocker game 5. We would not have it any other way. Dominance on Hacienda. The setup is in.
The dream continues, or is it a nightmare that they are living through, having a battle through so many maps to keep the dream alive? I mean, at the very least, their map count percentages will start to change because they simply have played so many. But Rocker, you buy yourself another lifeline. How many lives do these cats have here at the Major? Falcons, it's starting to get a little dire. Another search and destroy. They're so good at it, but it's a dealership. It's just enough pandemonium. Early days, again, for a map still in its infancy here in the COD League. This could be the difference maker.
And how about that beauty of a map from Kenny? Perfect 4,000 damage. Oh, it just looks so clean.
Oh, that's impossible to do. You couldn't recreate that if you tried. Hacienda, though, that scrappy hardpoint experience that you get from the Falcons, not necessarily there. Good, clean game out of both teams, to be honest. A wonderful comeback there in our second set for Rocker.
And in my mind, it's that second P3 to P4 where Rocker end up going away with a 40-point lead. Vegas Falcons won the rotation. They had to set up in reads on the mini-map. Pred is playing a back corner by Lambo. He lets Gio through, and Gio manages to get a kill on a guy on time before Pred cleans him up. And then Pred is too far away from the action, and that's the hill where Kenny ends up going on a 5 spree. And Kenny, obviously, dominant in the lobby, got 33 kills. What could have been if we were a bit more aggressive.
Aggression might be the name of the game when it comes to this dealership, folks. This is it, our final map of the day, our final match of the day, and our final match for one of these two teams here on Ultra. We come back after this one, Game 5 here, as we close out Major 4 here at DreamHack this Freaky Friday. Someone is walking away with a historic dub. Will it be the champs continuation for Rocker? Or will Vegas Falcons continue to poop the parties? Some say it's good luck. I say it's going to be a great matchup. On the other side of this break, we'll be right back.
The Scuff Call of Duty collection is $30 off this weekend only. Visit scuff.co/CDL to upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now. The 2025 Minnesota Rocker Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators as well as a weapon charm to keep the competition on ice. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Game 5. You wouldn't have it any other way, and whether Minnesota Rocker wanted it or not, it seems to be all they get. Vegas Falcons continue to be one of the most prickly thorns in the side of all of our teams who are trying to make it to champs. One last opportunity for Rocker to keep the dream alive now tonight. Will they live to see tomorrow? We'll find out. To dealership, we go.
And wise words, every rose has its thorn. You don't want the poison in this series. You got to get past it. And we always knew it was going to come to this between these two squads. We always knew it will again be a Kenny versus Pred 1v1 in the round 11. I read the script. I'm not going to tell you who wins it, but oh, baby, buckle up. S&D. It's going to be interesting. Minnesota Rocker, it is the pain point on their year. They looked clean in their first game 5 they had earlier today. Of course, though, for the Vegas Falcons, this is their game mode in my mind. They always have a strong game plan.
A very loud, very tall Exnid fan venue.
A wired Exnid fan.
A hell of a wired. What a moment this will be for both of our teams. Again, for the Falcons, you can hold your heads high coming out of this tournament. You brought down a second-place team. For Rocker, it's not about...
Look at this. We're just an instant hit. Exton and Pred are flying right into death. Look at that for Nero, starting off with 2.
Boys, I'm trying to hit some waxy, exposition. You're sending it like that. Kenny might be able to find a couple of kills here as well. Oh, to the top we go. And Priester, last man. They're going to smother him in round 1. What I was saying.
Oh, we're sprinting through. I love that kind of energy. Hey, listen, it didn't pan off at all. Minnesota Rockets had the perfect read, but I love the attempt. We'll get after it. We talk about the Game 5s, Minnesota Rocker. This is the same map they played Game 5 earlier, and they looked good.
Yeah, really, really solid. This is how it all went down. And Nero, they basically lined up for him at that range.
Twins.
Jackal slammed Exton and Pred.
The exact same player. No difference.
Spacing is a really important thing in most shooters.
Nero can only see one of them going by, so you're trying to hide the guy in the background.
Oh, cool, I got 2. Sweet, right. Round 2, the opening nade, salvo. It's not going to yield any results, but that's still enough to keep those players out of the kitchen area. So for now, out of the kitchen, over to the A-bomb.
Kenny will be first point of contact. Nero, opportunity to either flank or go through the vent. And I think they're going to have to know that's a lot of noise made. The A hit, obvious.
Kenny dancing, Exnid dancing. No snakes, just a pair of legends going at it.
And Kenny disappears as well. that timing is incredible.
Yeah, he couldn't even see that. No RCs though in this round, so it's going to slow things up down very much for the Falcons. And Rocker have given up, the pressure on the A-bomb site. They're worrying more about flanks, worrying more about the middle of the map. Pred not going to be involved for quite some time. Maybe waiting for a few more gunshots, a few more audio cues, but he's holding that pinch.
Square up battle.
Here we go. Rocker are in. Trades complete. Pred now joins the fight. 30 seconds to go, and Rocker still have the man advantage. All down to Pred. Kenny! Unbelievable work from Kenny. 5-0. Second ace of the day.
Yeah, and listen, I think the total aces of the year, the best player in the game in that category, I think is Kremp, and he has 6, maybe 7. To get 2 in a day is pretty nuts. And Minnesota Rocker have 3 as a team on the day. Extraordinary work. Kenny kicking up an S&D in another super solid round on the defensive end on dealership. And just no mistakes being made. They were so happy to play for the retake because you are, as you expect, waiting for Pred to flank. Is it going to be through B in the middle of the map? Rocker are making sure they have everything under control before they make anything happen. And the sound of death going through the B zone.
Not a whole lot going on over here by B. As Kenny now can maneuver this. I think it's a bit of splash damage, that's enough. No one's going to be able to pick up on that, but still. Clear out the entire site. Sending Estro with the bomb.
Well, trophy's the signal. That is your go button.
Yeah, this means it's happening. Exnid, a pick and a trade. Kenny 6.
You'll take that. And now, well, I was going to say Falcons might have to worry, but they do know, in fact, that bomb is down, and no one's collected it just yet. So Rocker trying to play mind games, throw them for a little bit of TDM.
Oh, the lineup! You may as well have given it to Kenny now. 7 in a row. The last man now for the Falcons, Priester. He'll take the long, scenic route, hoping to catch these players unaware.
Well, I love the play from Priester. He's at least cleared space. Except the double back might be tough. Either way, 30 seconds, an opportunity to maybe catch a player off bomb. Rocker yet to make the decision. Kenny collected, and they will plant on B. Call of Duty timing, not gonna favor Priester.
This is gonna get him a hellstorm as well. So Kenny coming into this next round strapped. 2 rounds in. What a performance from the world champ.
Yeah, no jigs, but Kenny has had, again, incredible S&D performances recently.
Personnel, do your very best to clear out all your usual spots. Kenny, the slinkiest shoulder, so much intel. Stays alive, trusts his teammate, Rocker, play their advantage magnificently. 3 in a row.
And Kenny just, I mean, he should get credit for the kill that RCD's had on his teammate. He's just challenged. They're trying to rat back through the middle of the map, and Kenny just there lying in wait. An S&D kid through and through. That's where Kenny made a name for himself back in Call of Duty Ghost. Here he is, 13 years later, still doing it.
And that's a perfect example of the facilitator. Now in search and destroy, throwing shoulders, doesn't need to go for another kill in a row. He already has the coveted Hellstorm. There's not much more he can do except for keep his teammates going, feed them, look for their streaks now, and just play for the guarantees. Unbelievable stuff.
We'll leave the Hellstorm for the A sites. Yeah, the rest of his teammates, they just stack up B. They're here, exited. Huge first blood, and they read the pressure. Estriel, everybody's one shot. There's the first kill, but traded out, and Kenny in a 1v3.
Oh, it's now a 1v2, and good work from the Falcons. Cut down that crazy play. You force them on the inside, and they seem a lot happier there. They play the trades very, very well.
And Exnid not feeling the pressure, right? I mean, you have nothing to lose in these moments. A huge win there just to get that first blood. Rocker, honest to God, had the perfect strat. Vegas, very quick read and reposition. They might have slowed down the momentum just a touch. Obviously, Kenny with a Hellstorm in the back pocket. A good use of it is a guaranteed round win.
When you talk about how destructive an RC car is, I mean, the Hellstorm is destruction manifest on this map. A whole lot shown, tons of noise made. Nero, a gift there for the COD gods as Pred flies forward to death.
Yeah, Nero's got the whole team watching his back. But they got what they wanted. They got the first blood. They're out.
Straight out. B's gonna be the hit. Don't make too much noise. There's so many doors you have to cross to get here. And the play might be on. Yet Falcons are maneuvering in a position to contest this.
And really favoring this B side as well. Surprised Falcons not going for any wall bangs. We've seen a couple teams use them, but they're not going for it here. They're trying to get the kills from up top. Same plant spot. Everybody on Rocker watching over, though. The bomb successfully planted.
Yeah, just enough good cover there as well. Yeah, Exit has to be forced down. Great suppression. Priest enough from the same spot here by Kitchen. He's able to get kills, but it's still so hard.
And Gio's so patient, watching the pinch as well. His teammates know, just gotta look forward. There's an extra pick. Gio's getting active.
And Exit more active, flying forward. You've managed to clear out many members of the bomb site now. They've had to vacate. And this is it, Priester. Trying to make something happen, Gio. Better late than never. Perfect timing as these players on the hops are able to get anything done. And our city's now alone. I love it when a plan comes together. Rocker 4-1.
Falcons might have made him work for it, but yes, the plan indeed was there. Gio, so patient on the flank. There was a lot of noise being made. He does not hit the go button until one of his teammates falls. And a great job by Nero as well, just to stay alive and make sure it's his teammate that makes that next point of contact. 4-1 lead for Minnesota Rocker. They're still sitting pretty with the Hellstorm.
Absolutely. Well, you cannot spell I go without Gio. You cannot spell. I don't know. We'll figure that one out. Chat, we'll edit that one, right? Here we go. I don't know what day of the month it is. I've got no idea where I am. P-Dog's got a bomb, though, and he's going towards B. I mean, however you dress this one up, B bomb, A bomb, they're both wide open. That Hellstorm. Surely we save it for the final moment. Wow, I think that was a return volley for the frag. Gio, don't peek this. Hello.
I can't believe we're not going for wall bangs, to be honest.
Oh, not yet.
I wonder if maybe we're not doing that anymore.
A silent GA, possibly 3v3. Nero's starting to work on streaks of his own. This is a serious back and forth. And back and forth no more. Now it is only forward. It is Pred, who has been absolutely ripped. Match point, Rocker.
And against two different teams, Minnesota Rocker are 11-2 in round count on this map. They have been damn near perfect. And Pred, he looks stunned. He's 1-4. RCD's 1-6. Struggling to offer anything. Exnid's doing what he can at 6-6, but Rocker on dealership are looking clean. Hellstorm, not needed.
Not needed yet. It might be a detriment, if anything, because right now, again, the way they're playing is so tight. The chem and the trades, the angles at which they cover each other, Rocker have got this figured out. It's not broke, boys. You don't have to fix it. Any kind of overcorrection to try to get that Hellstorm involved, man, if it hurts, and you start the Falcons comeback, I will laugh.
And the Rocker seemingly loves the car through B. I believe Nero's driving in this moment on a 4-spree. So typically the car can be destructive. Well, hey, let's call everything in. Any player outside, you're gonna die. You're forced to go in towards garage.
Uh-oh.
Good for one.
One's more than enough. Enough to get the bomb plant under perfect coverage. Trophies now and a nice open middle section here of the car lot. It's going to cause a lot of problems for those frags. Connection. Arcites with quite the angle to take care of Geo there, 3v3.
That's a great look. Still, though, you are running out of time. Vegas Falcons, you got to hit the go button. You're right out of pinch. You need to swarm this site.
These are the final moments of your season where Estro, oh, he takes a man with him, 2v2.
18 seconds, you still have to make the move. Kenny drops him in a 1v1. Nero, the bailout. Got
it.
It is done.
A bang and a whimper. The end of the season for the Vegas Falcons, their exit from the tournament. The dream lives on for Minnesota Rocker. Save the dream, saving the rebellion against the rest of the league. They are fighting one match at a time. And they're going to keep smiling all throughout the night. They have made it to Saturday.
Yeah, and they're looking good as well. Nero seems like he's a guaranteed 40 bomb at any given moment during the series. And something we haven't been able to say at Minnesota or about Minnesota since stage 1. That is back-to-back Game 5 wins. Looking good on dealership, and they have been dominant dealership wins at that. League might need to take notice, pay a little bit more attention in the old pick and bans, but Minnesota Rocker continue their losers bracket run. They will play the loser of Optic in Atlanta. And of course, there is a lot of spicy stuff happening in the bracket, but ultimately Kenny, again, in S&D, he's been a monster. Rare to see Hellstorms earn. I know we've had maybe 5 or 6 in S&D this year where Kenny adds his name to the pile. 2 aces on the day, which again, aces are not an easy feat at this level. Impressive stuff there. And of course, we watched this man go, what, 13-0, 11-0, whatever it is, had a flawless S&D performance. He is kicking up at the end of the year.
Unbelievable. Well, another 6-1 there for Rocker. And I mean, the ace effort, we're going for all the kill records. We're going for all of it. Everyone here from Rocker. Whatever happens, however we look back on this weekend, and whether or not they make it to champs, we have to give them the praise and the flowers for the fight they've put up today. It has been very, very impressive. Their efforts are not going to notice. It has been incredibly entertaining to watch. A couple of game 5s there first. Let's just finish it in 3 or 4 next time. And who knows, tomorrow, it could well be Optic. It's going to be something. That is it for us, guys. Thanks for spending your time with us out throughout the day. Now, it's over to Nero and Guy.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. I got Nero and the Minnesota Rocker on the main stage. Everybody, give him congratulations, okay? King Nero, Overlord Nero, Nero Almighty. I don't know what to call you when you're playing like that on this stage with so much confidence, man. How does it feel to win another Game 5 on land?
Oh, it feels great. Obviously, Game 5s, that's the Minnesota way for us. We'll go a long way in this tournament as long as we keep closing our hard points and our S&D, because let's just hope we don't get 5.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's a reason why you guys are getting there. But one thing you are showing on the stage is resilience, okay? Being able to lock in, being able to stay cool, calm, and collected in those big moments, okay? And, you know, you had a fantastic series here. Was there anything surprising in this series for you at all? And how did you feel playing it?
I felt great coming out the first map. If anything surprising is I got slammed second map. That's the surprising part, because I felt great after the first map. I'm like, wow, these guys are getting slammed. Then the second map came. they put me in place for a little bit, but then we came back and got the dub. That's all that matters.
And it's all that matters, and you bounce back, okay? And now you guys, like, so today you played 3 matches. Most matches you probably played in a very long time, since open bracket days.
Yeah.
And you're on that 3rd match, you're starting to hit your flow state. You guys got to make a huge run here through the losers bracket. You might have to play 3 matches tomorrow because you got to get top 2 if you want to make it to champs, okay?
Yeah.
How does it feel to play that many matches, and do you guys think y'all can make the run?
Oh, 100%. It's good playing all those matches because it feels like we're hitting form after every match.
Okay.
So it gets our map pool like better. And
Correcting them adjustments
yes,
on the fly.
100%.
Yeah.
And then for the, I blacked out. Hold on.
Oh, no. When it comes down to, making champs there, you guys got to come out and get the top 2.
Oh, yeah, 100, we do. We got to keep making this run. I feel like we can make this run. We're hitting on all forms right now. We just got to come back tomorrow, 3 matches.
Hey.
I haven't played that much COD in a long time.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to let you go and get your rest, okay? Because you're going to have to strap in to play some more matches. What you want to say to the fans to stop to listen to you and out there at home as well?
Thanks for cheering. We're trying to get this run for you guys. Champs would mean everything for us and for you guys, too.
And you heard it from Nero. He's going to try to get it done for you guys, everybody. That's going to do it for him in the Minnesota Rocker today. Chris, take us away.
Thank you very much, Blaze. And it was really cool to see some of the G2 fans come in and check out the CDL action. Minnesota Rocker getting a win tonight against our worst team in the CDL. But the Falcons and Priesta got a dub on Major Land. The first one for Priesta since MW2.
Oh, my God.
And it was an electrifying win as well. And they look good in that series. I mean, this is the best showing we've seen from Vegas the entire year. And honestly, shout out to those guys. They'll probably be running it back at EWC. And, man, Pred also looks good. Finally, in form.
We'll be talking more about the Falcons in a moment, but let's just turn our attention to Puggett's Powerhouse. Are you ready, Joe?
I can't wait.
Who is it today? He goes by the name of Nero. Your Puggett's Powerhouse player dropped 50 kills in a hard point, a 2.0 and a 1.3 in this best of 5. Nero, a monster. One of the highest ceilings of any SMG player in the league. His floor also pretty low, Joe.
No, it is. But I mean, listen, the guy put up like multiple 40s today. The problem is that like every single one of these, why is it so difficult? Why is it to do this? They had a vault where they're out slaying by 30 and it's still coming down to a very close game.
Bro, he had like 40 and 20 on the map. Yeah, right here. And this game is so close, but yeah, Nero, if he's not doing this, if he wasn't playing like this today, it'd be a very different discussion that we'd be having about Rocker. Massive performance to kick things off in the series, and then you got Kenny to start picking up later on to close it out.
I love our stats. Nero, 287 kills on the day. That is more than all of LA Thieves combined. Granted, he played 2 matches. LA Thieves played 1. But look at these numbers. Of 50 to start the day, of 47 against Vegas. Can he keep this going for day 2? Because he said, I haven't played that many matches in a day in a while. If they keep this going out, they could play up to 3 matches on Saturday.
I'm starting to think it's the match, how many matches he has to play is that what keeps him consistent. Because the fact that he did that for 2 matches today, when sometimes we have an off series from Nero, I feel like 3 might light a fire under him tomorrow.
As good as Nero's 50 bomb was, it wasn't our scuff play of the game. Kenny is dropping aces left and right. We got 2 on the day. Excellent call by Chance. He's like, Kremp's leading the league with 7. Kenny dropped 2 in a single day. Let's take a look at how he did it here most recently on Dealership.
I mean, this guy literally willed his team to a victory. Map 4, he led the way. Map number 3, he starts off hot. Plus, he's planting bombs. The guy was doing it all, calling in the Hellstorms to, get them to another day.
Yeah, when the pressure mounts, this is like the guy that's going to answer the call, right? And their backs are completely up against the wall here. And Kenny, I mean, he started the day by winning a 1v3 to keep them in the series.
2-time world champion for a reason. Kenny trying to will Minnesota into a champs run, and it's going to get weird for Boston. You are now out looking in. Optic is still in it, and as we see the rest of the bracket here, Allie, you can see Minnesota versus the loser of Optic and FaZe midday tomorrow.
You couldn't write the script any better. Personally, I would love to see that happen. I'd love to see the venue get electric for the storylines heading into champs. It would be unreal.
All right, we're going to start back at the beginning of the day, though. If you missed all the action, we're live on YouTube. You can just take that little cursor and go all the way back or listen to this. It's LA Thieves. Spoiler, they got the first dub of the day, and it was Dan Ghosty, a 1.83 against the Team Heat 4-0'd in the grand finals for his first trophy.
25-minute series. I mean, they looked unbelievable. It dominated. It feels so long ago. But they just took care of business.
It's been a weird day across the board, and I mean, you can say, yeah, LA Thieves winning isn't necessarily weird, but in the fashion of which they did it is because of Vancouver Surge and the amount of grand finals they've made to, and the amount of hype that has been building up to this tail end of the season of what they're going to do to play spoiler. And unfortunately, for them at least, LA Thieves slammed that door very hard, very loud heading into DreamHack, and that makes me worried heading into champs for Vancouver Surge.
Rambo Ray,
they got him on
Surge. He went to Twitter, he apologized to the fans. He says, we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Are you in panic mode right now if you're the Surge? You went to back-to-back grand finals. Is this just a one-off weekend or a downward spiral?
I'm a bit
I think it's just the boogeyman. I think it's just LA Thieves.
I'm not panicking yet. Honestly, you know, I look at that as like this is an opportunity now. Like it was Major 4, it's fine. We got champs CWC. I'll tell you who's not panicking anymore, but they were all season. It was Optic fans.
All the pressure was off after this first matchup against Toronto. A 3-1 was a huge sigh of relief from the Green Wall.
I mean, this was the best match that I've casted for them on the year. Just the way they played disciplined God, especially in hardpoint. Nobody threw anything. Nobody trolled anything. There wasn't any ego gunfights, and then they all had their pop-off moments. But a great look here over an Ultra team who, I mean, they're not looking the strongest, but it's a big win for them.
Yeah, and it's a team that's had their number majority of the year too, right? And they've just beat them in back-to-back series, so Optic feeling great.
Hookah was almost my powerhouse player of the day. Ali, was he the MVP for Optic, or who are you more excited to watch going into day 2?
No, I completely agree. I think it was the Hookah 100%. I think he's definitely an X factor now for the rest of this weekend when it comes to this Optic Texas team.
Minnesota with 2 dubs on the day. The first one happened earlier against Boston Breach. It wasn't pretty. It was another 5-game series, but you walk away with a smile. Nameless, who was the star player for Minnesota in this series?
Well, a couple big moments we got from Kenny. I mean, the 1v3 was massive, but Nero in this final round that you're watching right here, obviously the 50 bomb that we saw, and he makes the play, right? Like it's like writing a book. The guy literally makes the play at the very end to get into the hill for them. He was everything today, and this to me was the most entertaining series that we've had so far. I mean, truly down to the wire.
I think for me, it's just kind of like the Minnesota fashion. They've been to so many game 5s and have no ice. That's been their story. But we also forget the story of Minnesota Rocker is that you can never count them out. They could be down 150 points and they can still find their way to come back and win a hard point. They could be down 0-2 in control and find a way to reverse sweep. So I think that's the most terrifying thing overall this week.
Do they get any more dealerships though? Because if I'm playing this team, I'm saying we ain't squaring up. Let's take a look though at LAG, who is able to look pretty clean. Fellow coming to life. Lunars with his best match so far in the CDL.
No doubt about it. And on the flip side, like as good as LAG looked, I don't know, this C9 team, they just played so individual. They were not on the same page. It's been a tough year for them.
Yeah, they had the worst showing.
It felt like the coaching went backwards. Yeah. I hate to say it, but the team is not as good as they were 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like they fell apart. Obviously, when they saw themselves, you know, slipping down the standings, not making it towards champs, they just kind of rolled over this one. And you can see LAG, it just seemed like they had a hell of a lot more to play for, right? Everybody started to pop off, get loud, get passionate. Fellow had a good series, obviously Kismet. And then Lunars, I think that's what I'll remember from this match, is like Lunars can play with the pros.
LAG, you got what you wanted out of the Bulldog. Fellow showcasing you what he has in the tank. They are still in the bracket, and for the first time, they are playing on a Saturday. Make sure you vote your favorite players in for the Scuff Team of the Year for 2025. Cast your votes by June 2nd at midnight if you want that to count. Joe, who would be your MVP early on?
MVP early of what? This tournament or the year?
If you're picking some Scuff players, who would be your top dog out of everybody in the league?
2 from Thieves, 2 from FaZe. That's probably what I'd go right now.
If you're looking at this weekend's leaderboard, Dan Ghosty leading all players with a 1.84. It's his teammates right behind him, as he said. Hydra and Envoy. Scrap comes into the top 8. LA Thieves taking care of business. FaZe doing the same thing. And Real looking like the stud we knew he was for Miami. We've talked about Rancor and Super getting all the love recently. Real could be a star this weekend.
Yeah, he's been an absolute beast. I mean, really, all year. And, you know, for this Miami team, they're looking to take down a championship, and they can do it. I'm a big believer in that squad.
No #1 seed has ever won after going flawless in the qualifier. Can they do it here? Miami is still alive in that winner's bracket, and tomorrow you can see the action kicks off against their biggest challenge yet. The LA Thieves, your Major 3 champs, are waiting for you in winner's bracket round 2. Atlanta FaZe and Optic. This is something I used to see in a winners bracket finals.
Yes.
We get it in winners bracket round
Finally,
2.
it has been a long time since we've seen this matchup, but yeah, they meet again. And yeah, Miami's saying pretty much don't forget about us. Remember, they beat LA Thieves a couple of weeks ago online. So it should be a great day tomorrow.
Winners of those matches guaranteed a spot on the podium, but we have 7 teams still in the hunt to raise the trophy in Texas. Keep your eyes on all the action as it kicks off 12:30 p.m. Central with the Gorilla Mates upsetting Toronto Ultra. Alley?
Maybe. Who knows?
Poor
We'll find out
Rosalie.
tomorrow. You don't get to know my prediction yet.
Hey, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early, day 2 of DreamHack.
G-O-A, keep them. Time I don't need you. Lifespan forever, ever, Jesus. Said we never, ever beat us. Death will never, ever see us. Backflip out caskets and pieces. Black boots and black suits with creases. With no committee, they give us pennies to Jesus. Because vibrations give us sedatives to seasons. Render the season what it seasons. This ain't my kingdom, this my teaser. They say I'm cocky, pointing fingers, cause I say my life is mine to live at my leisure. You just a dream. Everything I dream of is something I achieve. You are underachieved. I'm Kakura, that surpassed you, Vegeta. Standing by God, pull your feet up.
His presence right now is making Toronto tweak.
Who's going to eat around as well? Yeah, who should
I like that? Chow nice. Give me one more. He's making him a weak. This such a good. He literally, let's go, baby. He's going to throw his head back.
Really seen it.
3, 2, 1. 3-1 for the Bulls. Beautiful series. Go, Bert. Come on, kid.
Oh, le bon timing.
Ah ouais, c'est super.
Allez, on le défend. Allez, on le défend. C'est tout droit, les gars.
C'est tout droit. Tchou. Les gars, c'est imperdable. Visez juste. Il doit sauter en haut. Il doit sauter. Attention, ça perd des duels importants là. Tchou. Voilà, fais-le.
Bye.
Ah, t'as perdu contre Lag.
C'est quoi cette journée?